The Baskerville family hound, Victor Van Baskerville, is said to be loyal to his family and father. He was falsely accused of being associated with a demon clan and sentenced to death by guillotine. There he decided that in the next life after catching his victim, he would never again be a hound. Our protagonist opened his eyes, hearing the crying of children. He found himself among babies. The guy thought, his body is heavy, and there is so much noise around, it can't be. Maybe this is hell. The great estate of the Baskerville family, the patriarch of the Baskerville family, Hugh looked at children as vile creatures, and he said, insignificant creatures, not a single cathedral child, he thinks. This time there is only trash here. At that moment he passed by our hero and said, this trash is somehow quiet. The patriarch ordered the children to be brought to the Cradle of Swords. Our hero recognized him, the main suspect in his false accusation and execution. This is how the patriarch looked in his youth. Now the guy was sure that he, Victor Van Baskerville, regressed to the time when he was a child. He lived his past life as a hound. Born out of wedlock and trained like trash, the hound must be dedicated to its mission. Assassination, reconnaissance, ambush, threats. The hound must do all the dirty work, all for the sake of the family becoming the best among the 7 families. The reason for his loyalty was simple. He wanted his family and Hugh to acknowledge him. 10 years after the gate to the demon world opened, the battle with the demons ended with the victory of humanity. The reward of the hound for faithful service throughout its life is the deprivation of life. The reason why he was executed, the hound knew too much, so our hero decided. He will never live such a life again because now he wants to take revenge. But nothing will work with the body of a newborn. If he is transferred to the Cradle of Swords, then this is a good opportunity to become stronger. He needs it now. Children born into the Baskerville family must pass a test. They are thrown into a labyrinth with swords, which they must pass and get to the River Styx to explore their talent. The River Styx is legendary and famous for that, which turns children's bodies into iron. But there is a limit to how many children it can affect. To get to the river first, you need to move against the spiral wall of blades. In his past life, his relatives displaced him, and he was unable to achieve the desired effect. But this time it will be different. He will monopolize the river's blessing as much as he can. The hero reached the river and fell into it, the water seeping deep into the body through the cuts. To think that a great beginning can change so much, you have to hold on for as long as you can. No matter how painful it was, you had to hold on. The men were shouting. He had to be pulled out. If he stayed underwater too long, he would die. Unlike those men, Hugh was delighted by what he saw and began to laugh loudly. He asked Barrymore how long it had been since he'd entered the river, and the family's head butler, John Barrymore, replied, 7 minutes. Hugh said, family minutes he can die, he told our hero, son, can rise to the surface. The hero heard Hugh's voice, but he thought he wasn't going to give up. He needed to absorb as much as he could. But then he began to lose consciousness. He kept repeating to himself, he must hold on, but gradually he began to drown. Then Hugh himself pulled him out and said, just look at him. Just being in the River Styx wasn't enough for him. He even drank it. He already had teeth. Hugh asked John what his name was. John replied, this is young gentleman Victor Van Baskerville. Hugh was pleased, he said proudly. It seems a very greedy son was born, and Victor spoke to himself. Let him enjoy as much as he can, now he needs to use this time to sharpen his fangs. And when the time comes to tear off the head of their master, the Baskerville family will disappear from the pages of history. Through his efforts, and the hands of Victor Van Baskerville, the illegitimate son of Hugh Baskerville. At the age of 8, he was talented enough to be called a genius. But in his own mind, he was considered ordinary. And at 12 years old, he took on missions of assassination, espionage, and conquest. At 29, he felt that he had reached his limit in the art of the sword. Compared to direct descendants, at the age of 30, the gates to the demon world opened, announcing the beginning of the invasion of the demon clan. At 35, he lived through an era of destruction, cutting down monsters left and right. At 39, a long war ended with the victory of people. And at 40 years old, he was rewarded for his loyalty, and the reward was slander, false accusation, and execution by guillotine. Victor woke up. He was in his crib, which means he successfully absorbed the water of the River Styx. Now he has a better starting point than before. Suddenly a maid comes to the crib. She put the box in her crib and asked why Madame wanted to keep such items in Mr. Victor's bed. Victor thought, Madam, it's strange. No one gave him, an illegitimate child, gifts. So this wasn't a gift either. 2 bloody mambas crawled out of the box. Madam sent him such rare snakes to kill. Few in the Baskerville family are likely to be addressed as Madam. And whoever that person is, she is likely to be trying to reduce the competition. They could kill every child in the nursery, which was to be expected from the Baskervilles. He would destroy this family with his own hands. The next day, people came to Victor's crib and froze in horror. The Baskerville family were shocked to find their child sleeping peacefully next to dead snakes. All the nannies who came on shift that night were tortured and then executed. However, the reason for the appearance of the snakes remained unknown. Only the young Hound knew the truth. 8 years later, the children were sitting in class. The teacher said, young gentlemen today will learn the levels of sword art. If they cannot fill the sword with mana, they are considered a novice swordsman. and if they can pour a small amount of mana into the sword, then they are advanced swordsmen. When they are able to coat the sword with a liquid-like aura, they are sword experts. And finally, when they are able to coat the sword with a solid aura, the form of which is capable of changing at will, then they will become a master of the sword. The strongest of the Baskerville family, Sir Hugh, is just at this level. Victor thought that Hugh was already a master of the sword at this time. He needed to restore his former strength before the coming-of-age ceremony. The teacher thought, young Master Victor is in the clouds again. He received incredible physical strength by immersing himself in the river Styx for 7 minutes. He teaches him one thing, and Victor immediately learns 100. Victor is much more talented than the others. The Patriarch would be extremely happy to learn of his success. Victor wondered how many years he would need to kill Hugh. After the lesson, 3 boys with identical faces attacked Victor, and one of them said that he had heard strange rumors about Victor. Victor is said to have dived into the river Styx for as long as 7 minutes and strangled 2 snakes to death when he was a child. Victor is well acquainted with these guys. They were the ones who stabbed him in the back when he was running away after receiving slander against him. They are called the Hugh Le Baskerville triplets. They are a year older than Victor. They are 9 years old. They said that Victor always lies. And what if they don't like Victor? In 10 years, they will become a real pain in the ass. Victor thought it would be a good idea to put them in their place now. Hyde put a knife to Victor, and he said, I heard that if you stay in the river Styx for a long time, your body becomes like steel, which means you can't hurt it with blades. It turns out that if he stabs him, Victor won't die, right? The first Hyde called the third, Luo. Luo grabbed Victor and said, 7 minutes in the river Styx. He will eat his hand if Victor lasts 3. Victor thought, these kids are really cruel, so he will play along with them a little. The same faces thought, the legend is definitely a lie. But after 10 minutes, the guys were in shock, because Victor was holding his breath calmly. Then the little freaks realized that this legend was true. The first and second said that it was no longer funny. He might have already let him go. But as soon as the third one let go of Victor, he bit him on the hand. The first one asked Victor what he was doing, and Victor replied that he didn't want to eat his own hand. Then the first and second said that they were not afraid of Victor, but the third said, and he is afraid. They bit off his finger. The first one said, let him calm down. They will ask the priest to bring him back. They were about to leave. But Victor asked who let them go. Then the first one got angry and shouted, bastard, and attacked him with a knife. The first one said he forgot that he was a year older. Then he noticed that the blade did not hurt Victor in any way. Victor said, it seems that they forgot something, that they are Baskerville. Their talent and strength do not depend on age. So they will play to the end, the first one shouted. So those rumors were true. At that moment, Victor hit him right in the face. The first one fell to the floor after one blow. The second one wanted to hit Victor, but Victor kicked him first and he fell. The third one fell down from fear, and Victor said there was no need to be so afraid. They would recover as soon as they were treated. But he won't let them out of here. They will have to feel discomfort with their whole body. He will be generous and allow one of them to leave. The third asked, really, which of them could leave? Then Victor threw them a knife and said, let them decide for themselves. It won't be long, so they have to hurry. Shouldn't at least one of them survive? Satisfied, Victor went out and thought. The Baskerville Triton began to split. Butler John said there was another bloody situation involving the Morg clan in the Ruby Mine. The Morg clan declared the mine's territory their own. The Patriarch said that an opportunity to discuss this issue would present itself soon. The Morg clan will come to them themselves. Is there any other news? Hugh asked. John answered. Regarding the intermediate assessment of the Fortress of Youth. Mr. Victor received the highest mark on the written exam. Hugh asked when the practical exam would start at the Fortress of Youth. John replied, 5 days. The Guardian Knights have cleared the premises for this, in which case the entire fortress is completely free. Then John said he needed to lend them something about the Fortress of Youth. There had recently been a serious fight between the young gentlemen. Hugh asked how many had died. John replied that there were no fatalities, but Mr. Hybe's teeth were almost completely knocked out, and Mr. Mead's jaw was shattered. And Mr. Luo's index finger was cut off, of course. They recovered after the treatment, but the physical injuries sustained seemed significant. Hugh said they wouldn't fight each other because of their closeness. John replied there was a conflict with another young gentleman. The one who injured the triplets was 8-year-old Mr. Victor, who got the highest score on the written exam. Hugh said, Victor has grown since their last meeting. Victor greeted the Patriarch. Then Hugh said he heard that Victor had maimed 3 boys a year older than himself. Victor replied if he was talking about those brothers. As far as he knows, they did receive treatment, Hugh said. He's not talking about physical injuries, but mental ones. Since then, they eat separately from each other, and do not even talk to each other. Their technique was quite tolerable. But now the relations within the group had deteriorated, and Victor simply smiled in response. Hugh asked if Victor thought he had done wrong. Victor asked what was wrong. Hugh replied Victor had led his brothers to ruin. Then Victor said, but he is stronger than them. Then asked, can someone who is stronger be wrong? Hugh said they came a little earlier, and said they kindly forgave Victor. Then Hugh asked if Victor still didn't feel guilty. Victor asked if they had forgiven him. This is a memory from life before the regression. The youngest daughter, whose life was destroyed by the Baskerville clan, visited Hugh. She became a nun, and many years later, she told Hugh that she forgave him and invited him to Mass, after which Hugh responded. He believes that forgiveness is just an excuse for weak people who are incapable of revenge due to a lack of strength. Victor quoted Hugh's answer word for word, and the patriarch liked the answer. Hugh told him that only the strong would reign supreme. Weakness was a sin. Victor understood their family motto well. Hugh ordered John to allow Victor to take any food from the storage. As much as Victor could carry, Victor said. Then he would take the chocolate and thanked the patriarch. Victor turned around and was about to leave, when suddenly Hugh called his son and told him to try his best on the midterm assessment. You can't lose to your direct descendants. Victor twisted his face in dislike upon hearing this. But Hugh replied, yes, my lord. They came to the warehouse, and John said that this was the famous chocolate that was enjoyed by the gourmets of the Morg clan. The highest quality chocolate they had worked so hard to obtain, Victor said. He doesn't want anything processed. He needed cocoa beans with a rich aroma. John and the cooks were surprised, but still brought him the beans. The chef said these were blood beans, famous for their aroma, and one bean was enough to produce 100 liters of chocolate. The butler thought that since he was eating such bitter beans just like that, he must really like chocolate. Mr. Victor, with the restrictions given by the patriarch, found a way to get as much chocolate as he wanted. The cook asked if the young master would like them to be processed and sent to his room. Victor replied that it was not necessary. He would take them as is. Then the butler got confused and thought that maybe he had a peculiar taste. But Victor didn't need the chocolate for food. The blood beans would be used during the practical exam in 5 days. Then a catastrophe will occur that the Baskerville family has never known before, and Victor will be ready for it. In this world, the Baskerville family is called nothing less than the Berserker family, and the children of their youth go through harsh training. As soon as they start taking their first steps, they must climb mountains to increase their endurance. And with the exception of a few cases, they are not allowed to lie down and crawl on their stomachs when it is time to sleep, in order to adapt to the harsh environment. They are required to sleep next to the corpse of a monster, and upon completion of this training, they turn 8 years old. From this point on, the young hounds undergo a deadly assessment, which is why they are called the Berserker family. Today is a practical assessment, a survival test, in the mountains located on the outskirts of the territory inhabited by monsters. The young hounds are gathering on the Red-Black Mountains. The family's instructor, Shadow Dog Pavlov van Baskerville, said, they will be assessed in practice quite simply. They need to hold out here for a month, and they will have to hunt huge and powerful monsters. You need to keep these 2 conditions in mind to survive, and 10 points are awarded for successful survival. For surviving without injury, 30. For letting others down and surviving, 50 in case of survival and defeating the monster, 70. If they fulfill all the listed conditions, they will receive 90 points. In addition, if they steal the badge, they will receive additional points. There is no such thing as 100 points. He hopes that they remembered Hugh's lesson that a swordsman dies when he becomes arrogant. They do not recommend leaving the designated area. Since the Red-Black Mountains are a restricted area and unexplored territory, it is recommended to stay inside the designated area where they have suppressed the monsters. During the exam, the Shadow Dogs would secretly evaluate them. The guys looked at Victor and said, it was he who lasted 7 minutes in the river Styx. Rumor has it that he killed 2 poisonous snakes while still in the cradle, and he also received the highest score. They'll see if he's as good in practice, Victor thought. Red and Black Mountains, which means he hasn't been here for a long time. Pavlov took out a bell and said, so, the exam will begin as soon as the bell rings. He prays for their luck. As soon as Pavlov rang, every child immediately ran to the sides. Victor thought he needed to hurry and occupy advantageous territory, and went to the place he had noticed last year. But 2 boys were running after him, and they decided to follow him and take away what Victor wanted to get. The first of the triplets said, go ahead and take that spot, but their teamwork had suffered greatly, so they were just arguing. Pavlov said, it has begun. This exam does not encourage killing others. It is not prohibited, but not desirable. Points will be deducted for killing, so everyone tries not to kill anyone. Well, the Shadow Dogs will also try to reduce deaths to a minimum, Pavlov added. The Shadow Dog watched Victor and thought, this area is close to the Forbidden One, where young Master Victor is heading. This genius who has stood out since childhood is eagerly awaiting the time when he will demonstrate his skills. Victor said it was somewhere around here. With such soft ground, everything will be fine. Since he has decided where he will live for this time, he should relax and rest. While the other boys were fighting each other for their badges, Victor was collecting branches. The rest of the relatives fought monsters to get points, and Victor made himself a hut. The Shadow Dog clearly expected something else. He looked at Victor with disappointment and thought, how long has it been since he rested, digging a hole? In addition to this, he hunts for food and collects everything he needs. He plans to continue hiding here. Are the rumors about his genius exaggerated? The dog decided to leave. If he was just going to hide, there was no need to watch him, the dog thought. Victor thought. Finally he left, set up camp in the fresh air. What nostalgia. In the past, a guy told Victor that cocoa beans hide the fishy smell, and the blood cocoa beans, which contain a high concentration of cocoa, are the best. Victor threw the beans into the fire. and he said that the one who was bothering him had finally left, and he had completed the preliminary preparations. It's time to start the hunt, of course. Victor has prepared a trap for those who want to attack him. A few days later, inside the Forbidden Zone, this is where the unexplored territories begin. However, during his time as a scout, he would calmly walk through these places, the smell of burning in his nose. It's the smell of charred tree roots. I'm sure it's somewhere in this habitat. Victor found burning feces. Only one monster leaves behind such excrement. During his reconnaissance days, he found them annoying. But now, he's even glad to see the Hellhound. Hellhound, danger level B+, size, 3 meters. A monster that brings disaster to those it encounters. It is impossible to survive a bite. Living objects exposed to flame will burn until they disappear. A guard monster that absorbs hellfire. In the past, Victor could barely defeat one such specimen at the age of 18. Of course, now that he's only 8, victory seems even less likely. However, Victor knows a way that even a child can deal with a Hellhound. The first weakness of this monster is that it moves only in a straight line. It is difficult for it to change directions abruptly. The second weakness is a rather strange one. Guard monsters are unable to cross water. Even if there is only a small amount of liquid in front of him, it will slow down the Hellhound significantly. And while she runs, she shows another weakness common to all dog-like monsters. They open their mouths while running. The Hound attacked Victor, but he dodged, throwing something into its mouth. Chocolate is poison to dogs, and when it comes to blood beans, which are used to make liters of chocolate, obviously the monster wouldn't survive something like this. Even a Hellhound is powerless against chocolate. Most likely, the stomach and heart will suffer first, but since the organs of the chest are protected by strong ribs, you need to aim at a weak point where there are none. The answer is the kidneys. Victor pierced the dog in the kidneys, and he died. After a monster is destroyed, energy called experience points or hari is collected in the body. By making it stronger, the short sword glows brighter. At this rate, Victor will be able to rise to his pre-regression level. Victor said he wondered what kind of expression Hugh would make when an 8-year-old kid brought in a B+ threat level monster. With this, he has already secured his first place in the practical test, and even knows what reward he will ask for. A huge reward, which he never dreamed of asking for in his past life. Victor will take it for himself before anyone knows its value. Victor wanted to take the Hound's head when they heard growling and other hounds approached him. 4 hounds at once. They must have heard the cry of their fellow, and now they want to avenge him. Victor cut off the head and said, "How touching." He didn't plan on stopping at just one anyway. Let them attack. He still has a lot of beans in stock. Unexpectedly, the dogs got scared. Victor was surprised by this and thought that they were afraid of the bloodlust of a simple 8-year-old. Hellhounds will not leave their prey alone, even if it means death, which means someone more terrible was approaching. Victor turned around and saw a large Cerberus. Cerberus has a danger level of A+, and he lives on the 7th ridge, so why did he go down to the first one? Victor noticed that the monster was wounded. If you look closely, in addition to numerous wounds, there were many arrows stuck in his body. Someone tried to hunt him, right? There are barbarian flame territories around the mountain. If he came all the way here while being hunted, then this is Victor's chance, a wounded A+ rank monster. He had to finish him off, no matter what it cost him. Victor hid his power in the house, including that he had already reached a high level of proficiency as an advanced swordsman, and had learned the 3rd technique of the Baskerville family. He has already reached a level that other hounds only reach as adults. Victor pounced on the early Cerberus. He thought he could. The wounded Cerberus was within his power. Before the regression, Victor had honed his skills through the war against the demon clan, to the point where there was no hint of unnecessary movement in his technique. In addition, the body was strengthened from being in the river Styx. Everything that Victor possessed worked well against the wounded Cerberus. Well, or so he thought. At the moment when he had already relaxed, the Cerberus was able to use his claws. Victor forgot about Hugh's lesson. A swordsman dies when he becomes arrogant. Cerberus, a difficult monster. Danger level A+, size 7 meters. Lives where all spirits strive. Victor lost consciousness after hitting a tree, taking a direct attack from Cerberus. He was lucky to have survived at all. Victor felt pain in his left arm. He even thought that it could have been torn off. Then Victor looked at her and saw the wound left by the Cerberus. And yet, the wound was better than a severed arm. Of course, Cerberus is wounded. But is it really so bad that we should stop there? Cerberus pounced on Victor, but Victor managed to jump forward. He understood that he would not survive another blow. It's a difficult journey, but an experienced hunter must find the best way out of such a situation. The best way out at the moment was to run away with his tail between his legs, which is what Victor did. If Cerberus hadn't been wounded, Victor would have been torn apart by now, thanks to the barbarian tribe in the mountains. And if Victor overcomes the iron fence, then gets out of the restricted area, while he can get to the prepared place, then he will be a winner. However, if he is caught before that, then Victor will die. Cerberus broke through. Victor was looking for a place, and finally noticed his shelter. It was very close, as was the Cerberus. Having reached the line, Victor jumped forward. The Cerberus's mouth was already right in front of him. Luckily, Victor's traps worked, and Cerberus fell right into the cradle of swords. Who would have thought that Victor would use a trap prepared for a Hellhound to fight a Cerberus? Silver and the Hellhound are the same type of monster. The blood bean essence that Victor applied to the wooden spears is poisonous to them. One of the heads was still alive. Then Victor told him that since he was a high-ranking demon, he would not die so quickly. Victor threw a spear at him and Cerberus growled, stood up and began to walk towards Victor. However, Victor was calm. He thought to himself that Cerberus, having reached Victor, had finally died. And Victor thought exactly 7 steps, and the rumors were not lying. The wooden spear he threw was different from the others. Attached to this spear is a tooth from a poisonous blood mamba, and once wounded, he will not be able to take more than 7 steps. It's good that Victor saved the tooth when he was younger. Victor already felt the energy from Cerberus. Finally, all 3 heads were dead, however. Once Victor got the body back, the reason for its death would be more than obvious. So perhaps the Guardian Knight who saw him set the trap will be a witness. But Victor still has something to do. The Cerberus gatekeeper, protecting his territory. He must have been protecting his dungeon somewhere nearby. It's such a mystical place that holds a treasure. Sometimes strong monsters use them as their home. Since the Guardian died, the dungeon is now empty, smearing the feces of the Cerberus. Victor will be able to take away small monsters from himself. Dried soil, rotten leaves, rotten roots, marks and saliva. These are the tracks that Victor used to find the dungeon. This was the dungeon guarded by the Cerberus. Victor remembered having been here before his regression. This place will be discovered in 10 years, but will be completely empty. But right now, this is not the case. Victor felt the mana that was breaking through from under the rotten surface. He was sure that this place had not been cleaned out yet. No light. It seems to be deeper than it appears. I wonder what treasure is hidden inside. Victor entered the dungeon. Ruby veins run through this area. It must be connected to the mountain red all. There was a light ahead and Victor thought that it must be the entrance to the dungeon. But as he got closer, he saw the source of this light. It was quite light inside. It seemed like this ruby mana was emitting light. Then Victor noticed something. It was a skeleton. Someone had already been here. There was a piece of paper lying next to the skeleton. Early from the knife blow, traces of dried blood remained. A lot of time has passed. Victor picked up the piece of paper and read. It didn't matter what his name was. He just called himself Kai. There was no need to stain the blank paper with his name. The Baskerville family style, which means he is also from Victor's line. Victor's relative wrote. He writes this so that future generations do not repeat the same mistake. This stone cave was considered a legend in their family. His brother Abel accidentally stumbled upon it with him. And together they began to conquer this dungeon full of trials, killing many monsters and reaching this cave, finding the main trial of this place. They were stuck here for 3 years, Victor asked. They wanted the treasure so badly. The final test must be somewhere here. Probably this one. There was an inscription on the stone. When you enter, it's 1. But when you're inside, it's 2. When you leave, it's 1. The relative wrote. He and his brother read this text over and over again, eventually coming to a conclusion. She and her twin brother were one in their mother's womb, but when she was born, they separated. In other words, in order to take the treasure of this dungeon, they needed to become one again. This meant that only one of them could leave the dungeon with the treasure. And after a tense battle, he killed his own brother. And then only one remained in the cave. Despite this, nothing changed. They definitely went from 2 to 1. So why couldn't he get the treasure? He killed his brother. He killed him. After some regrets, he decided to leave this place. He wants to tell those who are brave enough to find this place. Let them leave this place immediately. Nothing can be gained from the Devil's Cave. It exists only to mock people. Victor threw down a piece of paper with words, which means that in the end, they went through many tests, but left with nothing. The task is exactly the same, despite the fact that he came alone. Therefore, Kai and Abel misinterpreted the text. When you enter, it's 1, but when you're inside, it's 2. When you leave, it's 1. What could that mean? Victor approached the skeleton of his relative, and after thinking for a bit, he realized something. Victor said, I see. Kai and Abel were unlucky. Since they came together, they could not solve the riddle. They went on the wrong track. A dark corridor and a shining stone. The answer to the riddle lies in the dungeon itself. He is alone when he walks through the dark passage, but as soon as he approaches the glowing stone, a shadow follows him. He becomes 2, and the light will go out when he breaks the source of light. Then the last test will be revealed. The answer is a shadow. Victor broke the stone and a crack appeared in the wall. Victor said that the reason for the death of the brothers was a relic of the Devil's Cave. There was an inscription on the stone. Only those with Baskerville blood would be able to take possession of Beelzebub. Victor asked, so that's where it came from. He remembered how in childhood before the rebirth he saw an illustration in a book. The Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub, is an unprecedented great monster that invaded the continent in the old legends. The Devil Constellations, also known as the Disaster Families, in order to stop them. The heads of the families went against each of the Devil Constellations. The demon that the first patriarch of the Baskerville family fought against was that same Beelzebub. The demon's remains are kept in the lands of Baskerville, and Beelzebub's demonic energy, according to legends, attracts monsters. But now no one believes in this legend. However, the story is true, and this sword was later taken by the Demon Clan, which led to countless human deaths on the battlefield. But it will not happen in this life, because now the sword belongs to Victor. As soon as Victor touched the sword, The sword began to dissolve in his hand, and soon was completely in it, and later the blade became one with Victor. A blade created from the corpse of a member of the Devil constellation. Victor was lucky enough to get his hands on Beelzebub. I wonder how much stronger Victor will become in this life. Victor was eager to find out. Victor decided that there was nothing more for him here and it was time to go back. But he felt a sharp pain. He fell to his knees and wondered what was going on, maybe dizziness. But then the sword made a sound. Victor came out of the dungeon, and his stomach was turning from unbearable hunger. Because of this, his sense of smell intensified. It seemed he felt something tasty, and at that very second the sword pointed somewhere. The sword itself began to lead Victor into the depths of the forest. Perhaps the blade found something to feast on. They approached the body of the hound that Victor had killed, and the blade itself pierced the body and began to drink its blood. As he absorbs blood through Beelzebub, he feels everything inside him return to normal. Apparently, he had been hungry for a long time. Victor hoped that the vegetation in the red-black mountains had dried up not because of Beelzebub's hunger. No matter how much he had to feed it to cure this magic of overeating, the blade drank and returned to normal. Beelzebub, the Lord of the Flies, is said to have the ability to absorb an opponent's skills and make them his own. Since his absorption capacity is approaching infinity, countless people have lost their powers and become helpless. Due to its danger, Victor can only steal 3 abilities. Hellhound's Bleed, a skill that causes the enemy to continue bleeding, even if the wound is tiny. Then Victor remembered about Cerberus, and as soon as he approached her, the blade itself attacked the corpse. The blade's greed and hunger was truly great, so Victor told it that it could not be consumed entirely. If it is too damaged, he will not be able to explain it during the inspection. But the blade kept drinking and drinking, so Victor hit him and said, "Enough. First slot, Cerberus Burn a plus. Second slot, Hellhound Bleeding. Third slot, Fast Regeneration." Fast Regeneration? Apparently he absorbed the ability of a rat that Cerberus crushed with his carcass. The skill of Cerberus Burns is a wonderful acquisition, since thermalgia is the worst pain a human can experience. This skill will be even more terrible than bleeding thermalgia. Pain from exposure to heat or cold. Now that they're done preparing the monster to take the practical exam, they can just wait for the test to finish. The young hounds who completed the exam returned to the Baskerville house, where their achievements were then assessed, according to which the young hounds received shields, swords, or pendants as rewards, made from parts of the monsters they killed. One of the monsters caught by the young hound amazed all the Baskervilles present. Hugh asked who caught it. John replied, "Mr. Victor from the 8-year class. He accidentally froze in the Forbidden Territory during the practical exam, and defeated the Cerberus with the danger level of A rank. It is mentioned that the monster was initially wounded by a tribe of barbarians. In addition to this, he used poison on wooden spears." Hugh asked what poison was lethal enough to kill a Cerberus. John replied that was all the information from the hunting log. He was going to ask Victor personally, but Victor returned to his chambers, saying that he was very tired. Hugh said, "So young and already cunning. Information is power, and power is value." John said, to tell the truth, he was extremely shocked. Who would have thought that the master of the Wang branch would be so talented? Hugh said, "It seems the butler is not aware. He is not like the previous patriarchs, raising a hound, not paying attention to their lineage. It doesn't matter whether they come from the main branch or the side branch. As long as they are talented and filled with malice, it means that there can be mongrels in the main branch too." John thought he was worried about his second son, preparing for isolation training. He apologized. Hugh said everything was fine, but he needed to cheer himself up. Then the butler called Victor. Hugh told Victor that he heard that during the practical exam, Victor defeated a Cerberus. "How did he do it?" Hugh asked. Victor replied, "He spread chocolate on wooden spears." "For dog-like monsters, chocolate is poison," Hugh asked. So Victor asked him for chocolate. Victor replied, "Yes." John thought they had gotten to the point without further ado, Hugh said. And he also heard that Victor had not responded properly. When asked by the butler about hunting, why, Hugh asked, Victor replied, "Because he was not his master." Hugh asked then who? Victor answered, "Since he belongs to the clan, the head of the clan is also his master," Hugh said. "Victor is a good student. As a reward, the corpse of the monster he hunted will belong to him, and in addition, if he wants, one of his requests will be fulfilled." Victor thought that finally he would be able to get what he wanted. He said that he would like to have access to the library of 10,000 messages. The library of 10,000 messages is one of the largest libraries in the Empire, located deep within the Baskerville clan. Hugh asked. Victor knows that only the Patriarch, the second person after him, and his direct heirs have access to it. Victor replied that if it was impossible, then he would give up. But he himself thought that he would probably have to go there secretly. But then Hugh said he could come in, let him definitely study the 6th Baskerville technique. He would find information about it in the 6th restricted area. Victor wondered if that same Hugh would really allow a scion from a side branch to become familiar with the 6th technique of the Baskerville family. It had never happened before that an illegitimate child with the middle name Van had the opportunity to study materials beyond the 4th technique. But there is no need to be surprised by only the 6th technique. At the moment, Hugh's cultivation level is at the 7th technique. Before his regression, Hugh had reached the 9th. He has not forgotten about life and discrimination based on birth, so this time he will surpass Hugh, as he will receive the greatest essence of Baskerville, a book of sword art mastery containing the techniques of the first patriarch, the deceased devil constellation. Hugh said he was looking forward to it and wished him luck. Victor thanked him and added he would exceed his expectations. And he himself thought that Hugh did not even realize the true value of the random book that he handed into his hands. Victor was in the library of 10,000 letters for the first time, and he passed by books on swordsmanship. In his past life, Victor wanted so badly to get his hands on at least one of these books that are here. No matter how much mana the illegitimate child of the Baskerville family has, he will not be taught techniques higher than the fourth. To make sure that the children who became hounds would not bite their master, Victor said. Who would have thought that Hugh would give him access to the sixth technique? If this had happened before his regression, he wouldn't have believed his luck. Well, of course, Hugh allowed it, calculating that an 8-year-old wouldn't be able to remember everything in one day. But before his regression, he studied the theory superior to the fourth technique until he got bored. This consisted of trying to figure out what was needed for the fifth technique, the Baskerville sword art, depending on the stage of mastery of the sword. 1 tooth symbolizes the first technique, 2 teeth the second, and so on. And when you draw a tooth, a special mark, the red energy of the sword appears. But Victor is not interested in the sixth technique, because he came here for another reason, because he wants to get a higher stage. Victor went out and the guys asked if he was already leaving. If he forgot something, they could bring it. Victor answered that he had already finished what he came for. The guy asked, "Why doesn't Victor stay here a little longer and look around?" Victor said, before leaving. He was thinking about reading other books, so there is no need to worry. They can do their own thing, the guys whispered. This place is filled with various books. In his place, he would have read the books on sword art in the depths of the library. Could it be that he was too old to realize their value? Victor thought, let them think what they want. They don't know that among the dusty shelves there is a real treasure hidden. He quickly found what he was looking for, a book with the title of The Ambush. Victor was sure that this was the same book. A book about the basics of the first technique, which the Baskerville children do not read because of the torn-out pages. It is absolutely useless. However, Victor knows her true value before the regression, along with the squad of hounds to which he was assigned. He found a strange relic in the dungeon on the border of the Red-Black Mountain. It was a page from a sword art book. It is the only torn-out page, a page written in the Baskerville style, which Hugh, having found worthy, combed through the entire library. While searching for the book from which this page was torn, it turned out to be a book on the art of the sword, Ambush. This book was written by the ancestors of the Baskerville family, and it describes the 10th technique, Hugh, who went crazy with the desire to learn this technique. Unleashing the hounds to find the missing 6 pages, Hugh discovered that they were in the hands of the 7 great families and declared war on them. And he set his hounds on those who disagreed. Sacrificing many, all the lost pages were handed over to Hugh. And as a reward for all the work he had done, Hugh executed Victor. Thinking about this, Victor was angry. Because of this book, Hugh broke through the 7th technique and reached the 9th, leaving only a mountain of hound corpses and blood beneath him. In this life it won't happen. The hound that collected all the pages together is Victor, so he remembers the contents of all the missing pages. The reason he couldn't overcome the 4th technique was because he didn't have access to the original book. In the eyes of others, this book may indeed seem meaningless. But once the torn pages are put back in place, the false and misleading information is transformed into a masterpiece. In his previous life, he had reached the highest level of aura and the highest level of the 4th technique. Victor needs to reach this level before he turns 15. It was evening when Victor started reading the book, and when he finished it was already morning. Turning around, he saw the light and asked. He had been reading intently all day, but thanks to this he was able to remember the entire content of the book from beginning to end. Victor stood up and realized that he did not feel the presence of the Guardian Knights. Then he thought, he won't be able to draw the 10th tooth with such a young body. But couldn't he already reach the 5th technique now? Victor concentrated properly, and imagining his opponent, used the first technique on him, then a second and a third, while he thought about how pathetic his past life had been. After all his efforts, he reached the highest level of aura, but he was unable to obtain a suitable level of sword technique. Therefore, his direct descendants were hostile to him. There was only one reason why he could not rise to the 5th step. He was born in a side branch. Victor didn't intend to live like that again. Imagining Hugh, he cut him with the 5th technique. Although the technique was still weak, Victor was able to achieve success, which made him very happy. As if something hot was emerging from the depths of his heart and heading towards his neck, Victor was so happy to have achieved the 5th technique that he almost cried. With a speed record in the history of the Baskerville family, the teeth of the young hound rushed towards the soul of his master. Victor finally succeeded in drawing the 5th tooth. As long as his mana allows it, he will be able to reach the level before the regression. And his mana capacity has definitely increased. It seems like Victor has already reached the next level. This fluid aura is a sign of an expert level. It looks like he has risen from a high-level advanced swordsman to a low-level sword expert. He couldn't believe that by the age of 8, he had reached the point where he had only reached the point of control in the previous one by the age of 30. Experts are on a completely different level compared to advanced swordsmen. Dense art takes on a fluid character. The density also increases, making it easier to use. His sword art has become better than before the regression, but he won't stop at the 5th technique, but will reach the 10th with unlimited possibilities. The piercing fang, which he learned earlier, gave him advantages that allowed him to become stronger in a short time, but this technique also has limitations. However, ambush is the ideal sword technique, smoothly transitioning from attack to defense, and has no limitations. If he practices it, he can claim the average level of a sword expert. He has a 100% chance of a stealth kill and a 50% chance of a frontal attack. The only question is how much he should show Hugh. He can't show too much, or on the contrary, he needs to give something that Hugh can be interested in. To give him enough time to reach the required level, Victor naturally burned the book. Now it will be difficult for Hugh and the other hounds to reach the 10th technique, of course. This does not concern him. The Guardian Knights went up to Victor and asked what that smell was, what the young master had done. Then Victor lowered his head and said, "He accidentally left the magnifying glass next to the book and set it on fire. He is very sorry. If this needs to be reported, he will definitely inform the butler," the guy replied. "He should not ask forgiveness for this. It's their fault for not keeping an eye on him. They're glad it happened in the area with useless books." Victor said he doubts that this book was of any use. Aren't they busy with the Morg clan issue and the ruby mines right now? They hardly have time for such trifles, so it's better to pretend they didn't notice anything. The guy replied that since the gentleman wanted to keep it a secret, they would obey. Then Victor said that in that case, they would leave it between them. They must have been busy. Victor asked for forgiveness before leaving. The guys noticed that young Master Victor was polite. Even thinking about the well-being of the workers, the young master deserves respect. Victor came to Hugh and he asked, "So Victor had an epiphany?" Victor answered, "Something like that." Hugh asked to tell what Victor felt in the library. Victor answered, looking naive. "Something warm and sharp, but at the same time soft and sticky. Something like that." The butler said, "Couldn't be." "Aura, a sign that you have officially entered the world of swordsmen. Even geniuses must train without rest until the age of 15. In order to reach the level of a low-level advanced swordsman, Hugh wondered what he was even waiting for. "He's only an 8-year-old kid," Hugh asked Victor if he could demonstrate. Victor answered, "Of course." And that same day, Hugh gathered the hounds, and Victor was in the arena. The butler asked how the gentleman intended to test the young gentleman's skills. Hugh replied, he was going to unleash a monster on him. He had prepared someone hungry and daring. He prepared an orc for his 8-year-old son, danger level C. The hounds gasped. One of them said that setting an orc on an 8-year-old is akin to murder. He must be at least 15 to deal with him, probably. If anything, the knights will intervene in the battle. Hugh gave the order to the knight and he freed the orc from the chains and ran away, and the orc immediately attacked Victor. However, there was no need to worry. Victor was more than calm when the monster attacked. Victor cut off his hand. Then he aimed at the orc's leg. Victor also easily cut his leg, and the orc immediately fell to the ground. The monster must have been surprised to get cut for the first time, Victor thought. The most characteristic skill of such monsters, rapid regeneration, also did not activate. A C-class monster cannot stop the bleeding caused by a B-class hellhound's skill. All the kids started repeating in shock how he could be so strong. He was only 8. Unlike the excited boys, Hugh continued to look at Victor without showing any signs of pride. Victor looked at him and thought, Hugh is still trying to figure out what he learned in the library, so he will show him what he wants so much. Soon Hugh's eyes lit up from what he saw. And the reason for Hugh's shock was the aura blade that Victor created. The monster didn't even have time to get up. How Victor instantly ran up and not only cut the monster down, but blew it up with his blade. This already excited Hugh. The butler said that he was sure that this was the aura of an advanced swordsman. He congratulates the gentleman. It seems they have just witnessed the birth of a genius. Hugh asked if he thought so. The butler said that among all the families of the empire, he did not think that such a genius could be found. But Hugh said, "Enough. There must be something wrong with the orc. Orcs are famous for their regeneration. But, as he sees, his bleeding does not stop at all. Victor won only because the orc is too weak." The butler wondered if he couldn't just be happy. Then Victor called Hugh and asked if there was anyone stronger than the orc. This shocked everyone, and Victor thought it would be better to show off his strength until a certain moment. If he's lucky, his progress will be recognized and he'll get rid of Hugh, perhaps by being sent to a remote area. Or they will admit him to the academy, Hugh said. It seems that the orc he brought from afar is not enough to satisfy his son. Victor is right. At this age, they need to get more life experience, Hugh asked. They caught someone for experiments during the raid against the barbarians. The butler said, yes, he was the only one left. He had been hungry for a long time, so now he was most likely on edge. An unimaginable monster was brought into the arena, of course. Everyone was horrified, except Victor. Victor asked Hugh if he could start, and when Hugh said yes, the chains were released. The monster immediately attacked Victor, but Victor managed to run to the side and ended up behind him. Victor jumped up, but for some reason, did not attack the monster. Apparently, something went wrong. The boys were screaming, "What a pity! This was his chance. Why didn't he attack the monster?" But Hugh, on the contrary, praised him, saying, "Good idea. The troll has an excellent power of regeneration. Therefore, only lethal attacks will work on him, so a plan is needed to hunt the troll." The boys said he barely dodged his attacks, trying to wear the troll out. Could an 8-year-old think like that? Victor thought, too slow, no pleasure, but he had to act. If he uses all his hidden power, he will easily kill the troll. But this will put him in a difficult position. He needs everything to look believable, like using his power against him. The children said he cut the troll, but it still immediately recovered, since the wound was not fatal. Victor thought, indeed, the first technique is not enough to cut the troll's thick skin. This individual will die after some time due to the bleeding of the hellhound. But it will be pointless. Hugh said enough. Further battle was dangerous. But Victor said he was almost done. He was close to an epiphany. If the next attack doesn't have an effect, then he will give up. Then Hugh replied, okay. He had already decided how much force to release, Victor thought. Victor wanted to pretend that he had an epiphany during the battle. In the clan of the iron-blooded sword Baskerville, a person's life is formally determined. A clan member will be able to breathe mana into a sword at about 15 years of age. Ordinary Baskerville family hounds remain at the first technique stage until this point. But at this moment, for the first time in the history of the clan, a child of 8 years old achieved the second technique, which is usually studied by the age of 18. Victor smiled sweetly and said, "It worked." Hugh was shocked and wondered what he had just seen. A week later, Victor was having lunch. Victor said he would never get used to this meat porridge. Then he noticed that the guys were uncomfortable. After that day, everyone stays away from him. Well, that's normal, considering that in a family, power is everything. It was nice to see Hugh's stunned face, Victor thought. Hugh froze at what he saw. Victor demonstrated the second technique and what is at the intermediate level of an advanced swordsman. However, in reality, he is at a low level of expert and swordsmanship, and is only able to weakly perform the fifth Baskerville technique. With the skill he gained from the troll, he is stronger than the average expert. He definitely started eating more since he got Beelzebub, and suddenly the triplets came to Victor. Victor became wary and thought, "These bastards again?" he asked. "Last time wasn't enough." The triplets said, no, he misunderstood. They just wanted to say how cool it was that Victor defeated Cerberus and the troll. Victor choked and the triplets asked if Victor was okay, and Victor thought, what the hell is this? Talking about peace while preparing for war, or some kind of hypocrisy, gives me goosebumps. He felt uneasy about them. Should he beat them first and then think? Suddenly, the butler approached Victor. Victor even shuddered in surprise, and the butler said in a serious tone, Victor must hurry to the Patriarch's office. The representative of the Patriarch of the Morg clan, Adolf Morg, came to Hugh and said, "It was a long time since we saw each other." Hugh had not changed at all. He hopes this annual meeting will go off without incident, Hugh said. Joint exercises have always gone smoothly. Adolf said that last year both families had one seriously injured person. I wouldn't say it was without problems. Hugh replied, "It was just a scratch. The children of the Morg clan seem to like to dramatize." Adolf said, of course, because they are noble and worthy people. A famous clan of magicians, the Morg clan, the clan of iron-blooded swords, the Baskerville clan. Their relationship was not always so strained. Magic and the sword are two sides of the same coin. That is what the previous emperor once said. In connection with this, the Baskerville and Morg clans began to conduct joint exercises, in which only children of 8 and 15 years old can participate. During this event, a good atmosphere was maintained. However, a problem arose between the territories of the clans. There was a ruby mine, because of which a bloody conflict began. As a result, the relationship between the two patriarchs deteriorated, but they had to maintain the tradition of joint teachings by order of the emperor. So, on behalf of the patriarch of the Morg family, his brother Adolf arrived, and he said that he had heard that a supernova had occurred in the Baskerville family. It was a great blessing to the empire that a talent that only came into the world once in a millennium was born into the Baskerville family, Hugh said. Not such a big deal. Adolf thought. He responded to his son's praise. Unexpectedly, he said, they were extremely lucky. The Morg family also has a genius. He told Kami to come in. The doors opened and a little girl entered the office. It was his sister's daughter. Adolf asked if Kami was going to greet the patriarch, Kami said menacingly. Hugh is the thief who stole their ruby mine. That's right, he must return her. Hugh heard the word thief and got angry. Adolf asked, Kami, what kind of rude behavior is this? Kami replied that he said that annoying goatbeard stole their ruby mine. Adolf asked when he said that. And Kami answered, before getting off the carriage it seemed, an hour and 42 minutes ago. Hugh tried to hide his anger. Adolf said, it seems to be a misunderstanding. Hugh replied, she is just a child. There is no need to explain to him the problems in the education of the children of the Morg clan. Kami screamed to give them back the rubies. She can't even do research because they're missing the stones. Hugh's pride was hurt by the little child's words. He was furious and said, enough. They don't seem to teach them manners at all. Adolf asked what he wanted to do with the child. Is he really threatening an 8-year-old girl? Victor said that apparently the Morg clan doesn't teach children not to envy other people's things. The doors opened, and the butler introduced the young Master Victor. Adolf turned around. Adolf thought it was the Baskerville family's supernova, and only then realized that Kami was not nearby. She was already next to Victor and asked him what he had just said. Victor recognized her. He even accidentally called her name. Kami asked what was with that stupid expression. This iron-blooded empress of the Morg family, Kami Morg, is called a genius among the geniuses of the Morg clan. She raised countless great mages, and at the peak of her powers, she single-handedly defeated all the monsters and barbarians in the Red-Black Mountains. And she burned her alive on spears, thus creating the famous border of blood and ash, and her beauty enchanted everyone. She could even manipulate members of the imperial family, for which she was nicknamed the Fiery Goddess of Power. But all this will be in the distant future. Now she is just a child. Kami asked why the mine was suddenly his. She was hers, Victor answered. Wow, she came all this way, just to throw a tantrum. Adolf and Hugh were surprised, and Kami was angry. She asked, "Hysterics?" Victor answered, "Yes, exactly." Kami said, "In that case, he will explain why the mine belongs to the Morg family. So that even a stupid idiot like Victor would understand," Victor said. "It sounds funny." Kami created an ice sculpture of the kingdom, and said, he will explain it in simple terms. Victor wondered why she made an ice sculpture. He thought they would fight, and Kami said that he probably knows that the best rubies are mined from here. This mine is located on the border between the territories of the clans. In the so-called joint protected area, it is true. The problem is that the entrance to the mine is located on the territory of the Morg, and the mine itself goes deep into the Baskerville territory, so the Baskerville clan has no right to appropriate the entire mine, which means the mine belongs to the Morg clan. But they claim it is a trespass and interferes with ruby mining, and also opens up to pay rent, Victor said. Rubies are used for magical ingredients, so the Baskerville clan doesn't really need them, but the payment for the territory must be. It's a tragedy that there wasn't an idiot in the Baskerville clan who would allow them to freely mine rubies to earn a pittance. Kima shouted. He himself just said that they don't need rubies, Victor replied. Yes, they are only interested in their lands. That's why he tells them not to interfere. Only their clan loses something in this situation. Kami shouted, "Okay, she will make him understand who has the right to manage the ruby mine. This is her land and this is his. So whose hand is this?" Kami asked as she extended her hand. Then Victor grabbed her hand and asked. She asks whose hand is now on his territory. Of course, Kami screamed at him, asking what he was saying. Why did she have his hand? Suddenly, Victor took out his knife and declared, he said that her hand belonged to him. Adolf did not sit on the sidelines. He approached Victor and ordered him to immediately move away from his niece. Kami ran up to her uncle, and Adolf yelled at Hugh what the hell this meant. Hugh told his son he thought his son had gone too far with his jokes. Victor apologized. However, this is a common joke in their family circle, Victor said. The knife turned out to be a toy. But this did not calm Adolf down. He shouted at Hugh what kind of toys he gives to his children. Victor bowed and said that he did not mean to make her cry. He offers his sincere apologies. In the Baskerville family, they have been playing with this kind of toys since childhood. Hugh asked Adolf if he thought he was getting too involved in children's games. He has some ideas about the ruby mine. I'm sure Adolf would be happy to hear them. But first, they needed to complete their joint training, Kami told Victor. She wouldn't forget that. Let him look around. Soon joint exercises began between the Baskerville and Morg clans. The event involves children between 8 and 15 years old, with the 8-year-olds challenging each other in theory or sensitivity to Manet. The 15-year-olds are stealing the show with real battles. However, this year the public's attention is directed to a completely different place. The famous clan of magicians, the Morg clan, Kami Morg, and the Iron Blood clan of the Sword, the Baskerville clan, Victor van Baskerville, at the request of the Morg clan. The battle will be held according to the rules of practical training, and the focus will be on a duel between two geniuses of respected clans. Kami told Victor to get ready as soon as he was ready. She would not hold back. She cast 4 spells at once. 8-year-old Kami was truly a genius. People said, wow, she created not just one spell that was difficult even for a 15-year-old, but 4 at once. As expected from the genius of the Morg clan, Kami attacked Victor and he successfully evaded them. Victor said she had some pretty flashy spells, but wouldn't it be better to focus on one? Kami asked. Why does it matter to him? He is an idiot who doesn't understand magic at all. She created a sand wall, but Victor broke it and said, he's an idiot, how rude. Kami was surprised that Victor broke through the sand wall so easily, all thanks to the power of the river Styx. She let her guard down. Victor ran up to her and flicked her. Kami fell to the ground. Kami shouted, why did he flick her on the forehead? He wants to say that he deals with opponents easily. He won't get away with it that easily, Victor said. The forehead probably wants to finish everything with a bolt before the situation gets out of control. Kami created a double wall of sand, and Victor wondered what the point was if he could just go around them. And yet Victor decided to play along, and began to hit the wall. Making a hole, he extended his hand to Kami. And then he asked, and now the question is, I wonder whose hand just went through the wall. The answer is the hand of the strong. Victor again flicked Kami on the forehead. and she fell again. Kami was still a child, unlike Victor. So she got angry and attacked him, Victor thought. He thought she would give in after he hurt her. But dealing with children is much more difficult, despite the fact that Victor can break her neck if he wants. This will only bring trouble. It is worth calming her down. Perhaps it would be better to let others deal with this issue. Another pair of guys were fighting next to Kami and Victor. Victor looked at them and thought, this idiot mage keeps summoning fire, and the idiot swordsman cuts a path through it. They could be useful, Kami shouted. Not to be distracted, he had to fight her. The mage behind Victor prepared a large spell and said, let's see how he can cut this. Victor ran towards them and told Kami that she should prepare a protective spell. Due to the power of the spell and the barrier, a large explosion occurred. Adolf screamed Kami's name. Luckily, Kami was fine and managed to avoid any injuries with the help of a protective spell. But the fire magic burned her clothes, while they can't see anything because of the smoke. But it will soon clear. Kami was worried that she would become a laughingstock, but at that moment, a jacket was thrown over her. It was Victor's jacket, he said to wear it. Kami asked why he was protecting his enemy. Victor asked what? Take the jacket back. Kami said that's not what she wanted to say. But they will see him, Victor said. Does it matter to him, Kami thought. What a fool. Why does he care about her? Kami screamed. His hand. He was bleeding, Victor thought. A scratch appeared on the body, strengthened by the river Styx. That idiot swordsman must have put some aura into the blow. The smoke cleared, and Adolf said with relief, thank God she's okay. The knight said that Lady Morg was on the ground, but the young master was bleeding. It was difficult to understand who had won. But my God, look how built Victor is. Probably thanks to the power of the river Styx. These are muscles. You can already judge how trained he is, the knights praised Victor. After the battle, Victor and Hugh were walking to the office, and Hugh asked, so how did the battle with the young lady from the Morg clan go? Victor said it was interesting. Now he understood the purpose of this event. Hugh said, a battle against a mage is different from a battle against a swordsman. Hugh asked why he didn't deliver the finishing blow. Victor replied that he simply didn't know how to properly handle a lady. Then Hugh said that losing one's guard during battle leads to injuries. Let this scratch serve as a lesson to him. Victor was very surprised. He wondered why Hugh was worried about him. He didn't remember what Hugh was like in his youth. He was always hungry, strict and cruel, and was rumored to have a bad temper due to the loss of his first wife and eldest daughter. However, it was none of his business. Hugh asked Victor what he thought they should do with the ruby mine. Victor replied that he thought they should give it up. Hugh asked if they should give up control of the mine and for what reason. And Victor replied, the main task of Baskerville is to expand its territory. The mountain of the Red Peak, located near the ruby mine. Situated below the Red-Black Mountains, the monsters and barbarians living there will be a problem if they can make proper use of the Morg clan. This will help to minimize their losses during expansion in that region. As soon as the Morg clan gains control of the mine, they will send a huge number of their people there. All that will remain for them is to send monsters and barbarians to that region, so they can get rid of all the problems at once, Hugh said. The rubies will sprinkle the blood of their enemies. If this happens, the Morg clan will think twice before setting foot on their territory. His idea coincides with the one that came to his mind. In fact, in his past life, Hugh did just that, and Victor did all the work. Victor said they needed to keep a close eye on the actions of the Morg clan. Hugh replied that there was no need for that. He had increased the number of hounds patrolling the area. Suddenly, they ran into Adolf and Kami. Adolf asked Hugh if they could talk before leaving. In the office, Hugh asked what the Patriarch's representative wanted to talk about. Adolf said he needed to mention something. They were thinking about a peaceful solution to the mine issue. Payment for its use was just one of the proposals. Hugh asked what they had come to, a fee for opening up his territories. Then Adolf asked what about the engagement. The engagement between the children of the Morg and Baskerville clans, Hugh asked, and who he wanted to propose. Adolf asked, for example, the eldest son of the Baskerville family and the eldest daughter of the Morg family, his niece. His niece is a wonderful girl. She has both looks and intelligence. She has everything. I am sure she will be a wonderful match for a man. Referred to as the little son of the Baskerville clan, Hugh reminded him that his eldest son was already 25 this year. He knows about the age gap, Hugh asked, Adolf said. 8 and 25, only 17 years difference. It wasn't such a problem, but then Kami intervened in the conversation. She said that she would not marry someone who was weaker than her mother. Adolf told her that if she chose only someone stronger than her mother as her life partner, she would remain alone forever. Kami replied that this was her condition, and she didn't like such a big age gap. She wanted someone her age or younger. Hugh got angry and said, this is not a buffet for her, Kami said. She knows, and she has no intention of playing. Then Kami looked meekly at Victor. Adolf and Hugh turned around and Adolf said, okay. And Kami whispered, no, it's not worth it. This is a child of the Wang branch, and is not a direct heir. Whatever happened, he would be a small fish in a huge lake. Hugh wondered why this made him so angry. Hugh said, well, the most important thing in an engagement is the intentions of those involved. Hugh asked what his son thought. Kami blushed and looked at Victor, and after thinking a little, Victor said, he accepts. Adolf got angry and thought, what a bastard, how dare he? What intentions does he have towards the only daughter of the Morg clan? And Kami blushed and thought, it turns out he's not against this idea. Is he really more modest than he might seem? Hugh said that in the Baskerville family they do not look at names and titles, just as the main branch is not without weak ones, so the Wang branch is not without great ones. Adolf asked if he was sure. Then he walked up to Victor and looked at him menacingly. Victor thought, Adolf Morg, master of the Sixth Circle, one of the strongest among his clan and the main support of his niece. Adolf told Victor that he didn't think it was wise to tell him this, but they couldn't let just anyone become Kami's husband. He put his hand on Victor's shoulder and wondered why this boy's body was so strong. Victor thought that the engagement was just an agreement between clans. It seemed that even the genius of the Baskerville clan was not enough for him. Adolf asked why Victor wasn't answering. Victor replied that he hadn't been listening since he said that it wouldn't be wise to say the following words. Kami thought, this is something to say to her uncle, but Hugh was very pleased with his son's answer. Suddenly, Adolf laughed and asked if he could talk to this guy alone. Hugh asked if one of the best magicians in the Empire was really going to scold an 8-year-old. Adolf said that he could soon become the husband of his niece. This is a request not as a representative of the patriarch of the Morg family, but a request as an uncle. Kami said no, Adolf said no, and she better sit down. In the end, it was going to happen to someone else. Adolf asked Hugh if the patriarch would give him such an opportunity. Hugh replied, okay, if he was so adamant. Soon they were already standing in the arena. Adolf said that he would test his abilities, let Victor show everything he is capable of. Victor replied, okay. He understood, but he himself thought that if he really showed everything, Adolf would faint. Adolf said he would even their chances. Then he created a pot out of sand. Kami was surprised. She said, here he is, her uncle, simultaneously and perfectly using the magic of fire, earth, and water. Adolf said he would fight him with a pot of water on his head. If even one drop spilled, Victor would win. Victor thought Adolf Morg was a difficult opponent even before his regression. This is a great chance to test his strength and see what Adolf is capable of, which is also why Hugh accepted his request. Before going back in time, he wondered what his chances of winning against him were. The chance of a stealth kill would be 50%, but in the case of a direct confrontation it would drop to 10%. There was no need to try too hard. Just to satisfy Hugh's expectations, Adolf told Victor to attack. Victor ran forward, ready to attack, but Kami said he couldn't just rush straight at his uncle. And Victor quickly understood why. Adolf created a barrier and asked why his niece told him this. Shield magic works best against swordsmen. Its defense will be difficult to penetrate even with a sword charged with aura. Then he created a fire spell and asked, so why doesn't he go on the offensive? He attacked Victor. Then Kami screamed, it was so unfair, he would never use such magic against her. Adolf asked whose side she was on. Adolf screamed, freak! He would never forgive him for this, Hugh thought. An attack at that speed would be difficult to dodge, but not impossible. He thinks there is no need to stop them. Let him show the old man what a young hound is capable of. Victor thought. So this is what Adolf is capable of now. After regression, he is 8 years old. And he retained all the knowledge he had previously acquired. If he used the initial data correctly, he would be able to catch him off guard. Or maybe even kill. Victor attacked Adolf's barrier several times, but there was no crack yet. Adolf said nothing would change. No matter how hard Victor tried, his sword would never penetrate his shield. And then Victor hit the shield again, and a crack appeared on it, Adolf thought. He was unmistakably striking the same spot. I must admit, his focus and swordsmanship are impressive. After striking again, Victor's sword shattered. Adolf said it was like banging his head against a wall. It was worth considering the strength of your sword and his shield. It is good to focus on one target, but everything depends on the enemy. He certainly has talent, but Victor is too weak to protect his niece. Adolf talked and talked, not even noticing that water was flowing from the pot. Then he asked, a splinter of a sword pierced the pot. Victor said quite well. It seems the goal was accomplished. He was talking about the pot, of course. Kami was impressed, she shouted, albeit accidentally, but Victor defeated his uncle. But Hugh was quite pleased, he thought, by chance. A fragment of the sword accidentally fell right into the pot. Victor Van Baskerville. It looks like he might be able to raise a much stronger hound than he originally thought. 7 years later, the Baskerville family's training ground, the children stood before a huge monster. The monster attacked the children, and they, in turn, all attacked the monster at once. Watching over them was the shadow dog of the Baskerville clan, Stanford Baskerville, who shouted that when an enemy stronger than them attacked, it was only logical to retreat. Don't aim for vital points from the start. Let them hit the legs to slow down the enemy. It's more effective. But then the triplets attacked the monster at the same time and defeated it. The monster fell to the ground. Stanford thought, as expected from the triplets. Their deep crimson aura suited the Baskerville family perfectly. After the triplets had worn the monster down badly, the others finished it off. Stanford said, great job. Now each of them is considered an advanced low-ranking swordsman. What is equivalent to the complete mastery of the first Baskerville technique. The 7-year training has come to an end, unlike the bull bear, imprisoned in a cage. A wild bull bear will behave differently. Even he will not be able to cope with adults. Let them remember that death can overtake any of them. Either they use their bloodline to overcome difficulties, or they use their experience to somehow survive. That's all. He congratulates them on their graduation. Good luck in the future. Later, the children gathered and began to discuss who would go where. What knightly order are they going to join? The guy said he would like to join the Dobermans. There are families of knightly orders operating within the Baskerville clan, each founded and serving a different purpose, such as surveillance, search, protection, killing, suppression, total war, and so on. The guy asked where they thought he was going. The other guy asked who. Then the guy said, obviously, who he was talking about. He heard that Victor himself had tamed a bull bear larger than this one, and also that he was already an advanced swordsman of high rank. Victor can already withstand 3 fangs. That is, he has mastered the 3rd Baskerville technique. He is already at the level of a shadow dog. And Victor thought it took longer than he thought. His current hidden level is the intermediate level of a sword expert, the 5th technique of Baskerville. Compared to how he was 7 years ago, he had barely risen from the lowest level of a sword expert. However, if we only consider sword skills, he had surpassed his pre-regression level. And yet, the growth rate was still much slower than Victor expected. The butler came to Victor and said that the patriarch was looking for him. Apparently, the decision about his distribution had been made. Victor came to Hugh and said, "It's been a long time since we've seen each other," and asked how the patriarch is doing, Hugh mumbled. Then Victor asked, "What happened to his nose?" Hugh replied. "During the fight with the barbarians in the Red-Black Mountains, one of the archers hit him." Victor asked if the patriarch had caught him. Hugh replied, "No, he hadn't, but she also got a scar on her face. Anyway, congratulations on your graduation, but it will only get more difficult from now on." Victor thought he was going to talk about distribution. In the past, he became a junior knight in the Order of Pit Bulls. He was sent to the Red and Black Mountains to fight for his life for 21 months. As befits expendable material, immediately sent into battle, the Baskerville children are divided into elite and expendable material, depending on their success by the age of 15. While the expendables die in battle, the elite are educated in politics and governance. Having gone through countless battles, not for life but for death, experienced expendables become guardians of the elite. And the elite matures over time, practicing the knowledge they have gained. In order for the elite to be comparable to the expendable material who had many hours of experience in real battles, so in his life before the regression, his sword skill could not rise above the 4th technique. Victor thought Hugh would never allow a natural child to enter the elite. But then Hugh asked why Victor didn't go to the lower house of parliament. The lower house of parliament assists the regional administration of the Baskerville clan, the legislative and law enforcement bodies. In addition, he invites businesses and looks after the region. If necessary, Victor was very surprised. And Hugh said that Victor's achievements surpassed those of anyone who had been called a genius at age 10, so he would treat him accordingly. Victor will take the position of deputy consul of the city of Underdog. Victor said he will accept any decision, but he must mention something. He has to notify them about the incident involving the Morg clan and the mine, Adolf asked. Victor about how he fought against Adolf Morg. Then he promised Victor a reward, Hugh asked. Apparently Victor wants to receive it now. Victor answered, "Everything is correct. He can borrow it once. If it is too much, then the patriarch has the right to refuse." Hugh replied, "Not at all." He believed that Victor would not do anything stupid. He was his son. Victor said he wouldn't make him worry. Victor couldn't get used to Hugh calling him his son. Hugh fulfills his wish, something that would have been unthinkable before the regression. The butler and Victor were walking down the corridor when John said that the patriarch treasured the young master immensely. He can say this because he assigned Victor to perform the duties of consul, and did not send him straight to the battlefield. This can be called the education of the future king. The patriarch is preparing a great future for Victor. Victor said that this was only true if he successfully fulfilled his duties as deputy consul. This is good. Using the power of the deputy consul, Victor will be able to hone his skills more safely. He doesn't care about current events after all. His past memories haven't disappeared. He still remembers the feeling of his severed head rolling away from the guillotine. So he's going to let Hugh feel it firsthand. Baskerville territory, Underdog. The man ordered that the place be squeaky clean by tomorrow. The new deputy consul is coming here. He's from the Baskerville family, so they should try hard. The guy said, "I wonder what kind of person he is. I hope he has experience in running a business." The second one said he was only 15. What can you expect from a minor? This time they are also screwed. Then he noticed someone and wondered whose child it was. One of the workers brought him. He grabbed Victor by the shoulder and said that he couldn't walk around freely here. But Victor looked at him menacingly and ordered him to remove his hand immediately. And he showed the document. The guy said in confusion, "The deputy is early." And the second one thought, "Why did he arrive a day early?" Victor ordered one of the guys to prepare women and drinks. He was going to have a party. That same evening, Victor threw a party before he even started his work as deputy consul. Chihuahua Baskerville is the general secretary of the town of Underdog, and he is currently very upset. The man thought that this boy was drinking on his first day at work, and that some ridiculous guy was sent to this job. He was already saddened by the fact that all his predecessors had been fired for taking bribes, but he even threw a party at his workplace. The man shouted what an unbearable child. He would watch the bastard go on a drinking spree when the city was reduced to ruins. But then Victor appeared behind him and asked if he was the general secretary. Then Chihuahua said his name. Victor also introduced himself, and then asked the man if Chihuahua had a second name. The man thought, just not again. The absence of a second name is an indicator that he is a person from the outside. As a mere hired worker and not related by blood to his family, he had to deal with all the deputy consuls discriminating against him on this account. But Victor said great, he checked his personal information on the way here. Chihuahua is local, right? He must know everything inside and out. He understands how hard it is for someone like him to work. So he won't interfere with his work and will hope that Chihuahua will continue to do his job well. Chihuahua thought, this is such a new way of bullying. Why is he here when he himself asked to organize the party? Victor said that the personal law system itself is not flawed. But when it comes to the judicial system, many oddities appear. The problem with the city is that many of the illegal business owners have become successful, resulting in the criminal world becoming above the law. The problem will not be solved by simply closing down illegal businesses. The leaders of the criminal world must be removed. The job of the deputy consul is to make laws and enforce them. He respects all the laws that are already in force in the city, but will add one more. He'll do everything he can to make sure the underworld economy collapses within a week, but he needs a reason to pass this law. Chihuahua asked why he needed a reason to eliminate the illegal business. Victor replied that he was still young, and he just took office, so he needs a show to make it look more convincing. In other words, he'll put shit out for the flies. The next day, in the city center, Dort Street, Victor gathered people and went on stage. The guys asked what the deputy consul was going to do. He had been standing here since early morning. Then Victor spoke up. Let everyone listen. He is the new deputy consul. People started whispering, but he is so young, such a cutie. Victor said that he believes that everyone has already seen this sign. These are the laws in force in the city. Even with the change of deputy consul, the laws of the Baskerville family remain as strict as ever, and will remain so. The people just laughed. Then Chihuahua shouted, how dare they? He is from the main Baskerville family. Let them think about manners. But the people said with displeasure, enough already. I would like Chihuahua to become the new deputy consul. How could such a little boy possibly enforce the laws? Then Victor took his staff and stuck it into the ground. Then he said that by the power given to him as deputy consul, he was declaring a state of emergency. Victor's special law, section 1.1. Anyone who can pull this stake out of the ground will receive 100 million gold from him. People looked at each other in shock and started saying, this is 4 times higher than the average salary. Victor asked if anyone wanted to try. No one needed 100 million. Then he said, there is nothing to be done. Whoever pulls out this stake will receive 1 billion gold. The man shouted, this is just ridiculous. He is mocking the common people. What idiot would believe this? People picked up on his discontent and shouted, 1 billion is not a small sum. Chihuahua thought, why is he doing it? And he feels ashamed. Then Victor said, that means there are no volunteers. Victor raised the winning amount again and asked if no one would come out anyway. People were still unsure, they said. Maybe I should try. Maybe he's not joking. But what about his sword? What if he immediately executes you if he thinks you are greedy? Victor said, no one anyway, Chihuahua whispered. Their city does not have such a huge amount. Finally, the little girl raised her hand and said, could she try? The man shouted, why is she interfering? She is just a flower girl, Judy said. Her mother is ill. So why shouldn't she try? The man shouted. Naive, she might get killed. Then Judy said that if something happened to her, let them take care of her mother. Then she went to Victor. She thought, he won't kill her, right? She volunteered, thereby making herself a laughingstock. He will pay her at least a couple of coins, hoping that he will receive at least as much as the basket of flowers costs. Victor ordered her to pull out the stick. Judy crouched down and pulled out the stick with ease. People thought she really managed to pull out the stick. Judy thought it was that easy and got scared. Out of fear, she closed her eyes and thought that now she would be executed. But for what reason? Disrespect for a nobleman. Dishonor? Greed? Who will look after her mother when she dies? The girl asked her mother for forgiveness. Then Victor pulled out a bag of money and said, look, for now there are 100 million here. He asked where she lived. Since 10 billion gold was too heavy, they would deliver it to her. And also provide security to protect these funds. This is the law, and laws must be followed. This performance became an opportunity to glorify Victor's special law, even more than the laws of the Baskerville family. Everyone saw that compliance with the law is rewarded, and non-compliance is punished. This simple logic touched the hearts of the townspeople. In a society where rules are paramount, with the introduction of Victor's special law, lawlessness has noticeably decreased, and the number of crimes decreased by half. Chihuahua creaked the sign and Victor said, he has beautiful handwriting. Chihuahua said, who would have thought that he would put on such a daring performance? Nothing had touched him so much in the last 20 years. Victor said that one cannot rule with a whip when people belittle the law and do not trust it. He thought hard about how he could attract the attention of the townspeople and leave a lasting impression, and that's what it came down to, Chihuahua said. He will be faithful to Victor until the end of his days. Victor asked him to calm down and thought, in fact, a similar show was put on by Kami many years later, when she became the matriarch. The crime rate dropped to 1%. He said the problems were just beginning because they had spent so much money, and they needed to find a way to get that money back into the treasury. This is where the suspected illegal groups are located, or are expected to be located. They will watch these points and confiscate their dirty money. Chihuahua asked how Victor knew their location. Victor replied that he could smell them, but he thought that he had studied these very places endlessly in his past life, so he knew them like the back of his hand. The guy came into the office and said that the Youth Autonomous Association of the Rural Mayor's office had requested a meeting. Victor said that the impudent bastards from the regions want to meet with him. Chihuahua said that this mayor's office includes representatives of the clans Man, Payor, Radar. The organization was founded by the second and third generations of 7 local Baskerville families. They call themselves a Youth Autonomous Association, but in fact they are a diverse public gathering. Surely the young gentlemen from there want to discuss Victor's special law with him. Victor said, "So the flies smelled a pile of shit. So shouldn't they start eliminating the insects that are devouring the city?" The club is located in an elite hotel in the city of Underdog. The burning suspension is in the room, in the very depths of the club. There is a VIP lounge, the cost of staying in which is 10 million for 6 hours. The main figures in this group are the 7 leading members of the Youth Autonomous Association. The second and third generation children of 7 families in the Baskerville area. They spent $1 million on a bottle. The guy said that no matter how much he spends, the money replenishes itself. The other said that he can live like this, thanks to Baskerville. Despite the increasing demands on servants, barbarians are easily caught for sale, perhaps thanks to the Baskerville family, who are only concerned with expanding their territory. And that's great, because they don't have to worry about the imperial family. This club is much better than the clubs in the capital. The guy said, "Seriously, these idiots don't know anything except the sword. It became obvious after the incident in Mayseem. They don't even know that they have shifted the blame onto them. And now one of the most loyal clans, the Messim clan, has been completely wiped out in the massacre. Because of this, there are only 7 clans now. That's what happens when someone crosses them." He made inquiries. It seems that this newcomer is from the Van branch. His name is Victor. The blonde asked if they know him. The guy answered, "No, it's the first time he's heard of it," the blonde asked. "It looks like he's already put on a show, being here at such a young age. Why don't they have some fun and teach him a lesson? They'll bring him here, throw a party with the best drinks and girls. And then, after the party is over, they'll make him pay for everything a government employee's child is unlikely to have money. They'll just say it's all a joke and pay for the evening themselves. After that, he won't bother them for anything." The girls came and Victor was with them. The guy asked who invited this guy. He knew someone. The man said he walked inside with such confidence that no one asked any questions. He grabbed Victor by the hair and asked what he was doing there, but quickly regretted it. The man's arm was broken. The guy shouted, "What's wrong?" Victor came up and said, "He's Victor Van Baskerville." The guys shouted what the deputy consul was doing here. Victor replied that they had called him here themselves. Then the boys began to whisper whether to put their plan into action. They would leave him, and then make him pay for the party. Victor asked why they didn't stop with their empty chatter. And touching the table, he deliberately knocked over the glasses of wine. The blonde thought he used mana control to blow up the wine tower just by touching the table. In that case, he is an expert. The guys got scared and started whispering again. He is definitely 15. The blonde told the guy he was at an average level, let him do something. The guy replied he would lose immediately. Victor put his hand on the guy's shoulder, and he asked if they would have to pay for the drinks. And Victor replied, of course they would pay for their own drinks. Did they really want to force him to do that? The guys got nervous and asked why they would do that to someone from the Baskerville clan. How could he think that? Mr. Victor already knows that Underdog is full of corruption. They wanted to make sure that Victor is not tempted by the benefits of the city. Then Victor said, the owner can check his dogs, but not the other way around, and hit one guy. A dog should never doubt its owner. It seems they have completely forgotten themselves because of money and power. It's only because they haven't experienced real horror yet that they know why he did this to him. If not, then it wouldn't hurt them to go through the same thing. Then the guys got nervous and said, of course they know. They are well aware of the reasons for his actions, Victor said. So in that case, they know perfectly well what he will do next. Victor killed that guy and the others got mad and shouted, he thinks he can get away with it. Then Victor ran up to them and said, well, I knew they didn't understand anything. The kidnapping of adults, children, illegal human trafficking. It seems they have sinned enough crimes. Animals do not remember anything until they get what they deserve. If so, he will see what he can do to teach the disobedient creatures a lesson. Later, Victor and Chihuahua went downstairs to the guys that Victor had put behind bars. The blonde guy screamed, the bastard thinks he will survive this. His father will find out about everything. He'll see what happens when he gets out of here. He'll finish him off. He'll never forgive him. Chihuahua asked why Victor beat them so hard. Victor asked, Chihuahua thinks he overdid it. And Chihuahua replied, of course, you can't just beat everyone half to death. Victor can't consider people as simple bags of meat. Victor replied, there is no need to worry. He hasn't even started yet. The village mayor's office must deal with the corrupt servants of the people and form a regional society. But they have become a secret organization, disregarding even the authority of the Baskerville family. He can judge this from their insolent expressions. Can't you see that these bastards never learned their lesson? As soon as the sun sets, he will execute them. And, if it comes to that, he will bury all the people connected with them, Chihuahua shouted. Victor is serious. Victor answered calmly, of course. Then the guys burst into tears and started shouting that they were very sorry. They will give him everything they have. All they want is life, Chihuahua asked. Would their families sit back and do nothing? Of course, they are cowardly, but they are also very audacious, and if they do this, they will not receive a penny from them for further initiatives. And they will take revenge, Victor replied. Don't worry, their families won't be able to complain, because these people are connected to criminal organizations of the criminal world, Chihuahua said. But they have no evidence, Victor replied. He has his own methods. Victor planned to create evidence if he does not find it. He has no interest in further developments. The world will soon change, and he will most likely be sent to the battlefield. And even if not, he will have to leave the city as soon as he enters the academy, Victor said. They are accused of human trafficking, kidnapping children. And the murder organizations, the guy shouted. They did nothing like that. They will be punished only for what there is evidence, Victor asked. So they will accept their punishment provided there is evidence. It sounds like they were committing crimes, but there is no evidence of this. The guys went silent. Victor thought he was saying that he would never tarnish the family name, even if he had to die. Suddenly, the man came down to them and said that he had prepared everything that the deputy had asked for. Victor praised him for his excellent work. The men took everything out of the bag and said that he was seeing some of the objects for the first time, despite 30 years of experience in torture. How did the deputy come up with such terrible tools? The man asked. Victor replied that it was not his invention. They were common where he came from. The man asked if Mr. had come from hell. Victor replied, "You could say so," and asked the man if he wanted to learn something new. And the man said, politely decline the offer. He might be sick of seeing these objects in action. Victor went to the tools. He thought, nostalgia, during the torture in the era of destruction. Even the prisoners from the demon clan told everything they knew, even though the torture was not reliable. Still, Victor thought that torture methods had evolved significantly during the interrogation of the demon clan members. Victor asked where the expression on their faces that said they weren't admitting anything had gone. Let them continue to keep their mouths shut. He wants to at least once pay tribute to the past. Rumors quickly spread, and 7 corrupt bandits who had been living in luxury were arrested at once. As long as more than 3 people gathered somewhere in the city, the rumor continued to circulate. People said that they were parasites who treated the residents like cattle, and that they were unlikely to be released anytime soon. The man said they were the 2nd generation of local nobility. They would simply be reprimanded and released. But the second said the new consul was not like that. He could spend $1 billion with the snap of his fingers. All the townspeople said that this was nothing more than a political game between the new and old authorities, and as soon as they win them over to their side, everything will come to naught. Just as the city's residents, the clans of the arrested guys, thought. They apologized to the new deputy consul, and local authorities began to bend to their will. Now the prisoners will be released without charges, and the deputy consul will receive a scolding from the patriarch. Everyone expected this outcome. No one believed otherwise, until the heads of 7 criminals were displayed in the main square. They, preserved in salt, expressed agony, as if they were experiencing incredible suffering until their last breath. People noticed the text above their heads, which explained in detail the punishments they had received. The guy from hell said that since the laws already existed, the question shouldn't arise. But for the first time, justice has come to the region's notorious local authorities, which is bringing about changes. Once they hear the battle cry, they will start using their heads as soon as the destruction of the groups begins. Underdog is going through a bloodbath. The secretary better brace himself, as he will be joining him in the next strategy. Soon they were in a rather strange place, and the secretary asked Victor if the consul thought this was the right strategy. Victor asked if the secretary didn't trust him. The secretary answered, of course not. And yet, the secretary was worried. He wondered if this was really the right plan. Victor was in a cage. They were in a disgusting place. It was a servant market. The nobility brought people to sell. According to Victor's strategy, he would have to be sold as a subordinate, which is why the secretary was so worried. The city of Underdog, somewhere on the outskirts, near a huge tent erected in the middle of nowhere, luxurious carriages began to gather. Today, there is an auction for the sale of servants, of course. The Baskerville family was not informed of this illegal event. The goods were kidnapped barbarians, nobles, and commoners, the man shouted. Welcome. They sincerely welcome them to the circus. The Man Blanc clan has also arrived. This neat signature is the exclusive mark of the Man Blanc clan. According to the identification card, he was here as a seller, Chihuahua replied. Yes, he had come to sell. The man said that since the Man Blanc clan was their valuable guest who was acquiring a large number of subordinates, he asked again because he was worried that they didn't like the previous purchase. Chihuahua said that's not the issue. He's satisfied with the quality of the subordinates sold here, the man said. Black hair and red eyes, a rare commodity. He will take charge and sell it at a good price, he hopes, sir, to enjoy his time at the circus. The man came on stage and people said, there are rumors that the mysterious servant exhibition is gaining popularity in the Empire. He doesn't care what's popular there. All that's required of servants is to be pleasant in appearance, the guest said. The clown shouted. And now, the goods secretly appropriated by the knights of the Baskerville family. An A-rank monster rumored to have 19 hearts, Mercial, the hellish water bull, Skin, meat, bones, and entrails, nothing to throw away, so the price starts at 100 million gold. People started offering money. The auction was in full swing. The nobility were throwing money left and right. The clown shouted, "Okay, time to move on to the next lot." But then the man whispered something to him. Then the clown shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, they have just received a special product, a rarity, which was picked up by a merchant in the depths of the jungle by his subordinates. She comes from a tribe of warriors who live in the jungles of the Red and Black Mountains, a barbarian from Balaca. It's a completely different feeling to tame a wild servant, isn't it? They'll have a chance to test their training techniques in practice." The girl spoke in an incomprehensible language, and the clown wondered why they put someone like that up for sale. The clown shouted, "Okay, the starting price is 5 million, but the audience was silent." Then the clown shouted, "No one wants it. In that case, they will lower the price to 3 million. And still the people remained silent. The clown said the sale didn't take place, but he said let them bring in goods with a guaranteed sale. And to get rid of this, next time you will have to use bait or something like it. Then the man hit the girl in the stomach and carried her off stage, and the clown said he was sorry for this little incident. As an apology, he brings out their best product of the day, at which point Victor is brought onto the stage. A rare commodity with black hair and red eyes, a purebred boy who requires minimal restrictions. Due to the high quality of the product, he is looking forward to the guests' bets. The woman shouted, 600 million, the clown shouted. The starting price had not yet been announced, but there was already a bid of 600 million. The man shouted, 800 million, then the woman shouted, he is a man. Why does a man need a boy? The man shouted. Let him stay away, he will take part in gladiatorial fights. People kept raising the price, but suddenly someone said 6 billion. Then everyone went silent in shock and turned around, and the clown shouted, they have a bet of 6 billion. Fat Baron Gambino from Granary offered this price. 6 billion for one product at once. He has money to burn. He has recently taken over the resources of the criminal world, as a result of which his influence has increased dramatically, and his wealth is simply incomprehensible. The girl asked if the Baron was spending too much. The fat man said that in the capital, he would sell such a handsome man for even more. He will be in the black even if he buys it and sells it later. The girl said that he will only be able to resell it if there is not a scratch on his body. The Baron shouted quietly. He accepted her only because she had nowhere to go. How dare she brazenly bite the hand that feeds her? The clown shouted that since no one else had expressed a desire, guest number 99 wins the bidding. Victor was brought to the fat man, and he said that the boy was his now. He was not a bad person, so there was no need to be nervous. The fat man thought that he looked even better up close, and said that he had a lot of ideas for games together. Already waiting impatiently, Victor raised his hands, and the fat man asked if he wanted him to remove the shackles. Victor broke the chains and said no need. He hit the floor, and the fat man flew to the side. Then he asked, how about this game called Spear and Shield? He would be the spear, and the Baron the shield. If he holds out, the Baron wins. Victor started the game, and the fat man yelled, security! Let him call security! Cindy froze in fear. Victor asked what was wrong, lost consciousness. Apparently victory was his. Victor took off his wig and Cindy said, he is Victor Van Baskerville. And Victor calmly said, apparently the Baron died. People shouted, here's the Baskerville family hound. What is the new deputy consul doing here? The secretary thought that the deputy had already arranged something grandiose. Victor stood up and said, circus, then, is a fitting name. Those present should not expect to leave here safe and sound. The clown shouted, who cares if he is the deputy consul or not? He doesn't even have a weapon. Let them finish him off. The men attacked Victor, but Victor quickly pulled out his blade and cut them all down at once. Red frightening aura. Victor at the expert stage, the clown realized. Victor easily cut down the huge executioner. Even if he is from the Baskerville family, how can one reach the level of an expert at such an age? They are the ultimate weapon that represents the strength of the nation. At this rate, they will not have a chance to win. Chihuahua said, who could have known that the deputy's skills were so uneven? Suddenly, the clown called Victor. He took the secretary hostage and shouted at him to drop his weapon and surrender, otherwise his ally would die. Let him hurry up or he can't hear what he says, Chihuahua shouted. No need to worry about him. The deputy must take care of himself, the clown shouted. What a madman is doing! Stop twitching! For him there is no justice or compromise. He would rather die than become a burden to his boss. The clown shouted, his words not matching the despair on his face. Victor laughed and said, the secretary's loyalty is simply incredible. There is no need to worry. When he left the Baskerville estate, he received a trump card from the patriarch. The clown shouted, what is this? A flute! What is he going to do with it? Victor whistled so loudly that everyone almost went deaf. Then silence. Victor silently looked at the clown. He asked if nothing had happened. This loud whistle was only for intimidation, and really, the expert can't do anything here. The next second, the knife was in his throat, and an unfamiliar guy appeared behind him. The man shouted who it was and attacked the guy, but he chopped the man down with one swing of his sword. A minute later, guys in the same uniform as that guy entered the hall, and people trembled with fear. The man said, it can't be them, right? Most likely not. I hope it's not them. Cindy thought, the mark of teeth on their chest. She had heard of them. The most brutal knightly order of the Empire. Known as experts in cleanup, the 100 Knights are experts, the Knights of the Baskerville Pit Bull Order. One of the knights appeared behind Cindy, and Cindy thought, no, she can't die here. Unexpectedly, Victor came up and said, "Don't touch this one." The knight immediately bowed to Victor. Then he ordered that the rest be torn to shreds. But those who lay meekly on the floor were not to be touched. However, if they even move a finger, then they can kill mercilessly. The knight answered, listens and obeys, and in an instant disappeared. Victor thought, Hugh is obsessed with military power. How lucky that he was able to gain power over the pit bulls without any problems. The knights began their cleansing, and soon the entire area was filled with cries and pleas for help. The man was shaking with fear and thought he would just lie down on the floor. Then everything would pass him by, and he would be able to escape. But one of the knights approached him, and the man said that he was humbly ready to receive the shackles. Then the knight said, "They don't carry things like that around with them." Then he took out his sword and cut off the man's legs. The future executioner wouldn't need them anyway. The man approached Victor and asked what it was like to use pit bulls. Satisfied, Victor replied, "Yes." And the man said that if he needed any more help, let him whistle. The commander of the Pit Bull Knights, Boston Le Baskerville, thought, so this is what he is like. Now it is clear why Brother Hugh is so interested in him. He is already quite ferocious and cruel at 15 years old. Boston said that he should come to the Pit Bulls sometime. He will raise a worthy man out of him, Victor said. He will think about it. He urgently needs to go somewhere, so he is leaving. Boston thought, besides everything else, he had the courage to ignore him, which made him want Victor even more. Victor thought Boston was annoying and went to look for something. He went into the warehouse. Here they keep the money of the nobles. All of it will be transferred to the city treasury, so there will be no problems with taxes. Victor is disgusted that the Baskerville family financed this event, but that is not so important now. He came to the storage room for another reason. Victor lifted the fabric and saw the girl who was on stage. Apparently she was tortured when they dragged her here. For some reason this angered Victor. Victor told the girl to know that she was lucky. Out of kindness he gives her a potion that he received from the knightly order. After drinking the potion, the wounds immediately healed and the girl jumped up. Victor asked why she was so surprised. Suddenly, Victor spoke in her language. He told her to leave and opened the cage. The girl froze in surprise. Victor had fought the barbarians countless times before the repression, so he had learned the basics of their language. He told her to run away. She looked at Victor with distrust, and then said something. Victor replied that he didn't know the language that well, and yet the girl got up and went out. Before leaving, she said something to Victor, but he did not understand her. Victor said that she probably thanked him, and now it was time to look for what he came for. He came for the monster's corpse and found it, fortunately. The monster was still untouched. Victor summoned Beelzebub and said that it had been a long time since he had absorbed A-rank monsters, and that he would soon feed the sword. The Pitbull Order will be arriving here soon, so we need to hurry. The news spread quickly that the new deputy consul had destroyed the criminal organization. As the sun rose, rumors began to spread that the nobles and other participants in the illegal auction of subordinates had been sent to prison without limbs. And on that day, the huge lair of the city's demons, the entire building where the club of suspicious individuals was located, burned to the ground, and the heads of this select club were put on public display, which brought more attention to the criminal activities. 7 clans that lost their children sent a written protest to the administration office. However, the answer was clear. Death was the only end for the criminals involved in the most forbidden activity of the imperial family, the slave trade. Bank transfers, accounting books, information about their money transfers, which were recorded for the 7 clans, were seized. The Baskerville family began investigating, after which the complaints from the family stopped. Eventually, the patriarchs of each of the 7 clans came to the office in person. It was an unprecedented situation in which everyone had to beg their enemy who had killed their sons. However, Victor's answer was simple. They had already found all the accounting books that confirmed their guilt. All clan assets will be confiscated, and 3 generations of clans will be destroyed as punishment for treason. Due to the appointment of a new deputy consul, the floor of the execution site was soaked with the dirty blood of the city's rotten vermin. As a result, government officials and their subcontractors began to need labor, which led to a decrease in unemployment. And due to the closure of the illegal auction, there will be an influx of money into the treasury, which will lead to the restoration of the city's prosperity. Thanks to the city's residents, Victor's fame grew day by day. The Chihuahua brought coffee to Victor, and Victor said that as an office manager, he needed to diligently do his job and not bring him coffee. But Chihuahua said it was a way to thank Victor. Victor saved his life. Victor asked if it wasn't stingy to pay for his life with a simple cup of coffee. The Chihuahua said he added 2 spoons of sugar, cream, and a little water, then asked how his decoding training was going. Victor handed over the document and Chihuahua said, Victor learned to write not long ago, and he is already so good. But Victor said he still hadn't reached Chihuahua's level, and Chihuahua himself thought he was an amazing person. He was able to create new rules based on the words he learned. And, surprisingly, he also gained knowledge of the law. If the deputy stays here, perhaps the city can develop even more. Victor came to Cindy and said that he was sorry that he couldn't visit her earlier. He had a lot of things to do. Her name is Cindy St. Rose, right? Cindy asked why he left her alive. Victor took off his mask and said, "Obviously because he had questions," Cindy asked. "And that's the reason not to kill her." Then Victor replied, "The reason why an ordinary homosexual, Baron Gumbo, was able to increase his influence." In such a short time, it is concluded that after investigation, it turned out that her ability to earn money is quite good. If she had had the opportunity to earn capital outside of a criminal family, she could have become a great merchant or even a banker. He makes a promise that if she answers his questions, he will let her go. But if not, then she will not regret her actions today. Cindy bit her lip, then said if she could answer she would. Victor said okay. Victor asked what his impressions were. He follows the law well. Cindy replied that she thought a real judge had graced this town with his presence. However, Victor did not appreciate the humor and said that if she did not answer seriously, he couldn't keep his promise. Then Cindy said she thought he was doing a good job. Victor smirked and his eyes lit up. He walked up to Cindy and asked, "And for what reason?" Cindy trembled with fear. Then Victor stepped back and said, "Let her say what he was doing wrong." Victor sat down and Cindy began to speak for a long time. Virtue had been considered the most important factor for a consul. While he may be able to create laws to deal with crime and elevate his greatness, many of the city's inhabitants will soon perish. In the long run, he will be hated and angered. Moreover, the Baskerville family will not be so welcoming to him when he gains more power than the clan leader in the city. Victor said that eventually the people would hate him, and he would become a threat to the Baskervilles. "So what should he do now?" Victor asked. Cindy answered, "Return all the received power and acquired glory to the head of the clan. To stop attracting attention, he needs to go either to the Red-Black Mountains or to the academy in the center of the empire. There, people of his age and status become ordinary people, hide their power and erase their identity. When the time comes, the head of the Baskerville clan will become the scapegoat in his place." Suddenly, Cindy started to tremble, and Victor said that she was offering the dog to bite its own owner on the neck. As a hunting dog, this is her only chance to escape his wrath. Suddenly, Victor changed his tone and said, "He'll take it into account. It was good advice. Her ideas are almost identical to his." As he promised, she is free. Victor freed Cindy, and she asked if he was really letting her go. Victor replied that he always keeps his promises. Cindy said that in that case, she hopes he will never regret what happened today. Suddenly, Victor asked if she knew about the Messim clan, and if there were more famous founding clans. In addition to the 7 ruling families in the city of Underdog, for example, there is a rather wealthy clan of merchants. They were the 8th clan, and were called the Messim clan. However, due to an accident, it ceased to exist. The youngest son of the clan boasted about his learned sword skill during his birthday celebration. The demonstration began, and the people of Baskerville could not believe their eyes. The youngest son demonstrated the secret Baskerville technique, which was known only to family members. Soon, this information reached the head of the Baskerville family. They were convinced that secret military information had leaked. What caused the release of the hunting dogs? As a result, the Messim clan completely died out. However, all this time, the events were controlled by people in the shadows. The young demons of the 7 clans stole the Baskerville family's sword technique and allowed the young master of the Messim clan to learn it. Cindy asked about the history of the 8 clans and how that related to her. Victor said that in fact, there was one member of the clan who survived the massacre. The idiots from the 7 clans kidnapped a 1-year-old girl and, because of her beauty, forced her to suffer cruel and unusual torture. The actions they had committed were too dirty to even talk about. Cindy got angry and said she didn't want to listen anymore. But then Victor said that there was something else concerning this story. Time passed, and a new deputy consul appeared in the city. He was able to bring old issues to the surface and make them pay for it. The trigger for everything was those 7 idiots. The newly appointed deputy did everything to ensure that the 7 idiots went through severe torture, and they confessed their crimes before their inevitable death. Then they spoke their last words. "Forgive me for committing such a heinous crime," Cindy shouted, asking who they were asking for forgiveness from. Victor answered, as anyone from a young girl, which seems to be the false name of Cindy St. Rose, the only survivor of the Messim clan. Cindy screamed, and how was she supposed to believe him? He had captured them and was torturing them. How can she believe that they sincerely repented? Victor said. The easiest way would be to see it with her own eyes. Victor pointed to the chamber where the headless bodies lay, and at the bottom it was written in blood. They led the Messim clan to extinction. They feel sorry for what they did. They don't want to die. Cindy vomited from what she saw. And Victor said that even though they died a painful death, there was still a long way to go before the Messim clan was avenged. There's one more clan to deal with. And while Cindy Sen Messim may despise the Baskerville family, she has every right to do so. Cindy asked, "But he is part of the family. Why then does he help her?" Victor said. "That is the wrong question." Then Cindy stood up and said, she understood what he wanted to say. She would pay the debt. No matter what they do for the rest of their lives, she will do everything to ensure that he never needs money. The next morning, at dawn, Chihuahua ran into Victor's room and happily said, "The sun has risen." And before he could finish speaking, he saw the state of Victor's room. Then he shouted, "What kind of bodies are there?" And Victor calmly replied, "Good morning. I'm not sure. It looks like he killed them in his sleep." Chihuahua shouted, "Really?" Victor answered, "No. Of course, he was joking. Then Chihuahua anxiously asked what kind of childhood Victor had experienced. Victor asked, "What, the joke isn't funny. Lately a lot of obstacles have piled up on the way. 2 poisoned arrows, T poisoned 4 times by someone, acid, snipers, arson, run over by a carriage, and so on down the list. A lot of things happened. It turns out he attracted too much attention," Chihuahua said. "It seems Victor has gone crazy. The skill from the last illegal auction, the hard life of a hellish bull with a danger level of A, was better than he thought. Thanks to the river Styx and this skill strengthening his body, even an expert class assassin was unable to pierce his skin." Victor said, "But since it's starting to piss him off, we need to figure it out," Chihuahua added. "A wise decision." Suddenly, they noticed a carriage nearby. Victor saw the flag of the Baskerville family and decided that it seemed like the main branch had sent them. The butler came out of the carriage and greeted Victor. Victor said that the butler looked much better. The butler said he had faith that Victor would do a great job from the moment he left the main residence. As they spoke, Chihuahua looked at the butler, the best head butler of the Barrymore family, who had been doing his job for 4 generations. In the famously terrifying Baskerville family, where one mistake can lead to death. Victor said, "In any case, if the butler came all the way here," the butler said. "That's right." The patriarch praised his progress and ordered him to return to the main residence. Victor thought with displeasure. It seemed that he was extremely happy, but Chihuahua could not imagine such a thing. Hugh looked at the newspaper. The most beloved figure among the residents of the city of Underdog, Victor. Besides this, he also won the following. First place for the most trusted person among merchants, farmers, children, and scientists. And first place for the most desirable target among assassins, Hugh said. The Baskervilles are only good at using weapons, not brains. Thanks to the efforts of the son, they were able to get rid of this stigma. He tried hard, Victor replied. He just did what he had to, Victor thought. Is that a happy face? Hugh said. Depending on the situation, everyone should get what they deserve. This year, Victor will be the one who goes to the academy. Victor's eyes lit up. The best academy is the Colosseum. The elite of the empire gathers there. This academy is attended by the children of aristocrats and the ruling family. For internal security, they must live in a dormitory. This is an opportunity to become stronger without attracting Hugh's attention. Hugh said he was going to send a few more kids with him, but he hadn't decided on anyone yet. Then Victor said he was close with the triplets. Victor just wanted to use them as punching bags. Hugh said in that case he would send those 3 with him. And does Victor remember the plan he came up with when he was 8 years old? Victor replied that the plan was to give the ruby mines to the Morg family and use them to get rid of the barbarians. Hugh said it worked. Victor asked what the patriarch meant. Hugh replied they suggested a joint raid and were quite modest. So why doesn't he conduct a territory check before entering the academy? He should check whether the laws he introduced are being followed. It will be a useful experience, Victor replied. Obey. Victor got ready to leave. Chihuahua said goodbye to Victor with tears in his eyes and wished him to take care of himself. Then Victor turned around and thought that soon his paths with the chief secretary would part. Victor moved away and said, "They can show themselves." Then all the pit bulls came out of their shelters. Victor then apologized for the wait and explained that he did not want the departure to be disorganized. Stanford replied, "Everything is fine. They will deliver him to the Tower of Youth Morgs safe." Victor asked how Boston was doing. Stanford replied that after the auction of subordinates, he was determined to place Victor in the order of pit bulls. As the sun set, the boys reached the Morg region. Victor said that it didn't look like the law was being broken here. Stanford said they say envoys have been sent here to inspect the area. Victor said it was all to get rid of the barbarians, Stanford said from what he heard. The Morg family had formed a group consisting of 3 delegates, 30 members of the lower house, and 100 mages. At the same time, the Baskerville family contributed only a dozen knights and Victor, a member of the lower house. The elites are on standby on the other side of the mountain range. Well, as Hugh said, it's not such a bad idea to take a look at the barbarian lifestyle. They approached the borders and saw skeletons in the trees. It must have been the work of a magician. Victor said it was a message to the barbarians from the Morg clan, Stanford added, a dire warning. Then Victor thought, it reminds me a lot of her. She must have grown up a lot already. The boys approached the gate, but the triplets stopped them. They said that no one could pass without their permission. Victor, of course, knew these girls. The 3 flowers of the Morgs, the triplets Hayes, Midless, and Lowe's. Each of them is crazy. And when they are together, their madness reaches the sky, Victor said. He is from the team of messengers from the Baskerville family. They came to check the territory and strengthen friendly relations. Let them open the gates, Mitty said. Not now. She must inform the authorities about their sudden arrival. Victor asked what right they had to not let him enter their lands. The girl asked if he looked down on them because they paid rent. Doesn't he know about the law to protect the tenant? It's his family law. Victor was irritated by this. So he said, he changed this law so that if he wanted to, he could kick out tenants he didn't like. He repeats for the last time, let them open the gates. Victor was serious. Then the girl, frightened, called upon her abilities, and said that she had heard that some psychopathic boy had seized power in the city of Underdog. But they've dealt with enough crazy people to know how to deal with him. If she said to wait, let him wait. He cannot enter the lands of the Morgoths without permission. Or should they test how strong the rising star of the Baskerville family is? The girl screamed. Stanford said he didn't think they could solve it with words. Victor said yes. Suddenly, one of the knights shouted, "What kind of absurdity is this coming from girls who don't know their place?" The other knights supported him and began to shout nonsense. Victor recognized this voice. Then the girls screamed, "They are just small fry. They think their ranks are higher." But then the knights took off their hoods and said, "This guy is the symbol of the Baskerville family." The triplets turned around happily and told Victor to leave it to them. Victor was not at all happy about this. His irritation increased sharply. Squared. The first of the triplets said they would repay Victor for recommending them to the academy. The naive boys didn't know that Victor intended to use them as punching bags. In the future, they will become deadly soldiers. They are not so smart, so they are not able to make decisions on their own. But they could follow orders, Victor decided. If he trained them, they would become useful. So Victor told them he would try to trust his older brothers. The first of the triplets shouted, "These fools only know how to walk together." The other two repeated it. Then the eldest of the triplets shouted that they were fools, and the other two repeated it. Victor thought, before their regression. The Morg triplets were known as mages who possessed 3 attributes: water, earth, and nature. The combination of 3 highly compatible magical elements exponentially increased the effect of each attack. That's why they were known as the 3 flowers of Morg, the girls shouted like the Baskerville mongrels. The first one said, "It's not even meat. It's just a plant. What are they going to do with it?" So the first one cut the branch with the first Baskerville technique. Stanford was pleased. He said it was a perfect execution of the first technique. But Victor, unlike Stanford, was not impressed. And all because Victor knew that the Morg triplets could not be defeated so easily. The branch grew again. The girls said their swords couldn't reach them. The boys got angry and attacked again. Stanford asked if it wasn't fun. Victor asked what exactly. Stanford said magic versus sword, the question of which is stronger has been in the air for years. Magic uses mana from the environment and reproduces the power of the element, strengthening it, while sword mastery uses internal mana and energy to create long-lasting explosive power. Clans of mages and swordmasters who will lead them into the future. Isn't it fun to study their potential and talent? Victor said that if you put the question that way, then he too is one of them. Stanford replied that the young gentleman had already surpassed them. But Victor thought, this is boring. He wished they would all die, he said. This is just a waste of time. He needs to get through as quickly as possible. He recently found a manager, but he has a mountain of paperwork to deal with. Suddenly, someone asked what they were doing on her territory when they saw the guys fighting. The explosion was so huge that Victor was glad, thinking that they were all dead. But the brothers were fine, which saddened Victor. The guys asked what kind of fire magic this was. "Why so suddenly? What fools are doing? They almost burned alive," the boys shouted at the girls. But the girls themselves were terrified. They screamed. They almost died. How scary. The fire magic didn't belong to the triplets, but to Kami, and she asked what all this meant. She came down and said she could not forgive anyone who caused trouble in the areas she governed. The girls said they just wanted to stop the invaders. They started the fight first, but Kami was not satisfied with the answer she asked. They just dared to address her without respect. The girls shouted. They asked for forgiveness. Then Kami said, "Stranger, if they don't want to end up the same way." The triplets apologized again. Then Kami turned around and saw Victor. She walked up to him, and she said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. "It's been 7 years. Right," Victor replied. "Yes, a lot of time has passed." Victor thought it was because she had grown out of her baby face. She looked much better. Is this the beauty of Kami Morg, which knocks out all the men of high society? She seduced many married men, which caused scandals every now and then. But why aren't there such rumors in this time? Victor asked to open the gate and said that there was no way to negotiate with these triplets. Kami was upset. She screamed. They hadn't seen each other for so long, and this is the only thing he will tell her. Victor asked what else he owed. Kami became even more angry, Stanford thought, in continuation of the battle of the triplets of 2 families. "The next battle will be between them," Kami shouted. 0 points. What kind of attitude does he have towards his future wife? 0 out of 100, Victor, although a smart guy, did not realize that Kami was expecting a compliment. Later, Kami said that apparently the Baskerville clan knows little about the barbarians. Victor said that they are constantly fighting them. "So they certainly know more," Kami asked. "In that case, why did he send those idiots? They are all just young hounds, aren't they?" Victor said they had already discussed with the Morg clan that the main forces would be on the other side of the mountain range. He asked why he should ask about something that was already known. Kami said that she thought he didn't know. Victor said that he was responsible for the delegation, so he couldn't help but know. Kami said he must be someone the clan would want to get rid of. But apparently he had earned their trust. She asked which barbarian tribes were the most annoying. Victor thought she was still asking questions and answered anyway. The warrior tribe of Balac and the magician tribe of Rococo. Kami said since he is well informed about the tribes, she gives him 8 points. Victor asked. He gave a good answer. Why the rating was like that, Kami answered. Because he answered well. What else to do with a smart one? She hates smart guys. Boys are more interesting when they are a little stupid. Horse riding, 6 points. Maybe because he is shorter than her. The horse is too big for him. Fashion, 4 points. Too boring look. Manners are 1 point, but his face is 99. He grew up a handsome man, but there are few emotions. He takes off a point. Victor asked to stop this senseless assessment, but Kami said that she needed to be strict with her future husband. Then Victor asked why he was suddenly her future husband. Kami said that he had passed her uncle's test. Kami screamed. How could her grandfather evaluate her future groom with such a weak test, Victor thought. She really is a great fire mage. He said to forget about what happened then. He would make it as if nothing happened. Kami threw her jacket at Victor and shouted at him to undo what had already happened. She is a genius. Once she notices something, she will never forget it. Victor asked what she threw at him. Victor picked up the jacket and remembered that it was the jacket he had given her when they first met. Kami blushed and said, "Really, what nonsense," Victor thought. She returned his thing without washing it. They went down, Kami said. The barbarians set up an ambush at the ruby mine, so they take either subordinates or loot. The reason they steal servants is so they can sell them somewhere else. This is a wall that took a month of combined effort from earth and metal mages to build. Victor said that in a month, they built what would have taken thousands of ordinary people a year. Kami said yes. Victor asked if these marks were left by the arrows of the Balac Tribe. Kami said yes. Their arrows are imbued with a strong aura. During the night shift, many died after being hit, because they are able to break through a wall 2 to 3 meters thick. Their talent is undeniable. And since the arrows penetrate the magic shield, her uncle received a serious chest injury, but fortunately he was able to survive. Victor said, if you think about it, the patriarch mentioned that he had a similar experience. It seems that there is a talented person among the barbarians. Kami said it was a woman, and because they painted their faces black, it was hard to see any distinguishing features. The girl came running and said that the vice chief needed to return quickly. The search party had caught a barbarian scout. They returned seeing a man. Victor said he belonged to the Rococo tribe of magicians. Kami asked if they received any information from him. The guard said that he didn't say anything at all. What about mental magic? The guard said it doesn't work. Then Kami said a few days ago they ambushed the fortress of the Morg clan. He remembers how many people he kidnapped. Among the victims was the Morgov's daughter. Her name is Rose. She is her 6th cousin. What they did to her. The man said something. Kami asked where the barbarian defector was. The girl answered that during the barbarian attack, everyone either died or was kidnapped. Kami asked if it meant no one could translate his words. Victor said he knew a little of the Rococo language. Then Kami asked if there was anything he didn't know. Victor replied that he didn't know it perfectly. Kami asked, maybe she should ask where her 6th cousin was. She was kidnapped during the last raid. She is 12. Her eyes are red, like her hair, Victor translated, and the man answered. Victor translated, she is dead. Kami got angry and said, the patriarch's representative is currently undergoing treatment, and the head of the fortress is now on the opposite side of the territory, conducting an inspection. Therefore, the decision will be made by him, Kami Morg, a member of the middle house and vice chief of the fortress. The man was shouting something, but Kami didn't stop. She said, let him say as much as he wants. After the war is over, the language he speaks will only be heard in hell. The other barbarians froze in horror. Kami turned and walked out of the tent. Coming out of the tent, Kami burst into tears, Victor thought. Despite the severity, she was only 15 years old. Victor said it seemed like she was very close to her. Kami said yes. She was always following her around. An innocent girl who had no place in the cold-blooded Morg clan. Victor said he was sure she left this world without suffering. Kami asked, does he think she is completely stupid? She is a genius, even though she does not speak their language, but she understands it a little. Did she hear everything correctly? Let her tell the truth, Kami asked. Victor thought. She noticed. The barbarians said that they ate her. Kami couldn't stand it and burst into tears. Kami asked her little sister for forgiveness for the fact that, as an older sister, she could not protect her. She cried continuously, and Victor wanted to calm her down, but for some reason he jumped off. Kami said it wasn't that bad since he didn't show sympathy. Death was the only outcome. Now is not the time to grieve. She needs to pull herself together to take revenge on these barbarians. Victor thought, as expected, heroines behave differently. He extended his hand to her and said, yes. Suddenly a bell rang. Kami said it was a signal announcing an attack by barbarians. It seems the time for revenge was not long in coming. Kami was right. Princess Mononoke was already at the gates. She fired an arrow filled with aura, and this arrow was enough to destroy the wall. Then she ordered something to her subordinates, and they ran forward, killing everyone in their path. Victor approached the gate and asked if he had arrived too quickly. The barbarians attacked him. 2 girls grabbed Victor and said, he's a good-looking guy. The hunt for husbands is going great. The predators were pleased with the catch, Victor thought. The hunt for husbands in order to breed a superior race of aborigines. They hunt people to make them their grooms. Victor apologized and said he would not be their husband. It seems he is already engaged. The men saw Victor and asked if he was one of the enemies. They fired at Victor, who thought Hugh had asked them not to start the battle until they met the main force. Should he wait? Victor easily blocked all the arrows, which surprised the men. But then the barbarians were blown up and Kami asked why he didn't kill them. Kami came up and said, let the barbarian bastards die, Victor thought. Just think. She set this whole square on fire. Cammy asked. He just used fluid aura, right? He is already at the expert level. She knew it. He is the only man she can recognize. Victor said he had received orders from the Patriarch not to engage in battle until the main forces arrived. Cammy asked if this was the order of the Baskerville Patriarch, meaning the Baskervilles should not interfere. Victor thought, fire, quadracast. She increased lethality, Cammy shouted. She will get rid of them all herself. She will avenge her cousin. Cammy has prepared a new attack. But then a needle was stuck in her throat and she fell. Cammy said that it looked like it was a paralyzing poison. Her body did not move. Victor thought, what a disaster for him. The barbarian tried to grab Cammy, but Victor stopped him. Then he said he thought it would be better to retreat. For now, it would be better not to get involved in the battle until the main forces of Baskerville arrived. Cammy said no, she had to avenge her cousin who was taken by those barbarians. Victor advised her to make a rational decision. When suddenly an arrow flew towards them, Victor barely dodged. The smoke cleared and Victor saw a girl ahead. He thought about what destructive power she had. Apparently this is the girl Cammy was talking about. Victor got distracted, and the man snuck up on them. He grabbed Cammy and ran away. Victor wondered if this was really how it would end. In the past, when Adolf Morg was still young, she was held captive, of course. Soon after that, the barbarian tribe was destroyed. From then on, she was addressed as nothing less than the Queen of the Red-Black Mountains, but even so, Victor was distracted again, and did not notice that the girl had already approached him. She attacked Victor with her bow, then kicked him and Victor flew back. Victor wondered if her movements were different from the others. Should he fight seriously? Then the girl said, she told him, he and she will meet again. Then Victor remembered her. Victor said, so he pays him with revenge for saving him. The girl said, she is a servant, revenge for imprisonment. Morg is not connected with him. She will pay back what she got. They take her, the next leader, if he wants the girl, is after them. Victor wondered if he should reveal his power while Victor was thinking. Adolf came running. Victor thought he came after the news of the ambush. Adolf shouted to let the bastards return his niece, but his attack did not work. The wolves ran away easily and quickly. The barbarians disappeared. Victor thought, Balac. They finished 3 minutes after the bell rang. Everything went worse than it could have because of Cammy's carelessness and little practical experience. The knight said he thought they were heading into the Forbidden Zone near the Red-Black Mountains. Adolf thought that the restricted area was an unexplored territory and an extremely dangerous place. It will be even more dangerous there at night. His niece was captured, and he can't do anything. Suddenly, Victor said that he could follow them. As a child, he had already been in the dense forest. Before his rebirth, thanks to his experience in reconnaissance and subordination, he passed through most of the forests. Adolf shouted, Victor, seriously, the guy said. Going there is suicide, Adolf said. Whoever doesn't want to, shouldn't go. He wouldn't hold it against her, and he thought he already knew how extraordinary this child was. All he could do was rely on him. A dense forest of red-black mountains, located in the Baskerville area, home to bone-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous thorny vines, silent spiders, and other dangerous creatures. An ordinary person could not last even an hour here. That's why this place is called the forest that absorbs life. But this does not apply to Victor. Adolf asked if all the Baskerville boys were like that. Stanford said of course not. The young gentleman was unusual. Victor stopped their guys and said he didn't think they had run far. He had heard rumors that the Balac hunters scattered dry leaves to hear the sounds of their pursuers. From now on they need to be careful, Adolf said. Silence and use magic. Magic will prevent the sounds from occurring when walking. Let the nephew allow him to help. Meanwhile, the barbarians tied Cammy to a tree, and she kept screaming that she would blow everyone up. Show them the horror of her special fireballs. Let them get ready, they will all die. But the girls ignored her cries. They talked about how they liked that boy, and how they wanted to make him their husband. Cammy thought they weren't even listening to her. Apparently they were talking about hunting for a husband, and hunting for a wife. That's probably the reason why they keep attacking them, the man came up and said, since they caught a gorgeous woman. All the men in the tribe will want her, Cammy screamed. What is the pervert going to do with her? Better let him kill her. The man said he didn't understand what she was saying, but from her look he could tell she was arguing. Believes that an arrogant subordinate needs to learn to behave in a docile manner. At that moment, the girl approached them and told the man to take his hands off her subordinate. The man told Commander Ian that he was the one who caught her, but Ian said, it's a lie, the man shouted. I mean, he paralyzed her and trapped her. Then Ian asked who made this possible. If she hadn't stopped the guy who was good with a sword, he would have been dead, the man asked. So this girl is the commander's prey. Ian answered, of course, the man said. But the commander is a girl. Cammy realized that Ian is the commander. She has the strength to withstand Victor, who is at the lowest level of sword expert. If she wanted to escape, something had to be done to her, Cammy thought, the man shouted. He wouldn't let her stubbornness go unpunished. Even if she is the commander. Ian said that if he is unhappy with something, he can come to her whenever he wants. She will turn him into a bloody mess. The man felt the terrible aura of Ian and, frightened, said that he was happy with everything. Ian asked, sure, the man shouted. Yes, he gives in. Let him do as he sees fit. The man left discontentedly, and Cammy thought that it seemed the girl had defeated him. Then Ian said she had good eyes, as well as physical fitness, which was to be expected from a good pedigree. The bastards of her clan captured her and sold her into servitude. She hit Kami on the shoulder. Then she said, however, she was lucky enough to receive a goodwill tin, so she was able to avoid the fate of a servant. But the next leader of Morg will not be so lucky. She will slowly tame her so that she will feel everything on her own skin. Licking between her toes will become a daily routine for the leader of the Morg. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind her. The man screamed, and they were attacked. Adolf came forward and said, "Beast-like barbarians, he has come to repay them for what they have done. Let his niece be returned immediately." The guards began to attack the barbarians. And from above, in the tree, Victor was watching them. He thought that something was wrong here. Why are the Balac warriors, who systematically ambush them, so nervous? The girls sat on their wolves and shouted how they could make such a noise in the middle of the night in the forest. Adolf shouted, "They are running away. No one can be left alive." The guards ran forward. Kami screamed contentedly. That's what they deserved. When suddenly they heard a crunch behind them. "It was Victor," Kami shouted. "Victor!" But Victor asked her to be as quiet as possible. He freed Kami and lifted her up. Kami screamed. "So he came to save her?" Victor asked. "Is the gesture unfamiliar to her? Keep quiet." Ian blocked their way and said that the guy was good with knives. She knew he would come. Physical strength that allowed him to cover a huge distance in a short period of time. The poise that made it possible for him to make his way through the darkness of the forest. Passion and pure love, because of which he put his life on the line for the sake of his girl. She won't look at his past. He passed. Victor thought he passed. In this situation, it will be difficult for him to hide his abilities. Why can't he remember anyone like her from his past life? Is it possible that it was the girl who left the scar on Hugh's face, an archer of the Balac Tribe, a night fox? She's still too young and inexperienced to be that person, or to share the same blood with him. The barbarian man attacked Kami again, but Victor stopped the needle with his hand. The man shouted as he found out. Victor picked up Kami and said, "All this is starting to get stressful." He told Kami to stay with him for a little while. He would take her to her uncle. Kami replied, "Okay." Victor thought it was unusual to see her so polite. Perhaps she was not herself due to the effect of the poison. He ran away from Ian and she said, "Oh my god," she wanted him to go with her voluntarily. Victor asked Kami if she was poisoned. Kami answered, "It seems yes, barbarians attacked them." However, Victor easily blocked each arrow and ran on. But Ian was already preparing her attack. She drew her arrow and said, maybe she should get rid of this Morg clan girl. The arrow instantly flew towards Kami. Fortunately, Adolf managed to create an ice wall. So he stopped the arrow. Adolf shouted, "His niece is okay." He ran to her, and he healed her. He said it was a really strong, paralyzing poison, so it was hard to get rid of it completely. When he returned, she would need to go to church. Kami asked her uncle to let her go for a while. Then Kami ran to Victor and hugged him, saying, "He saved her again," poor Adolf said. Her uncle also tried his best. Kami shouted why he came only now. She will tell everything to her mother. Suddenly, Ian grabbed Victor with a rope and began to drag him, but Victor did not move. Ian thought, why was he so strong? She shouted. It would be better if he let himself be captured. She didn't have time. Victor tore off the rope and thought, why is there no time? What is the reason for such a hurry? Suddenly the whole forest trembled. The birds flew away, and Ian asked in horror, damn, did she notice after all? Beelzebub himself came out, and Victor thought that Beelzebub, hidden in his veins, was warning him about something. Something is coming. Ian was scared and said, "Here she comes, Madame Octopus." A pillar of some kind grew in the forest, and the barbarians all said at once, "This is Madame." Even the wolves were scared. The pillar opened. Adolf shouted, "It's impossible! Such a monster was hiding in this forest." Victor thought, who would have thought that he would meet this monster here? Madame Octopus, SS rank danger, the monster screamed throughout the forest. Kami screamed, what kind of creature was this? Victor quickly closed her mouth and said that she couldn't make noise. She may have poor eyesight, but her hearing and sense of touch were excellent, even before Victor's regression. One old man told Victor about the incidents in the Red-Black Mountains. He was either a witness or just heard about them. A legend more akin to a horror story. It was the story of a lady with 8 legs who lived in the depths of the forest. In the Encyclopedia of Empire Monsters, which I completed after several revisions, there is also an entry about Madame Octopus. Danger rank SS. This monster is capable of destroying a country in one day. The monster spat acid at the boys. Victor dodged it, and Adolf protected Kami with a barrier. But the acid got on the barbarian's hair, he screamed. The madam's poison was burning his hair. Ian cut his hair and whispered, "Idiot. How could he start screaming in front of Madam? If he hadn't been the shaman's grandson, she would have killed him." Ian ordered her people to retreat. Adolf said they were leaving too. The boys gathered and ran. The Balac Tribe ran away in small groups. While the Baskerville and Morg clans left together, there was little difference in how they chose to retreat. Having determined who Madame was going after, Adolf shouted why she was running after them. The magician said, "Let them leave it to him. If we talk about the weakness of insects, then it is flame." The guy shouted, it worked. But he wanted to brag about how one paw of the monster killed his partner, and there wasn't a scratch on the monster. So the guys continued to run away, and Adolf shouted, "What is this?" Suddenly Victor said, "Well, that's it," and stopped. Stanford shouted what the young gentleman was doing. Victor told him that at this rate they would all be destroyed. One of them had to tie the monster's paws. Stanford wanted to offer his candidacy, but Victor asked if he thought Stanford could bind his limbs with his skills. They can't drag this monster along with them, onto their territory. In this situation, the most suitable person is he. Victor told Adolf that there was no time. He was leaving the decision to him. He was asking them to leave quickly. Adolf ran and shouted that they should not let the victim of his niece's fiancé fall in vain. Kami tearfully asked Victor to come back, but Adolf did not let her go. Victor threw down the sword and thought, "It's not like he's interested in destroying the Baskerville territory. Besides, the combined forces won't be able to stop Madame in the growth phase. However, this is a great opportunity for him. If he can fake his own death, he will be able to escape from Hugh's surveillance. What will buy him time to learn the 10th technique stored in memory? And when he becomes strong enough so that Hugh does not push him around. Or when he can hone his skills, hide them and control them, he will return to the family. If he doesn't use everything, he will die. This also applies to the huge amount of mana received from the blessing of the river Styx, and the aura which Baskerville is much more experienced in, and which is used for high-ranking sword techniques. And besides that, he has the demonic sword Beelzebub. He will use everything he has and attack." Victor ran up to the monster in an instant and used Baskerville's 5th technique. There was an explosion of unimaginable proportions. Kami looked at this explosion and screamed, "Victor!" After some time, Victor opened his eyes and asked where he was. He was bandaged, but there was a rope around his neck. Victor thought, "Yesterday, no. He doesn't know how many days have passed. Did he really survive the battle against Madame?" At that key moment, if Madame had not stopped dead in her tracks due to the shock of the explosive light, he could have lost his life, his muscles, veins, and even bones. There was not a single living place on the spot. To think that he was so badly hurt by a direct collision. He had greatly underestimated the strength of Madame's attack. The pain in his neck after the battle with Madame was due to this loop, thanks to which he stayed alive. If this continues, can it be considered that everything is going according to plan? First of all, he was able to hide from Hugh's sight. Besides Kami and Adolf, there were many other witnesses, so you don't have to worry about the veracity of your death. Victor quickly realized that he was at the Balakov camp. He had been kept in this place all this time. He's in the middle of a camp of longtime enemies of the Baskerville clan. Things are bad. With a body like that, he won't even be able to escape. The woman shouted, "Hurry up! Let them hurry up if they don't want to die from a wolf bite." Soldiers of the Morg and Baskerville clans were captured as prisoners. He recognizes their faces. "But why wasn't he executed?" the man asked. Already awake. He can speak their language, right? It was that same guy. Victor recognized him, the guy said. "Let him be grateful that he won't end up like them. What it must be like to see his comrades being led to certain death. It must feel like despair. Because he can't do anything with such a mangled body. If he weren't the commander's dog, he would have boiled him alive." Hearing the word hound, Victor immediately thought of Hugh, and how he was his hound. This infuriated Victor. He immediately looked at the guy with a creepy look, and the guy got scared. So he hit Victor and ordered him to stop standing there and let him find his owner. "She's at the end of a rope," Victor thought. He remembered it. As soon as his body recovers, he will answer for everything. Then Victor followed the rope and asked how long the rope was. He had already walked quite a distance, but it still didn't end. And what kind of owner was he? Finally, the rope ended, and sure enough, Victor's owner was Ayan. She was swimming in the pond and looked intently at Victor. They silently looked at each other. Then she ordered Victor to lie down, but Victor did not move. Ayan pulled him. Victor fell to the ground. It turned out that the children had shot an arrow in his direction, which is why she did it. Ayan thanked Victor for freeing her at the subordinate auction. They return the good twice, take revenge tenfold, because Victor saved her once. She saved him twice. Victor asked twice. Ian answered. She then went back, just in case. If she hadn't done so, he would have died. "Let him be grateful that she is so persistent," Victor asked. "Was it she who hung this rope on him?" "Why keep him alive?" Ayan said. "He apparently holds a high position among his people." She was curious how much they would pay for it. Victor realized he was in trouble. If they start a prisoner exchange with the Baskerville clan, his plan to escape from Hugh will go to hell. "What should he do?" Ayan said. "What is it?" She feels hope. Unfortunately, he will not return to his own. "And will he be her servant?" Victor was delighted. And Ayan, cutting the rope around his neck, asked, "Should they, for starters, decide on their appeals, let him call her mistress?" Victor remained silent. Then Ian said that she liked those unruly eyes. It would be fun to tame him. But before that, they need to look somewhere, so it's time to go. Victor asked where they were going. Ayan replied, "Isn't it obvious that one must greet the owners of the lands one steps on?" In a large tent, there sat a woman surrounded by dead monsters. Apparently, she was the one in charge. Ian said if there is no place to sleep, she can use her friend's hammock. And if he is hungry, he can get food from someone richer, and that's how they, Balac, live. It may not mean anything to outsiders, but the locals are very comfortable here, and he had better get used to it. Victor said that it seemed that the Balacs did not care about personal property. They approached the tent, and Ayan said, "They are there. This is the matriarch's dwelling." Ayan went into the tent, and Victor followed her. Ian said, "Mom, they came?" The woman stood up and said, "Wonderful. And it looks like she brought the guy from the Empire that she was chatting about every day." Ian became embarrassed. Victor thought, so Ian is the daughter of the matriarch, and this is the Night Fox, that female warrior of the Balac Tribe. What left the scar on Hugh's face, the reason why he couldn't cross the red-black mountains, is hidden in her. I wonder what would have happened if the past Victor had gone against her, Victor thought. Direct confrontation, 0%. Secret murder, 0% if he escaped. It might be 20%, of course. We are talking about his chance of survival. The woman approached Victor, and she said she had already seen his face. Victor thought she instinctively understood that he shared the same blood with Hugh. But then she said, well, everyone in the Empire looks more or less the same. She asked her daughter what she was going to do with him. He was a cripple after all. Ian replied that he would be useful once he received good treatment. He attacked Madame Octopus. The matriarch said it didn't matter if his body was destroyed as long as the seed was good. Ian shouted she wasn't going to use him like that. She needs a servant for hunting, the matriarch said, before Ian spoke quite differently. Well, the mistresses have the right to decide what to do with their subordinates, the matriarch added. They went out and Victor said he had a question and asked her name. Ian shouted, so suddenly, how dare a servant ask his mistress questions? Victor said, he is not going to call her mistress. That's why I asked about her name. Ian was a little embarrassed and said her name is Ian. Then Victor said his, and asked what she wanted him to do. Ian shouted, how dare a servant call her by her name? Then she shouted for him to build a house in which he would live from that moment on. She thought, how could a mere subordinate dare to behave so impudently? The imperial degenerate hardly knew how to build a house. The master's right to give orders to his servant must be used to establish hierarchy. But little did Ian know, Victor calmly built himself a home and said, he did everything. Ian wondered why he did such a good job setting up the tent. She thought it would be hard for him because of his injuries. If that's the case, there's no point in the items she brought. Ian was confused. And Victor thought that during the times of destruction, swordsmen had a bad survival rate because they were only good at swinging a sword. So in order not to die, I had to learn a lot of survival skills, Ian said. The drains are also smart. Victor said that if you think about it, the matriarch's tent looks unstable. In its current state, during the rainy season, the ground around the central pillar may float, causing water to leak in. If ordered, he will mix lime, mud, and gravel on the opposite side of the hill and create bricks. He will also strengthen them with fire by pouring oil, Ian said uncertainly. She had also thought about it. Soon, Victor had everything prepared and they came to the matriarch. Ian explained everything to her mother. The matriarch said she was confused because the roof repairs did nothing to keep out the moisture. It turns out the problem was in the pole. Good job. Her daughter chose a pretty useful man. From now on, let him walk through the tribe's tents and sort out such everyday problems. Victor nodded. Later he went to the river. Ian called him and asked if it was not tiring to do this work. Maybe he wants to become an official member of the tribe, but Victor replied, not really. Working as a servant is not so bad. And I thought, this is a much more peaceful occupation than life as a member of the Baskerville family or work in the city of Underdog. Ian said, judging from his manner of speech, he has a high level of discipline. Well, subordinates have no right to complain. Victor said this job really isn't that bad. Ian said hard and tiring work can't be good. Stop behaving like this. She will help him. Teach him how to survive and how to adapt to life in the tribe. If he tries, he will remove the rope, Victor asked. And what should he do? Ian said. Now he is honest with her. They will go hunting and catch huge prey. Lately the tribe has not been able to catch large prey. So growing children cannot eat meat, in other words, if they catch something big. Changing your position from a subordinate to an ordinary citizen will not seem like an impossible dream. And he doesn't seem to have any trouble carrying light objects right now, so he should be able to help her out. He should be grateful to be the Balac's hunting commander's servant. Victor was tired and said, okay, let's go. Then Ian was happy and said, they will leave tomorrow. Then Victor said, okay, and asked why she was smiling like that. Ian said embarrassedly, she wasn't smiling. And Akun, the shaman's son, was watching them, and he was irritated. He didn't like Victor at all. The shaman of the Balac tribe said, okay, let the hunters gather in a circle. It's time to begin the hunting ritual. Let them accept his blessing, otherwise hard times await them. The hunters are lining up. Ian said the tribe's hunters feel guilty about killing their victims, so they smear charcoal on their faces before doing so. To hide herself from the god of death, the girl said. He's grumbling again, the guy said. The shaman also needs to hold his position. However, the shaman's blessing often fails, doesn't it? So they only turn to him for blessing when the opportunity presents itself. Victor thought this meant that his position was meaningless. It seemed like this place was not much different from others. The shaman made fun of Ian. Victor said what a sight. Ian told him to shut up. And she explained that she didn't get along with the shaman. Then she handed him the collar and told Victor to put it on. Victor asked about a dog collar. Ian said they put them on to prevent the victim from biting their neck. Then Victor thought that since he was here, it would be better to adapt to local customs. They sat on the wolf cub and Ian asked. She said, take her by the waist. I'm sure he won't fall. Victor replied, yes. Ian said, in that case, go ahead. And Victor quickly realized that he was wrong. He fell off the wolf and Ian laughed and said that he should have grabbed her. He would continue to be capricious. He would definitely fall on the way. Victor was already tired and wondered if he would be able to get up on his own with such a body, as Akun noticed. Akun said to Ian, "It seems like she is taking too many liberties while having fun with her subordinate. This time he will catch a bigger prey, so in the next joint hunt he will be the captain." He would put his grandfather's honor on the line, Ian asked. He would put on the line the honor of a man who only knew shamanism. Suddenly the madman kicked Victor. Ian screamed what the bastard was doing. Akun asked, putting a neck guard on the servant. "Wants to use the wounded man for hunting. Let her pull herself together. She is the commander. Her servant will only be a burden," Ian said. "We'll see. Before making such statements, you should have checked your belt," Ian shouted. Akun only now noticed that his weapon had been taken away. Victor had it. Victor said that you need to hold the weapon as tightly as the love of your life. "Otherwise they will take him away," Ian laughed, and Akun, shouting, the impudent servant, attacked Victor again. But Ian stopped him and said, "Enough. Whose servant was he going to punish?" Akun shouted, "A servant is a servant. How dare he insult a warrior of the Balac Tribe?" Ian said. Akun himself behaved pathetically. Then Akun shouted, "He is a subordinate. Why is she protecting him so much? Did she really like him?" Ian said, "Okay, a servant is a servant. Since he did wrong, he must be punished." Akun shouted, "Yes, that's what I'm talking about," Ian said. "But Akun has no right to punish him. This is her subordinate." With these words, Ian hit Victor, and he fell, bleeding. Then she looked at Akun with horror, and asked if he was happy now. She understood that he was upset. Because he couldn't get the girl last time. But if he behaves like that with her subordinate again, he'll get into trouble. Then they mounted the wolf again and went hunting. Ian looked at Victor with shame. She asked if it hurt. Victor didn't answer. She asked if he was angry. Victor didn't answer again. Then Ian said that it was necessary. Akun is petty and stubborn. This is the only way to prevent his response. Victor remained silent again. So Ian asked why he wasn't answering. Then Victor said because he was in pain. Ian turned to Victor and asked how much his life was in danger. Victor replied, "It hurt to speak. He often received such wounds." Before he could finish speaking, Ian kissed him. Then she immediately blushed and turned around. She said she knew she was right. For an imperial bastard, he was quite promising, Victor thought. Barbarians usually licked each other's wounds. It's dangerous and can lead to infection. There's no romance in this guy. Ian asked if he wanted anything from her. Let her say. Even if it's a small thing, if she can do it, she'll do anything. Victor asked if he could ask for anything. Ian shouted, "Of course. The warrior of the Balac Tribe does not go back on his words." Then Victor thought about it, and Ian became even more embarrassed, wondering why he was so thoughtful. But then Victor asked to teach him how to shoot a bow. Ian was upset, but said, "Okay." Ian asked, "In that case, special training will start from tomorrow." Victor answered, "Okay." The training began, and Ian said that her subordinate had no talent at all for archery. Didn't she tell him to aim at that arrow like a target? Victor asked if it was okay to teach him that way. Ian asked if he was the one who asked her to teach him how to shoot a bow. That's how they train the young warriors of the tribe. With a body like that, he won't be able to pick up a sword for a long time, so let him learn to use a bow. After all, he needs to catch big game for the sake of his reputation. Victor thought his bones were at their limit, and when the wolf cub Ian came running, she arched Victor even more. "What made him fall in pain?" Ian asked the wolf cub. "Found something," he barked. Then Ian said, "The servant must get up. From now on, they will move faster." They came to the river, and Ian said, "This is where the river meets the ocean. Be careful. There are all sorts of animals in this area." Her grandmother said that the salmon believes that if it successfully climbs the waterfall, it can develop into a huge beast. However, most individuals cannot rise up and fall. They get their punishment by running into sharp rocks, and then the fallen fish becomes good food for the bull bear. Victor said it was a bull bear, like a completely different species, completely different from the individuals he had seen. Ian said because this is not an ordinary bull bear. This one has an excellent pedigree, having gone through countless trials. Victor asked hesitantly and she offered to catch him. Ian said no. It's over. She didn't tell Bakir to find a strong female to hunt. Their target was a male bear who had come to court a female. The bull bear came and began to beat the males one after another, Victor said. The female continues to reject the advances. "How strong a male is she looking for?" Victor asked. Ian replied that this was the wrong way of thinking. Everything is just the opposite. The female is looking for a weak male. The female finally chose a partner, Victor asked. She chose the weakest one. Ian replied that she was looking for a mate she could dominate. Males could kill their mate if they got too carried away. Therefore, bull bears do not look for a strong partner. The female looked for someone weaker and smaller than herself. The tribe's warriors take the same approach to choosing their partners. And Ian wanted to know what the most popular choice of mate was. A young man with excellent genes. Even better if they are weakened by injury. An interesting hint, Victor thought. It turns out the main thing is to just get good genes, Ian said. They need to wait. The female will completely suppress the strength of the male. For the 4th day now, Victor has been listening to the bear's growl. Victor has already thought 100 times about what he is doing. Ian asked if he left food for the bull bears. Victor gave the pair food so they could continue to mate. At the same time, Ian said that this berry has the effect of temporarily increasing strength, but in exchange, life force is lost. The female has a higher intelligence and will understand their intentions, as will the male. But in order to cope with the female, he will have no choice but to eat the food. Victor thought, now he understands why it was necessary to look for a strong female. She plans to weaken the strength of the male. Ian told Victor to eat to get better. Victor said anyway they were mating like crazy. Then Ian asked if that wasn't normal. The men in the Balac Tribe are all like that. But apparently in the Empire they are different. Well, since he comes from an advanced country, he can't do that. Or actually, could it? Ian asked, as she suddenly heard the bear growl. Then she told Victor to get ready. Apparently the female was pregnant. The female began to scream. And the male quickly left the cave. Victor asked why she was driving the male out. Ian answered, the bull is a bear who has finished mating. Becoming nothing more than a rival predator encroaching on her territory, she warned him never to return. Victor said that the bear would want to sleep because he hadn't had time for it for the last few days. Ian continued, he will hide in a safe and separate place. It's time to attack his trail and quietly track him down. When the prey falls asleep, the predators wake up. They followed the male. Victor said the male was probably very tired, but was still able to go so far. Ian replied that a bear always looks for a place with the least amount of threats, which the forest is full of. It is cold here, so mosquitoes that suck bones or blood cannot live here. Victor asked, so the bear came here knowing this? Ian replied, they have quite a high intelligence, and the knowledge gained is better than instincts. Victor froze because of his weakened body, and Ian, noticing this, said that if it was cold, let him press against her. Victor lied that everything was fine. Ian told him that if his body temperature dropped, he would freeze. And if so, will it become a hindrance to the hunt? Does he really want to become a hindrance to her? Asked Ian. Victor thought, it sounds logical. She could always make such rational decisions. He agreed and hugged Ian. At this, Ian quickly blushed, but lied to herself that she was simply worried about her subordinate's health. Suddenly Bakira growled, then the boys saw the tracks of a bull bear, but the tracks suddenly ended. Ian wondered where the male had gone and began to turn her head, when suddenly a bear jumped out of the gorge with a roar. And in the village, Akun brought a boar, and people began to praise him and say that this meat would be enough to feed the entire tribe to the brim. She was only able to catch 3 hares, the girl shared. The guy asked. Apparently the boar he caught would be a better catch. It turns out that from now on, Akun will be in charge of the hunt. Yes, these are the rules. Akun was bursting with pride. People said that even though Ian was a commander, there was a limit to what she could do alone, but she took a servant with her. Akun just grinned and said that he would only slow her down if they waited. She would return without catching even 1 hare. Victor managed to grab Ian and jump off the wolf, so he saved her, and then the wolf attacked the bull bear. Then Victor asked her if she was okay. Ian thanked Victor and said that she was alive thanks to him. And Victor asked if it was the bear who lured them out in the end. Ian said that now she understands why the female chose this particular male. His cunning surpasses that of other monsters, Victor said. They cannot avoid a head-on battle. Ian thought that her subordinate helped her. At this rate, her dignity would be at risk. She told the subordinate to rest behind her back so that she could show her mistress's dignity. Victor sat down and said, she told him to rest after all. While the servant is idle, the master is working. The way the Balacs treat their servants is quite unique. Ian skillfully attacked the bear. The bear then hid from Ian behind a boulder. But Ian asked if he thought he could avoid her attack by hiding behind the rock. A good arrow will pierce even steel, but without the desire to go through anything, it will not damage even a leaf. Ian shot at the rock, and the blow was so strong that the bear growled blood. She hit the bear, who was hiding behind the rock. The waves of aura from the arrow passed through the obstacle, straight to the target, Victor thought. Archery skills that can be called an art, and hunting skills that can help you defeat your opponent flawlessly. If she were to judge by her skills alone, she could surpass Kami Morg. Ian looked at Victor proudly, expecting a compliment. The monster gathered its last strength and ran out of the shelter, attacking Ian. But she did not lose her head. She asked him, so he thinks he can resist her arrows. The arrow filled with her determination. It can even break through the castle wall, she fired, and the force was so terrible that the monster got scared. Frightened, he ran back, then ran at Ian again and knocked her off the wolf. Ian fell to the ground, and she remembered her mother's advice when an animal with dulled senses is on the threshold of death. He would be able to sense the killing intent coming from a person, Ian thought. She was being careless, thinking she had cornered him perfectly. To think she fired the last arrow with an aura. The monster opened its mouth right in front of her face, and Ian was already preparing for death when she suddenly heard Victor's voice, who asked if she had finished demonstrating the dignity of the hostess. If so, then it was his turn. Victor summoned Beelzebub and used the Cerberus flame skill to roast the monster to death. And then he quickly lost consciousness, because using this skill put too much strain on his body. Of course, these two became the main heroes in the tribe, and the tribe threw a big party in their honor. The hunter who catches the largest game gains the respect and admiration of the tribe. So what does it feel like to be the hero of the hunt? Ian asked. Victor replied, nothing special, Ian said. Stop acting like an ungrateful bastard. The bull bear is not only a strong and ferocious beast, but also an unusually intelligent one. so it is an honorable prey. That is why they were chosen as the main participants of this ceremony. This is not a boar, which at the slightest thing immediately beats in fear and runs away, right? Akun? Asked Ayan. Dissatisfied, Akun brought Victor some food. Victor asked what it was. Akun shouted, meaning his portion. Victor asked why there was so little meat. Akun shouted, because there was too much honor. Ian explained that it was a Balac tradition that the one who contributed the most to the hunt received the least meat, but the most honors. Victor thought, the more honors, the less meat. Wouldn't it be better to get meat than some honor? Ayan was glad that Akun was beside himself with envy, and Victor thought that in this hunt he had received something more valuable than meat. Namely, the 600 kilograms of stamina that Beelzebub absorbed from the bull bear. It turns out that he can increase his weight to 600 kilograms by holding his breath. Not only that, Beelzebub swallowed a bull bear, due to which his body was significantly restored. Ayan called Victor and said that she took this part from the shaman, and decided to give it to him by right of the hunter. Victor said, he already got his portion of meat, a cup of blood, and a portion of entrails. Ayan shouted, and here's more, he has to eat this. If he has problems with his eyes, he eats the eyes. If he has problems with his heart, then the heart, Victor thought. This long thing, the intestine. In her opinion, he has problems with his internal organs. But the girl shouted why she gives this to a subordinate. Her motives are so obvious. Victor barely lived through everything and swallowed it. Then Ayan said that now he would be able to fulfill his duty. But Victor still didn't understand anything, he thought. Didn't he do his part during the hunt? What else did she want? The next day, early in the morning, Victor came to a huge stump. There was a huge mark on the stump. Last night, the tribe put a pile of meat on a stump. Victor asked if she didn't say they were having problems with food. Ayan said they bring this as an offering to Madame Octopus, so they ask for permission to live in this forest. Victor thought, Madame Octopus, the horror of the deep forest, after meeting with whom only death awaits. Seeing how the tribe treats Madame, he realizes how reckless his actions were. Victor came back and saw the line. He thought what was going on there, another ceremony. The girls said she had been standing in line since dawn, and was glad to be at the front of the line. She is sure that he will take a girl from the tribe as his wife if he was able to defeat the bull bear. Then he is very strong. Then Ayan came up to them and shouted, they are serious. It was she who gave him that stew. How dare they encroach on someone else's? The girls said that the commander was so possessive, she should have used him first. Ayan said that if they thought it was unfair, then let them set a trap and catch someone for themselves. But the girls did not calm down. They screamed. They had already tried so many times. They even went to the borders of the empire and did not find anyone even close to him. Ayan threatened them, and the girls ran away. Then Ayan said that she was here, waiting for him to recover, and those sly ones were already getting ready to intercept him. She even fed him the genitals of a bull bear, so that he would have to do what was required. Ian turned around and saw a disgruntled Victor. Then she got nervous, and poor Victor realized what he ate yesterday. And Ayan came up to him and said that last night, as she heard, her mother called a meeting of elders. He will be able to ask her for whatever he wants, since he has become an honorary hunter of the tribe before his mother calls him. She had already figured out what Victor could ask her for. Then Ayan told Victor the secret. A little later, the elders were called, and Victor came to bow to the matriarch. He greeted her. She said it was he who caught the bull bear, and thanks to him they were able to taste good meat. Victor replied, he just did what he had to, the matriarch said. No need to be modest, he did a great job. And it seems he's already recovered quite well. Wonderful. She didn't think he'd heal so quickly. Victor replied. It was all thanks to their departure, he thought. He had already experienced this. But it was interesting. The Night Fox, a brilliant archer. Feared by the people of the Empire despite leading the Balac Tribe, which numbers less than 300 heads, she is as majestic as Hugh, but also exudes warmth and gentleness. The matriarch said that he also saved Ayan. She should reward him. For his achievements yesterday, she will change his status. He was no longer a servant, but a part of their family, Victor thought. Ayan said that the elders were unhappy with his change in status. The old man who puts ash on the hunters' faces, the shaman of the Balac Tribe, is Ahun's grandfather. The matriarch said that since he was now an official member of the tribe, he could say whatever he wanted. She did not give him life and did not raise him, but now she considers him part of the family. If she wishes for a girl of their tribe, then she will bless their relationship. If he doesn't need a partner, he can get a servant, Ayan asked with signs. He hasn't forgotten what they talked about. Victor said he had a request. The matriarch said no need to be shy, but she thought, Ayan, what a wretch. She gestures in such a way that only a blind person would not see whether she really wants him that much. Then Victor said that if she would allow it, he would like to bathe in the hero's spring. All the elders were in shock. Only Ayan smiled, and the matriarch asked if he realized what he was asking for. Suddenly the elder shouted, only the best warriors of the tribe can plunge into the hero's spring. One cannot listen to this disgusting request. Akun added, that's right. Only heroes who have proven their incredible strength can enter the territory of the source. Ayan shouted, Victor has already proven his strength. He caught the bull bear for the ceremony. Isn't that enough? The matriarch asked, asking for such a thing if Victor knew what the source of the hero was. Victor answered, yes, The Hero's Well is a sacred place of the Balac Tribe, into which only the strongest warriors can dive. It is also a hot spring that heals both external and internal injuries. However, according to Ian, it takes a long time to accumulate water, so only warriors who have made a great contribution to the well-being of the tribe can enter. The matriarch thought about it, and the elders said that they could not give an outsider, who had only recently become one of them, access to the source. The elders continued to ask if Victor could be allowed to enter the source, and the matriarch thought she wanted to fulfill his request, but the truth is that there was not a good enough reason to do so. Since the shaman and the guards are against it, there is nothing to be done. Suddenly a bell is heard. Victor asked. "Attack," Ian said. "They have a guest. No one in their right mind would challenge them. The Balacs, in this forest." The matriarch said they would discuss this issue another time and let them return to their duties. The shaman was very angry. The guys went out and Victor saw people who brought food. Victor asked if they were guests. Ian replied that these traders bring them things that cannot be found in the forest. The Balac are waiting and counting the days until their arrival. Victor recognized the symbol, one of the 7 trading families, the bourgeois family, to get here from the capital of the empire. They had to have crossed either the Baskerville family's territory or the Morg family's territory to get here. It is unlikely that any of the above-mentioned families could have missed them. Could they have passed through via smugglers? The man said in Balac's language, "The 5-day market is declared open. If you want to exchange for something, go ahead." The guys were selling a glass sphere that you could put next to you to have sweet dreams. Victor watched this and thought, the traders brought food and essential items here. Freely traded throughout the empire, they exchange everyday goods for such rare items. He would never believe that the merchants do not know the true value of the things they give away. They take advantage of the tribe's ignorance of market prices. However, they themselves must understand that they are being deceived. It will be bad if he starts speaking out and someone recognizes him. Ian shouted, "Stop, this is not a fair deal. Who would exchange diamonds for corn?" Just as Victor was thinking. "I'm glad to see that there is at least one normal person among them," she suddenly said. "She must get at least 2 ears of corn." Others also shouted, "A pearl in exchange for 1 radish is not equivalent. He should get at least 2 radishes." The man shouted, "He cannot go against the warriors of Balac. So be it, he will give them more." The warriors were happy. And I thought to myself, idiots. They are still celebrating. They don't even know the price of the goods they received. The girl asked for 1 glass sphere. The man asked if he had a lot of glass spheres, and what she brought in return. The girl happily showed her goods. And she said, "The larva of the solar dung beetle. It is rare, tasty, and nutritious." But the man shouted, "Why eat it?" and hit her on the hand. Then he turned around and said, "For a stupid barbarian, she was quite cute. She could be sold for a good price as a subordinate." Then Victor couldn't stand it any longer and intervened. He came up to the girl and, putting his hand on her head, told the man that this deal was unacceptable. Ian drew attention to this, and the man said, "He knows the language of the empire. He got it all wrong." Victor asked about the desire to sell this child as a servant. The man mumbled something, and Victor said that the harvest was not the most important thing right now. They need to cancel all the unfair deals of today. They sell them goods at completely different prices than the market prices. The man thought that he was probably the only one here who spoke Imperial, and said that he reasoned as if he knew the prices of goods. This trade was blessed by the shaman of the Balac tribe himself, a confidant of the forest god. A young man like him shouldn't interfere with this kind of arrangement, Victor said. The corn they bought was worth 100 gold pieces each, but the diamond they got in exchange is worth about 2 million gold. If they carve their bull bear horns into a billiard ball, it will be worth 1 million. The same price would be for the goblin mushroom from which medicines are made. The man wondered how he knew the exact prices of the goods. And Victor continued, regarding the glass sphere that gives pleasant dreams. If you put it next to you, you can get drug poisoning. And pleasant dreams can only be dreamed of on the surface. There are small holes from which the drug pours out. This cheap drug is harmful to the body when used for a long time, and he knows that its use is prohibited in the Empire. However, they sell them. The man asked what was going on, and the man said, "One guy figured it out, damn him." Ian asked Victor, just now, "Drug, harm?" Victor used these words. Victor answered, "Yes." Then Ian got really angry and said, "Is it really because of them that so many people's health got weak?" The man realized it was time to get out of there and said, "It seems there was a small misunderstanding between them." But at that moment an arrow flew at him. Ian did not hesitate and immediately shot at him. She was furious, Ian screamed. They had deceived their tribe without fear of the consequences. Then the men gathered their things and quickly ran away. Victor asked if she would just let them leave. Traders are known for not returning without making a profit. Ian replied that such a thing was possible. One technique for hunting animals that live in a large pack is to shoot one and let it escape. These animals have a tendency to return to the pack. The man ran to the camp and told them that these barbarians had stolen their goods. Everyone prepare for battle. Night has fallen and Ian and Victor are already prepared. Ian said they have contacted the Balac tribe. There is only one way to deal with them. Complete destruction. The man said they must be shocked that these freaks robbed them. As expected, words don't work on these barbarians. They need to kill them or make them their servants, the merchant said. They are in this deep forest for the first time. so he doesn't know that defeating them is not an easy task. The man asked, if they were afraid, why did they bring them, the mercenaries? Did they really not intend to change the situation? They decided to split the dirty money in exchange for an escort, so they could claim all the stolen goods as their own. The merchant answered fearfully, as they wish. Then the bandit asked if Balac were really so special that if they attacked at night, they would set up an ambush. They will set fire to their settlement and lure them in, then they will be finished. The guy wanted to put out the match, but the other said that he needed it too. Then the boy said, only 2 can use 1 match. Hadn't he heard that on the battlefield you can't share a match with 3? Just as the guy wanted to say that he didn't believe in such omens, he got an arrow in the forehead, just like the first guy. Then the leader received a gift on the forehead. Then the merchant shouted, it's Balac. Let them put out their cigarettes immediately. Ian shouted, she forbids them to shoot anywhere except the head. We need to show them how scary Balac is. Victor thought that these warriors could hit the target with an arrow using just a light from a cigarette. He was clearly impressed. The guy addressed Victor as a subordinate and said, they finished with what he asked for, Victor replied. Now he is an ordinary villager, and not a servant. Then the guy laughed and said that before he was too much of an image to be indignant about this. But the bandits had a hard time. They blocked the arrows with their shields as best they could and tried to attack. Suddenly, arrows with barrels started flying. They hung over the heads of the bandits, the man asked. They launched barrels of alcohol. But it was oil. The barrels exploded at once and the bandits were surrounded by fire. Balac gave them a bath of fire. The merchant thought they tied ropes to arrows and launched barrels of oil. Were these savages always so smart? Meanwhile, Victor was sneaking up on him. The man heard a rustle and turned around. He shouted, that same annoying degenerate. He will regret it if he kills him. This is an official permit obtained from the city of Underdog and has an official seal on it. Appointed as the new acting consul, if he kills him, the Baskerville family will come for his soul. Victor asked, is he now talking about a consul named Victor? The man shouted, right, the famous Victor. Then Victor said how strange it was. He didn't remember giving such permission. The man only recognized him. But an arrow flew at him. And Victor said that those who forge the official seal of the Baskerville family are punishable by death. Ian ran up to him and shouted, servant, time is running out. They need to leave. Victor reminded him again that he was not a subordinate. The bandits screamed. The Balaki retreated. They stopped shooting. The fact that they attacked with fire speaks of their insecurity. We had to run after them, catch them, and chop them into meat. They didn't understand anything. Their screams and shouts woke up Madame. Ian said he calculated Madame Octopus's appearances and used fire tactics. So now he has become a great warrior of the Balac Tribe. Victor did not pay attention to the praise, he said. What he feels at every meeting with Madame, that she is a real disaster. They returned, and the matriarch gave permission to visit the hero's source. He solved the food problem by catching a bull bear for the tribe, took part in the battle without being hurt and using barrels of oil, and also found out that the cause of the disease that struck the warriors of the tribe was cheap drugs. There's no longer any doubt that he is a brave warrior. And today is a full moon, so Ian will take Victor to the source. Ian walked up to him happily and said, it serves him right, yes. The shaman did not say a word. Earlier he said that the reason for the warrior's illness was a curse. But thanks to Victor's actions, the shaman's words no longer have weight. Victor remembered what the merchant said, how he negotiated with the tribe's shaman about trade. Victor finally entered the source. His mana was being purified. He felt how broken bones and torn muscles were being restored. This old shaman was howling for a reason. Considering the effectiveness of the treatment, he himself probably wouldn't mind sitting in the spring. However, this place is not as effective as the river Styx in Baskerville. The only plus is the lack of age restrictions. Victor asked if the widow's efficiency should not be reduced if she climbs in. I'm sure the matriarch mentioned that only he can enter. Ian asked, is this so important? Real Balaki don't think about such trifles. Let him say thank you to Mr. Adonai for finding this source. He is the only one who can fight Madame Octopus who lives deep in the forests. He is the best warrior of their legends. Since he was now a full-fledged Balac, he must definitely show him respect, Victor said. If he really went against Madame, then he deserves respect, Ian said. That's exactly it. Damn, how hard it is to communicate with strangers. Then she thought about it. Her mother told her that Victor was now an ordinary villager and with a good reputation. Once he's restored to his heroic roots and becomes who he should be, he won't be such a bad candidate for a husband. Ian looked timidly at Victor and blushed, thinking that today she would make Victor hers. She told him that she knew that those traders were making excessive profits, and that she was tormented by a vague doubt about their sincerity. So it's good that they took advantage of this chance to pay them back. If he hadn't done it, she would have done it, Victor replied, clearly. Ian told him not to laugh, and that she really knew that diamonds were more valuable in the Empire than corn. Victor asked, and by how much? Ian answered. 20 ears or 30, Victor answered, incorrectly. The number of ears of corn that can be bought with 1 diamond is much more, Ian shouted. So many. She knew it. There was a strange logic in the Empire, where this stone could be used at all. Ian continued to call Victor a servant. Then he said it doesn't matter. It's better to let her say what she wants to call him. By name or servant, he doesn't like this uncertainty. Ayan asked who he wants to call. She approached him and asked if he didn't like uncertainty, in which case she would clarify everything. Sweet Ayan said she doesn't want to call him either subordinate or Victor. She approached him. But then the little bastards ruined everything. They jumped into the hero's spring and called the guys. Ian shouted how they got here, but the children only asked her to play with them. And Victor wondered, if not this way, and not that way, then how? Then Ian shouted at the pranksters that if they entered the source, its effectiveness would be reduced by half. Victor asked if she had said that a true warrior of the Balac Tribe does not think about such trifles. Akun also came and said that this was the order of the matriarch, because of the side effects of the drugs that the dealers brought. She told the sick children to bathe in the hero's spring, Ian thought. Mom, that she wanted to make her look like a fool. Surprisingly, Akun was quite calm. He called Victor and thanked him for helping his younger sister. And he was sorry that he had misunderstood him all this time. The girl also thanked Victor. Victor answered briefly, okay. Then Akun screamed, and that's all he will say after his apology. And Victor told him, Akun is too aggressive. Ian exhaled and thought, well, they still have a lot of time. She called him by name and said she congratulated him on becoming an official member of the Balac Tribe. About 2 years later, Akun was hit square in the face and fell to the ground. 17-year-old Victor hit him, he said Aknul. For a crybaby, he is much stronger. Akun shouted again. But Victor said that their sparring was over for today. Akun asked if Victor was running away. Victor answered, no, he was going for a walk. Akun said, what an annoying bastard. After recovery, he became an even bigger monster. The guy said that he could also hit Akun on the nose to make it bleed. But Akun suddenly said that he didn't understand. Victor's fist didn't touch him, but stopped right in front of his face. The guy asked what was happening. He let his nose bleed due to the air pressure caused by his fist. While the guys were guessing, Victor was training. There were huge holes in the rock. Victor was training the 6th technique, and could already perfectly release 6 claws. Although there is still a long way to go to reach the 10th technique, reaching the 6th technique by 17 is an impressive increase. Victor also has the 6th magic circle. Now he can be considered a high-level sword expert, including the blessing of the river Styx, the demonic sword Beelzebub, and the use of shooting and assassination techniques he learned from the Balacs. He can withstand high-level sword experts. It has already been 2 years since the day he stepped into the deep forest. Once he has completed his preparations, he will say goodbye to the Balacs, but Victor did not sound so confident. Victor and Ian met and Victor examined the tracks. He said these were the tracks of a deep forest snake, Mushuhusu. Large and ancient, if they catch her, the village will be drunk for at least 4 days. Ian answered distractedly, I see. So Victor asked if she was thinking about something else while hunting. Then she said, yes. Another hunting party asked to ask him something. Victor thought she was hiding something. She took out a knife and said, they brought a dagger from the Imperial who invaded the forest. Victor knows something about this emblem. Victor replied, yes, he knew about it. The incredibly famous Leviathan clan, a significant clan. One of the 7 clans of the Empire, along with the Baskerville clan, Ian said. They thought it might be a dagger from one of the merchant group. But fortunately, this is not the case. But she is worried that at various places near the source, the intruders poured a red liquid from a glass bottle and released it. The hunting party caught one, but he swallowed the poison hidden in his mouth and died, leaving only this dagger. And she would like to ask something? Victor does not want to return to his hometown, asked Ian. Victor asked what kind of sudden question this was, and asked with such a strange expression on his face. Ian said she doesn't like secrets or lies, so let her answer honestly. There was another resident of the Empire who went into the deep forest. She thinks Victor is their target. Ian admitted that the girl, Kami, went into the deep forest. To be honest, 2 years ago, when he was fighting with Madam, and up until now, that girl came along with the search team to explore the forest. It seemed like she was looking for his tracks. Ian asked hesitantly if Victor would go with her. She couldn't even look him in the eye. She kept wondering if Victor would hate her for keeping this from him. What he would do if he said he would leave with her. Should she stop him using the tribe's rules, and would it work at all? Suddenly Victor answered that he would not return. Ian asked if it was true. Victor answered yes. Then she beamed with happiness and happily told Bakira that Victor was not leaving. And Victor thought, it seemed to him that the Empire knew that he was alive. But apparently it did not. He lied to Ian. Victor would return when he could perfectly hide his power so that Hugh wouldn't notice. That girl Ian is talking about is Cam Morg. She still hasn't forgotten that he saved her. Or is it part of diplomacy? This guy is bad with romance. Judging by the fact that the Baskerville clan allows the Morg clan to conduct searches in the deep forest, their alliance is still as strong as ever. Could it be that his death has brought 2 families together? He needs to find out what is happening outside the forest. Suddenly, a huge fish jumped out of the river and plopped down on the ground, Ian said. Judging by the fact that the fish jumped out of the river, the rainy season will soon begin. And judging by the size, this year the season will last a long time. Suddenly Victor noticed a spear sticking out. Then he cut the fish open and they found the skeleton of a warrior inside the fish. Ian said, judging by the clothes, it was a Rococo freak. The fish was knocked down by an arrow, and there are signs of resistance. It seems the victim was surprised to be eaten. This fish is a stupid animal that eats only carrion, but it is a little strange, Victor said. Perhaps he was so weakened that the fish thought he was a corpse. Ian asked why such a weak man went hunting. Victor asked what if the situation in their tribe was dire. Something could have happened in the deep forest. It wouldn't hurt to conduct an investigation. The guys set off on their way, and soon they discovered the camp of the Rococo tribe. But all the warriors of this tribe were dead. Victor looked at the bodies and thought there were signs of vomiting and diarrhea, plus red spots. Ian told Victor to look back. She said it was time for a meal, but there was no smoke coming from the fire in Rococo village. Then the boys entered the village and noticed that there were no signs of life in the village. Victor said that judging by the amount of grass that had grown, this place had not been looked after for some time. Ian asked if the Rococo tribe had moved to another place. She moved the cloth and a bunch of flies flew out of the house. She shouted, "There is a corpse here," Victor said calmly. "There are corpses next to him too." This was familiar to him. Corpses in the village and red spots, if you think about it. Before the regression, at about the same time, an epidemic occurred in the forests. It was called the Red Death. It was an infectious disease of the first group that killed almost all the barbarians. The disease spread unusually quickly, and even crossed the borders of the empire, Ian shouted. "They must leave this place as soon as possible, this curse." Victor said, "Don't worry, it's an infectious disease. If she's so afraid, she can come back," Ian shouted. "Who said she was afraid?" Then Victor said, "Judging by the number of corpses, the entire Rococo tribe was not destroyed. Most likely they moved somewhere, leaving the dead and sick behind. He's going to go into their homes and collect items so that Ian can go rest somewhere." Victor left and Ian thought, "Oh my god, he doesn't feel anything at all." Then she heard a rustle and turned around. She screamed at the top of her lungs, so Victor came back and asked what happened. Ian said it was a curse. "There's a damn child there. They have to run. Let him run first and she follow," Ian screamed. But Victor approached the girl and thought, judging by the child's appearance, she was not from the Rococo tribe. And she was about 5 years old and it looked like she was mourning someone's death. Victor asked the girl who she was. The girl answered, "Rococo, servant, cook," Victor said. So she was a subordinate of the Rococo tribe. Victor asked her name. The girl answered, "Pomerian." Victor thought it was an imperial name. It was a child from the empire, captured by the Rococo tribe. Suddenly she said something that shocked Victor. The girl said, "Pomerian la Baskerville." There are 3 middle names in the Baskerville clan. Van is given to members of the sideline. Lee is given to males of the main line, a middle name given to a girl by the head of the line, although rare due to the predominantly male offspring. Middle name La. Not many people have that middle name in the family, Victor thought. Ian nevertheless approached the girl and asked if this was, by any chance, the symbol of Victor's clan, pointing to the girl's medallion. Victor immediately opened it and saw a photo. There was Hugh. He wondered why he was in the photo. The girl tried to take the medallion away, but Victor held it. He asked the girl who they were to her. Ian said sarcastically, "Oh yeah, she would answer right away when he asked a question like that." Victor couldn't contain his emotions due to shock the girl herself had done nothing wrong. Then Victor smiled at her and asked Pomerian again who she was. Ian was surprised to see Victor smile. She asked, so the servant, that he could still smile. Suddenly the girl said, "Mom, Grandma, and Grandpa." Grandfather, in that case, that time the butler told him the truth. When Victor was just getting ready for Andorog, the butler told him. "Sir, you may not believe him, but the patriarch was a wonderful family man," Victor said. "He doesn't think anyone will believe it." But the butler continued. The patriarch really loved and appreciated his first wife Roxana, although Miss Roxana passed away due to illness. This was not the reason for his bitterness. The only direct heir of the family, born in the union of the patriarch and Miss Roxana. Miss Penelope was kidnapped by barbarians. The patriarch desperately wanted to find her, so he volunteered to move closer to the border. Thus, the Baskerville clan, previously living in the capital, moved to the Red Black Mountains region, a refuge for the barbarians. However, no matter how many hounds he sent, there was no news of Penelope. And without receiving any news, the patriarch eventually went mad. After that incident, Hugh hated the barbarians to the depths of his soul. He withdrew, became a killing machine. His only goal was to destroy monsters and barbarians. Victor wasn't particularly impressed by the story, as he thought it was impossible. But now he had living proof that Hugh had a heart. The child of Penelope, the only daughter of his beloved wife Roxana, Pomerian. And if so, she is Hugh's own granddaughter. It will be interesting to see Hugh's face when, after so many years of sending his children to war against the barbarians, he sees a granddaughter born to a barbarian. Victor said that it seemed like the Rococo tribe didn't treat her very well. She could go with him. He smiled awkwardly at the girl so as not to scare her, Pomerian said. "Mom, hair, eyes, the same." Victor said that all Baskerville hounds look alike, and apparently he is her uncle. Pomerian looked back at the grave, and I remembered how my mother, Penelope, said that if one day she saw someone with red eyes, she should go with him. It was very difficult for the poor girl to say goodbye to her mother, and yet she listened to Penelope's last advice. She said that she wanted to go with her uncle, This was the moment when the paths of the two martyrs of the iron-blooded sword clan crossed. Later, Victor took Pomerian with him and they began to live together. In the morning he went out. Pomerian asked where his uncle was. Victor said he had to go. His uncle needed to attend a meeting. The matriarch called him. Pomerian said she wanted to go with him. There was no other choice. Victor took her with him. He thought maybe she was afraid to be alone. It's great that she didn't close herself off from the world. But taking care of a child is much more difficult than he thought. But there's nothing to be done. He can't raise her in the Balac village. He needs a place out of Hugh's sight and still close to civilization. You need to ask Chihuahua for a favor. He will also need to leave the forest and stay in the city. The matriarch gathered everyone and reported that, apparently, there was an infectious disease circulating in the area. This is bad given the upcoming rainy season if the infection continues to spread during this period. This will lead to more deaths. But then the shaman shouted, "This is not a disease but a curse." If they took it off, everything would be resolved. They needed to perform a large-scale ritual, but Ian shouted back, "This can't be a curse. They need to leave the village immediately and move to another place." But the old men shouted, "How can they leave the sacred land, strewn with the steam of their ancestors? Moving is not even discussed." The young people were screaming, and if the disease spread and killed their children, what would happen to their future? The old people talked about ancestors in the past, and about the curse. The young people shouted about illness in the future. The matriarch was caught between two fires, and Victor sat calmly with Pomerian, thinking about the Red Death. The contagiousness of the Red Death is comparable to the Black Death that spread throughout the Empire. This terrible disease spread rapidly throughout the Empire to the very borders. The reason why the Empire survived the epidemic was because of the Kami Morg. She created a wall of flame to stop the spread of the disease, and thanks to Dolores, the saint sent from Vadis, with her divine powers, the disease was cured. However, this method of freezing only extended to the Empire. Most of the barbarians living in the area of the Red-Black Mountains perished. Since the barbarians who played a huge role in controlling the forest ecosystem disappeared, waves of monsters began to appear due to the influx of low-ranking monsters. This led to an exponential increase in the number of accidents among the townspeople. The Baskerville clan, who defended the borders, received help from the Empire and began to destroy the monsters. They were eventually successful in defending the borders, which opened the door for Hugh to strengthen his position. But Victor could not allow this to happen again. He raised his hand and said that he knew a way to stop the Red Death. Soon the boys caught goblins infected with the Red Death and threw them into the fire. Ian said that all the goblins they put in the contaminated water were infected with the Red Death, just like Victor said. It turns out that this disease is indeed transmitted through water, water being the largest source of infection. But there won't be any problems if you boil the water first, Victor said. Ian asked. So with boiled water everything will be fine. Ian lowered the goblin into boiling water and was surprised that he died immediately. Victor asked to lower him into cold water. They did so. And even after some time, the goblins did not show symptoms. They found a way to defeat the Red Death. The answer was in the water, so if they drank boiled water, they could prevent infection. The matriarch said that thanks to Victor, they can see the light at the end of the tunnel. She is truly grateful. Victor said that they cannot let their guard down just yet. The infection can enter through the eyes and any mucous membranes, and is also transmitted through the respiratory tract, so you need to be careful during the morning fog. Ian gloated at the shaman, saying, "And someone there said that it was a curse." Then the shaman said, "So the solution to the problem with the Red Death is to avoid water. The rainy season is coming soon. And how to avoid water in such a situation?" People began to discuss. During the rain, the rivers will overflow their banks, and the air will become humid. Preventative measures include restrictions on what water they drink and wash with, so they need to relocate the population, Victor said. The shaman shouted. He didn't say that they couldn't leave the lands of their ancestors. He dared to ignore the words of the council elders. But suddenly Victor said that there was a method that would allow them to stay on their territory. The rainy season has begun in the Red-Black Mountains. The river has overflowed, turning the former plains into a vast marshy area. Even the elders had never seen such a heavy rain in the deep forest, so everything in the deep forest was flooded. All but the Balac settlement of the tribe built their dwellings on the tops of tall trees. Even with such heavy rain, the village did not go underwater, for which we should thank Victor, the guys said. The boys shouted to Victor. Thanks to him, the village was not flooded. Thank you. How great that they listened to him. Victor thought it was good that there were many tall trees growing in the Balaki territory, so they would be able to survive the rainy season. Pomerian said that she wanted to be near her uncle. Suddenly, Victor noticed glowing eyes in the water. Victor shouted to the guys that it was dangerous there. But the monster had already jumped out of the water. The guys would have died if an arrow had not flown into the monster. Ian saved them. She told the monster to go away. Victor asked if it was a mushusu, Ian answered. This fish has been considered the king here for several decades. They call it Ka. The monster got angry and started to destroy everything around him. Then Victor decided to deal with him. He jumped out of the house and said, he destroyed the house that they had built with such difficulty. He will eradicate this habit of his. Victor summoned Beelzebub and used Baskerville's 6th technique, 6 hidden ambushes. Having received the full punishment, the monster quickly fled from there, People began to praise Victor, calling him the hero of the tribe. At night, Pomerian and Ian were in Victor's house and were eating dinner. They were very happy. Pomerian said, "Uncle, how delicious," Ian added. "Yes, her uncle cooks great," Victor interrupted them, saying. "He doesn't remember inviting her to his home," Ian replied. "She can't just walk past a place that smells so good." Victor said that there was no portion provided for her. Ian said that it belongs to the servant. It belongs to his master. Everything is his and hers too. Then Victor asked how many times he had to repeat that he was no longer a servant. Ian said he should have read the fine print. Suddenly Pomerian said, "It seemed like Uncle and Ian were a married couple." Of course, Ian was happy to hear this. Victor thought, when they became so close, suddenly the wind blew and the boys turned around. Ian asked why Akun came here, but Akun ignored her and called Victor. Akun was on the edge. He cried and spoke. He came because if we are talking about Victor, then anything is possible. After all, Victor has already saved the villagers many times. He begs Victor to save his younger sister. Unfortunately, Akun's sister fell ill with the Red Death. The guys came to her and Victor asked when it all started. Akun replied that yesterday he thought she had entered the swamp when they were collecting wood for the buildings. Ian said that Akil was a sweet girl who always helped everyone, and asked if Victor could do anything for her. Before Victor could answer, an old man came into the house and started grumbling. She was still being capricious and didn't listen to the old man, and that's what she deserved. Every action has consequences. That's what happens when you listen to the imperial bastard. Akun tried to calm the old man down, but he began to fuss even more and hit Akun, then called him a useless fool, just like his parents. Then he came out and said, he repeated many times, "This is God's punishment to solve everything. It is necessary to conduct a family rite." He ordered Akun not to involve the Imperial in the affairs of the Balacs. Since this had happened, the matriarch would definitely agree, the old man added. Akun continued to cry, when suddenly Victor said that if Akun was asking about treatment, then it exists. It is necessary to disinfect the furniture that Akil used and boil water. Then burn coal in a fire to smoke out all the insects and mice in the house. They must create conditions in which Akil can fight the disease in order to buy some time. Victor asked Akun if he could handle it. Akun wiped away his tears and turned around, answered yes, and left. Ian asked if Victor could really save Akil. Victor answered yes, but it would require her help. And Ian said she would do everything. Then Victor asked to take him out of the forest. Then he could get the medicine against the infection. But Ian screamed, "You can't even think about it." Even though he was recognized as one of them, you can't just go out onto someone else's land. Her principled mother would never allow this, Victor said. Yes, she most likely will not try to save Akil. But if everyone present keeps his departure a secret, he will be able to escape in secret from everyone, and she will let him go. A little later, Victor deftly ran across the branches onto the stones with Pomerian behind him. He stopped abruptly and asked why she was following him. Didn't she let him go? Ian suggested going together, but Victor said she would only get in the way, so Ian asked him to at least tell her where he was going. Victor refused. Then Ian asked why he was taking Pomerian with him. Victor remained silent, Ian said, as the sword came out of his hand. And when he already knew about the Red Death, she didn't ask questions. Ian knew from the moment they first met. She knew that she would always give in to him, even though Victor had become her subordinate. Ian couldn't ask him anything because she knew Victor would disappear as soon as she got the answers. She wanted Victor to answer just one question. Would he come back? Ian lowered her head. It seemed like she was scared. Victor answered briefly, "He will come back." Ian raised her head and saw only traces of Victor. Then she said, "It would be better for him to keep his promise." Meanwhile, Chihuahua was in his office. He had another hard day at work. It was already dark, and he was still working. No matter how many papers he sorted through in a day, their number did not decrease, no matter how wonderful everything was. When the acting consul was here, the work was tiring, but fun. He still can't believe that the acting consul is dead. Chihuahua missed him. Suddenly, Victor appeared right in front of Chihuahua's face and asked. He called him, of course. Chihuahua was terrified. He screamed at the top of his lungs, and Victor calmly asked how the Secretary General of Chihuahua was doing. They sat down and Chihuahua poured him some tea, then asked if Victor had fought a forest monster, gotten seriously injured, and was now living with the barbarians. Victor replied yes. Then Chihuahua asked, "Anyway, Victor is definitely not a ghost." Then Victor laughed and asked why he was in shock for so long. He is still the same. The Chihuahua burst into tears and said he was so glad Victor was alive, then asked who the child was that looked so much like him. Is it possible that this is a child from his union with the barbarian? Victor said that they have the same blood. That is why they look alike. But he made the wrong conclusions. The Chihuahua thought it was the same blood, but he was wrong. Now he was even more bursting with curiosity. Victor asked if Chihuahua could look after her while he was away. Her name is Pomerian, and it would be a good idea to teach her the basics. By the way, it's not hard for him to handle all the work on his own if he needs help. Let him find Cindy, Victor suggested. Chihuahua asked. He is about a criminal who was pardoned 2 years ago. But how to find her? Victor asked. Remembers the times when he worked here, and he gave the little girl 10 billion. No one supports her, so it will be easy to get to her. She was supposed to leave with that child, and if Cindy refused to cooperate, she could say that he was alive. Chihuahua replied that he understood everything, and asked when the deputy intended to return. Victor replied, after he finished with some things. And Victor needs to fulfill this promise. It is possible to quickly cure Akil from the Red Death. Just a drop of holy water from that clan. In that case, everything is decided. He is heading to the religious holy clan of Vadis. A man with a cart drove up to the gate. The knight stopped him and said that they had to conduct a preliminary check. Sir Joseph, the owner of the oil shop on the ground floor. What did they bring with them? Asked the knight. Joseph replied, oil. Here is the import permit, where everything is written. He comes to them all the time. The knight said that he still needed to check everything. His superiors attached importance to formalities. He chose a barrel and began to open it, Joseph thought. Of all the barrels, this one. The knight opened the barrel, and he said, everything is fine, sir can pass. Then the man breathed a sigh of relief, and the knights greeted him in holy Mecca. The man rode a little further and whispered, now you can go out. The lid of the barrel flew up, and Victor came out of the barrel. He was covered in oil. The man asked, since he had done his part and brought him to the holy Mecca, he could go, right? But Victor stopped him and pulled out of his pocket the bull bear fangs that he had promised to give. Then he left, and the man continued to look after him and asked, he spent 2 whole hours in a barrel of oil. He is not a person. This was the first time Victor had been submerged for so long. After all, he had only been in the Styx River for 7 minutes anyway. So he entered the territory of the Vadis clan. Holy Mika is the central city of the Vadis clan. Population 160,000 people. Due to the influence of the church, any manifestation of sexual desires and greed is strictly prohibited. Local residents do not even pick up coins from the ground. They strictly follow the rules, because they are aware of the regulations and public order. By the way, when the clock tower bell rings, people perform this ritual by stopping on the street and starting to pray. Victor went to the well and poured into it the Red Death bacteria that was contained in Akil's blood, sweat, and tears. It causes a highly contagious infection, so once it gets into the well, the locals will immediately become ill. Although this method is quite radical, the situation is urgent. Every second counts. This is religious and sacred territory. Therefore, people will be saved even before the first accident. The children saw Victor and asked who he was. Victor didn't answer them. Then the children started talking among themselves. There is a suspicious person at the well. He seems dangerous. We need to run away. Then Victor, with his creepy aura, looked at the children, and he said, let them listen carefully. This well is cursed. Those who drink from it will not receive mercy from death. The children burst into tears and ran away screaming. The ghost had put a curse on the well. He would never drink from it. Now the children will not drink from the well. Victor threw the dagger into the ground. It was the dagger of the Leviathan clan, known for its deadly poisons, given the situation, spreading red death in the deep forest. They were the ones who started this epidemic, since the religious Holy Clan and the deadly Poison Clan have long been on bad terms. This will unleash a massive battle between them. Now the preparations are complete. The time for the holy water to flow is almost here. So why doesn't he visit St. Dolores? Victor asked. People gathered at the palace. They said that they had heard that a saint was resting here and they would like to greet her. People crowded around the girl's house and shouted that they wanted to see her face. These people had never heard of personal space. Dolores asked if they all came here to see her at such a late hour. One guy said he would tell her about himself. He is the lord of the Dortsmile region, and also the fearsome son of the Jonathan clan, and also married to the daughter of the Alphonse clan. Another said, he is the person in charge of the Ibsen Guild Association, responsible for the export of the bourgeois family. Another said that if she cured his illness, he would reward her with the contents of an entire granary, and also give her a villa on the south coast. Dolores asked them to stop and said she doubted their identities or wealth were sufficient grounds to open the gate at such a late hour. She asked them to leave. People finally went home. Victor was also in this crowd. Before the regression, he often saw the saint on the front lines of battles. I saw her covered in blood, desperately treating the wounded. Her white clothes were stained with red, and the bright divine power did not cease to shine. The saint whom he knows hates money and power. Victor approached the gate and Dolores asked who he was and why he came to her. Victor turned on the actor. He fell to the ground and said sadly, just a young lamb who had lost his way. A little later, the doors opened and Dolores allowed him to enter. Victor entered the house and a voice came from the statue, like a young lamb that had lost its way. Then Victor thought, she won't meet him in person. Well, it's not like she had any reason to go out to a man in a suspicious outfit. He said that he had come to borrow some water, that an epidemic was spreading through the slums, and he brought water from the well that was there. With divine powers, it would be easy to sense the bad energy coming from her. Dolores was silent for a moment and shouted, he lied. Then the knights quickly gathered on the top floor, and Victor was told that for a lamb who had lost his way, he spoke rather aggressively. Who is he? The man asked Victor. Victor looked at him and thought he hadn't seen this face for a long time. Pedro Vadis. He was the one Victor could trust with his back in battle, and in the name of justice he would not compromise with lawlessness. He may be more ruthless than demons, and it was from him that he learned the negotiation techniques that he used on the 7 young gentlemen of Underdog City. Victor suddenly said how nice it was to see him here. Pedro said he heard he came here to report on the epidemic, but his appearance was suspicious. He won't be able to meet the saint until he takes off his mask and shows a little courtesy, Victor replied. There is a reason why he wears the mask. Since he had already said everything that was necessary, his work here was finished. But Victor could not leave. Pedro attacked him and said he couldn't let a suspicious man get away. Victor thought he threw the leaf, filling it with divine power. Still using interesting weapons, Pedro jumped down and said he felt evil energy from the water he brought. If the epidemic really did take place, then he was the one who spread it. Victor asked why he would then come here and report the disease. Pedro replied that he didn't know. Perhaps it was his tactic to lure the saint out to listen to his confession in prison. Victor thought, and you can't argue, Pedro attacked him again with his sheets of divine power. He dodged as best he could. If he used aura, they would be able to recognize him as a member of the Baskerville family. Victor ran up the wall and jumped on Pedro, and Pedro screamed like a boulder had fallen on him. And where did such strength come from in such a small body? Then Victor jumped back. The skill he received. Having killed a bull bear 2 years ago, the 600-kilogram bull bear's strength is his first time using it, and it's not that bad. Victor ran at Pedro and attacked his book with his Cerberus flame, burning the book. Pedro washed his hand in water and said that he wanted to continue the battle, and used magic. He knew that the stranger was an atheist. He couldn't let him go. Shouting this, Pedro attacked Victor again. But Victor threw a burning book and distracted Pedro, and then immediately hit him in the chest. From such a blow, Pedro flew back and, breaking the statue, hit the wall. The other knights were in shock. They said they were imagining things. Sir Pedro had lost. It was impossible. How could this happen? The knights came down and began to protect Pedro. Victor decided to go to the end. But at that moment, Dolores came and shouted, "Enough!" Dolores asked Victor if he was a lost young lamb. Victor said yes. Then Dolores said, "He is more like a puppy than a lamb, a little puppy covered in bruises," the knight cried. "This man is no puppy at all." But Dolores was asked to bring them tea. She must talk to this man, Dolores said. Soon they were sitting at the same table, Victor thought. Now she was 16, Saint Dolores Lunvadis. In the future, during the war against the demons, she cared for the wounded on the front lines, saving countless lives. She is a living example of virtue in times of destruction, like everyone else. Every martial artist who met the saint, including Victor, respected her. Dolores suddenly said, "She's been extremely tense lately. She doesn't know if he knows." But she entered the Imperial Academy, the Colosseum. Since it's a holiday now, he's currently taking a break from studying and dealing with family matters. However, as he himself noted, nobles and merchants seek meetings with her. Regardless of the time of day, the diseases from which they want to be cured are associated with the consequences of taking narcotic substances, or sexually transmitted infections. There is no one among them who is terminally ill. Justice, fairness, mercy, and equality is God's will. But why do people see only what is in front of their noses? Victor thought about what this conversation was about, and said that theology is essentially a process of knowing people, so it is inevitable. Dolores said it was a book from the Old Testament, Amos, chapter 6, verse 9. Who would have thought that there was a person who remembered such old texts? Victor said that more importantly, an epidemic is spreading through the slums of St. Mika. Dolores asked if this was accurate information, and Victor answered. This vessel contains contaminated water that he personally collected from a well in the slums. Dolores asked. And he was not involved in this incident in any way, Victor asked. Would he have come otherwise? Victor thought that, apparently, he couldn't avoid suspicions. Then he should use that method. He raised his hand and Pedro hurried to cover Dolores. But Victor used divine power. Victor said he didn't like hurting innocent people, especially since this place was his home. Dolores asked if he was a believer in Lun. Victor asked, so now she was ready to listen. He noticed suspicious people pouring liquid from a glass bottle directly into the waters of the slums. They are criminals. Dolores asked if what they said was true. Then what was their motive? Victor answered. Most likely. The criminal is the one who wants the downfall of the Vadis family, and who will benefit from it. First of all, the deadly and poisonous Leviathan clan. As well as the bourgeois family conglomerate, the Leviathan clan uses the epidemic as an opportunity to collect samples from an endless number of sick people, and use them in their research. Moreover, the fall of the Holy Vadis family comes at just the right time for the Leviathan family, their sworn enemy. There is also a bourgeois family. The epidemic is not an obstacle to earnings. Along with the death of workers, landowners will go bankrupt, empty lands, factories, and shops. They would be absorbed by the aforementioned family and directed to a new business. Victor was sure that the bastards from the Leviathan clan were behind the spread of the disease, and the bourgeois traders cooperate with them and reap the benefits. The inhabitants of the deep forest have become scapegoats so that both clans can prosper, Victor said. Therefore, due to the reasons mentioned, he believes that they are most closely related to the epidemic. Of course, this is only a hypothesis. Dolores thought it sounded plausible. Who would have thought that there was a person who could so accurately predict future incidents? She asked. And yet, who is he? Victor answered. Let's say he is a night bloodhound. Dolores said the nickname was a bit sinister. Pedro said they had to choose a name that suited his appearance. What a blasphemy. Then Dolores said, in any case, everything the Night Hound said was entirely possible. She ordered Pedro to visit the slums, conduct an investigation, and report the results to his father. Victor thought he was lucky to meet a saint. Now everything would go faster. And Dolores looked at him and thought, interesting. Why does the man who defeated the unrivaled Sir Pedro and the Holy Knights look so small and miserable? The scent of the beast emanating from its soul, the scent of blood, oil, and iron, as well as cruelty and restrained anger. The color of hatred. In the deep whirlpool of countless emotions, inside it all lies his great sadness. So soon, the saint arrived in the slums. The girls were already sad. They greeted her with tears in their eyes. The girl asked to save them from this terrible epidemic, Dolores said. It turns out that what the Night Hound said was true. Little did she know. Victor poisoned these people, he thought. It's a pity. Because of the lack of time, it was necessary to involve the city's inhabitants in everything. Fortunately, there are no children among those who fell ill, which means that the fear he sowed among them has borne fruit. They all show early symptoms of the disease. There is no other choice. We will have to leave the rest to the saint. Dolores approached the people and said, "Unfortunate people, do not worry. The supreme love of the goddess of the moon will heal them all." She began to pray, and soon the whole church was illuminated by divine power, and people felt better. The girls began to thank Dolores for saving people. Dolores was able to heal everyone at once. Victor looked at her intently and thought, yes, this is that very power. He needs to bring the miracle of holy water to the forest. At night, Dolores still did not sleep. Healing the sick with divine power was only a temporary measure. She understood that. We cannot allow new cases to appear. The fact that even more patients are appearing. It means that somewhere in the slums there is a contaminated well. She looked at the test tube with water. And I thought, judging by the bodily fluids of the sick person, the incubation period is quite short. But it takes a very long time for the person to die. This is malicious intent, due to which the patient experiences pain for a long time. To completely stop the spread of the disease, you need to focus and cleanse the deepest well. If she could create one drop by concentrating her divine power, Dolores stood up, deciding that now was not the time to dwell on it. She had another patient to take care of, but as soon as Dolores stood up, she felt dizzy and fell. Anemia, Dolores thought. Maybe it was from using too much force too often. And yet Dolores stood up. She decided that she could still do it, for the sake of the speedy relief of the suffering of the sick. She went out and was immediately met by those three guys. They said they would go too. There was no need to worry anymore. Dolores asked distantly what brought them all here. The man replied that they had come to help the saint. How could they leave a noble lady alone in a low and dirty place? They brought 3 carts with money and pain relief. These guys hit the jackpot today. They thought that people living in the slums would be skinny and covered in dirt, but they turned out to be quite human, said people who had no humanity at all. Dolores couldn't stand these people any longer. She went forward. But the men shouted, "Anyway, it is a gentleman's duty to protect the lady. They will follow her." Dolores stopped and said, she understood their intentions. In that case, she is counting on them. Their faces quickly changed when they came into the tents to the infected people. They were screaming. The smell was disgusting. He stepped on it wisely. These shoes cost a fortune and were a limited edition. These people were thinking about their shoes while people were dying. These people dared to ask the priests who were saving people to take care of them first. Dolores was angry, she thought. She knew it would be like this. It was blasphemy to come here with ulterior motives. Don't they know that all that is required of them is compassion for the sick, absolute and pure altruism, dogmatic self-sacrifice, the desire to volunteer, kindness and tenderness? These are the closest feelings to God's grace and love. From here on out, even more horrific cases begin, and critical patients, the sick and the saints. Everyone will suffer here. She apologized for not being with them, but now she was here. Dolores walked into the tent. And she froze, because Victor was there. The clergy were asking if there was anything else besides divine power that could help. How many hours did he spend alone with this sick person? Victor cut the infected area and ran divine power over it. It does not bless the skin, but instead allows the blessing to penetrate into the infected area. If it works like that, then he will be able to concentrate and use divine power. Who would have thought that this method would work? Dolores was surprised, because a hound was helping people. It was amazing, Dolores thought. She had no idea that he was so skilled in medicine, and so good at controlling divine power. In general, divine power is the prayer of a priest that reaches God, which he accepts and gives holy power in return. The amount of divine power is determined by devotion to the god, and is proportional to the amount needed to perform a miracle. 1 divine power is 1 miracle, 10 divine powers are 10 miracles, but Victor knows the method. How to create 10 miracles with 1 divine power, and 100 with 10 divine powers. During the fall, being surrounded by monsters and looking after the sick, the number of which turned even the number of enemies. The priests knew that they did not have enough divine power to stop the disaster. And then God, seeing the despair and fading faith of the priests, decided to change the equality in order to perform miracles. Use the power now, leaving all questions for later. First perform miracles, the rest later. Even if they were wondering where all this energy came from. It was a strange phenomenon where they used all the divine power they could gather, People called this phenomenon advanced divine power. And since killing monsters was considered an act of faith in those days, even if you weren't a priest, if you killed monsters, you could use advanced divine power. Thanks to this, Victor, the owner of a soul that has absorbed the karma of the past, can use divine power if he is in a holy place. The girl was crying in front of her mother. Victor approached her and said that she was sick, but also suffered from severe malnutrition. Let him use this to get food and firewood to take care of his mother? He held out the coin, but the man shouted, "Material assistance is not allowed. The thirst for money has no limits. If he does this, he will end up giving them all the money without a trace." Victor asked why there is no end to something that has no boundaries. His wallet is limited. He can just give them everything. He looked at his mother and said sincerely that he was sorry, Dolores thought. The way he said he was sorry. This person, what he is sorry for, and what he asks for forgiveness for. Is it possible that he has a similar reason to hers? Because he couldn't take care of more people, naive girl. She turned around. Even though Dolores is a saint, she is still a 16-year-old girl, still young and inexperienced, and still naive. Dolores' heart began to beat faster because of the mysterious man in front of her. After some time, Victor was resting alone. He was drinking water, so he took off his mask, but suddenly he heard a rustle. Then he put the mask back on and asked what was wrong. Dolores asked if he didn't mind talking. Victor replied he didn't mind. She thanked him for his help. Thanks to him, it was possible to cure all the sick. Victor replied, "He only did what he had to," Dolores said. She knew he would say that. Victor fell silent. Then Dolores said that a strong man like him must have been born with divine powers. To be honest, she was just lucky to be born with it. But her body, mind, and faith are not that strong. Why did God choose her, weak as a saint? There are so many other people with much greater faith, but born of divine power. Why did God award the title of saint to her? Victor said that it was precisely this suffering and guilt that was the reason for the choice of God. The world needs light that illuminates even the most unsightly and terrible places. Dolores burst into tears and asked if she could one day become a person capable of speaking like that. Victor replied that she could. The result of the general gathering of the Vadis family priests was the successful completion of all the processes necessary for the creation of holy water. A divine essence capable of purifying all the slums plague with 1 drop, including reserves of 3 drops of concentrated holy water. And the name of this is the Terre of the Saint, Plan de la Verge. Dolores began to pray in the church, see all. The woman whose son is one and only, here I am, who unfortunately is forced to raise the Son of God. I shed tears all night until the next. My heart is not able to bear this agony. Today is the most painful and sad day for me. After the prayer, the knights said they thanked her for her hard work and would make sure they were kept in the basement in perfect safety. Dolores thanked them for their work and went to her father. She said she came to her father to report something about the Red Death. The cardinal of the Church of Lun, Humbert Lun Vadis, called his daughter, he said. This time she made a great sacrifice. As expected from his daughter, Dolores said. Her father was too merciful. Humbert asked to tell him what had happened. Dolores replied that they first planned to use the saint's tear they created to purify the water flowing beneath St. Mecca. Humbert asked if she had found the source of the infection. Dolores replied, yes. The infection came from an unregistered well in the slums. According to the children, they witnessed a spirit curse the well. It was seriously contaminated. And inside they found glass containers used to store and transport infection. After exploring the area, they found suspicious objects. Humbert asked where she found it. Dolores replied, at the well. Humbert got angry. The emblems of the Leviathan and Bourgeois clans, they really get along well. How did they create an artificial virus? How dare these base fanatics of poisons and misers insult God himself, shouted Humbert. He ordered a holy war to be declared, then said that this guy calling himself a night hound is suspicious. We must immediately seize him and force him to confess everything. But Dolores shouted, he is innocent, naive. Dolores was defending. Without realizing it, the man who had spread this epidemic, she was screaming. It was he who tried harder than anyone else to cure the sick. Thanks to him, none of the sick died. He cannot be evil. Humbert said that if his daughter, who never went against him, says so, then he will personally interrogate him. Humbert used his power and told his daughter that there was no point in going against him, since he had already instructed the paladins to find him. The paladins burst into Victor's room and shouted, the Night Hound is suspected of spreading the Red Death. But of course, he disappeared without a trace. A guy ran to Humbert and said that something terrible had happened. This concerns one of the saint's tears. It disappeared from the underground storage. Then Dolores realized the bitter truth. She realized that the reason Victor came was the tear. Meanwhile, the pleased Victor thanked her for the tear and disappeared. Let's go back to the past, namely to the past of Ian, other barbarians, and Ian fought with the very same Cerberus that Victor killed later. Ian stood on the edge of the cliff and shot at the monster, but she was about 9 years old and didn't have the strength to kill it. Unfortunately, the edge of the cliff broke, and Ian fell from a great height, later found by human traffickers. A small child was put into an arena against a huge man and given a simple sword. Ian was a good warrior since childhood. She attacked the man, but was unable to kill him the first time. The man grabbed the child by the leg and threw her back. Ian hit the fence hard and fell to the ground. Ian burst into tears remembering her family, then she stood up, which surprised the fat cats with terrible souls. Ian painted her face with her blood to show that she was ready to fight, as she did with humans. And then she was locked in a cage like an animal. In her free time, Ian remembered her family. That's how she fell asleep every night. So she spent several years in subordination, until one day, Victor gave her a potion that healed all her wounds. And then he let her go. Ian opened her eyes. Apparently she dreamed of Victor, because she was crying. Her mother was next to her. She asked Ian. Her daughter was having a nightmare. Ian was looking for Victor while she was sleeping. Ian spoke with difficulty. The pain was getting worse. Her chest was hurting. Her whole body was burning. Her heart seemed to have dried up. She may have a red death, but she couldn't get sick. So where does this pain come from that makes you regret being born? Mom said that a long time ago, she and her father planted a small seed in the ground. Her father planted it, and her mother watered it every day. After some time, it sprouted, and after a few months, it became a healthy and beautiful flower. After cutting it, squeezing out the juice and lighting it, they were tipsy and had fun, and that's how Ian came to be. But because her father committed a bad deed and her grandfather executed him, Ian said, "Her body is getting worse." The matriarch said, "You never know what life will bring you. Ian needs to live it. She needs to wait a little while until Victor returns, having found a way to cure the disease." But Ian said sadly, "Mom doesn't need to calm her down. He won't come back." When suddenly someone shouted, "Victor is back." Victor returned with the medicine, but just as the matriarch wanted to say something to her daughter, she ran out of the house. To be honest, when Victor freed Ian and she ran into the forest, she was terribly scared. But by showing her how Victor faced his fears, she was able to rise up. It was Ian who saved him after he unsuccessfully fought with Madame Octopus. Ian came running, pushing everyone out of the way, Victor said calmly. He heard from the warriors that she had fallen ill with the Red Death. Without wasting a second, Ian jumped on Victor with a hug. Victor said if he hadn't used mana, then she would have broken his back. He asked if she hadn't been sick. Ian replied she didn't know as soon as he returned. The body suddenly felt so light. Victor asked if everything was okay with her. Ian answered yes. Then Victor said, "It looks like she was playing the fool." Ian said, "Yes," and added, "Welcome back." Victor said, he was back. It looks like Victor was really happy here. Later, Victor went into Akun's house and pulled out the saint's tear. She only lightly brought the tear to Akil, and the spots disappeared in an instant. Akun immediately burst into tears and shouted, "She has recovered. Akil is healthy." The boys started screaming. Victor's medicine really helped. The light coming from what Victor brought was so strong that even the Red Death retreated. Victor asked how many were sick now. Ian answered, "Including Akil, about 30. Victor asked how many in other tribes. Ian replied that everything was very bad there. Many were practically on the verge of extinction. Victor asked, "So, approximately 10,000. We need to tell the other tribes to gather the sick." Ian asked if he had so much medicine. Victor replied, "Yes, there is enough for everyone." So they take the chance to brag to others. People start shouting, "Victor is incredible." And Victor continued, "And as for the swamp monster, they called him Ka, that's right. On the way here, he finished him off. So they had to bring the corpse and use it as food. People were terrified of Victor's power. Victor said there was no time. We had to tell the other tribes to gather at the river catchment area. So all the tribes gathered at the river, despite their differences. Victor stepped forward and took out a tear. Victor shed a tear into the river. And in one moment the whole river began to shine. Now the river is filled with divine power. Dolores's power was truly incredible. Just one drop of her tear was enough to illuminate an entire river. Victor told the heads of the tribe that all that was needed was to drink this water. Then the boys carried the sick to the river. One sip of water was enough to heal the infected. People rejoiced. The Red Death retreated. Victor said the purification would spread throughout the catchment area so the bacteria would soon disappear. The matriarch said she should appoint him as the tribe's shaman. Victor immediately refused. Suddenly, the head of another tribe stamped his foot and shouted, "People of the deep forest, what is the name of their hero who cleared the forest?" And the men simultaneously and in time began to stomp, shouting, "Victor!" Then the women shouted, "What is the name of the man who saved their families?" People started shouting, "Victor, who gave the deep forest a bright tomorrow. Victor." People continued to shout Victor. He finally received the recognition, love, and respect he desired in his past life. But he didn't pay attention to it. He thought that the vile act of the deadly poisonous clan turned into a favorable situation. The Baskerville clan, the pioneers who conquered the Red and Black Mountains, and the clan's natural enemies, the local mountain dwellers. If he can win their trust and repay them in kind, the fight against the Baskerville clan will be entirely possible. He could take this chance and deal a serious blow to Hugh. All Victor's thoughts were about Hugh. The matriarch said that from this day on, the festival will begin. Everything must be prepared for the grand celebration. But Victor said that before that, there was something else that needed to be done. Didn't they need to find the one who spread the infection in the forest? It had been a long time. By now, everyone should have been infected. He wouldn't have gotten involved with those imperial drug addicts. It's all the fault of that imperial degenerate. In a moment of general despair, he will cure everyone with the help of an antidote. so the tribe will have no choice but to look at him with respect and awe, and knew that infecting Akhil was a good idea. No one would suspect him of harming his own granddaughter. His plan was perfect, the shaman thought. But when the freak went to the village, he saw that everything was fine with the people. They were all healthy. Then he thought, why is everything okay? I'm sure they were barely breathing due to illness when he performed the birthright. And even Akhil, what is happening? The shaman ran to the river and froze from what he saw, and the fish in the river were alive. The water was purified. No, it became cleaner than it was. Such a good arrangement of affairs did not suit the shaman at all. In his moment of despair, Victor came up to him and asked if the water in the river was quite clean, wasn't it? The shaman jumped back shouting, "Imperial bastard!" Only then did he notice that he was being watched. The person spreading the infection in the deep forest, oddly enough, turned out to be a shaman. Before Victor's regression, stories about an old man living in the forest and plotting were quite popular. There was a terrible story among the people about a man who infected a tribe because he wanted to become a hero. But he was unable to cure the sick, which led to many deaths among his fellow tribesmen, so those stories were true. The shaman still thought that no one knew about the sin that had been committed, and asked if everyone had really come here to greet the old shaman. The matriarch came and asked the shaman. He prepared a ceremony? The shaman replied, "Of course, the infection should disappear soon." Then the matriarch said that she had heard that a war had broken out in the empire between two clans because of the Red Death, because it turned out that the infection was created and spread artificially. But isn't it strange that she doesn't see any connection or reason? Why the infection spread in the deep forest? The shaman became nervous. He lied that he did not know it. After all, he had just returned from the ritual. For the sake of the poor recovery of the tribe, the matriarch asked why he came here and not to the village. The matriarch said that as Victor had said, the shaman came to the watershed. Victor nodded in response. Then the matriarch said she would see if Victor's words continued to be confirmed. The shaman asked what she was talking about. Earlier, Victor said that the shaman wants to take advantage of the opportunity to become a hero of the tribe, so he will definitely have a cure for the Red Death. The matriarch said she wants to see what's in the shaman's bag. Before this conversation, Ayan asked if Victor wanted to know about the birth of the shaman. Victor answered yes, it would be useful for him to get to know him better. Then Ayan began to speak. The shaman Ahiman is not a native of their tribe. His origin is not revealed. But many years ago, he was subjugated by a shaman and came to the Balacs, but killed the shaman who was planning a coup and took his powers. For his services in preventing the coup, he was promoted from the role of servant to shaman, after which, in order to get used to life in the tribe, he, as she heard, did everything in a row. He did all the dirty work, even cleaned up waste products, and also acted as bait for hunting dangerous prey. However, he was accepted as part of their community when he became old and his hair turned gray. Victor thought that now, in his old age, he only wanted to receive those privileges that he was deprived of in his youth. So, he crossed the authority of the matriarch and tried to take over the entire forest. The matriarch asked the shaman, "What is he doing?" She ordered him to show her his bag immediately. The shaman swallowed, and he said of course there is flour there, which he saved to eat after the ceremony. He took out a bag, but as if by accident he dropped it right into the river, then shouted. The old man's hands were shaking completely. He accidentally dropped the bag into the river. The matriarch covered her face with her hand and said, "Victor was right again. He really threw his bag into the river. Everything was just as Victor said." Victor nodded to the matriarch. But he said, however, now they will not be able to find out the contents of the shaman's bag using the same method. The shaman shouted that since he claimed to have the antidote, it meant that he was considered to have spread the infection throughout the forest. This vicious bastard must be punished. He dared to accuse the honest man and denigrate his shamanic honor. The matriarch said, "Yes, without evidence one cannot accuse anyone. Since he says he is innocent, she will help protect his honor and pride." Just as the shaman was rejoicing that he could not be punished without evidence, the matriarch shouted that she demanded that the Iliad be performed. Iliad, when it is not possible to resolve a conflict of interests. The Balaki side with the winner of the Iliad and recognized the loser as incompetent. Akun came up and told the shaman, "Grandfather always said that traditions are important. The Iliad is the tradition of the Balacs. He asks to show them how the grandfather protects traditions." The shaman silently cursed his grandson, calling him an immoral bastard. Then the shaman shouted, 4 days from now, on the night of the full moon, he would officially request the Iliad. Victor replied, "What 4 days?" He was sure that the date was set by the one in whose direction the Iliad was directed, since they had started talking about traditions. It's worth doing it right now, frankly. The evidence and confirmation are meaningless, since cornering him and forcing him to request the Iliad was part of Victor's plan. Later, the matriarch shouted, "The Iliad begins now. She will pass in a circle of warriors. The warriors must mercilessly execute the coward who tries to leave the circle. Behind her is a mountain of warriors where their ancestors rest. They watch over them. And therefore she will not forgive unacceptable behavior. Their ancestors will decide what is right and what is wrong. So it is they who will determine the winner. Let them prove their case as warriors of the tribe." The boys on the branches, including Ayan, were shouting, "Victor, defeat him with one blow." They were shouting Victor's name. The shaman thought, What the hell, there is no one on his side. Well, they will shut up as soon as he wins. Since in the Iliad you can use more than just weapons, the shaman bit his finger until it bled and dripped onto the ground. And then skeletons crawled out of the ground. The shaman ordered to watch the blind spots and report as soon as he was seen. The shaman was confident in himself. He thought that Victor had only spent 2 years here, which meant he couldn't win. After all, he has been living here for 70 years and knows the area like the back of his hand. While the shaman laughed, Victor watched him. Silent Step, a skill he gained after killing the River Master, allows him to silently target enemy open areas. Victor likes that this skill eliminates ambient sounds, useful for stealth assassinations. Apparently, it was not for nothing that Ahiman became a shaman, judging by his ability to raise the dead. Ahiman belongs to the tribe of shamans, Rococo. However, this does not change anything. Victor silently descended, and he also silently killed 3 skeletons. And the shaman continued to laugh and say, "This child is most likely scared." At that moment, Victor plunged the knife into his chest. The shaman didn't even hear the crunch of fallen leaves. So Victor defeated the shaman in the Iliad. The battle didn't even happen. Ian happily ran to Victor. And the guys looked at the half-dead shaman and said that he had decided to win in the blink of an eye, because the ancestors thought that it was not even worth listening to Ahiman. The shaman lay and thought. It hurt, as if his insides were burning. He did not want to die. He suffered in agony. He had overcome such a shameful past just to survive in the Balac Tribe. It was unfair that this would be his end. Why can't he get what that boy has? He will never forgive them for that. He will not forgive the bastard who took what should have been his. The creatures from the Balac Tribe who looked down on him. The Rococo tribe that abandoned him. All of them. Victor asked Ahun what he thought about putting an end to it with his own hands. Ahun answered, no. Victor said that if he was left like this, he would be in agony. But Ahun said that because of the Red Death, he almost lost Akil. So he won't forgive him, even if he is his grandfather. A coward deserves to suffer pain. He doesn't deserve pity. The shaman drew something on the ground, then the clouds gathered and ominous energy began to emanate from the graves of the ancestors. Ahun and the guys looked towards the shaman. Victor turned around and seeing that the shaman was getting up, he thought, it can't be. He had pierced his lungs. The boys shouted, could this really be his doing? How dare he encroach on the graves of their ancestors, not afraid of the wrath of his forefathers? The shaman asked if he was the one to be afraid of. Then Victor shouted that he needed to be killed right now. Victor ran to the shaman, but didn't reach him. The arrow arrived first, and Victor barely dodged it. The arrow came from the side of the mountain, and the shaman asked, they say, we need to leave the decision to the ancestors. In that case, now is the time for the great ancestors to judge them, said the shaman. The ancestors of the Balacs have turned into living dead. Victor thought that it was impossible for a shaman of Ahiman's level to use resurrection magic on the Balac ancestor. Is it possible that Ahiman turned himself into an undead? The shaman asked. They thought he lived as a shaman among the Balac tribe, and I didn't think about countermeasures. It's too early to be surprised. There's more than one grave on the mountain. Good luck in the battle with your ancestors. Ahun shouted how low his grandfather was willing to fall, but he didn't have time to shoot. His arrow was cut into 2 parts. The undead tried to kill Ahuna, but the matriarch killed her first, then shouted to her people to prepare for battle. The beings before them are only puppets of Ahiman. They can honor their ancestors only after they have sent them back to where they came from. In the first place is survival, so the guys from the tribe who revered their ancestors began to fight them. The undead were very strong, so the matriarch killed 3 monsters with 1 shot. Victor thought, 1 arrow per dead knight. It kills those who are at the level of a high-ranking sword expert. This is what the night fox Aquila is like. The rumor that she protects the forest from the Empire was not a fiction. Victor said that thanks to Matriarch Aquila, everything will be fine here. Ian and he will go after Ahiman. The shaman shouted, they will regret throwing him out. He told one skeleton, he needs to take care of something. The skeleton ran away, and the shaman thought that even though he had resurrected his ancestors, as long as Aquila was there, he could not relax. After all, she is a genius, the strongest head of a tribe in history. Although even a genius cannot cope with what will soon happen. Ian and Victor found the shaman, Victor asked. He ran here. This is the area with columns. Why is he casting spells in this place? Then Ian drew her arrow and said that she was sure of one thing. They couldn't let him do anything weird anymore. Kill him on the spot. The arrow flew towards the shaman, but suddenly a hand appeared from the ground and stopped the arrow. The shaman began to scream. He did it. As the legends say, he sleeps in the deep forest alone. As soon as he noticed him, the divine archer Adonai, a hero of legends, the legendary archer of the Balac tribe, appeared from the earth. The monster, without wasting a second, shot at Ian. Victor managed to reflect his arrow, but the power was incredible. The arrow was created by aura, but the damage was great, even for Victor. Strangely, the arrow still hit Ian. Ian said that her leg felt like it was on fire. Victor thought it was poison because Adonai's arrow hit it. So the legend about his battle with that monster is true. The bow he uses, created from what was left of Madame Octopussy's paws, 1 shot, and the field was already destroyed. Ian shouted at Victor to stop protecting her. He had to run away, but the shaman only laughed. Then he shouted, The vile creatures think he will let them live. He ordered Adonai to kill them, and the monster fired. But before the arrow could reach the boys, Aquila grabbed it, holding the aura arrow with her bare hand. Aquila deserves all the praise. She calmly stopped such an attack, and even destroyed the arrow of the great warrior of the tribe. She told the shaman they needed to talk. Aquila came here feeling a strong aura, and she did the right thing. Ayan shouted to her mother. The arrow was poisoned. She had to get rid of the poison immediately. But the matriarch said calmly, "Poisoned." And then she sharply clenched her fist. Aquila undermined the aura inside herself. To expel the poison and purify the blood, to think that someone could do that, Victor was impressed by her power. Then she called the shaman, and he trembled with fear, then shouted. Since it had come to this, it was her own fault that she had cornered him. But Aquila suddenly said, she doesn't care about his betrayal. Let him answer. The man in front of her is a divine archer, Adonai. The shaman shouted, yes, this is the same legendary Adonai, the one against whom she would not dare fight. Aquila answered, okay, then called Victor and said, he did a great job, and now let him not interfere. She called Adonai and said that it was an honor for her to meet him, even in this way. Now they would find out who was the better warrior. Aquila immediately ran to the side and shot several arrows at the monster. However, Adonai calmly dodged each arrow and immediately shot at Aquila. Of course, she also deftly and skillfully dodged his attacks, and thus began a fierce battle between the two great warriors. Victor picked up Ayan, and thought that this was a battle between master-level aura holders, and he never thought that he would witness such a rare sight during the fall. The shaman meanwhile hid and said, as one would expect from a night fox, it is not so easy to fight against Adonai. However, she will never be able to defeat him, because Sir Adonai is already dead. He can use the aura of the hellish dimension infinitely. She knew the power of the endless arrows. Aquila thought she would have problems in a long-range battle. Speed, strength, and agility. Adonai is the perfect archer without flaws, but he lacks something very important. Aquila fired and Adonai fired. Their arrows met and exploded. Aquila leapt at him through the smoke, but Adonai dodged, then swung his hand. Fortunately, Aquila dodged the attack. Adonai's strength was so great that he cut down several trees. Aquila took out a knife and threw it at the undead. Then she hit him in the leg. Adonai almost fell, and Aquila quickly pulled the bowstring and shot at the undead. The power of her aura was so great that its trace was visible throughout the forest. Then Aquila asked her ancestor if the reason he didn't want to fight was because he was already dead, or because he didn't want to harm his descendant. Whatever it was, all she could do was free him from his current state. Aquila fired again. Adonai was ready to die. He even closed his eyes and prepared himself, but some terrible energy came out of him and stopped the arrow. This is the work of a shaman, he said. Wow, it resists the resurrection spell. The legends are really different. But he will not tolerate a half-hearted job. Sir Adonai must fight with all his might until all threats to him are eliminated. Aquila was horrified. She probably felt sorry for her ancestor, who was screaming in unbearable pain. Adonai turned into an even more terrible monster. Aquila looked at him with sympathy and said, you can no longer call him Adonai. The situation was made worse by the fact that other, even more terrible monsters began to arrive. All these A-rank monsters that live in the forest. Apparently they came after sensing Adonai's aura. But Adonai dealt with all three monsters in a second. Incredible strength. Aquila couldn't even see the arrow that Adonai shot. The shaman shouted quite loudly, this is the true power of Adonai. All the monsters with one blow. The shaman ordered to kill Aquila. Adonai fired, but Aquila managed to escape. And from that arrow she felt a strong thirst for blood. Every time she is hit, Madame's poison spreads further, causing weakness in the body. So Aquila tried to end this battle as quickly as possible. But Adonai stopped her arrows with one finger. Suddenly one arrow returned like a boomerang and pierced Adonai's throat. The first arrow flew past, but the second hit the target. However, when your opponent blocks the second arrow, the first arrow that was fired past returns and hits your opponent in the head. A skill where the blade is released with maximum spin and spins in mid-air. When reaching the peak, returning to the enemy is her personal shooting skill, created after hearing stories of Adonai fighting the Imperial Knights. But Adonai pulled out the arrow, the shaman shouted. No matter how strong a warrior she was, she could not defeat someone who was already dead. Sir Adonai was dead. He could not be defeated by an arrow shot through the throat. The battle continued, and Ayan watched this battle. Ian said the whole forest was shaking. Ominously, she asked her mother to hold on until Victor found a solution. Victor asked Ayan to hide. Soon he will stop the resurrection and kill Ahiman. The shaman is especially afraid of Aquila. Therefore, most likely, he is hiding behind Adonai's back to avoid fighting Aquila. Victor wanted to kill the shaman with one blow. He ran straight towards him, but suddenly, another warrior appeared. Then Victor ran back in time. The shaman saw him and screamed, the damn guy appeared again. He assumed that someone would come for his soul, so he summoned dead knights for himself. They were so strong that they could have been buried in warriors' graves, and they all attacked Victor at once. And Aquila's position was not to be envied. Adonai still managed to hit her. She fell to the ground. The shaman began to laugh and scream. Finally she fell to her knees. Soon the keeper of the forest, Aquila, would die. And he will rule this forest. This will be his reward for the unfair treatment during his life. At first, he would kill all the clan members who looked down on him, but at that moment, Baskerville's aura awakened. Victor killed all the dead knights with one blow, using Baskerville's sixth technique perfectly. He told the shaman that this would be problematic. The people of this forest would become his support. Ahiman had already thought of the last wish, the shaman thought. Impossible. Defeated the Death Knights who had surpassed the highest advanced level. It turns out that this kid is stronger than the advanced level. Then he shouted, "Sir Adonai?" Hearing his name, Adonai prepared to attack. But luckily, Aquila saved Victor by stabbing Adonai in the back. So Victor managed to dodge the arrow and ran towards the shaman. Ahiman began to cast a spell. But he didn't have time to finish, because his head flew into the air first. And as soon as the shaman died, the knights died too. Adonai looked at Aquila and handed her the bow. Aquila said goodbye to him and asked him to rest in peace. The shaman screamed. He was so close. The forest almost became his, but he appeared, a child of the empire. Ahiman, better than he thought, not only became undead himself, but was also able to use magic on a completely different level. Not to mention controlling a dozen dead knights and Adonai if Ahiman developed as a shaman. Ahiman shouted, he will make him regret that he expelled him. He will curse him even if he dies. But an arrow flew at him. Akun ran up and shot his grandfather. Then Akun apologized to Victor. If only he had listened to him earlier and killed Akman. Victor surprisingly showed compassion and told Aknul it was not his fault. After the battle, the tribe returned to the village, but they all froze when they saw what had happened to their village. It was completely destroyed. Ayan shouted, "What happened to the village?" The girl said. Those who did not go to the Iliad and remained were only children. Akil said that Madame had arrived. Akun ran up to his sister and asked how she was, if she was injured. Madame attacked the village while they were fighting with Ahiman. Why did she come, although she had been inactive before? Victor thought. Akil said that before this, smoke was coming from the ceremonial tent. Then the madam appeared and caused a pogrom. The boys went to the mountain. Victor realized that the shaman had burned the plant that lures insects. Akivla got angry. She hit the rock and shouted, "The village can be rebuilt, as well as food can be collected. The warriors who remained intact should collect the dead and rescue the survivors as quickly as possible." Ayan found Bakira. The poor she-wolf was wounded. Ayan burst into tears and jumped into her arms. She asked Bakira for forgiveness for leaving her alone. Madam Octopus, the evil goddess of the forest. The terror of all local tribes, her existence is undeniable and promises disaster. She is the source of darkness. The Balacs perceive Madame as a natural disaster and are not even capable of taking revenge. But Victor did not agree with this. He went to the matriarch and said that he came with a request. Aquila asked what happened. Victor asked to tell him about Madame Octopus. The matriarch asked what he wanted her to tell. Victor replied that he had previously found these notes about Madame in the village of the Rococo tribe. It contains information about Madame's poison, testimonies from witnesses of battles with other monsters, and even her hideout. But after reading it, he was left with a question. He couldn't find the reason why the forest tribes were so afraid of her. Why didn't anyone try to unite against the common enemy? Aquila replied. Like the Rococo tribe, the Balac tribe also has records of Madame, passed down from generation to generation, including a record of Adonai's battle with Madame Octopus, the battle between the god of the bow Adonai and Madame, during which Adonai pierced one of Madame's paws with an arrow, and, as it is said there, was able to successfully deprive her of that paw. But that was the beginning of despair. The destroyed paw soon grew back, turning into two. And the more paws he destroyed, the more of them Madame had. The paws, the only thing that could be pierced, became stronger and more deadly. And the strong body of Madame was not pierced by Adonai's arrows, judging by the records. Everyone who participated in that battle died from Madame's poison. She can tell how strong the poison was just from the small wound from Sir Adonai's arrow. Madame is an evil goddess, created by the efforts of countless warriors of the forest. If he plans to attack her, then don't. She doesn't want to lose another member of her family. Right now, Victor's chances of defeating Aquila or Adonai are very slim. But if we're talking about a strong monster, then that changes things. Although Madame Octopus is now considered a rare monster in the fallen world, when the human world was invaded by demonic monsters, he has seen many monsters of the same level as Madame. He has experience fighting against these creatures. No matter how strong Madame is, she is still just a monster, and they have habits and weaknesses. If Victor finds out Madame Octopus's weakness, he will be able to kill her. Victor confidently decided to kill her. Madame Octopus came out of her shelter, and Victor was already watching her. When she wakes up, it becomes so noisy. After spying on Madame's lair for several days, Victor discovered that at a certain time she goes in search of food. Judging by the movement pattern, she will return in about 2 hours. Victor galloped up the mountain to Madame's lair. From the outside, it looked like a stone mountain, but inside, it was hollow. Then Victor took out Beelzebub and cut some web for himself. The web weave is quite strong. It will be difficult to cut through with expert mana, so he can use the web and go down. Given the size of the entrance, Madame barely squeezes through it, but the deeper she goes, the more space there is around her. The perfect hideout for Madame. Victor went down and saw her victims. She catches both monsters and people. Some of the bodies are clearly untouched but have already decomposed, which is either a kind of example or she catches her victims for fun. It seems that Madame is aware of her position in the forest food chain. Victor has no time to look around in fascination. He needed to study as much as possible before Madame returned, and that was when Victor noticed the eggs. So this is the reason why the world was mired in demonic spiders during the fall. Victor wanted to take one for study, but suddenly Madame returned, so Victor quickly hid. She instinctively felt that a stranger had entered her lair. If he hadn't had the skill of silent movement, everything would have turned out badly. Meanwhile, the tribe was rebuilding their village. The guys were asking if anyone had seen Victor. He had built himself a place to sleep, and hadn't appeared there for a couple of days. He saw him leaving at dawn to join another tribe. But did he not smell the burning smell at his night's lodging? What is he even doing? Although he probably has everything under control, but the problem is that he hasn't seen Commander Ian. Ian stood outside Victor's overnight stay, and said she heard from her mother that he was asking about Madame. Madame is a monster that no warrior can defeat, and he's not trying to fight her, right? Bakira had to have her back leg amputated yesterday. She doesn't think Bakira will be able to return to her previous life. What if something happens to him too? Ian started crying, and suddenly Victor called her and asked her to come in. He wants to tell me something. Ian came in and saw Victor's notes. She asked what that was. Victor replied that these were the records of Madame that he had collected from various tribes in the deep forest. He plans to examine the web and skin he obtained from Madame's lair, as well as the egg she laid. Ian shouted, wanting to say that he was in Madame's lair, so he was actually going to fight her. If so, she will go with him, Victor said. She still needs to recover from the wound inflicted by Adonai. If he goes, he will only get in the way. And then Victor admitted that he was going to leave the forest soon. He still had something to do, and that meant returning to the Baskerville family, Ian said. She knew it. Victor continued. But once he had finished with everything that was needed, he was thinking of coming back here again. And for this, he is going to protect the place where he wants to return. The plan to hunt Madame is already completed. And what happened to Bakira wouldn't happen to him, Ian said. How reckless of him to call it hunting. Just like when the plague spread throughout the forest or the recent incident with Ahiman, he always faces insoluble problems. And he certainly achieved success, Victor knows. The words he says force her to expect the best. Could she expect positive results this time too? Ian asked, and Victor replied, of course. It was raining heavily, but Victor still went hunting. A monster lizard attacked Victor. Victor cut off his paw, but the monster instantly regenerated. If the head is in place, this monster can regenerate itself. Since Victor needs to defeat Madame Octopus, he needs to take away the salamander's ability. Let's go back to the village. Akun finished building a house. The guys asked Akun what he can do to build houses. This is for Victor. Akun replied that Victor was like a brother to him. Building him a house was his brotherly duty. The guys laughed and said that he couldn't stand him. Then Akun shouted, "Be quiet." The settlement had finally returned to its original appearance, perhaps thanks to Victor. Akun suggested going to visit Victor, but when they went to his house, they saw that he was not there. The guys said that maybe he went out somewhere, Akun answered, but he so wanted to see how Victor would be touched. The guy laughed and said, as if that same Victor could show such an emotion, Ian thought. So today, she begs the god of the forest to bless the great warrior who will face disaster. Victor looked at the sky and said, "It will rain soon. Madame is most likely sleeping at the moment. So now is the best time to attack." He has gone through many options for the outcome of the hunt, and also developed methods to overcome all situations, so it's time to act. The hunt has begun. Victor rushed into Madame's lair, and while she was sleeping, Victor cut off one of her paws using the 6th Baskerville technique. Madame woke up and Victor thought, as follows from Adonai's notes, a severed paw becomes 2. In that case, we can use plan A. Victor cut the lady down and she spat poison. Victor dodged as best he could, but a drop of poison still landed on his hand. Even one drop of her poison was excruciatingly painful. Madame's poison spread instantly, and then Victor came up with something crazy. He didn't want to do it, but there was no choice. Victor cut off his hand so that the poison wouldn't spread further. Luckily, before the battle with Madame, Victor fought a salamander, so his arm simply regenerated. Victor told Madame that there was no need to be surprised. He was in the same position as she was, and attacked again. Madame also attacked. Victor chopped off her paw, but another one appeared, and Victor chopped it off too. Victor summoned Beelzebub, but Madame cut off his leg, and yet he continued to attack the monster while he regenerated. He continued to lose limbs and quickly regenerate. Victor attacked and attacked despite the pain. During this time, Victor had already managed to regenerate a bunch of times, which took a lot of energy. Meanwhile, Madame was duplicating her paws as if she had nothing to do. Victor needed to come up with something quickly. Then Victor jumped onto the web, and jumping from web to web, he got out of Madame's lair. Victor knew he couldn't keep up with her. His plan from the start was to double the number of his paws. Sure, being able to double your legs when they're cut off sounds like a godly skill, but it can also become a curse when the same paw is continuously doubled, as this complicates movement. Madame attacked Victor with her web. He already knew that in such a case Madame would use the web. After studying it, he found a critical flaw in it. The web, which does not burn in ordinary fire, burns like chips from the purple hellish flames of the underworld. And this place is filled with deadly gas. Aren't these ideal conditions for the spread of fire? Madame has stained her karma. Drunk with power, it's time to cleanse it. Victor thrust Beelzebub into the monster and spread the fire. During the assessment of skills, he already had the thought that Cerberus had been driven out of his territory. Why did the barbarians have to drive out the dangerous monster from the Red-Black Mountains? But it turned out to be a matter of expanding the territory. The barbarians were driven towards the Red and Black Mountains of Madame, and Victor was able to find her lair hidden behind them. Frankly speaking, Madame used the forest barbarians to drive Cerberus and the hellish monsters out of her territories, and she did this in order to avoid her weakness, the Hellfire. Who would have thought? That Madame's weak spot is right under his nose, that's all. It's time to get what he deserves. Since Victor has figured out that Madame's weakness is Hellfire, all that remains is to make sure that the monster doesn't escape from its web-filled lair. She won't be able to move because of her many paws, and without the ability to use webbing, she simply won't be able to escape. No matter how strong its outer shell, as long as life glimmers within it, breathing is also preserved. And the air, filled with smoke and heat, will burn the insides, however, due to the high temperature of the hellish flame. Even this strong shell will melt. All that remains is to wait for the death of Madame. When the fire dies down, he will need to take Madame's ability. But suddenly the earth shook and the mountain split in two, and then Madame herself came out. She destroyed the mountain to save Cerberus from fire. Madame is not a stupid monster. She got out of the trap. She then spat her venom into the sky, creating a venom salute, her venom pouring down onto the forest like rain. Victor was underneath her, so he protected himself from the poison. Madame hissed. Apparently she couldn't find Victor. She cannot use her eyes or body hair because they were burned by the fire and due to the strain of the mountain's destruction. Cracks appeared all over the shell. The task was still possible. Victor could still defeat the monster. He attacked the monster. Victor must aim at the crack that appeared due to the destruction of the mountain. Victor aimed at the crack in the body and thrust Beelzebub into it, using the sixth technique. But once was not enough. Apparently it was necessary to hit several times. Unexpectedly, the Madame's eyes regenerated. Then the monster attacked Victor, but he did not have time to escape or repel the attack, so he was badly injured. Victor made a mistake. He didn't know that she could recover by shedding her old shell. The extra paws also flew off. Perhaps she was exhausted. Her recovery speed was reduced. Victor needed to end this battle quickly, because Madame Octopus was incredibly angry. He kept repeating that he had to get up, when suddenly someone asked why he was fighting this monster. If it suits him, then he should have left the forest long ago to take revenge on Hugh. He only needs to think about killing him. After all, this is his only desire. Victor himself stood before Victor, but from the past. He became dull and slow as soon as he entered the forest, and the previous Victor was angry. Victor from the past screamed. Let him remember his hatred for Hugh, the feeling when he cut his throat. Victor Van Baskerville, the only purpose of his existence is to carry out the tasks given to him by his master. No matter what the situation, the mission is always more important than his life. Victor was taught this from birth. That was the way things were. And that was the only way he felt satisfied. Or rather, Victor believed that it was. When his master beheaded him, Victor realized that his life was worthless and in vain. So he wanted Hugh to feel the same thing. That despair, Victor told himself. Victor screamed at himself. He had ruined everything. The murder of Hugh and the destruction of the Baskerville family. These were the only purpose of his existence. The purpose of his existence. Again, the chains bound Victor. Whether Victor ever went against Hugh's will in his past life. Of course, Victor thought about it. When Victor and the others were on a mission, he thought about leaving the group. But Victor chose the path that his chain led him along. Like an obedient puppy, he did what he was ordered. Victor was just another trained bloodhound. He never did what he wanted himself. But now everything is different, Victor shouted. There is no need to impose on him, be it Hugh's commands or his sense of duty to take revenge. He no longer has the right to command him. Yes, after his execution at the hands of Hugh, he no longer intends to live as a bloodhound. What he wanted to hunt for his prey, Victor regretted the decision he had made. What he sincerely desired was freedom. Madame found Victor and attacked, but Victor finally pulled himself together and dodged her attack. Thoughts of revenge and the place he wanted to protect and return to were running through his head. All his desires, Victor wanted to live according to his desires, so he had to fight. He needs to get up and fight to live the way he wants, so that no one and nothing can control him anymore. At the moment when Madame wanted to attack Victor, arrows with aura flew at her. Thanks to two incredible warriors, they saved Victor. Ian shouted to the monster, "Don't touch her candidate for husband." Then she shouted to Victor that they had come to fight with him. All the warriors of the Balac Tribe. Akun shouted, and he took on the full brunt of the battle without saying anything to his brother. The matriarch shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. They had to help their hero of the forest. Victor jumped on Madame's back and grumbled, not listening at all when he told Ian not to come. But thanks to Ian, he survived, Victor admitted. He called Beelzebub again and struck at Madame's crack. A loud creaking sound was heard, but Victor still hadn't destroyed it. Since it wasn't working like that, he had to try again. The lady went crazy and began to wave her paws wildly, and the boys quickly ran away from the mountain. The girl screamed. The lady went berserk. Ian screamed, which meant Victor drove her into a corner. It is impossible to retreat and continue to fight. The matriarch looked at the battle between Victor and Madame and thought. She considered Madame a disaster. so she didn't even think about killing her, as if her whole body considered it the only right thing. But the young warriors showed her how to overcome fear and how to face disaster. She must do this even if she starts vomiting blood or her wound opens. For the sake of the warriors who desperately oppose her, she must clear the way for them with her attack. Aquila hit Madame right on the head and distracted her, and at that moment Victor ran to Madame with lightning speed. Like a madman, he began to use Baskerville's first technique, the deep penetrating fang. The armor cracked, Ian screamed, Victor penetrated Madame's body, and inside, Victor continued to use the Baskerville techniques. The first technique, then the second, and up to the fifth technique of Baskerville, the crushing fang. The Madame was torn apart from the inside. Victor was obsessed with never again living as a bloodhound driven by its chains. In the end, Victor used Baskerville's sixth technique, the destroying fang, and broke the chains. Victor got out of Madame's eyes. The guys froze in amazement, and Ian screamed, "Madame is falling." Madame was dead, and Victor was lying next to her corpse. It turned out that there was poison in Madame's blood too. Victor thought that he had to hurry and remove Madame's poison from himself, but Victor couldn't get up, so he simply raised his hand, and Beelzebub drank the blood himself. A little later, Victor heard screams. "There is poison here. It is dangerous to approach." He opened his eyes and saw Ayan. She called Victor over and over again and screamed that he couldn't die like this. Then Victor opened his eyes and called her. He said he was fine, so she shouldn't make so much noise. She was too loud. He couldn't rest. Ian started crying and screaming. She was worried. After the festival began, everyone ate until they were full. Victor wondered how many days had passed since the beginning of the festival. And for them, the holiday is only a joy. Victor came to Bakira and asked how she feels. Even though she lost her leg, she defeated another wolf and found herself a partner. She's a smart girl. Victor praised her. She can rest because he avenged her, Victor added, after the murder of Madame. He was able to use Baskerville's seventh technique, even though he doesn't have the skills to do so, due to the effect of getting the achievement after killing her, or because of the increased understanding of martial arts after the life and death experience. It can be said that Hugh's current seventh technique is strong, and his seventh technique is still imperfect. It will still be difficult to fight Hugh, the swordmaster, head-on. Still, compared to the past, he had become much stronger, and since he had already achieved his goal here, it was time to return to the Baskerville family. Victor gathered himself and thanked the matriarch for letting him go, Aquila asked. Even if she has reasons to stop him, once he becomes a member of their family, he will forever remain a part of it. Just because he's away from them doesn't mean their family ties will weaken, anywhere and any time. He's the commander of the Balac Tribe, he shouldn't forget that. Victor thanked her and thought, she won't come, nothing can be done, she doesn't like that she's leaving. He said goodbye to the guys. They waved to him and shouted that no matter what happened, they would come to his aid. Let him remember them from time to time, and take over the empire, Akun shouted. Brother can return at any time. With wishes from friends and family, Victor came out of the forest and smiled, and Ayen was already waiting for him. She looked at Victor with sadness in her eyes and asked if he was really leaving. Victor remained silent. Then she closed her lips and threw Victor a gift. She told Victor to take it with him. This is Anubis, the great bow that Adonai used. She adjusted it so that he could use it. Victor thought that was why he hadn't seen her for some time. Then Ian put a collar on him. Ian said she did it because he kept talking about bloodhounds when he was unconscious or asleep. But Victor is not a bloodhound. They do not behave like him. Victor is a wolf. It is strange to keep wolves on a chain. Victor asked who would have thought that she would decide to calm him down like that. Victor wanted to thank her, but she pulled him towards her. After kissing him, Ayan burst into tears. She said that she heard that this is how they say goodbye in the Empire. He used to be shorter than her, but now he has grown so tall. Be healthy and take care of yourself. Ian wished Victor one last time and left. Victor smiled and said that this was the first time he had heard of anyone saying goodbye like that in the Empire. See you later, Victor added. Ian wiped away her tears and turned around saying, see you later. By nightfall, Victor reached the Red Peak Castle. He hadn't been here for a long time, Victor thought as he looked at the castle. Judging by the fact that the Morg family crest is present here, they are still involved in ruby mining. And therefore, they did not stop cooperating with the Baskerville family. Apparently, it is still here. Victor went downstairs, thinking that he was already tired of thinking about how she would eat his brains out when they met. It was already getting dark, so it looked like he would have to spend the night here. Victor went to look for a hotel, but he saw the statue and stopped. He asked what the golden statue was when it was built. To place a statue here, permission had to be obtained from 2 families, and Hugh approved it. Suddenly the guard shouted, "Hey, what is he doing there? You can't touch the hero's statue. If he tries to tear off a piece of gold from it, they won't forgive him." Victor asked, "A hero?" The guard asked, "A foreigner or something." But he really doesn't know who it is. Who would have thought that in the Empire there would be someone who does not know about him? As an eyewitness to the events, he cannot just leave it like that. He was so strong that he killed countless barbarians with a simple sword. What can we say about the gratitude and strength of spirit that allowed them to save the beloved daughter of the Morg family in a deadly situation? He also sacrificed himself, bravely fighting the huge monster to buy time for the combined forces to escape. His story is so emotional that it is heartbreaking, which is why the Morg family immortalized his image in a golden statue as a token of gratitude. Let him remember, he was a great hero who lived here only 2 years ago, and his name was Victor van Baskerville. The guard looked at the statue with admiration as Victor pulled his hood over his head. At a nearby bar, 3 girls I knew were talking about how, when they first met Sir Victor, they immediately realized that he was a real hero. They realized his value as soon as they saw him, then they thought he was just a handsome guy. He had charisma. How can I put it? I wanted to get closer to him, even though it was not easy. Still, they talked to him a lot when they first met, although those 3 Baskerville mongrels kept interrupting. True, when she saw him, all the fatigue instantly left her body. That statue does not reflect. Sir Victor's true beauty was not even half as great. Victor listened to all this nonsense and thought how different it was from the version he remembered. Could it be that the results achieved by Adolf Morg and the combined forces were ultimately attributed to him? But it is true that he fought with Madame. Thanks to the talkative triplets, he managed to find out unexpected information. 2 years ago, after his disappearance, Hugh Le Baskerville was furious and visited the Morg family several times, causing scandals. The Morg family paid the Baskerville family a huge compensation, but this did not calm Hugh's rage. Well, he lost a useful bloodhound. His anger was understandable, and the compensation from the Morg family did not make up for the loss. When the girls started talking about dating him, Victor decided he couldn't listen to them anymore. But the girls noticed him and shouted, "The guy looks suspicious, let him stop immediately." Others said he was a normal guy, but the first triplet screamed, "Her female intuition says he's suspicious." Victor just stood there, then the girl shouted, "Let him come here, how dare he ignore her?" She tried to grab him with her strength, but Victor calmly dodged. Then the triplets and guards surrounded him. The guards shouted who he was. Let him take off his hood and answer, Victor thought. The situation is starting to get annoying. But no matter, he was still going to announce his return to the Baskerville family. Victor took off his hood and the guard said, "The facial expression is not similar, but he himself resembles a man, tall in a statue. His red eyes and black hair." The triplets, who only talked about him, did not immediately recognize him. In the morning, the girls told Victor he could stay in the fortress's VIP room. Victor said the fee for the stay would be wasted. The girls said they believed Victor was still alive, as he had asked yesterday. They sent an owl with important news. Victor said he asked to contact the Baskerville family. The girls said they thought it was great news. He really doesn't need an escort. Victor said he doesn't and they're probably busy, but he thought they were so annoying. The girls said no, they don't have work. All they do is sleep. Victor thought that when he returns, the first thing he will say is that the military families of Morgul are lazy. Victor asked, "By the way, he doesn't see Kami. How is she?" The elder answered, "Kami is currently undergoing training behind closed doors." She abruptly left the Hall of Light and entered the Hall of Darkness. In the past, Kami Morg had a terrible relationship with the head of the Dark Hall, Snake, Victor thought. Another event that he changed, Victor asked to tell her that he would like to see her when she has time, and let him leave the Hall of Darkness. Victor left, and the girls thought, and that's all. Despite the fact that they were connected by a relationship and they had not seen each other for 2 years. The hero of Red Peak Mountain returned, and the news quickly spread throughout the Empire. Chihuahua said last time he came through the window, but this time he came in through the main entrance. Victor said wearily, "Anyway, why were there so many people gathered on the street?" Chihuahua said, "The news of their return spread throughout the Empire. All these people came to greet him." But this warmth of people irritated Victor. Suddenly the doors swung open and Pomerian called her dad. Victor said, "Not dad, but uncle." Pomerian stretched out her hands and said, "She caught the mouse." Then Victor said, "My dear, but it's a dead rodent. Be careful with it so as not to catch the Black Death." Then Victor asked if the problems in the city had been solved. Chihuahua replied that thanks to him introducing him to Cindy, everything had been resolved. She's a great worker, but there was one case that even Cindy couldn't handle. In recent years, children from the slums have been disappearing one after another. They were not kidnapped for ransom, since no one contacted their parents and they were not put on the black market. The motives of the kidnappers are unknown to them. The children disappeared without a trace, as if they were carried off by monsters. Although there is no evidence, he thinks it is the work of the same person. Suddenly, Victor became angry. This situation with the disappearance of children in the city of Underdog was similar to the one he was accused of. No, that would only happen a few years later, the reason he believes these cases are related. Suddenly, Pomerian called Victor. He said that they were busy, but Pomerian shouted, "The mouse! She came to life." Victor asked if she brought her back to life. Pomerian answered yes. Victor thought, "I'm sure she resurrected her." "It's voodoo using mana from another dimension," Victor asked when she knew she could do it. Pomerian replied, 1 or 3 nights ago, she repeated what the people of the tribe did. Victor thought he found her in one of the settlements of the Rococo tribe. Their tribe learned black magic and the magic of evil spirits. In the Baskerville and Morg families, who are known for their geniuses, children must be at least 8 years old to use magic, compared to Pomerian, who is only 5. Able to use mana from another dimension that is difficult to sense, she can be described as nothing less than a genius of the Baskerville family. a genius in black magic. If Hugh finds out about this, I wonder how he will react. This cold-blooded man is so predictable, he might execute her. Better make sure he never sees Pomeranian again, Chihuahua shouted. Things are bad. Victor asked what happened. Chihuahua shouted, the main house. The Patriarch will personally come to Adnerdog. The Patriarch came to Victor. They looked at each other in silence for a long time, and Hugh finally said, so he returned. Victor answered, yes. Victor thought that since Hugh had arrived so suddenly, he had hidden Pomeranian in the next room. Hugh asked what he had been doing. Victor replied that he had been wandering through the forest, had come across some barbarians and had stayed with them, focusing on rebuilding. He pretended to be their friend and understood the barbarians better, so he came up with a plan to destroy them. Hugh asked, and how, Victor said, could the barbarians be eradicated by cutting off the supply of food from the Empire? They perceive their cheap glass balls, woolen products, and even vegetables and cereals as valuable goods. If they use that, they can effectively take them over, Hugh said. It's all about trade, not about putting pressure on them. Victor replied, no, the barbarians will die in the process. In exchange for food, he is going to request the destruction of the monsters. Hugh said to make the barbarians deal with the monsters. That way they would protect their territory while killing those bastards. As clever as one would expect from his son, Victor said that he had already created the infrastructure by now. The Chihuahua was terrified and thought, and this is a conversation between a father and son who saw each other after so much time. Jonathan was also surprised, he thought. Just think, the Patriarch is smiling like that. He hadn't seen a smile on his face since Victor disappeared. Victor didn't want the Balac Tribe to suffer because of his family. From the Baskerville's point of view, it would seem like the locals died in the battle against the monsters. But in reality, they will simply move to the territories that were occupied by Madame. Stopping fighting with each other, the Balac Tribe will have time to build up strength. Hugh, unaware of Madame, will think that the barbarians easily agreed to the deal, not even realizing that his enemy was gaining power. Suddenly, Hugh got angry and said, however, they will not trade with the Rococo Tribe. He is going to destroy it. Let him know. Hugh still holds a grudge against the Rococo Tribe, which is another reason to not let him see Pomeranian. Victor replied, okay. Hugh sighed and said he hadn't seen his son for so long, but all he did was curse the barbarians. The son shouldn't overdo it on the front lines this time. After he saved the Morg family's daughter and went missing, they were able to gain a huge diplomatic advantage over the Morg family. The Imperial family heard about this heartbreaking story, and she was filled with respect for the knights of their family, however. For the father, the sweating son, all this did not matter. There is no point in getting anything in return for losing a child. So from now on, there is no need to go out of your way, pretending before his regression. On the night of his escape after the false accusation, feeling the knife in his back, and the cold looks of the other bloodhounds with whom he had previously shared joys and sorrows, he instantly realized that he had been betrayed by his master. He didn't even give him a chance to explain himself. His fangs wouldn't lose their sharpness because of Hugh's pretense. Victor looked at Hugh with an icy gaze and said, thank you for your concern. Suddenly, Pomeranian ran out of the room. She ran past Hugh into Victor's arms and screamed, thunder, it's raining, it's scary. Victor was at a loss and thought, he can't let Hugh see Pomeranian. But there was no anger on Hugh's face, only sadness, an expression Victor had never seen before. The head of the iron-blooded Baskerville family, one of the 7 families of the Great Roke Empire, Hugh le Baskerville. He pursued the barbarians far from the border, and is also known as the strongest sword saint in the Empire, having killed hundreds of monsters. Once he makes a decision, he does not back down from it, and he is also known as a man of iron blood. But right now, that mask has fallen off him. Now Hugh is a father, missing his beloved daughter. Hugh asked, Penelope? Victor confusedly asked his father to calm down. He personally brought this child with him. To carry out his orders, he initially noticed her red eyes and thought that she was one of them. But after looking into the situation more closely, it turned out that she was from the border tribes and was not a member of their family. Hugh seemed uneasy. He sat down and said, yes, I think he was wrong. Penelope could hardly have been so young if she had lived. He's tired, so he'll go back to his place, Hugh added. And left, Victor said. Have a good trip. Victor was surprised to think that Hugh, the owner of the soul of a swordmaster, was so stunned. Hugh may be heartless, but not towards his daughter. He called his son and told him to attend the grand banquet tomorrow. Chihuahua thought that if he was talking about a grand banquet, then he meant a dinner where only the chosen closest heirs would gather. It's the dream of every member of the Baskerville family. Victor said they would see each other tomorrow evening, before leaving. Hugh looked at his granddaughter again. At night, Victor slept on the floor. The hot shower and soft bed seemed so foreign to him that he could not sleep. It's because of living among the Balac warriors for 2 years, it looks like his body will need time to adjust. But Hugh's reaction was rather unexpected. The decision about whether to tell him about Pomeranian and the medallion. He decided based on his past behavior, after tomorrow's banquet, he should sort everything out. Pomeranian could be a great trump card that would lead to Hugh's downfall. But whatever happens, we need to make sure that Pomeranian won't get hurt. Someone entered Victor's room and Victor opened his eyes. The man walked up to the bed and pulled out a knife. Victor said, "It hasn't even been a day. Information really does spread quickly. Victor threw away the knife and was about to kill the stranger, but suddenly she screamed. It was a joke. Then Victor said, "It's her. Next time let her come after requesting an audience." It wouldn't have worked out very well if he had killed her by mistake. The girl said he had a strange habit of passing off his pillow as himself while sleeping on the floor. He hasn't changed at all, despite returning from the dead. They haven't seen each other for a long time. Victor told her to be quiet. Cindy said, "Whatever." He sent a secretary for her. Did he really know that she wouldn't take 10 billion? And Victor answered, her ability to build up someone else's capital and gain their trust in order to ultimately drain everything down the drain. He took all the circumstances into account. Cindy said how rude. As a financial consultant, she only gets orders. If it weren't for her, Judy would have lost all the 10 billion he gave her. Victor said he assigned bodyguards to her to prevent this. Cindy said the bodyguards couldn't have prevented it. Victor said they also had a financial expert among them. He ordered him to weed out all questionable transactions, Cindy said. But those bodyguards did not cross paths with her. Victor responded because he ordered them not to approach her, Cindy said. She was under complete control from the beginning. How annoying, Victor asked. What's more important is what's there according to the information he requested, Cindy answered. She brought everything, Victor said. But her character has changed a lot in 2 years. Next time, let her bring the reports in a folder. As promised, he would allow her to join the trade with the locals, Cindy said. From now on, she should address him as boss. This was information about the people who would be attending tomorrow's banquet. He knew he would be invited to the event as long as he made a worthwhile contribution. Of course, Hugh himself will be at the dinner. Victor should not have any need to look up information about Hugh. These two will also be at this dinner: Boston Baskerville, Hugh's half-brother, and Gray, also a half-brother. Victor said they don't attend internal events at home, so why would they attend this dinner? Cindy asked if it was to meet the young legend of the Baskerville clan, who had risen from the dead. They probably want to recruit him into their ranks. Victor said Osiris will be there too. Cindy said, the eldest son, who became an exact copy of his father in his youth. His sword skill is already at the level of 7 counts, and according to estimates, he will soon reach the level of a swordmaster. Before the regression, Victor saw him from afar a couple of times. A cold and reserved man, not greeting even his subordinates, not to mention younger relatives. Cindy asked, besides the patriarch and the 7 earls, is he the strongest in the clan, or is Victor stronger? Victor told her not to try to understand their strength. This man, Seth Baskerville, compared to his older brother, his talent in swordsmanship is not as good, and he has been weak since early childhood. And his character is different from the rest of the Baskervilles. He is gentle and kind. When Victor was younger, Hugh persecuted him for weakness. Only he shed tears for the dead bloodhounds, who were treated as nothing more than trash. In this family, Victor respected only him. Well, he would have the opportunity to meet him now. It seemed that Victor was happy about this. Victor put the cards down and said another unexpected name, Cindy asked. She was going out of her way to study them. So why does he only glance at this data? Victor answered. Because he himself knows it very well. A lot of interesting things will happen at tomorrow's grand banquet, Victor thought. The day of the banquet arrived. Victor was the last to arrive. His brothers, father, and uncles were already sitting at the table. He entered the hall and said that he was Victor Van Baskerville and had come to a grand banquet by order of the patriarch. Victor thanked him for the invitation, and Hugh said his son could come in and sit down. Dinner began. The atmosphere was not the most pleasant. Boston complained that he thought the meat was slightly undercooked. Hugh asked if he didn't like the meat. Boston replied, no, that's not what he meant. He was commenting on the meat on the next plate. Boston pointed at Gray, and Gray asked if Boston was having any problems. Boston replied that he had merely noticed that his meat seemed undercooked, and that it was cruel to give his dear nephew undercooked meat. Gray said he agreed that he was nice. But Victor and his nephew were also like his uncle. He would of course want him to follow the right path. Boston asked why it was right for him to join the Knights of the Mastiffs. Gray replied. He would be much better off among the slow and stupid pitbull knights. Victor looked at them and thought, they invited him so that he could be recruited. One of the 7 orders representing the Baskervilles, an offering from the Knights of the Order of Pitbulls and Mastiffs. If these offers had come before his return to the past, he would have been delighted, as if he had received a great offer that guaranteed his success. But now he sees them as nothing but idiots, the butler said. It seems the patriarch is in a good mood, considering that his usually quiet and aloof younger brothers show sympathy towards the young master. Victor thought that the butler always interpreted events in a positive way, while Hugh found it amusing to watch the brothers fight. Boston asked how Victor spent 2 years in the Red and Black Mountains, how many barbarians and monsters he killed. Grace said he wanted to know how his dear nephew spent his time in the dangerous forest. But at the same time, he wants to know how much Victor has grown and whether he can share his experience. Hugh interrupted them, saying that he should eat first. There was no need to bother him unnecessarily. The brothers said that they were bursting with curiosity. Then Hugh got angry and said, enough. I'm sure they both know he hates repeating himself. The men lowered their heads in cowardice and apologized to Hugh. But suddenly Victor stood up, and he said that his achievements are not so difficult to prove, Hugh asked. His son has come a long way. he does not get tired of visiting the training hall. Victor replied that everything was fine. Skills could be demonstrated anywhere and anytime. Isn't everyday life part of training? It seems Uncle Boston poured too much wine into his glass, and Uncle Gray's steak was apparently undercooked. Victor concentrated his mana and moved it onto the table. The meat was fried, and the wine boiled. The man spoke enthusiastically, placing his hand on the table. He used mana to fry the meat and evaporate the wine. Who would have thought that by the age of 17, he would reach the average level of an expert? Because usually this happens closer to 33. Brother Hugh should be proud to have a son who had achieved such skill. Victor thought it was strange. He believed that he had revealed himself as a mid-level expert in the battle with Madam 2 years ago. But it turns out that no one had any idea. These guys should have known about his skills, so why didn't they tell anyone? While the triplets looked at Victor with admiration, the older brother praised Victor, saying that he tried hard. Well done, keep it up. Victor clearly didn't expect this. He thanked him in confusion. The first successor of the Baskerville family and the one who most resembles Hugh expressed praise. Perhaps he is evaluating him. Seth said, "It's an amazing sight. The older brother praising the younger. It's the first time he's seen his brother Osiris praise anyone. Not to mention such an open smile Victor like Osiris has no expression on his face," Seth asked. "Maybe Victor doesn't recognize him," Victor replied. "That's not true." Seth smiled and said, "He's glad Victor knows him. His body is weak, so he is either in the medical wing or in an isolated training room, which by the way is close to the city of Underdog." As Seth spoke, Victor thought, his bright attitude, atypical for the Baskerville family, had not changed at all. During the time of the fall, he served under Seth's leadership, so they sometimes spent time together, amidst the chaos of battle. Only he found time to honor the memory of the fallen bloodhounds. He also consoled Victor, who was covered in blood and wandering aimlessly around the battlefield. Even when he was falsely accused, Seth stood up for him, defending him until the very end. Seth is the only one Victor wanted to see at this banquet, but it is a disgusting stench from the past. A terrible stench that only he who had been there during the fall could know, the smell of demons. There is a demon among them, and the source of this foul smell is Seth, the brother Victor respected. Seth continues to make small talk to lighten the mood, even asking the waitstaff serving food how they are getting on. Victor was sure that he was the same person he knew before the regression. But why? "Why does he smell like demons?" Seth said. He heard that in his absence Victor took over as deputy consul in the city of Underdog. "I even heard that residents who liked him went out to protest so that he would be left to lead the city on a permanent basis. When he returns to his post as consul, it would be great to work together," Victor answered clearly. He held out his glass and they clinked glasses, all to find out if he had a reflection. But there was none. Is it possible that Seth is dead and a demon has taken over his body? Should I tell everyone about it right now? No, if he does so, he will be asked to provide proper evidence. First of all, this needs to be avoided, and more information needs to be collected. Besides that, his smile makes you choke. Seth asked which order he was going to join. But Osiris said that they had not yet finished their meal, and Seth was already chatting incessantly. He should stop bothering his brother with his conversations and finish with dinner. Seth fell silent, and Victor thought that thanks to Osiris, he would no longer have to endure this stench. Hugh asked how Victor's dinner was. Victor replied, "Very tasty." Hugh replied, "Glad to hear it. He needs to discuss something with him while Victor is in the main house. Let him come into his office." Victor replied, "Okay." The dinner lasted 5 hours, and to think that he had to dine with these people, Victor thought. How hard he heard that an official document for those entering the academy had arrived at the Baskerville house. The reason Hugh called him to his place is because in the opening, Victor was attacked using the 6th Baskerville technique. He was thinking whether he should reflect it. No. Others think that he is a mid-level expert, so he cannot demonstrate anything higher than that. Victor used the 4th technique and absorbed the rest with the blessing of the river Styx and his aura. Boston laughed and shouted. There was a 2-level difference between their techniques, but he still thought he could withstand his attack. His nephew had grown so much that he knew his eyes had not deceived him, and he jumped off the roof. Gray said, "Well, Boston," he started waving his sword in the main house, no better than the barbarians. What a barbarity. Trying to kill if his brother found out about it. Boston would at best be sent on probation for several months. Boston asked how Gray could talk like that about an uncle's display of love for his nephew. He made the attack disappear before it could harm him. "Why doesn't he go back where he was going and stop meddling in pitbull business?" Boston asked. Gray said, "Victor is the spitting image of a mastiff. Can't let his dearest nephew join scum like them," Boston replied. Said the one who had been begging for salvation when he received a small cut on his stomach. The two brothers started arguing again, which led to another fight, so Victor decided to leave while they were busy. Victor thought how annoying they were anyway. That attack wasn't that strong. The strongest attack of the 7 counts, the highest level of the expert, the 6th technique of Baskerville. He is also a high-level expert, but he owns the 7th technique. And if you add the blessing of the river Styx and the demonic sword of Beelzebub, at least. Against one of the counts? No. Victor can go against 2. Victor went forward. But he was stopped again, this time by the triplets. Victor asked them now, what do they want? The boys took out their swords and Victor thought, They know the difference in their strength. He has no choice but to kill them. But the boys suddenly knelt down and placed the tips of their swords on their feet. It was an oath. In this vulnerable position, one small push is all it takes to have the sword pierce through your leg. So they put their lives in the hands of another person. Victor asked them what they were doing. The triplets said they wanted to pay off a debt. The eldest said so when he was 9. Victor attacked him, after which he became afraid of him. The second said he recognized Victor when Victor defeated the Cerberus. The third said, and he was delighted when Victor killed the troll, and finally when he went to forgive the giant monster in the forest. They felt awe and reverence on the day they narrowly escaped death. The 3 of them decided that from this day on they would become the 3 spears of Victor van Baskerville. They asked him to become their master, whom they, the Bloodhounds, would serve forever. Before going back in time, these guys caught Victor when he escaped after being falsely accused. They were called Hugh's 3 Spears, and he knew they were merely bloodhounds doing his bidding. But just because of this, his feelings will not disappear, Victor said. He does not need any vows. He's tired, so they can put it off until next time. The fact that they are together, and what happens next, is not subject to disclosure. Victor intended to use the triplets as much as he wanted. Victor thought that Seth's body was possessed by a demon. It came as a surprise to Victor. He needed to ask Cindy to quickly conduct an investigation. Whatever happened, he had to kill the demon. But before that, he had to start something. The butler was terrified. And Hugh said, Victor, repeat what he had just said. Victor said, Miss Roxanne, who had passed away, and the daughter who had come from their union. Could the patriarch tell him about Miss Penelope? Victor asked. Hugh was furious. Hugh asked Victor how he knew that name, but Victor was calm. It was the opening act of his revenge begins here. Earlier, Hugh said, they received a letter from the Academy regarding the promise. Victor can enter the Academy. Colosseum, noticed to Class 20, as Victor thought. Hugh had called him for this reason. The largest educational institution that provides for the Great Rock Empire, the Colosseum Academy. Upon graduation from this academy, you begin an elite path in the Imperial Palace, or even go higher. Before returning to the past, Victor attended the academy as a servant to the triplets. Back then, his face was covered in many scars, and he walked with a limp, which was a source of contempt for the nobles. But now it's the other way around. Hugh asked if he would be okay with the triplets he had asked to take with him. Victor said he wanted to ask something first. 2 years ago, following his disappearance, a letter had been delivered to him. Informed that Hugh would gain a huge advantage over the Morg family, and that he would receive a reward, Hugh asked if Victor would like to receive anything. As a reward, could the patriarch share a story with him? Victor asked. Hugh asked which one. Victor said he would take that as permission to ask. He would like to know about Miss Roxanne and Miss Penelope. Hugh shouted. For what reason was Victor asking this if this question was asked out of pure curiosity? Victor replied that first of all, he needed to hear his answer in order to tell him the reasons. But it's not just curiosity that can be trusted. What Hugh thinks about his first wife, with whom he had an arranged marriage, and about his eldest daughter, kidnapped by barbarians, is the necessary information to reveal the existence of Pomerians. The butler told him a story that was hard to believe. He couldn't allow Hugh and Pomerian to meet each other only on the basis of that story. He needs to check everything himself. But then Hugh said with sincerity in his voice, Roxanne was the only one he loved with all his heart, and Penelope was his most precious treasure. And Victor's face twisted from such cuteness, as if he had eaten a whole lemon. Victor found it hard to believe that the words, the only one, love, came from his lips, Hugh admitted. Frankly speaking, his marriage with Roxanne was not arranged. She was a commoner without a penny to her name, and she still remembers the day they first met. It was love at first sight. Victor was not at all upset by the story about love, he thought. Therefore, he decided to start from the day they met, and Hugh continued. Their love was very complicated. She tried to distance herself from him because of her humble origins, and he dropped everything and left with her. For her sake, he was ready to give everything, not only his body, but also his soul. Victor tried to interrupt his story. However, it didn't work, Hugh continued. Their love was tested again to catch them. The Baskerville family sent pursuers after them. In order to protect her, he fought to the death. They went through a thorny path on which no one accepted their love. Of course, they thought about giving up. But they were able to overcome everything thanks to their love. Although this was only the beginning of a harsh life together. They were able to go against their parents' disapproval and get married. And thanks to their determination, Penelope was born. His beloved wife and daughter. He wanted to protect this happiness obtained through suffering. But Roxana's health began to rapidly deteriorate after the birth of her daughter, and eventually she left this world, and little Penelope. Fortunately, Penelope grew up to be a bright and charming child. She inherited his strong character and Roxanne's kind heart. Everyone in the Baskerville family showered her with love. Yes, he was happy just knowing that Penelope was okay. But that incident changed everything. Penelope, who went out for a walk, was captured by the Rococo tribe. How these barbarians got into the very center of Baskerville territory, how they kidnapped Penelope, he cannot understand. And to this day, he has not been able to find a single trace of Penelope. Thus, under the pretext of expanding the territory of the empire, Hugh began to search for Penelope and destroy the barbarians. He felt that it was difficult to cope alone, so he increased the number of wives through arranged marriages, and he began mass production of offspring. Decades later, while on the very border of the empire, he created a powerful family that could not be ignored, and so the Baskerville Ironbloods family appeared. His composure allowed him to revive his family and act for the good of the empire, but behind this mask was hidden the pain of losing the relatives he loved. But Victor didn't care. He thought that all villains had a backstory. All that was left behind were their evil deeds. Hugh is a callous man who mass-produced offspring and sent them to the battlefield. And yet, Victor could understand how valuable Roxanne and Penelope were to him. Hugh said, "He's finished. Now let him tell why Victor wanted to know this." Victor placed the locket on the table and asked Hugh if he could see it. Hugh said, the locket he had made for Roxanne. And after Penelope wore it, Hugh opened the locket, and sadness was visible in his eyes. Victor asked if Penelope's descendant was still alive. What would he do? Miss Penelope's daughter. In other words, he has a granddaughter. The door opened and the Chihuahua brought Pomeranian. He lied to his father when he was in the forest, and he met the child in the habitat of the Rococo tribe. She called the man who gave her the medallion mom. Hugh's hands shook, and Victor thought, yeah, be confused, for she is a child in whose veins flows the blood of the one he loves and the one he despises. Will Hugh be able to keep his composure in front of Pomeranian? Hugh spoke up the fact that she was found in the Rococo tribe. It means that she was born from the union of his daughter and a barbarian, Victor answered. Yes, that's right. Hugh started shaking again, and Victor kept thinking, yes, shake with rage and despair. After all, as soon as Hugh breaks down, then his revenge will begin. Victor sincerely hoped for this. But soon he, his elder brother, and the butler were standing in the garden, listening to Pomeranian's laughter. She continued to pull Hugh's beard, and Hugh asked if it was fun to pull it. Pomeranian replied, "Grandpa's beard is dirty." Osiris said, "He has not lived in this world for long, but he has never been so surprised," the butler added. "He has been living for quite a long time, but shares the feelings of the vice-patriarch," and only Victor was dissatisfied. Victor continued to wonder what was going on as he watched Hugh burst into tears when Pomeranian called him Grandpa, just as the Hugh he knew had disappeared. Victor kept asking why he had that expression on his face. Victor Van Baskerville, 15 years after the regression, standing in front of Hugh, suddenly asked himself a question. Whether he can kill him is impossible. When a person reaches a certain level of mastery, he gets an unshakable mind. Because of this, it is impossible to find a single open place even in a domestic situation. So Victor abandoned the idea of killing Hugh, and many years later, he found Pomeranian, Penelope's daughter, whom Hugh truly loved. The wave of emotion he would experience upon meeting his granddaughter could influence the swordsman, combining the swordsmanship, Beelzebub, and the madam's poison. The chances of a successful assassination had increased, and today was to be the cornerstone for Hugh's murder. But why is Hugh laughing as if he is happy? Why is Hugh not confused, like Victor himself is now? Earlier, when Hugh raised his hand to Pomeranian, she suddenly said, "Penelope." That's her mother's name. She took Hugh's hand and said, "Mom always said she missed her dad. That's why she always looked at her pendant." "So he is her grandfather?" Pomeranian asked. Hugh looked at his granddaughter's sweet eyes, and he immediately remembered his precious daughter, who smiled at him and called him Daddy. As soon as he remembered his little daughter, he immediately burst into tears and fell to his knees, screaming in pain. The butler thanked Victor and said that he never thought he would see the patriarch smile again. It had always seemed like an impossible dream to him, all thanks to the young master. But Victor was not at all happy about it. Even Osiris smiled, but Victor kept thinking, he doesn't understand. He's standing in front of Hugh, who is more open than ever. But why does he feel so helpless? At night, Victor lay on his bed and, darkened by failure, he remembered his past. When Victor was captured, he shouted that he was innocent, so why didn't anyone listen to him? Victor asked the patriarch if he really intended to pin all the sins of the Baskerville clan on him. Hugh replied that he did not want to listen to a sinner. It was not enough to secretly contact the demons, but Victor even kidnapped an innocent child and handed him over to them. Victor called the patriarch, but at that moment, Hugh cut his mouth open and told him not to call him by his filthy tongue. Hugh called Victor trash. Hugh is the one who turned Victor into a sinner and then executed him. And now Victor lay on the bed and doubted whether to take revenge or leave everything as is. Cindy came to him and said that it was very rare to see apathy on his face, he called her, but simply lay down on the bed. Victor asked why she came. Cindy threw the folder on his face and said she was fulfilling his request. He asked to know more about Seth Baskerville, but why does Victor look like he has lost everything? However, she has things to do, so she will simply give him the report, as he wanted. She conducted a detailed investigation into Seth Baskerville. He appears to have sponsored several orphanages under a false identity, and as a sponsor, took responsibility for the adoption of children. But there is no information about those who took them into their family, and she was also unable to find the adopted children. If he really is a demon, as Victor said, then that's bad. It's obvious why a demon would kidnap children, to use them as sacrifices or as food. Seth Baskerville is probably somehow connected to the missing children case in the town of Underdog. Victor thought he had missed it. The fact that this Seth was a demon meant that the Seth he served before going back in time was one too. He is sure that the man who told him that Hugh was going to accuse and kill him. The Seth demon came to Victor and said, "Father," accusing him of all the sins of the Baskerville family. He was going to speed up his execution. He was so sorry that he couldn't help Victor. Seth hid his smile behind his hand. The bastard led the child further into the forest. The boy asked where they were going. Seth replied, "This is his new home." The boy said so. But the head of the orphanage told him that he had been accepted into a good family. But it was an ordinary cave. Seth replied, "There seemed to be a misunderstanding. This cave was not the home he would stay in." And the place where he went, Seth's head split and he turned into a terrible monster. Having turned into a monster, Seth ate the poor baby, and afterward, the bastard said, "Children really are the most delicious." Can't help it. Seth Le Baskerville is one of the 10 elite demons, the 10th corpse, Andro. The bastard sat down behind his throne and said, "This is not enough. No matter how much I think, human supplies are not enough. Should they be used as livestock and created an organization? What does the 8th think?" Andro asked. The monster replied that he was against it. If everything was arranged, the likelihood that people would learn about their existence would increase. And it seems that he eats exclusively children. You have to be careful. You can't spread the smell, because Baskerville mongrels have an excellent sense of smell. Andro said, "He's nagging again. No need to worry. He set a trap. They won't be able to enter the cave. At this rate, in order to gather enough magical power to open the gate, he would need to suck the blood of people for 12.5 years. Raven said he suggested not to make a fuss among the people. Is there anything else going on in the Baskerville family? Andro replied, "No, he was doing just fine. So the 8th one shouldn't stand out in the Morg family." The 8th replied, "Okay, they, the 10 corpses, should only focus on opening the gate that will lead to the fall. They are the link between the human world and the demon world. All for the sake of the fall of the human race and the 10 elite corpses." Andro said he couldn't say that Hugh became an idiot because of his granddaughter in order to weaken the family, which would become a threat to their plans. He needed Hugh to keep his cool, to continue to treat the young Baskervilles like perishable goods, so that he doesn't make a fuss when he takes them. Well, it won't interfere with the plan, but he doesn't know if everything will end well. It's all because of this bastard. This annoying guy survived after poisonous snakes were planted on him as a child. How wonderful it was when he thought he had died there in the forest. But then he returned with Hugh's granddaughter. He had done so much to destroy Hugh. He thought the best thing to do was to get rid of the problem. In the morning, Victor and Hugh were walking opposite each other. Hugh called Victor, but the last 5 minutes, they walked without saying a word to each other. Why did Hugh call him so abruptly, Victor thought. He has so many open spots, he won't get another chance like this. Now is the perfect opportunity to kill Hugh. If he were here in the past, he would have thought so. But now, suddenly, Hugh said, to be honest, he knows that Victor hates him. Victor wondered if Hugh had sensed his intent to kill. Hugh said he was a father who treated his sons like bloodhounds, sending him on dangerous adventures and always believing that his sons hated him. He was cruel to Victor from childhood, although Victor coped well. His hatred, this is the burden he has to bear. All this was out of a desire to take revenge on the barbarians. Only through his own carelessness he lived, expressing only anger. Victor thought he couldn't believe his ears. Hugh was talking badly about himself. It was a test. But suddenly, Hugh apologized to Victor. And then he thanked her. He said that he heard from Pomerian that Penelope was happy until the very end. His daughter was not unhappy, and this knowledge slowly brings relief, as if he had been saved. Hugh stood there, bowing his head to his son, and said he thought it was because Victor had brought Pomerian to him. He can ask for whatever he wants. This is not a reward for him, like a bloodhound, but a gesture of sincere gratitude. After returning, he was tormented by a vague doubt as to whether the Hugh before him was any different from the one he knew. Fashionable Hugh might not exist anymore. That strange thought came to him after returning in time. But this only made him even more confused. He didn't know that he was supposed to hate Seth more than Hugh. For the last 17 years he had thought only about revenge. But it turned out that he was able to forgive him. The one who accused him, maybe not Hugh, but the one who ordered the execution. And he didn't believe him, just like Hugh. Revenge and forgiveness. What should he choose? Victor thought. He asked Hugh to raise his head first. Victor decided to finish what needed to be done. And after that, Victor will decide what to do with Hugh. Victor told Hugh what he wants. Pomerian was asked if it was nice to live in the Baskerville family. Pomerian said that Uncle Victor and Grandpa are here, and Uncle Osi too. The freak said, "She didn't say his name." "What is his name?" Pomerian thought for a bit and said, "Uncle Seth." The lady said that the young master had not yet started his training. Seth replied that he wanted to meet his niece first. Then the aunt said, "The patriarch ordered no one to approach the young lady." Seth asked to keep it a secret. Pomerian has such beautiful hair. It reminds him of his sister Penelope. His aunt was surprised. And it's understandable why, because Seth himself wasn't born yet, and his aunt asked if Seth had met Miss Penelope before. If I remember correctly, Sir was not yet born. The monster showed up and said that the father was looking for a nanny. She needs to hurry to him. Pomerian turned around and said, "Grandma left. She really wasn't there." The monster ate her and said that the nanny had urgent business. Then he asked if Pomerian liked Grandpa Hugh. Pomerian replied, yes. Then the monster said, Grandpa really likes Pomerian. She really looks like his dead wife and daughter. The monster thought, if he killed her, I wonder how much Hugh would be upset. Luckily, at that moment Osiris came up to him and asked where the nannies were and what Seth was doing there. Seth hid his irritation and said that when he arrived, the nanny was no longer there. Pomerian was alone, so he was looking for her. Osiris said father would be furious if he found out about this. Better to keep it a secret. Seth said he thinks so too. Osiris said Seth needs to get back to his individual training. Then Seth replied that he would start them next week, and he himself thought that one day he would finish off Osiris. Suddenly, Osiris put his hand on Seth's hand and said that he was worried that Seth was putting too much pressure on himself. If his help is needed, he is at his service. This greatly angered the monster, Seth. He thought, he was worried, that it was because of Osiris that his father was putting pressure on him, because he was always compared to the genius Osiris. Now, if Osiris did not exist, Osiris called Seth, and Seth realized that these were the remnants of Seth's memory. Then he gathered himself and, apologizing, turned around and said that since Osiris had come, he would go. Suddenly Osiris sighed and said, for the first time he told his brother what he was going through, being the successor of the patriarch. He's supposed to be like the patriarch. That's what he was told. So he grew up watching the cold-blooded father. But since he is able to express emotions, will he be able to live by expressing these awkward emotions inside? Osiris thanked Pomerian and said that it was all thanks to her appearance in the Baskerville family. Seth shouted irritably in his shelter. How annoying, since that day Hugh has not left Pomerian. Since Hugh dotes on his granddaughter, he can't kill her. This was his chance if that damn Osiris hadn't shown up. Well, there was still plenty of time before the gates opened, so there was no need to rush, Seth thought. It might be more effective to kill Pomerian when she becomes even more valuable to Hugh than she is now. And when that moment comes, how can he kill her? Poison her like Roxana, making it look like death from illness. Or use barbarians, like in the case of Penelope. No, he needs to kill Pomerian in a more brutal way. While Seth was coming up with his crazy plans, Victor approached his cave and summoned Beelzebub. Victor struck his first blow. Seth felt it immediately. His trap was damaged. Someone had gotten inside through it. Who was it? Seth wondered. And then Victor, still wearing Ian's gift, entered the cave. Victor said, as he promised, he came to visit his brother. Seth was stunned. He shouted, "How?" And Victor answered. He had been following him all this time, but Seth didn't notice at all, because he was in his thoughts. Seth thought that an ordinary mid-level swordsman would be able to track where he was. More importantly, if he followed him, does that mean Victor knows who he is? Victor said that apparently his sudden visit had caused a lot of problems. What was his brother doing in such a chaotic place? As if he was the demon behind the disappearances of children in Underdog City. Seth asked if Victor knew everything. How did he know? Victor replied. It seems the demon no longer plans to hide his essence. The demon replied that there was no longer any need for that. Besides, there was no one else here. He doesn't know where Victor gets such confidence from, since he came here alone and empty-handed. But Victor wouldn't mind if he just killed him, the demon asked before swinging his sword. However, it was not Victor's head that fell, but the demon himself, who began to scream in pain, his laughter quickly evaporating. The demon thought, when he took out the weapon, the pain was such as if his soul had been cut. Could this really be the weapon? He shouted, "The sword Beelzebub. Where did he get the relic of the great Lord of the Flies, the holy constellation of the ancient demon?" Victor said, as expected. Demons are well aware of things that concern themselves, Seth. Or should he say, one of the demons who came to the human world to open the gate to the demon world. He should be addressed as one of the 10 elite corpses. The demon shouted, "How does he know this? The soul he possesses. Why does his young soul smell of the blood of their brothers?" So he was in hell. Victor looked at the demon and thought, he is the one who accused him in his past life. As if it wasn't enough to trick him into believing he was his savior, he ended up executing him. Victor told the demon to wake up and not to think that he would let him die painlessly. Before his regression, a catastrophe befell the world, and a gate appeared in the sky, connecting the world of demons and humans. When the demons began to invade, humans called it the Fall, opening the gates. There were 10 high-ranking demons who arrived on Earth first, 10 elite corpses. During the long war against the demons, Victor met one of them. The outcome was miserable. Of the 670 men who joined the battle, 666 perished. Of the remaining 5 survivors, 4 lost consciousness, and only Victor actually survived. And the reason there was a survivor after the battle was because the demon wanted to get the number 666. The superior strength of a high-ranking demon, one of the 10 elite corpses, was destruction itself. Who would have thought that he would meet one of the 10 elite corpses, approximately 10 years earlier? Victor saw the skeletons of children and went crazy. The demon laughed and said, "It seems he went crazy when he saw the children's corpses. There is no need to worry so much. They are alive inside him. If Victor wants, he will bring them back." Children's voices began to be heard from his hand. But this manipulation did not work. Victor cut off his hand. Victor said, "Enough chatter. There is no way to bring the dead back to life." The demon screamed, His hands. Then he raised his hands and said, "Regeneration is complete." Well, he knows that Victor has no fewer secrets than he does. Even Osiris only became a mid-level sword expert by the time he was 30, and Victor, having reached this same level by 17, he is wrong, and once possesses the demonic holy constellation, Beelzebub. There is a high probability that another variable will appear in the future. He needs to kill it here. Victor replied that the one who dies here is the demon, and so began another fight between Victor and the demon. The demon attacked with enthusiasm. Fighting, he thought. His middle name is Wang. There is a noticeable difference between Victor and him, the owner of the name, Lei. The rule that collateral lines and illegitimate children can only learn techniques up to the 4th. The demon couldn't defeat him who knew the 6th technique, but the demon used the 6th technique. Then Victor did the same, the demon thought. This guy knows the 6th technique, but he already assumed that he had aces up his sleeve. The demon changed the shape of his hand and attacked, but Victor used the 7th technique. He blocked his hand and continued to attack. The demon wondered how he knew the 7th technique, which only the patriarch was allowed to know. Victor belittled the demon and said that demons consider themselves superior to people and therefore underestimate them. It is easy to deceive narcissistic demons, even the heroes who closed the gates and ended the era of the fall. They couldn't find all of the 10 elite corpses and punish them. But now everything is different. The fall has yet to happen, and the 10 elite corpses still have little strength. They are all hiding. If you act now, then everything is possible. Victor asked if their plan was to connect the human world with the demon world if he killed him and his friends, thus ruining that plan. Will he feel even a drop of relief? The demon froze. He could not believe that an ordinary person frightened him. The demon screamed, "Damn, man!" Suddenly he created a strange barrier with large spikes, so Victor had to jump back. The barrier crumbled, and the demon said, "Who could have thought that he, Andro, would appear before an ordinary person in his true form?" Okay, he admits that Victor's power level took him by surprise, but that's all. The demon's snakes attacked Victor, but he did not lose his head. Victor chopped off their heads, and the demon continued to create new snakes. Victor dodged the snakes as best he could, but one snake still managed to bite Victor. The demon said, "Enough. That's enough. It's over with Victor." Victor said. He doesn't know what the demon means. "Such a small wound," then the demon said. Endless absorption of blood. A mouth appeared on his hand, and he sucked Victor's blood. The demon explained that his ability was to control blood. As long as there was a living being against him, this ability was invincible. If he lost all his blood, Victor would shrivel up and die. But this didn't frighten Victor too much. Victor even laughed. The demon asked, was he completely crazy? What's so funny about this? And Victor answered, "It's just so funny to see." As the demon was pleased with himself, not even suspecting that he was consuming anything, the demon suddenly felt sick. He fell to the ground and asked if this was unusual blood. Victor said he would show something cool and cut his hand. Blood flowed, and the demon realized that there was poison in Victor's blood. Victor said, "Let him look carefully. Now the regeneration is complete." The demon became nervous. He looked at Victor and thought where a person got the skill of regeneration, especially at such a level. There is also a poison that can harm demons. The only creatures that have such a powerful poison are the cunning spider of the Red-Black Mountains, a 9-headed snake that lived on the lands of the Titans, and a huge jellyfish that lives at the bottom of the Black Sea. Who would have thought that a low-grade human would have such a powerful poison? The demon began to scream, and Victor asked that he no longer wanted his blood. Then he said, as he thought, "Madame's poison works on 10 corpses. Madame is furious that he did not die from her poison, now apparently with the 7th Baskerville technique. And with Beelzebub's abilities, Victor, a top-level sword expert, can defeat 1 in 10 corpses." Victor attacked the demon again, and he thought, he is too strong. He doesn't understand anything. How the hell did he become so strong? Right now, the priority is to survive and tell others about his existence. He needed to collect all the mana he had spread. The demon removed the barrier, and Victor felt it. The demon said, "Let the water turn into blood." Then the water from the cave lake rose, and turned into blood, Victor thought. He has the ability to turn water into blood. Even if he is weakened, a high-ranking demon remains one. Victor cut his hand and poured out his blood, saying that he still wouldn't be able to absorb it. The demon replied that if he thought that he would not let him absorb the blood by spilling it into his water, then he was thinking in the wrong direction. After all, he had no intention of absorbing her. He orders his blood knights to stand up. They are able to use the 6th Baskerville technique that he learned. Even if he knows the 7th technique, Victor won't be able to resist them all. He will kill Victor, and then everyone Victor loves, one by one. Victor will regret that he went against 10 corpses. Victor asked, "So each of them can use the 6th technique? It becomes dangerous. But it can't be said that he is not ready for this at all." Victor took a whistle out of his pocket, and he asked, since the demon lived among the Baskervilles, he must know what it was, right? The demon got nervous and said, "This whistle, it can't be." And at that moment, Victor whistled. Then the demon shouted, "Damn it, kill him faster," Victor said. "This is the power that allows you to give orders to anyone of the Baskerville family. And another function of this black whistle is to mobilize all the forces of the family." Suddenly, the roof of the mountain is cut. The demon was terrified. Half the mountain simply disappeared. "Such is the power of Hugh Baskerville," Hugh said. And he kept wondering why Victor had asked to borrow the power to control all the Baskervilles. It turns out, to fight a demon, which was to be expected from his son. Victor nodded in response, and the demon saw Hugh and the commander, and even the successor of the patriarch Osiris. "Not only them, all the Baskervilles were gathered here," Hugh shouted. "For the next 6 hours, Victor Van Baskerville, the holder of the whistle, has the right to command all forces." Then Victor said, "He orders everyone to tear him to shreds." The demon didn't even have time to blink before the hounds had already pierced him with swords. Victor told the hounds that this demon has the ability to suck blood and thereby restore its magical powers. Those who were injured should jump into that poisoned river. They cannot help the demon. Therefore, all the bloodhounds have no right to receive even a scratch, the hounds shouted at once. "As you command." Boston laughed and shouted, which in one fell swoop raised the morale of the knights, Gray added. He didn't know his nephew was so good at management. But Hugh was thinking about something else. He looked at the demon and asked if he hadn't noticed how his son had turned into a demon. This is the state of the Baskerville family. The hounds were cutting down the demon's snakes. The demon was furious and thought, damn, even knowing his power, they will still attack, these bloodhounds of the Baskerville family. Much more skilled than he thought, even taking into account regeneration. At this rate, he would only waste his strength. "We need to find another way." Then he looked at Osiris and shouted, "We can come to an agreement. If they let him go alive, he'll leave Seth's body right now, he's sure of it. They won't abandon the family's second son." Victor got furious and asked if he really thought they would agree to this. The demon thought, yes. He knows perfectly well that such a deal with them will not work, however. He only needed to convince one person. He called Osiris and asked. Osiris wouldn't let them kill his younger brother who was following him, right? If his memories were correct, the demon thought, Osiris was the kindest person in the Baskerville family. And if he can convince him, then he will have a chance. Osiris came down and the demon said, "This is his last chance to save Seth." Victor asked Osiris not to fall for his tricks. The demon was lying. Osiris silently approached the demon. Then he asked if Seth's soul was still in this body. Then he could help her. The demon hid his sly smile and turned into Seth. Then he said, "Brother, he is still alive. He is so sorry. He sold his soul to a demon. The times when his father condemned him and always compared him to Osiris. They were unbearable for the weak him. He sincerely regrets that he sold his soul. And yet, all the chaos that happened during this time was his fault. He asks for a chance to make amends." But before the demon could finish speaking, Osiris cut off his head, and yet Osiris was sad. He told the demon that he was sorry, because this was all he could do for his brother. Victor said, "There is no need to blame yourself. Seth's soul has already left this body. The demon was only pretending." Osiris replied that it was his fault that the demon had taken possession of Set. If only he had kept a better eye on him. When they were younger, it was too early to regret the corruption and death of their lineage. It was just sad that the children who could have become the future were sacrificed. As the successor of the patriarch, he is incredibly ashamed of his ignorance, of the fact that he danced to the demon's tune. Suddenly the hound screamed, "Head, it flies away," and so it was. The guys looked up and the demon was already flying away. The demon laughed loudly and shouted, "Idiot hounds, the opening of the gates is delayed. But there's nothing to be done. His brothers will cope better. He will come back and kill them when he restores his body." Victor thought, damn, there's no way to hit him from this distance. But Hugh said he taught his son that a swordsman shouldn't show his back. The demon felt a terrible feeling. He was sure that Seth was dead, so where did this fear of Hugh come from? Was it the primal fear of one who was stronger? Hugh drew his sword and swung it. There was silence for a second, and then the demon screamed, as he knew, even a swordmaster cannot reach the sky. But another second and the demon was cut into small pieces. The demon screamed his last words. It's impossible for an ordinary person to kill him. Even Victor was shocked. This is the Sword Saint, Hugh Le Baskerville. A few days later, a notice was posted in the squares of all territories under the control of the Baskerville family. The Baskerville family investigated the disappearances and related serial incidents and began the process of paying compensation. Announcement of the missing child investigation and compensation, the purpose of which is to uncover the truth about missing child cases. This left everyone in shock, despite the fact that the information about the arrival of the Demon King's trusted demon on Earth had not been disclosed. It was announced that the second son of the Baskerville family was behind the horrific crimes, and shortly after, the trial of Seth's mother, Nut, began, including accusations of poisoning a nursery, poisoning his first wife, kidnapping the patriarch's eldest daughter, and helping Seth kidnap children. She was sentenced to immediate execution. Nut was not drugged by the demon, which came as a surprise. Right up until the execution, she did not stop screaming, asking to see Seth. After Seth's minions were executed, the man in charge of the investigation became the patriarch's successor, who directed and controlled every aspect of the matter. In fact, there was another person to whom he temporarily delegated authority, Victor Van Baskerville. The rumor quickly spread among the people that he had become the link in the war against the barbarians, and the main beneficiary of this affair. There was discontent among the people. but it subsided and was replaced by veneration. Less than a week had passed before Osiris and Victor closed all the issues. But the news that a high-ranking member of the Baskerville family had been executed came as a huge shock to many residents. Everyone was once again convinced that the Baskerville law applies to everyone without exception, even members of the Baskerville family. Hugh asked Pomerian what had changed about Grandpa. Pomerian thought for a moment and said, Grandpa no longer had a beard. While the grandfather and granddaughter were having a nice conversation, Osiris and Victor were watching them. Victor thought as if that farce had never happened. Well, since everything and everyone connected to Seth has been practically cleared out, there are now no traces of the demon's presence left on the Baskerville territory. He had tasked Cindy with getting information about other demons, so if he waited, he would definitely find out something. Osiris praised Victor for the work he had done. Victor replied that his older brother had also done a good job. Then Osiris said that apparently this incident had delayed his departure to the academy. It was time for him to prepare for departure, Victor replied. There was still chaos in the family, but Osiris replied, there was no need to worry about the family. This was their father's decision, Victor thought incredulously. He was sending his academy in such a situation. From Hugh's point of view, it would be more efficient to leave him here to finish whatever he had planned. Osiris smiled at the look on Victor's face and said that his father was probably worried that Victor would get caught up in a power struggle. Lately he feels like he's starting to understand his father. He's just not very good at expressing his emotions. But in reality he is worried about Victor. He says this as the one who is called the most like his father. So Victor can believe him. Victor looked at Hugh, who was braiding his granddaughter's hair. Watching this moment, he thought he was looking through the prism of the past again. Victor was just following Hugh, covering his back. That's why he didn't know. He didn't know that Hugh was on a leash too. Something Victor knew was now changing. Experience, fate, and the ending. Victor began to remember all the people and unexpected moments in life. Hugh, this is what his face looks like without that leash. Now Victor knows it for sure. He no longer has Hugh to take revenge on. The old Victor is no longer on a leash. Pomerian was able to heal this family. Heal Hugh. Now he will not turn into the monster he was in his past life. Finally, the past Victor was able to rest in peace. Victor probably felt relieved. Then Victor told his brother that he would go to the academy. Osiris nodded and said, of course, a good decision. But now that Victor knows the truth about the past, he won't be able to escape this cycle. Because the real revenge begins now. The real villains turned out to be demons, and not Hugh. So Victor intends to deal with them. And he is already quite well prepared for this battle. One night, the top of the tower collapsed and a monster and Victor jumped out of it. The demon shouted what he was doing. How did he know that he had made a contract with a demon? He attacked Victor, but Victor had already managed to summon Beelzebub and cut off the demon's hands. Then he jumped on the demon to finish him off. The demon died, so Victor left that place. There are days when people flock to the water city of Venice, the capital of the great rock empire. This is the day of admission to the Colosseum Academy, the most prestigious university in the world. From the very first day of admission, the academy was filled with promotions from clubs inviting people to join them. The academy has two classes: cold weapons, specialization in swords, bows, spears, and fire weapons, specialization in magic. Students of the academy in 4 years must gain knowledge from different areas, in addition to their main specialty. The boys were saying that it seemed like all eyes were on these newcomers. Tudor from the Don Quixote family was known for his spear skills, and Bianca of their Asher family is known for her archery. They are the best candidates for recruitment, as they took first place in the melee weapons test. And the Baskerville triplets, known as the Iron-Blooded Swordsmen, knew the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. Well, the guys from Baskerville don't even need an introduction. And in the fire weapons class, all eyes are on one man, the monster rookie Cena. She got first place on the practical test and second place on the written test, and so did one other person. The name that ranks first in the comprehensive written assessment is Victor. The guys said, what's the point of a student who took first place in written exams, but not in practical ones? In order not to stand out at the academy, Victor renounced his Baskerville surname and acted as a commoner. But he didn't think that he would attract so much attention. He heard that it was more difficult for a commoner to enter the academy. So I focused more on the unimportant written test than on the practical part. It is necessary to avoid people's attention as much as possible in order to make it easier to move around. The guys are crowded. Everyone came to see St. Dolores. She asked them to calm down, and the guys offered to join their clubs. Victor thought, since she was now the president of the Academy's student council, it would be better to avoid meeting her as much as possible. So Victor reached the room and asked if it was here. Then another student came up and asked if he was also in this room. Then his roommate. His name is Piggy. The boy introduced himself. Victor said his name. Piggy said happily, nice to meet you. Victor remembered this guy well. Before his rebirth, Piggy, a kind guy, was the first to lend a helping hand to Victor and took care of many things. When Victor came to the triplets' aid, Piggy was being bullied by his evil roommate. This was the beginning of a series of misfortunes. After all, this guy, well, hopes nothing like this will happen in this life, Victor thought. They walked into the room and Piggy asked if Victor was going to the newbie welcome party tonight. And he said, it's a stupid question. It's not a mandatory event, but he thinks none of the new arrivals would miss it. But Victor said no, he's not gonna go, Piggy asked. He's not going to the freshman party. Victor said yes, he's not going. Then Piggy got carried away and started shouting, "This can't be done. If you don't go, the elders won't like it." Even among his classmates, he will become an outcast. Many outstanding seniors come to this event. Even St. Dolores would be there, and also Bianca and the triplets from the Baskerville family, Victor thought. Even before Piggy's regression, he was an excellent information gatherer. And Piggy continued to talk. They are all incredibly talented. "Well, now have you decided to go?" asked Piggy. But Victor still answered, "No, he won't do it," Piggy asked. "How so?" Victor answered. "He just doesn't want to." "And let Piggy have fun there." Victor left, and Piggy said, "It's so cool. He wants to learn how to do it too." At night, a bunch of men were talking. It suddenly became so easy when you couldn't hear the whining of these brats. There were so many children in the warehouses in the last few days. A man asked where they all went. Another answered that at dawn some kind of cart arrived and took them all away. From what he heard, they were taken to an orphanage. Another man said that if he thinks about such useless things, he will get into trouble. Suddenly a strange man approached them and said, "Stop fussing if you want to take home a few coins for your miserable life." It was the butcher, Ron Battinson, he said with displeasure. "Such rubbish. It's all because they lack courage." Well, what can those who have reached the level of a master do against him? What pathetic mercenaries who don't even have mana. There is not a single strong warrior among them. He wants to quickly cut off a piece of meat. Then someone asked if he was Ron Battinson. The psycho shouted, "How dare he say his name?" The psycho turned around and saw that the guys were lying unconscious, and the voice said that 4 years ago, Ron made a contract with a demon, killing and sacrificing a family who lived next door. After that, he joined the Northern Guild Alliance, constantly looking for information and passing it on to the demon. Eventually, he interrupted the Allied operation and gave the enemy the location of the training ground. Using a hand mirror while on guard duty, this is how the platoon was wiped out. The psycho shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." He turned around and swung his blades, but Victor was no longer there. Not even a second passed before Victor cut off both of his hands. The psycho screamed in pain. He screamed, "He doesn't know anything about the Allies. Why is he doing this to him?" Victor answered, "Of course, because it hasn't happened yet." Victor walked up to him and said he knew Ron had already made a contract with the demon. Let him say that he knows about the demon he made a contract with. Suddenly Ron started transforming, but suddenly exploded. Victor asked, "Did he die because his head exploded?" And so there are already 3 people, created on the basis of memories of what happened before reincarnation. And Cindy's research, the traitor who sold humanity to the demon before the era of destruction. All the devil worshippers. It contains information about everyone who needs to be killed. All 3 devil worshippers who died today died of head injuries before he succeeded in killing them. If this is all the demon's power, it clearly means that he is hiding somewhere in the capital. 10 corpses, with whom these people made a contract. Victor's night continued. The number of corpses grew and grew, but he was not going to stop. Already the 29th corpse today, their head exploded immediately as they started talking about the demon. It seems that this was the condition of the contract with the demon, and as a result, he was unable to gather information on the whereabouts of the 10 elite corpses. This fight promises to be long and difficult. I still didn't think that he would be able to learn anything on the first day. So Victor returned to the academy. It seems the entrance ceremony for newcomers is in full swing. Victor came down and said that maybe he should show up there, just in case. The guys were chatting, drinking. Many were running to Dolores to talk to her. Bianca was sucking up to the elders, and Victor was watching them. Namely, he looked at 2 students and thought, he didn't expect that they would enter in the same year as him. Great heroes who, together with Kami Morg, led humanity to victory in the Age of Destruction. The one who is not the foremost, the genius of Don Quixote, one of the family of great clans, Tutor Don Quixote, and the divine bow that pierced countless demons, the genius of the Ashers, another of the 7 great clans, the clan of the secret holy bow. Bianca Asher, there are others here too whom Victor saw at the front. He did not think that he would be reunited with them like this. Come to think of it, didn't Kami enter the academy? Victor thought, when he suddenly noticed something. People were already starting to pester Piggy. Some guy was asking him to sing. Other older students surrounded him. Then the girl came up to him and said that if he drank it in one gulp, they would not force him to sing. Piggy only became more nervous and asked how he could drink it all. But the elders ordered him to drink it all. They enjoyed making fun of the weak guy, and Piggy, succumbing to the pressure, began to drink. Of course, this made Piggy vomit, and the boys started laughing even harder at Piggy, calling him disgusting, and to scream. From that day on, his nickname is Nausea. But unexpectedly, Victor took off his cloak and wiped the floor with it. Before Victor's rebirth, Piggy was unable to cope with the bullying at the academy and dropped out. As Victor knows, he lived a difficult life and helped his parents as a low-ranking civil servant. He met that Piggy again during the recruitment after the start of the era of destruction. Piggy was one of the volunteers. Using his unusual strategic skills, he saved many lives. And Victor's life was one of them. Piggy is a comrade who deserved Victor's respect. Victor told Piggy that he would clean up here and that Piggy should go back to the dorm and rest. It was disgusting to watch such a wonderful comrade being treated so meanly, thought Victor. Then the elder asked Victor if he was crazy. He dared to interfere with him. He is his friend, judging by how rudely he acted. He is too confident in himself. The guy hit Victor on the cheek. And of course, the triplets didn't like it at all. But Victor warned them, looking at them with a creepy look. That's why the triplets didn't interfere. Victor had warned them in advance that if they revealed his identity, he would kill all three of them. The girl said, "There is no need to mock the newcomer like that. They should show him their good sides. It would be nice if the newbie drank it all. Then they would let them both go." Piggy wanted to protect Victor from the bullying, but Victor raised his glass and began to drink. The girl thought that this deadly cocktail was a mixture of vodka and rum, but there was no way that someone could drink a liter of this swill. However, Victor calmly drank the entire cocktail and, lifting Piggy from the floor, went to the exit. Then the students stopped him, but Victor was already tired of them. He got angry, and everyone felt his creepy aura. Victor asked the guy what he wanted. Did he need something else from them? But the guy trembled with fear and did not answer. At that moment, Dolores approached them and asked what kind of noise they were making. Victor took advantage of this moment and left, and the students told Dolores that one of the newcomers had thrown up and they would clean up after him. Dolores told them that if they offended the new students, she would not let them get away with it. The triplets quietly admired Victor, and Bianca and Tudor were still wondering what the hell just happened after they felt Victor's aura. Sina, who took first place in the course and second in the written exam, looked at Victor with admiration and said that she had found a good man. The Fire and Ice Corps attend most of their classes together, a technique that increases the competitive spirit between the otherwise selfish students, and also increases activity in the lessons, the main professor, Banshee Morg, said. Thus, they studied the culture of the barbarians in general terms. Using the locations where the barbarians have been found so far, someone wants to guess where their base is. Tudor thought, firstly, the places where Balac and the Empire crossed swords were points 1, 8, and 75 on the Western Front. What else? Bianca thought, given all the collision points in the lowlands, maybe they had stopped somewhere in the low plains. Sina jumped up and said, "She will answer," Banshee said. It was she who took first place in the practical exam of the Fire Corps. Well, let her answer. She replied that the places where the Navers clashed with the Empire's troops were points 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 75, and 207. Apart from the 8th point, which is located at the peak of a high mountain, most of them are located in the lowlands. While Sina was answering the question, Victor was thinking, yesterday he killed 29. All of them had the demon's seal on them, and everyone's heads exploded before he killed them. If this was the skill of the elite corps hiding in the Imperial capital. Now he suspects only one place. He needs to inform Cindy and investigate it more thoroughly. Piggy called out to Victor and he finally opened his eyes. Then Victor saw that the students were staring at him. Banshee said, "It seems the Ice Corpus is not in as good condition as the Fire Corpus." He didn't expect that on the very first day the student would fall asleep during the lecture. Victor replied that he didn't sleep at all. Then Banshee got angry and asked what his name was. Victor answered. Banshee said, "Everyone saw that his eyes were closed. How dare he say such a thing?" Victor answered. He closed his eyes but did not sleep. Banshee asked, "Does that mean he misunderstood something?" Victor said, "Everyone makes mistakes." Banshee thought about the crazy people they recruited this year, and said that now the first in the Fire Corps, Sina, answered absolutely correctly. So he gets 10 points personally, and 1 point for the entire Fire Corps. If he can answer his question, he will also reward his Ice Corps. However, if he can't answer, the points of the entire ice body will be reduced. Victor said it was a bit unreasonable, but Banshee shouted to tell him where the barbarian tribe Balac fought with the Imperial army. And using this information to guess where their hideout was, the guys thought this question was too complicated. Bianca thought with displeasure, why should the entire Ice Corps suffer because of this one guy? Victor looked down and remembered his friends from the Balac Tribe. He smiled. Then he said the points of contact between Balac and the Imperial army and began to list all the points. Victor thought that after that incident with the shaman, the tribe had rebuilt their houses, so it didn't matter if he revealed the true information here. Of course, everyone was shocked. Especially Banshee, who was thinking about how he used information that even the Academy didn't have. If his name is Victor, then it means he got the best score on the theory test. Banshee said, 10 points to Victor for answering the question, and 1 point to the entire Ice Corps. However, the fact that Victor took first place in theory does not change the fact that one cannot close one's eyes during his lectures. He takes 10 points away from him, Victor said. Next time he will be more careful. Sina thought she didn't realize it, because the name Victor is quite common, so this Victor is that Victor. The guys started talking. Victor took first place in the theoretical test, but so what? The corps almost lost points because of him. Tudor thought, well, he's a genius with a great theory. Maybe he'll show them this curious mind in gym class. Naftali, a meat sport in which people on both sides score points when the ball passes the opposing team's goal. Only mana and weapons are prohibited here. In this game, you can use any method to score a goal. Tudor boasted that he was definitely the best at mothballs. This was definitely the place for him. He ran straight towards the triplets, but they blocked his path and were the first to ask where the bastard was breaking into. Tutor said, "So they are the well-known triplets of the iron-blooded swordsman family. It's a shame he doesn't plan on getting involved with the Baskerville family monsters right away." Tutor dodged too. The first one blocked his way, then Tutor used force and hit him in the stomach. Tutor said, however, that does not mean that he will not meet with them individually. He ran on, admiring himself and thinking, so what if he was able to remember the theory? A true warrior fights with his body. Victor stood in front, Tutor remembered him. Victor was not happy. He had told the triplets earlier to take Tutor away from here. He was ready to let Tutor go, but he decided that he could play with Victor. Tutor himself was to blame. He left Victor no choice when he used his power. He hit Victor and flew to the side, then plopped down on the ground. Everyone was in shock. And Victor looked at the unlucky guy and thought, he was trying to dodge, so why did Tutor want to hit him? Then Victor decided that he had to pretend that he was in pain. So he pretended to fall to the ground. Tutor finally opened his eyes. The guys had already managed to surround him. Tutor thought about what was happening. Did he pass out, or did he fall asleep during the match? Then he remembered Victor, and he thought he wanted to play with him a little, pushing him in the shoulder. But he doesn't remember at all. Did he really pass out? Passed out after a fight with that nerd. Need to check it again, Tutor decided. The game started again, and Tutor kept looking at Victor and thinking, he has to do it again. Tutor managed to escape the triplets easily again, running straight towards Victor. Victor thought, he told these three to keep him away from him. Why does he even continue to run towards him? Tutor was serious. He thought it couldn't be a coincidence. The secretary of the secret running technique of the Azure Spear family. With a dash of the Holy Spear, Tutor used his technique and attacked Victor again. Victor was in front of him, and the next second another guy was standing in front of him. He asked if Tutor was awake. Tutor shouted why he passed out again. The guy answered as he flew into him at high speed, bounced back at the same speed. He understands why Tutor is interested in him. Victor is definitely hiding something. This time he will go against him. Victor beat his friend twice. He can't just stand aside and watch. The children's competition continued. The boy's name is Sancho. He transferred from the Northern Mercenary Guild. Because of his incredible physique, he is considered an equal opponent in his age league. So he decided not to put up with it. The triplets thought that this time they would definitely not miss anyone, but at the same second they flew back. Victor was already tired of how useless they were, and Sancho was already running towards him. He, of course, was not at all worried. Sancho shouted, "Let's see if he could withstand all his strength." Sancho swung his hand and hit Victor. But here's another surprise. Sancho felt like he was standing in front of a mountain. Victor didn't even move, but decided to play along so that they would finally leave him alone. The guys said Sancho managed to break through their defense, but that guy is alive, right? Sancho thought that it was just now. As if he was not standing next to the man, the triplets crept up to him, and having snatched the ball, he ran to the other side, and the guys won with a score of 0-1. Victor stood up, when suddenly Sancho poured water on him and said, he is the secret card to the victory of Class B, so he cannot stand aside. Tutor said let him rejoice. Victor's victory made him think. He wanted to teach Victor a lesson in practice, because he was jealous. But he realized how pathetic it was. He felt sorry, Sancho added. Victor had such a strong body, he thought Victor used mana. Victor lied that he was a commoner and couldn't use mana. Tutor said it was a shame, with such an incredible body. If only he had undergone a course of good training, he could become an expert like him. The girls approached Tutor and said that they brought him a towel. Victor thought the hero of the Azure Spear family, Tutor, and the ace of the Mercenary Guild, Sancho. One day, they will become heroes who save humanity while hunting down countless demons during the fall. It's strange to think that they had such a past. Victor didn't yet know that from that day on, his days at the academy would become problematic. Everyone noticed how handsome Victor was. Both boys and girls. Victor is an ordinary student by day, and a demon hunter by night. He found Lloyd Dock, the leader of the information house and the head of the orphanage. He made a contract with a demon and sold the children of high-ranking families, and thought it would go unnoticed. Victor asked. The man screamed, "Could it be that this solid aura? Is he a sword master?" Victor thought. His aura is in pretty good condition, but still close to liquid. He is only at the highest level of graduate now. Victor said to help him catch the demon. If he agrees, he will pay for his service. Before the man could answer, a piece of the building flew towards Victor, and the conversation had to be ended. Victor raised his head and saw a demon standing on the building. He felt inhuman energy even from below. Then Victor asked if he was Angel. But instead of answering, the demon jumped off the building and attacked Victor. Now the battle began between Victor and the demon swinging his vile hammer. And Victor dodged the attacks and thought that he had at least the level of a high-ranking graduate. He also uses the holy technique Quo Vadis. Where are you going? Translated from Latin. This is definitely not from the demonic 10. Have demons really made their way even into the ranks of believers? It turns out there are rats there too. He is most likely a servant, Victor said. Then he will kill him, and the remaining angels will come to him themselves. Do they know that he is already quite tired of digging through the trash, and will finally get some exercise? The demon attacked Victor, but he withstood the blow and then sharply hit the demon. Then the demon flew back and destroyed the wall with his body. but he quickly got up and wanted to attack Victor again. But Victor instantly moved back and broke his arm with just one blow. The demon tried to hit Victor. Then Victor jumped over his hand and threw him back. The rods pierced him and the demon could not rise. Victor saw the inscription on his body. Victor asked, "Ephibo, that's his name. Who is his master? Who treated him like this?" But in response, the demon only growled. Then Victor said, apparently his speech was also under control. Victor asked if Ephibo knew what was good about torture. That he could do without words. He would crush his body into small pieces. The intestines, the skeleton, the injuries received, the blood in the veins, the body itself gives us a lot to learn. "Well, it's time to start the procedure," Victor suggested, when suddenly he heard a voice. Someone was calling for help. Victor picked up the debris and said, "He's lucky. He managed to survive such a massacre. If he wants to live, he himself knows what he should do, right?" Victor asked. "Let him tell everything he knows," the man asked. "Will he spare him if he tells?" Victor answered. "It depends on the information." The demon watched them from afar, and the man shouted, "He will tell him everything." In the head's office, in his office, but at that very moment, the demon disfigured the man. Then the man exploded. Knights arrived at the explosion. People in the city screamed. An explosion occurred. The saint also came. She asked if there were any victims. What was going on? The knights answered. They were still checking the territory, but the damage was enormous. The saint came closer and thought. An explosion that could only be imagined in a nightmare. The blast wave even affected the orphanage. What kind of evil was raging here? The saint approached the center of the explosion. When she noticed a familiar mask, she immediately recognized it. She hid the mask with her dress. The knights asked if she was okay. The saint answered, "Yes, just a little dizzy." Apparently there were no casualties, so there was nothing to worry about, Dolores thought. She was so surprised that, without thinking, she hid it. "This is a Nighthound mask," the professor said discontentedly. He was still interested in who the author of the report was. And again, he therefore claims that the Venopians have second poisonous fangs. If he made this up and wrote the report out of thin air, everyone in the ice building will be docked 10 points. Victor thought, damn, that means they haven't opened them yet, and the professor said he'll check if there's a second poisonous fang. In the abdominal cavity of their Venopian, as soon as the professor cut the monster's belly, a fang jumped out of it. Luckily, Victor managed to stop the fang with a notebook and asked, "That's pretty convincing evidence, isn't it?" The professor, still in shock, thought that an ordinary student had made a discovery that would explain many mysterious deaths. Then the professor said that all students in the ice building would be awarded 10 points, and that Victor should come to his lab after class. To tell more about the research, Victor answered, "Okay," and went to his place. And the guys started talking. It's incredible. How did he find out? Before they thought that only strong men are cool. And it turns out that being smart is also cool. But what's more important is that behind the huge glasses, there's such a charming face. And the hair is just amazing. Yesterday, when the demon blew up that man, Victor didn't have time to run far. If it weren't for reincarnation, he would have died. Ephibo had disappeared without a trace. The only find was the registration book in the director's safe. It indicates the location of the children who were sent to be eaten by demons, since these points are not connected in any way. It cannot be ruled out that there is more than one angel in the capital, including that guy, which Victor caught a glimpse of. It is quite possible that one of the demonic 10 is right in the academy. The academy publishes a popular capital newspaper, and its influence is simply enormous. Each new issue is sold out instantly. And its author is the journalism club Lukion, and the president of Lukion is the well-known Dolores. Dolores shouted, "She is glad to welcome everyone to Lukion. Many people think that it is very, very difficult to get into Lukion. Since they applied to them, it seems like they are incredibly persistent guys." Theodore said he wants to become better both in his group and in the club. Sancho said he was annoyed that people always took him for a dumb jock. He joined the club to become a real intellectual. Sina said that information and money usually go hand in hand when it comes to power, but she joined the club because she believes that information is more important. Bianca said she chose the most promising club for herself. She will give it her all. Piggy screamed. He really enjoys collecting and analyzing information, so he decided that the journalism club suits him best. And Victor said that according to the rules, you have to join some club. He came because Piggy is here. Liar. Victor thought Lukion was a well-known journalism club, and it was the most convenient place to collect all kinds of information, although there is a slight downside. The president is a saint, Dolores said. A Lekion reporter cannot be passive about the club. But then the girl showed the newspaper and said, "It's him," she thinks. "He looks familiar." Who would have thought that such a famous student would join them? Theodore laughed and said, "It's Victor." Dolores asked who included this in the release. Anna replied that yesterday she received information about the handsome first-timer. What kind of reporter would she be if she hadn't included this in the broadcast? So now the second and third years are scouring the news. So, it was time for them to get down to business with them. At dawn, a suspicious stranger burned the shelter to the ground. Piggy asked if this was about yesterday's explosion in the capital. Anna answered, "Yes." She received the news on the day of the incident when she went to the city. They suspect that the same person is behind the bombing of the orphanage and the recent murders. Having managed to identify most of the children who died at the orphanage, Piggy asked if Victor thought it was one person who did it. Victor thought that the children's deaths were the work of demons. Anna asked if anyone had any suggestions for the title. Bianca said none of them quite captured the meaning. Theodore asked if it was because the villain had no name. Like Jack the Ripper or Bluebeard, you could call him the Shadow Lord of the Death Scythe. The guys said, "What nonsense," and Theodore immediately became depressed. Then someone suggested calling him a demon detonator, bringing misfortune. Too long, but Orphan Killer immediately catches the eye, although Mr. Terrorist is better. Dolores listened to every sentence, then whispered, "Night Hound." The mask she had picked up yesterday definitely belonged to a night hound. But what was he doing there? Dolores wondered. His humility showed that he cared neither for money nor for honor, and he diligently treated the slum dwellers who had become infected with the Red Death. He was devoted to the poor people and truly loved them. So she decided that he stole one of the saint's tears for a good cause. Why did the night hound appear there? Is he really behind the murder of the shelter director and the orphans? The one she saw was definitely not an evil person. And if the night hound was a criminal, she was sure he had good reasons for it. Suddenly the guys said, "A name in a barbaric manner." It sounds appropriate. It was decided. It will be a night hound. Anna asked what about such a headline? Who is this night hound that plunged the capital into terror? Dolores shouted. Headlines must be strictly truthful, Theodore asked. What will the friends say? Victor asked what he was talking about. Theodore replied. About the night hound. Whether he was a villain, Victor replied, it doesn't matter. But in fact, he didn't expect the saint to offer a night hound. Theo asked. What if he had to choose? Victor thought for a bit and said that it was obvious that he was not on the side of good, which meant he was a villain. Just as Theodore was about to say something, Dolores suddenly hit the table and asked, The night hound is not on the side of good. Where does such confidence come from? This surprised Victor. Theodore was scared and thought he had said something wrong, and Dolores told Victor to answer. Victor remained silent, and then Dolores said that there was nothing to say because his statement was not supported by anything. They are reporters, and she asks them to remember that one careless statement can easily ruin the life of an innocent person. Theo said the guards have evidence that a night hound blew up the building and killed the shelter's director. Dolores replied that the testimony of the Knights of the Imperial Guard was only guesswork, without any material evidence. The question of the bodies of the children of the orphanage, who were found in the basement, still remains open. There are too many details that have no explanation to declare the guilt of the night hound. Dolores remains neutral, even though the matter concerns a shelter under the protection of her family. The headline needs to be edited to reflect what happened objectively, Anna said. But they won't write anything at all. Dolores said it was never too late to publish a critical report on the night hound case once they figured out exactly what happened. If he really is a villain, then they will mercilessly attack him. Suddenly a guy entered the office and said, the club's mentor, Professor Banshee, is looking for her. He said to rewrite the article with a statement that the night hound is a bad person, Dolores said. He likes to get into places where he is not invited. She will talk to him. She came out and Theodore said, the president made the decision directly. Victor said, she was like that even then. Indistinguishable from the one who led the front line of the Holy Knights during the fall before his rebirth. Dolores was always fair and brave, and she skillfully led the Knights during the war. She scolded the Knights who were lazy during the war. Her courage and faith are admirable. Victor kept thinking that she would consider his actions to be the fruit of evil and immorality. But if someone is trying to get to the bottom of the truth, it means he is on the right path. He is sincerely grateful to Dolores. The academy gets up at 6 in the morning. After the bell, the students go to the training ground in front of the dormitory. Then, with the leading instructor, they do morning exercises to finally wake up. The day begins with a short jog. After morning exercises, the students go about their business. Some will go to finish their 10th sleep. Some will go to freshen up in the shower. And some will run straight to the buffet. Piggy said that his brain would definitely benefit from sleeping instead of doing stupid morning exercises. Victor said that physical activity promotes brain activity. Theodore asked how he would communicate with girls when he didn't have a drop of empathy. By the way, everyone is free on the weekend. Maybe they will go for a walk, Piggy replied. He wanted to buy books, Sancho said, and he would run into the restaurant. Theodore asked, what about Victor? Victor answered, he has volunteer work on the weekend. Piggy said that Victor had so much detention. Theo asked. Again, his favorite Professor Banshee will soon be taking it just for existing. Victor said, well, to the city without him. Victor left, and Theo said, volunteering sounds cool. Piggy said that they couldn't leave their friend to suffer alone. They would go with him. It was more fun together. When Victor is around, he instinctively reaches out to him, as if he were his older brother. He, although a quiet man, has incredible charisma. Such people have always been considered natural leaders, even among mercenaries. Popular students like Theo and Sancho were the first to meet him. And he was also kind. Having saved him at the initiation, Piggy thought. He manages to be perfect in everything, from training to studying. When he is around, it seems that even mountains are knee-deep. Piggy ran behind Victor, admiring his friend, thinking about how kind he was, when suddenly Victor turned around and Piggy saw his creepy look. Then Piggy trembled with fear. But that was because Victor smelled the foul smell of the demon. Victor asked Piggy, he knows all the students, what he will say about that guy. Piggy answered about the guy walking with those girls. He knows him. It's the most handsome student of the academy. Sophomore Bale Kudzak. Victor gritted his teeth, thinking, who would have thought they had such an active social life? Should he attack? No, there would be too many casualties. He can't endanger future heroes. The guys became worried and asked if everything was okay. Victor replied that he was not feeling well and that he would go and rest. First, we need to find out more about Bale. Victor used the skill, Silent Heal. Victor wanted to follow the demon but did not notice Dolores, and she ended up falling because of him. The boys ran to help her, and Theo shouted to Victor that he should quickly apologize. Dolores said it was okay, she wasn't paying attention, but she was wondering what his muscle was made of. It was like she'd hit a wall. And I didn't feel his presence at all. Who is he? Victor's plan failed. Then Victor thought, there are too many people. I'll have to postpone surveillance. But what if those girls are in danger? The girls asked where Bale took them. It was a bit dark here. But in fact, he is more cunning than he seems. The demon said he had sad news for them. The girls asked what kind and why. And the demon answered, a young man recently showed up who simply makes his life difficult. Because of him, he can't even eat in peace. He just wanted to take a peek and find out who he was. But he forgot to take off his school uniform. And perhaps now he knows that he is one of the students of the academy. The girls said that if he just showed up at the academy's door, they would always help Bane. The vile demon said he is grateful to them. Their hearts are as beautiful as their sweet faces. They will always be together, from now on and henceforth, the masquerade scarecrow, clearly a high-level graduate. Therefore, he would not have died from such an explosion. Judging by the attacks, the scarecrow knows where he feeds. This man senses the presence of demons. And this means that it was he who was involved in Andro's death. It was the 9th demon, Dante. Victor returned to the office. The guys continued to talk, and Victor was in his thoughts. Anna said that the incidents never end. She and Dolores summed up the incidents that happened within the academy. Right now, Lucian is short of hands, so they want to attract first years. The guys have to choose a case and gather information. Piggy thought this would be his first article after joining Lucan. Bianca said it was mind-boggling. So many incidents. What's going on in the capital? A warning about a terrorist threat. Terrorists announced that they will poison the Venice River in the capital of Roca. A theater star has gone missing. A mysterious murder. The head of a family has disappeared. A murder case. A murder that cannot be talked about. The case of the missing students of the academy. 3 are missing. There are enough witnesses. The missing were often seen together. Victor brought up this very news and his teeth gritted with anger. He knew perfectly well who was behind these disappearances. At night, the man got out of bed and went into the hall, where demons were waiting for him, and asked if they had found out about the man in the plague mask, which interferes with their plans. Each of the monsters shook their heads, Dante said. Since that day, they have not seen the mask. It seems he is very cautious. There is no choice. We need to expand the scope of work. He will share faces with them. Let them go to the illuminated places and find a mask. Each of the demons has acquired a face, and now they are indistinguishable from people. The door opened and the wife asked her husband what he was doing there so early and who these people were. The demon said that he would like to admire this living face a little longer, but what can he do? While Phoebo made sure her face remained unharmed, the monster appeared behind the girl and slit her throat. The demon said that the opening of the gates was first delayed because of Andro's death, then because of the plague mask. Tired, time to release the accumulated stress, the demon ordered Phoebo to go with him. The demon went to the church. He was smiling. Then Dolores asked why he was smiling. Then the demon answered, why not? Because before him stands a beautiful saint, Dolores said. She did not come here for his flattery. The demon said, of course, but her rare visits made him worry. Dolores said there had been a lot of murders and kidnappings lately. She was busy with them, the demon said. It looks like her club at the academy can't breathe now. How cruel the world was becoming. Although the demon himself was behind it all, Dolores did not smile at him. She had a hunch that something was wrong with him. Quil Lun, head of the Indulgence family, a side branch of the Quabatus family. They currently help the Quabatus family and distribute their resources to the orphanage, monastery, and hospitals, but support the Liberation Campaign, which forgives the sins of the rich. This two-faced man was definitely hiding something, Dolores thought. The demon asked, so what was the reason she wanted to talk to him about? Dolores replied that she had come to demand the cancellation of the Liberation Campaign. One cannot forgive a person's sins just because he is rich. The demon asked, the church has long supported the liberation policy. Isn't donating huge amounts of money a fair punishment? The saint replied that one must expose one's sins before God and receive forgiveness only after appropriate punishment. People struck by liberation. They can't be saved. The demon was irritated. He turned away and said, he's just following the teachings of the church. He thinks she should discuss this demand with her father. He asks her to leave. I heard that the academy students will come to help today. No need to force them to watch the Quabatist family quarrel. The saint added, meaning that she would return later and they would continue this conversation. The demon at this time went mad, he repeated. Wonderful. He almost gave in to the urge to take her face. You have to restrain yourself. The saint is the best creation of this world. He wants to get her face. Frozen in despair. After chaos descends upon this world, the gates must be opened as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Victor came to the shelter. Cindy found this shelter in Andro's reports. Most likely, He is related to the demonic 10 of the devil and belongs to the Quobadist family. If demons are hiding in families of Iron Blood and Holy of Holies, then there is a good chance that they are hiding in other families as well. The Night Hound had attracted attention after the explosion, and Victor wanted to use volunteering as an excuse to study the students. Theo asked if they would be helping this shelter. Just think, Victor has friends. Ready to volunteer with him? How lucky Victor was. Victor sighed and said he didn't invite them here. The academy began a 10-day vacation. The Golden Vacation arose from the combination of the annual school Easter at the Lund Church and the weekend. Students can either travel together to the imperial capital or relax at home with their families. But not all students enjoy the holidays. Theo asked, "This is the Indulgence Family Orphanage. It's not for nothing that they call it the largest in the capital of the empire." Piggy said his director is the founder of a foundation to help orphans and a visiting lecturer at the academy. Sancho asked who it was. Piggy said the man in that picture, Quilty Loon Indulgence, was of the maternal line of the Quobadist family. He is famous and seems to have influence not only in the Church of the Moon, but speaking of the Church of the Moon. Apparently, his disagreements over religious views with Saint Dolores are already well known. Theo said wearily that he didn't want to be caught between two fires, and Victor thought that he would find out who he was when he met him. The girl said she would like the volunteers to try out being teachers for children for the next 10 days. If they are looked after well, they will never forget their kindness. She asks that you treat them as you would treat your own. The boys turned their heads and saw familiar faces. Theo asked why they were there. Bianca said they were helping. She was more interested in why Theo was here. Theo asked if a hero needed a reason to do good deeds. Then Bianca said, "Again he thinks of himself as a hero. You can't expect anything else from Don Quixote's." But then Sina said that their chance meeting must have been fate, and she was telling this to Victor. She walked up to him and said loudly that it was a pity that they couldn't talk normally earlier, but she hopes that they will become friends in the next 10 days. Victor calmly shook her hand, and he said yes, likewise, Sina was happy, and Piggy said he had information for Victor. He saw Sina looking for the person in charge of assigning volunteers to make a request. She asked where Victor had been assigned and asked to enroll her there too, so there you have it, fate. Piggy asked if Victor understood what he was getting at. Victor thought that it turned out that she wanted to get to know him, making the meeting look like a coincidence. It is worth being wary of her. Victor turned around and saw how the priests were leaving. Apparently the director would not please them with his presence. The teacher told the children to choose themselves as teachers. The children ran to the students and hugged them. Everyone got students, but the children didn't like the scary Victor. The children were afraid of him and ran away from him. The children ran to Piggy. Then Piggy asked Victor to smile so that the children would not be scared. Victor thought. He didn't think that it was difficult to communicate with children. Pomerian listened to him. Then Victor noticed that one of the girls quickly ran out of the church and followed her. He said that he felt stuffy among people, and if he didn't pay enough attention to others, they would think badly of him. Victor asked why she left, but the girl turned away, and Victor became nervous. Then Victor remembered Ian's advice about smiling when talking to a child. Victor sat down and saw a pendant with the name of this girl. Victor smiled and asked, "Perry, is that her name?" But Victor's bright smile didn't work. The girl turned around and simply ran away. Victor wondered if his smile was really that bad. Then Dolores came up to him and said, "She doesn't think that the girl ran away because she finds him disgusting. She saw everything. She couldn't think that behind his rudeness there was so much kindness hidden. Perry's heart was already wounded, so she closed it. As a result, she developed aphasia and lost her voice." Victor asked what happened. Dolores replied that she did not know the details. But Perry was born here, and over the past 13 years she has met many volunteers. At first they got to know her in a friendly manner, but after a day they stopped communicating, citing a busy schedule. She was tired of getting attached to people, and then grieving over their disappearances. When suddenly Victor smelled a terrible stench. Victor became nervous, but Dolores didn't notice and continued talking about Perry. So Victor shut her mouth and they hid, and the men said that he was so busy that they hardly saw each other. "And here are the reasons for Victor's concern," the demon said. "Recently, the number of parishioners has unexpectedly increased. Those who wish to repent of their sins face to face," the man said. "Because of this, he also wants to gain liberation." The demon asked how long he needed it for. The man replied that he wanted to buy the one that cost 1,000,000 gold. The demon asked that he had killed someone. The man replied, his servant ran away and he killed him. But he was so angry that he burned down the whole village. Victor whispered to Dolores. Not a sound. Dolores wondered what had suddenly come over him. And Victor thought that this smell was just like the one that was in the academy. The smell of Agel. The demon said that 500,000 would be enough for that. The other half would be a tip to God for forgiving his sins. Of course, if he offered enough, God would forgive him everything. Dolores got angry when she heard the demon asking for money instead of atonement. At that moment, a Phoebo approached them. And then the demon himself came up and said that he didn't expect to see a saint here. He couldn't imagine that she had a habit of eavesdropping. If he's wrong, then she was probably enjoying a secret date with her boyfriend. Dolores became nervous, and the demon approached Victor and said, judging by the uniform, he was one of the volunteers of their shelter. At first he couldn't see it because of his glasses, but now he sees that he has a very beautiful face. The demon thought. Devil, his face will take a worthy place in his collection. He wants it. The man called the demon and he said, the saint has to leave them. He has a lot to do. Victor glared at them, and Dolores was irritated, even though she saw that they were openly selling liberations. And she heard how they insulted God. She did nothing. She shouted what it was. But she froze when she saw Victor's face. Suddenly, Victor apologized to Dolores for catching her off guard. He asked her to be more careful, and said that it was time for him to go. He had been gone for so long. Dolores watched him go and thought, it looks like Victor is very angry, and Victor is thinking. He found out that Quilty Loon spent 2 hours a day at the orphanage, usually working to sell liberation to nobles and merchants. He sometimes mails accounting statements of the liberation sales to the Quobadist family after they are shipped. The letter goes to the head of the family, Cardinal Humbert Loon Quobadist. And during away meetings, Quilty is always surrounded by bodyguards. And one of the bodyguards is the masked thug that Victor saw when the explosion happened at the shelter. He smelled just like a Phoebo, Victor supposed, and at least the rest of the high-ranking graduates. It would be too dangerous to go alone against Agil and 4 high-ranking graduates. As a result, before dealing with Quilty, it is necessary to take care of his protection. The guys came to Victor and saw his work. Sancho said shame on him, he decided to help half-heartedly, just to earn points. Theo said Victor is trying so hard for the kids. He will work harder and become a hero like Victor. Victor was simply too deep in thought that he didn't notice how many clothes he washed. It's still problematic to wander around during the day. You need to wait until night, but now it's better to work hard. The children were playing with a ball outside, but Perry was not playing with them. She was sitting and watching them. She turned around and saw Victor, who was playing with a ball and began to stare at the ball. Victor thought that the Balac children also liked to play this game. No one was in a hurry to hatch from the lady's egg. He saved it just in case, but he didn't expect to use it like that. Victor tossed the egg to Perry. Pari took the egg and started playing with it. Victor was happy, when suddenly he heard Sina's laughter. Sina told Victor she knew that Victor was kind, although rude. Victor asked if she needed something. Sina came closer and said she wanted to get to know him better. She is, of course, a year younger, but he hopes he doesn't mind more free communication. Victor answered as he wanted. Sina smiled and said, then it will be easier to treat me, brother Victor. Then Victor said that he didn't really like Bratik. Sina said that means she'll come up with something else for the next meeting. The egg suddenly spun and fell into the water. Sina and Victor came up and Sina said they wouldn't get it. He drowned in the mouth. Perry began to cry and looked at Victor with confusion and hope. But Victor said there was no need to cry because of the ball. Everything was fine. But this upset the little girl even more. Then Victor said, there is no choice. Dolores passed by and said she is still worried. His biased accusations hadn't given her the best first impression, Dolores thought. Moreover, his behavior was so terrible that he went into minus points. He even had to volunteer. But Theo said that there weren't enough hands in the kitchen, so he went to help there. Sancho said that Victor was distributing food, and then the hot water stopped flowing, and he went to check the pipes. He himself didn't have time to eat. Piggy said that Victor was doing the laundry. He had recently fixed the pipes, and they were able to boil the laundry. Bianca said that Victor was helping her to unpack things. The children called him to play, and he went to prepare the playground for them. Everyone thought Victor was a good man. Dolores thought she was only a little wrong about him. But it turned out to be much worse. She made him a victim of his own prejudices. Many people already knew about her feud with Father Quilty, so by hiding her from him, Victor showed concern. So Dolores decided to apologize to Victor, but as soon as she reached him, Victor jumped into the water. Victor jumped into the dirty water and found Perry's ball, he told her. He found it, no need to worry anymore. While the girls blushed at Victor's naked appearance, Perry was impressed by his actions. The boys were playing with the children. Theo said that today was their last day. Sancho added that time had flown by. Then they must play until their strength leaves them, shouted Sancho, and Victor sat next to Perry. She cast an embarrassed glance at him, then threw a wreath of flowers on his head. Victor lightly touched the wreath, then Perry waved her hands and took his hand. She ran her finger down his arm, writing, she gives this as a token of gratitude. Thank you for spending time with her. And for catching the ball, Victor replied, no problem, he likes sitting here. Then Perry asked, will they meet again? Victor remembered what Dolores told him about Perry and thought, while he hunts demons, one must always be prepared for one's own death. He cannot make such promises. But still, Victor said they would meet again if tomorrow came for him. He promises to come here. The little girl smiled and wrote that she would wait for her little brother. Victor said, uncle, not little brother. The boys were gathered in the main hall, the demon said. For the children living here, who were separated from their parents, the time spent with them is truly priceless. Through this experience, they can feel what it is like to have parents. They can fill the void in their hearts. If the children grow up to be great people, it will be only thanks to them that in 10 days they were able to earn the love of their children. They asked to share in response. While the students were crying, Victor calmly said, so Quilty came today. He speaks of kindness with his demonic mouth, skillfully pressing on the sense of duty and respect that young students feel for their parents. And he asks for donations, and also brought his entire personal security detail. Setting up an ambush is not an option. However, he can no longer allow him to do whatever he wants. The preparations are complete, As planned, Victor will deal with him today. Sina asked if her brother would make a donation. Victor replied that he had no money. Sina asked, that is, he is a student of the academy, Victor asked. Little brother, Sina answered. She said that she would figure out how to address him. She asked if it wasn't heartless that they, the rich, should help their children. Victor said there was no need for parents. Maybe their help makes sense in childhood, but how you get along in the world depends only on your own strength. Sina took his hand and said it must have been hard for him. Let him come to her house and play. They can eat with her family during the holidays or vacations. Well, she'll go to the kids, let her find time when she's done volunteering. She ran away. And Victor thought, she's strange. Her identity at the academy is a cover. In his past life, Sina was the most outstanding student in the Ice Corps, and she took first place in theory and practice for 4 years in a row. But after graduation, she disappeared and was never seen again. The children ran to their teachers and began to say goodbye. Theo said he swears he will come here every week. Sancho told the child that in the north, children are the most valuable thing, for they are the future of the empire is on their shoulders. While all the teachers were hugging their children, Victor stood there alone. He looked among the children for Perry, but did not find her. Then he approached Dolores. She became confused, because she kept remembering that moment, and Victor said he had a question. She didn't see Perry, Dolores said. I don't think so. It's strange. She seemed to have seen her in the morning. Then Victor immediately looked at the demon. He walked away and said, so she doesn't know either. Seeing the demon's grin, Victor's heart began to beat wildly with rage at night. While all the boys were fast asleep, Victor's bed was empty. The subordinates of the vile demon were examining the church. Ephibo walked forward. When suddenly Victor appeared in front of him, he said to the demon. He had a question. The demon wanted to attack Victor, but Victor was too angry to play games with him. Victor told the demon he really shouldn't talk. He wouldn't waste time on games. Suddenly the head started smoking and fell to the floor, rolling across the floor. Then Victor saw that he was holding a mask. Victor looked at the head and saw that the face had changed, and it was Pedro's face. No, Pedro didn't have such a birthmark. In Victor's past life, Pedro often talked about his missing younger brother. One day he didn't return after a closed training session, but he didn't disappear because of the training session itself. And because a demon attacked and turned him into undead, then Victor may be familiar with these demons. Victor rushed forward and immediately attacked 2 demons at the same time. And in another part of the church, Dolores was praying in front of a statue, asking for forgiveness for their sins. Dolores closed her eyes and tried to concentrate on her prayer. But someone kept stealing her attention. She couldn't stop thinking about Victor without a shirt. She felt embarrassed and tried to keep her cool. Dolores tried to repeat that Victor was just a good student. And yet, she couldn't stop thinking about him. And she also remembered her first love. Then, Dolores went out into the hallway and saw the Night Hound. She wondered what he was doing there. And why is she fighting with Father Quilty's guard? She called loudly to the Hound, and Victor shuddered. Because he was distracted, Victor was unable to dodge the demon's weapon. It pierced him, and Victor fell. Dolores blocked the demon's path and said that she didn't know what was going on, but that they could still discuss everything. Then Victor ran forward and protected Dolores. He asked the saint to step aside. Victor made several cuts at once and simultaneously chopped off the heads of both demons. The demons were killed. Victor stood in the hallway covered in blood, and Dolores shuddered in fear. But she quickly pulled herself together and said that she needed to take care of his hand. Victor said that she shouldn't pay attention to it. Dolores asked why Quilty's guards attacked her. They know who she is. Victor said, let her look at them. The faces began to smoke and dissolved. Victor said they were undead, hiding under other people's faces. Dolores asked why this was happening to people connected to the Quabatist family. Victor said he thought Saint Quabatist should know better than he did. Then Dolores thought of Quilty. Then Victor saw whose face was lying on the floor. It was Stanford Baskerville of the Pit Bull Order. When Victor went missing in the forest, he was able to avoid being released thanks to the protection of Adolf Morg. Victor got angry. Then he noticed a tattoo on the second guy's body. Apparently, this man belonged to the Don Quixote family. Seth was also at the closed training, people from high families who had cut off contact with outsiders. Suddenly, Victor remembered that someone, also at a closed training session, suddenly had an explosion. The explosion was so huge that it destroyed most of the corridor. Victor was able to protect Dolores. Then footsteps were heard, and Kami Morg appeared from the wall of fire. She wanted to attack again. Dolores said that this attack was not directed at him, and asked if this girl was also undead. Victor answered, probably asking when she joined Quilty. Dolores said he hired her recently. She serves God, after all. If her opponent is undead, she cannot stand aside, she will support him. But Victor asked her not to interfere. He needed to check something, Dolores said. At least healing magic? Victor refused again. The undead continued to attack, but Victor dodged and thought, long red hair. Fire and steel magic of at least the 6th level. People capable of controlling such magic at a young age. You can hardly find it even in the Morg family. You wouldn't even think about the others. Victor confidently walked forward. Dolores thought the Night Hound was taking all the attacks, but why? He knows this mage. In her past life, Kami had a warm relationship with her uncle. So it turns out she didn't leave her job, or go to the closed training in the Hall of Darkness. Victor began to remember all the moments with her and thought if he had not met her, if I hadn't started a relationship with her, if I hadn't used her for personal purposes, was it really his decisions after his return that erased the bright future of the heroine Kami Morg? What did he do? Victor finally approached her and tore the mask from her face. He froze, then chopped off her head. Dolores ran up to him and said he was badly hurt, then asked if he knew her. Victor answered briefly, "No." He got up. Dolores said, "He was wounded." Victor answered, "That's enough." Dolores asked him why he was fighting until he was exhausted. Let him tell her. Victor replied, "Hunting demons." Victor wondered, curious as to what was emitting such strong demonic energy. It turned out that it came from the masks of Quilty's guards, and he would take care of her later. A voice was suddenly heard. The demon said to return the relic to him. He borrowed them from that woman. She will be furious. On his line recently, the plague mask attacked. Then Victor asked if Agil knew why he was asking, or if he should call him Quilty. Then Dolores winced. She asked if it was true, the demon said. He didn't expect to be caught by a saint, but this is even better. For the sake of a great goal, he needed to cast off the mask of Quilty. But the saint already knows that he laid hands on her earlier. Others would have suspected him, but now there was a good reason. Dolores asked if Quilty was a demon. The demon answered, "That's right." Hoping to find her face in despair and fear, then Dolores began to pray. Dolores struck the demon with her divine power, shooting it off the ground. Then she shouted, "She will repent in the next world." Suddenly a voice was heard behind them, with such a rude face, speaking. The demon pierced Victor with force, then said that it was impolite to interrupt others like that. Dolores shouted, "How dare a demon wear a robe and say unholy things?" The demon replied, "That is why he is a demon." Does she really want to fight him, she thinks, being so inexperienced and immature? Paired with a half-dead swordsman, she can harm him, pretending to be strong, her face trembling with fear. With such an expression, no one can be fooled. Finally, the face of a saint is in his hands. Before the demon could do anything, Victor thrust the sword into his head and said when he reached him. Finally, he understood everything. Angel is a coward, ready to destroy any subordinates. A coward who is afraid to fight himself. If he had not been wounded, Agil would not have come. That's why he played along with him. It wouldn't be a problem to get cured. He hoped the demon liked the performance. The demon looked at Victor and said, "Let him call him Dante, damn actor." Even though Victor pierced his head, the demon survived Dante. Angel is not just a title. The demon said, "So it was him. He killed Andro. He managed to get the priest's face, but there is no more use for him. Feigning innocence, he collects faces. With them, he takes over people's memories and their lives. The mask killed Quilty Loon Indulgence, who was just one of many faces, which he owns. Until he gets rid of them all, he will live," Victor said. So he will follow his advice. He pierced the demon, and it whined and asked for help. It asked pitifully why she had to die. The body fell to the ground and another shell came out of it. The demon shook his head and asked where he was. He was buying a meat pie for his daughter on the way home, and Victor chopped his head off. The demon's vile game, he turned into a small child. Even Victor shuddered. The demon said that it was not his fault that they were offending him. Victor was fed up with it and said that thanks to the demon's friend, this could not affect him. Then the demon laughed and asked if he was sure, and stuck one face into him and said, "This is a small gift." The demon took the form of a schoolboy, and Victor felt dizzy and nauseous. And the demon said, he put a face on it, now the mask will see his memories and emotions. This face once belonged to a paranoid schizophrenic. No wonder he chopped up his dear family. It must be strange to have two people's memories in one body. His memories and his ailments mixed together, and consciousness begins to fade. Despite the unbearable pain, Victor continued to stand. He finally cut off his hand and said that he may be fighting a demon. But that doesn't mean he's an ordinary person. The demon thought, now it's clear why Andro managed to die. A sword with demonic energy, could it really be Beelzebub? And the aura of a top graduate in addition. It is dangerous to climb on him head on. He got his faces. Then he immediately attacked the saint, of course. Victor immediately defended Dolores. Then the demon said, and he knew that he would protect the saint. He was keeping the weak link close at hand. Dolores screamed. She asks him not to worry about her. Let him kill the demon, Victor answered. He can't. We can't lose the support of the heroes. Such a cruel and terrible fight. The Night Hound fights all alone. Will he really continue to fight like this? She needed to strengthen her resolve, but she couldn't stop shaking with fear. She needed to help the Night Hound, Dolores thought. But then the demon threw up a piece of a face that called to Dolores, and then she froze. The demon released a bunch of faces and threw them all at Victor and Dolores. Victor said he would just chop them up. That's what he did. Victor started chopping off faces and the demon shouted, "Do you really think you can chop off so many?" Suddenly, among the faces, Victor noticed one familiar one. Her face. It was the face of little Perry. The demon brought down a huge wave on Victor, and when Victor opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange place. There were also a lot of people there, and everyone was sitting in the same position. Victor remembered that he was absorbed by Dante's ability. And this space, it means, was created by his power, Victor asked. These are the people that Dante managed to devour. Suddenly, Victor's heart began to beat faster, the same feeling when one of the faces stuck to him. All the emotions of people penetrated Victor. Fear, despair, pain. Victor put his hand on the boy's head. Then Victor remembered Perry. If all the demon's victims were here, then she should be here too. Poor people kept repeating, he doesn't want to live anymore, he shouldn't smile, he hates, he's sad. Dolores was there too. Seeing the despair of the people, she fell down and said, "They are all vengeful spirits, consumed by this demon." The demon approached her and said that she liked his collection of souls. She had to be selective. She didn't want to eat ugly people. Their cry, it echoes in her heart, asked the demon. The demon began to grin. Dolores asked even the children from the orphanage how one could sin like that. The demon asked if it was necessary to justify the need for food. "And he has no sins, he has liberation," said the demon and laughed. He continued to mock Dolores's faith, saying that people invented the idea of forgiving sins for money. He was shaking from them, using the shelter as his feeding trough. He was simply raising cattle for food. If he sinned, it was only in that he took an example from people, namely a saint, a man, bad and vile. She was just lucky to be born with a blessing. Weak inside. She was a burden to those around her, but without her, he wouldn't have been able to drag the swordsman here. She did a great job of playing his weak spot. It's always nice to see a depressed saint. His dungeon absorbs the negative emotions of the dead. And I just want to look at the sad grimace of this girl. Dolores finally spoke up. He was right, every word he said. And about liberation. And about harming others for the sake of one's own convenience. And about her shortcomings. About all human weaknesses. They mix and eventually create impenetrable despair. But people have the power of faith. Therefore, they are able to not fall before despair. The demon was surprised to see her strength. He asked if she was infected. Dolores replied, his efforts finally making her realize how indecisive she had been. She did not get rid of the releases because she was afraid of her father, and she did not help the Night Hound. Due to her horror at the demon's atrocities, she knows full well that she is useless. Then Dolores remembered that very conversation with Victor and her spirit perked up. She won't let him fight demons alone anymore. It's time to do his duty. The demon screamed, souls can still live here, but purified by divine power, they will disappear. Dolores thought the demon's words would no longer shake her, when suddenly a child touched her. All the children smiled at Dolores, and she began to cry. She apologized for not being able to protect them. Meanwhile, Victor finally found Perry. He sat behind her and called Perry. Even though Victor was infected and his body was falling apart, he said while he was looking for her, he thought it would be nice to see her again. He wants to tell her something. He will devote the rest of his life to revenge on demons. From the very beginning, he was going to the shelter to track down one of them. He didn't even know what awaited him. And then he met her. And when he saw her smile, he understood something. If anything could give his revenge meaning. So this is a world where he will laugh with children like her. He is grateful to her. His plans have made sense. He felt sorry that he couldn't protect her. Suddenly Perry said that he really came to see her again. Victor turned around in shock. Perry started crying and said she was scared. Then Victor hugged her and promised that he would not leave unpunished whoever made her cry. And he will keep his word. That is how Victor found another daughter. The power of the saint healed the children and Victor. The demon wondered where the saint got so much power from. Had she really awakened? Had all the souls in the dungeon been cleansed? Victor felt himself being filled with mana. The power of the saint increased its volume many times over. It seems it's time. The demon got scared. Victor's mana became solid, which means he became a master of the sword. Then an angry Victor told the demon that Dante could not expect a quick death. The saint felt the sadness of the children who had been taken away, and anger at the demon who had destroyed them. The experiences that the Night Hound experienced, the priest once said, the saint can awaken, having met a companion in spirit. All the divine power that she has, she transmits to the Night Hound, the harmony of souls, the blessing of the saint, which transmits divine powers to a recognized spiritual companion, and temporarily increases his characteristics. Victor van Baskerville has reached the supreme limit. The demon was seriously scared. Among people, only a few could reach this level. The vile demon thought, even though he needed to be on guard against him, only the heads of great families could be sword masters. The demon didn't have time to come to his senses before his head flew off his neck. But Victor wasn't going to stop there. Victor cut his body into pieces. The demon's head rolled on the ground and Victor stopped it by stepping on it. Then he said, the souls he had collected had ascended after purification. Without new faces, he would not be able to pull off his tricks. He must be in despair, the demon thought. He didn't even notice. Would the ninth angel really meet his death here? In order to open the gate to the demon world, he had to accumulate mana as ordered. He believed that he would soon be feasting in the world of people, and just think that a person could interfere with them. He had to be killed even at the cost of his life. The demon asked. He ran out of faces. There was one more left. He would destroy himself and take it with him. The saint screamed. His aura was pricking. What to do? But Victor told the saint to calm down. Everything was under control. Victor was sure that now he would finally be able to do it. Since his last life, Victor had been striving for this level, the sword that Hugh had shown him. The demon shouted to his brothers, hoping they would succeed in conquering the human world before disappearing from the face of the earth. Victor's power was so incredible that it cut even the sky. The whole earth trembled and woke everyone up. That night, An incident at the Indulgence Asylum plunged the capital of the Empire into horror. Another terrorist attack has taken place at the shelter of the Quobadist family. And like last time, the Night Hound is the main suspect. What attracted the crowd's attention, the guys said, was a Night Hound that could have caught them during the attack. Theo said what a shame. He had a chance to catch him and prove his heroism. Sancho said the main thing is that there were no casualties. Piggy said, "Let him think what he says." The director of the shelter disappeared along with his guards. This means that they could have been victims of a Night Hound attack, and Mrs. Dolores is probably deeply upset. Pedro said, of course, he knew that Quilty was not a saint, but for him to turn out to be a demon. And the Night Hound dealt with him. An attack on a branch of the Quobadist family is unforgivable. But honestly, it's nice that he got rid of their rotten offspring. Although it's true, will he be able to convince the people? Dolores apologized and said she was sorry for what she was about to do, and walked up to the reporters. She called them and asked them to listen to her carefully. People immediately turned all their attention to her. Last night, Victor gave the book to Dolores and said, "Here is the truth about the Quobadist family. Let her do what she thinks is right." Dolores spoke loudly. Day 0, month 0. Sales invoices for exemptions. The sender is Quilty Loon Indulgence, and the recipient is Cardinal Humbert Loon Quobadist. Viscount Vicon killed his parents, who wanted to donate their estates to charity instead of leaving them to him. Inherited the estates, presenting everything as an accident. All sins forgiven for 1.5 billion gold. Baron Legaso killed a maid after torturing her and then buried her body in the sewers. All sins forgiven for 200 million gold. The reporters were horrified and doubtful, but Dolores continued to read. Count Azel owed the tax authorities about 100 billion gold. The sins were forgiven for 300 million gold. Fear of her father no longer stopped her. She did not want to be the one he would be ashamed of. Her dignity, faith, and courage deserve admiration. She cried out, she, Dolores Loon Quobadist, believes that the forgiveness of sins for money is blasphemy. Victor sat under a tree and said, even in this life her righteousness was not shaken. It turns out that there are 8 angels left. He lowered his sad gaze and patted the place next to him, then swore, which creates a world where children like Perry can live happily, and he hopes she can too. Dolores asked why his article was not published. She writes only the truth. Why did an article come out instead that condemned the Night Hound? The professor asked. She really doesn't understand. Her article is somewhat aggressive towards a certain organization, while the Academy wishes to remain politically neutral. The article was called The Skeletons of the Quobadist Family, and the professor asked if her father hadn't denied the accusations. And the nobles from the list of exemptions also deny everything, and the source is unverified. Dolores asked why he was protecting the Quobadist family. He was forced to. The professor replied that there was no need to lie to her. For the last issue, he was told to focus on the Night Hound's horrible deeds, which also puzzled the director. Dolores asked if Cardinal Humbert had so much power that even the director couldn't do anything. The professor said that if the reason was only the Cardinal, he would figure it out. Then Dolores thought that only one person was more influential than Humbert. Dad, although the others have fallen into darkness, he is still untouched by it. Some believe that his mind has become clouded due to age. Whether the Cardinal is using this to control him, the professor said. Either way, her article is not suitable for publication. She supports the actions of the Night Hound. He is a criminal, the saint thought. The Night Hound is not a bad person. The real evil is the Quobadist family, and the demon hiding within them. He said that the demons are still among them. She fights alone and does not give up. The conversation with the professor made her understand why the Hound himself will not reveal the truth. He alone risks his life to protect everyone, so Dolores decided it was time to help him. Theo said it was hard to study outside the home. Volunteering was not for him. Piggy suggested going together. Then Theo asked if they were going to play baseball. Victor would go. Victor replied that he was feeling unwell. He needed to be alone. Theo froze and Piggy said, then he would go to his place too. Suddenly Theo closed his mouth and said, being alone is also important, they all understand, they will look after Piggy. Victor didn't understand anything, but was glad that he was left alone. He hadn't had a free minute before. Dolores' blessing had already dissipated, and Victor had returned from the Swordmaster to the Graduate. In any case, it was nice to feel like he was on a higher level, and he received a better reward for the fight from Dante's guards. The leather bags of his servants, together forming one large mask. Could it be that he had obtained a relic that could compete with the demonic sword Beelzebub? In a past life, Victor read about her. The mask becomes stronger after each fratricide. That is, the more people the wearer of the mask kills, the stronger he becomes. In addition, he is given simply insane resistance and mana restoration. Victor put on a mask. It seemed to say something about side effects. His health and mana spent in the fight with Dante instantly filled up. Unlike the Salamander's regeneration, which allows you to restore your limbs, the mask relieves fatigue, but something is wrong. Everything became so big, and he sees everything in black and white. Victor became a puppy. That's the side effect that was mentioned. But now, Ian's collar will fit him perfectly. Victor started running in circles and thought it would be better to get back into normal shape as soon as possible. He needed to take off the mask. Fortunately, the mask came off and Victor sighed. He could take it off if he thought about it. If she can turn into a dog at any time, then metamorphosis is more of a skill than a side effect. It's good that you can keep animals in the dorm. It will be very useful to him. Suddenly, Victor noticed that the egg was cracked. The lady's egg is cracking. That time was a sign of imminent hatching. This is bad. The eight-legged lady, a high-ranking monster, during the battle with which he almost died several times. It was said that even the ancient demons avoided encountering her, so she was sent to live in the depths of the forest. The heiress of this monster is about to hatch, and this cute little bundle that just barked is the mistress's heiress. Where it learned dog sounds, the baby plopped down on Victor's hand, and he realized that the baby was hungry. Victor gave the baby some meat, but he shook his head, and Victor said that he thought that he, like his mistress, would eat meat. The baby was probably still too small. A good opportunity to get your own high-ranking monster from the dense forest. Victor went to look for food for the baby when he heard that Piggy was being bullied again. One of the bullies was Genome de Leviathan, the heir to the Leviathan family's poison masters and the top freshman in the Fire Corps. And according to Piggy, unusually pompous, Piggy said awkwardly, he was just going to the toilet, his friends were waiting. But his way was blocked, and the pompous turkey said that Piggy was worthless and barely made it to the level of an expert. His presence infuriates him. He knows that walking through the same halls with such servants is an insult to the heir of one of the 7 great families. He has no place here. Let him get out of the academy. His rank says a lot about his company. Suddenly, little Piggy grabbed the freak and said that he would not allow his friends to be insulted. Turkey pushed Piggy away and told his minions to deal with him. Piggy closed his eyes, preparing for the blow but not feeling it. He opened his eyes and saw his friends. Theo stopped the guy and asked how Piggy was. Sancho grabbed the guy by the head and said he chose the wrong guy to fight. Victor also stepped forward and helped Piggy up. Those guys cowardly stepped back. The turkey cried out, "Theodore Don Quixote." Theo stood in front of his friends and said he kept thinking, what was he waiting for? And now everything was clear to him. He decided to lay hands on his friend, but the turkey only laughed. Then he said, "Tell me who your friends are, and I will tell you who you are. Isn't that right, Theodore?" Then Theo asked, Genome apparently forgot that the walls of the academy do not make them according to status. Genome grinned and said, not knowing where to vent his anger, he allowed the Night Hound to escape. Nothing would have stopped him from catching the Night Hound. Genome sprayed his poison. Theo shouted, was going to perform magic right in the academy, Victor thought, the aroma of a paralytic agent. The little spider climbed onto Victor's shoulder and Genome said, this is just the beginning. He simply shows him the difference in their strength. Fools must fall on their faces after realizing their helplessness. But here, the little lump, the lady, very quickly sucked in the poisonous mist of the genome. Maybe it feeds on it. The boys opened their eyes and saw that there was no longer any fog in the corridor, Theo said. They worried in vain. It means that Genome is not such an idiot. Genome was confused. Genome thought that the fog seemed to have covered that guy, but it wasn't his imagination. He was wrong. But the baby ate. Hiding his confusion, Genome said he was impressed by his sheer heroism. It's a shame to even waste poison on such strong blockheads. Theo said he can already remove the crown, and he can help. Team competitions will begin at the end of the semester. Whoever scores the least points will run around the academy naked. Genome accepted the childish competition and said that thanks to it he would have a good laugh. Piggy apologized to Theo and said it was his fault. Theo said, oh well, he'll wipe the smile off his face. But Piggy started whining and said he was just an expert and had nothing to help them with. Theo said Piggy was smart and incredibly observant. The team competition requires a team of 4, and he and Sancho will be at the forefront. And Piggy will be the command center, and Victor will be the scout, since he is good with a bow. So they will definitely win, Piggy said happily. Exactly. When suddenly Victor said, he already has another team, so he refuses. Theo and Piggy's eyes widened. Piggy asked if Victor might change his mind. Victor replied that promises must be kept. The guys were horrified. They asked him to learn how to choose the moment. But the cold-blooded Victor did not understand anything. The day of competition has begun. The midterm exams of the Colosseum will be held in the presence of spectators. The exams are divided into 3 subjects, a team test to assess defense, and an individual test to assess attack. And the theoretical test, the test of protection. With the help of hologram magic, a dungeon will be simulated in the arena. Teams will battle fake earth golems shrouded in dense hologram magic. Students under protective magic will receive a limited number of charges, the number of which will be displayed on the scoreboard, and the students will form teams of 4. And they will defend themselves against a wave of monsters. Points will be awarded based on teamwork and the duration of the resistance. Hit points assigned to students will decrease for each missed attack of the monster. When one of the participants reaches 0, the test will automatically end. There will be 3 rounds of 20 minutes each. The one who lasts a whole hour will be awarded the maximum points. Dolores' team lasted 58 minutes. Piggy said that since the senior class was not participating, the president's team had the best result on this exam. Usually 3rd years get to the 3rd round, and 2nd years get to the 2nd round. And if they can hold out for 20 minutes, they'll get the highest score. Theo said that they wouldn't be satisfied with that. In order to wipe Genome's nose, they need to at least reach the middle of the 2nd round. Bianca smirked and said they have her, so it's not a problem. Let them distract the monsters and not let them get to her. She'll figure it out later, Theo said. The team is not the princess and her subordinates. His innocent body is at stake, so let him work. Bianca said that she herself has no desire to look at his body. Otherwise, she will have to gouge out her eyes. Sancho told them to focus on the enemy. Theo and Bianca are not friends at all, thought Piggy. Victor, meanwhile, said that he doesn't like to be the center of attention. A lot has happened, and he has received more attention than he needed. Let them cut him up so he wouldn't have to do anything, the triplets said in unison. They would protect the master at any cost. The triplets were beaming with happiness, they thought. This is his first assignment from the master. They need to try hard. Genome said, dug up a commoner friend for himself and got Bianca Asher on the team, too obvious a strategy. He thought they couldn't beat him. His team also had a trump card. Sina asked if Green could stop laughing like a fool. Genome said his name was Genome, and she should be grateful that he let her join. Sina replied that she wasn't particularly eager. But as a member of the team, she would try her best. Green need not worry. Genome shouted, let him say his name correctly. Then again in a serious tone said, they will take first place among the first years. Victor thought, if he remembers correctly, in his past life he didn't get to the exam, so Victor didn't know the rules. The eldest of the triplets asked, the gentleman is not familiar with the rules of the exam. When he steps into the arena, the magic circle of illusions is activated. His area will turn into a dungeon. As soon as the monsters attack, the exam begins. Everything is simple. You need to hold on until the hit points drop to 0. Only from the poison of monsters, although weakened, but real. You probably won't get injured from that, but your hit points will drop. It's better to be on guard. If something happens, the examiners will definitely intervene, Victor said. He is well informed. He prepared somewhere. The elders said that while he was gone, they trained in the family halls. Victor said that then he would rely on them. Let them cut him up so that he wouldn't even have to move. The guys lit up and said they would protect him like granite columns. Then Theo's group approached them. Theo asked. Victor was well prepared. Theo came closer to Victor and said, who would have thought that Victor would join the Baskerville Trident? Was he forced? Victor replied, he was not forced. They just really wanted him to join them. They agreed a couple of weeks ago when they needed information about monsters. Theo asked if Victor was being bullied or something. Victor replied that everything was fine. At that moment, the group test ended. First year group line 69, Genome said. Time to show yourself. The monsters started to attack. Genome shouted to Sina. She'll be there soon. Sina started to cast a spell. Victor thought she deserved her points. In the future, she was a famous magician. Where was she then, during the fall? First year group test 69 completed. Result 19 minutes 55 seconds. Theo shouted, damn, Genome's group has a new best result. Then he saw Genome's grin. And this angered all three guys. It was the turn of group number 108. Victor with the triplets. The boys supported Victor. And the triplets thought they would take first place. Their master deserves nothing less, Bianca asked. What's wrong with Victor? He knows how to shoot a bow. Piggy replied, it seems that Victor is the best shooter in the Ice Corps. Bianca said she will see how he shoots. Victor started shooting and the guys were surprised by his speed. But other than speed, Victor showed nothing. He shot weakly and also inaccurately. Bianca wondered why she felt like something was wrong. Victor wanted to shoot at full force, but decided to continue to hide his skills this body requires showing off. Then he remembered how Ayan had shouted that if she lost to the other archers, she would stay here. Victor apologized for breaking his promise. It was time to use the advantage, Victor added. The little lump of mistress jumped out of the collar and went to the monster, Victor said. It was only worth knowing that ants have poison. And the all-inclusive buffet for the lady's little bundle is ready. The boys are finished. The time is 19 minutes, 50 seconds. Genome laughed and shouted, a commoner cannot compare with him. Let him feel the difference in their strength. Sina said Grill looks like a third-rate villain. The triplets said since they didn't take first place for the master. Victor told them to stop. Finally, it's time for Theo's group. Victor is in second place. To beat Genoma's time, they need to get through the first round. The boys started fighting, and while they were doing great, Victor watched them. Theo and Sancho fight the monsters on the front lines. Bianca supports from the rear, and Piggy gives orders while assessing the situation. Victor said that it looks like they prepared well and could even take first place. But as if something was missing, Victor touched the collar and realized that the lady's lump was gone. The baby was still in the arena and continued to feed on the monster's poison. Victor wondered why she was still there. He had taken her after the test was over. Had she really run away to absorb more poison? What's worse is that in such a short time she has already managed to grow and shed. And at this rate, she will grow to the size of the mistress. He can't go back for her while the test is going on. He hopes they can finish without incident. Theo posed proudly after successfully destroying the monster. Then Bianca returned him to Earth. He was wasting too much energy. Then she asked if it was necessary to turn the ants into mush. Theo shouted, of course. Maybe she'll show him how it should be done, Bianca replied. Let him watch carefully. Then Theo shouted, not bad, but he won't give in. Sancho looked at the arguing couple and thought, he still didn't understand whether they got along or not. Piggy shouted. They all moved away from their positions, then shouted at Bianca that she didn't need to kill the ants. It is enough to damage the joints on the front legs. Then Theo, he believes that it will be more effective to carry out crushing attacks on the separated ants. and Sancho should let the opponent get closer, instead of trying to catch him on the approach. The guys listened to Piggy's advice. With such teamwork, they could set a new record. Finally, the guys' exam was over and their time was 19 minutes, 55 seconds. Genome screamed in rage. Why did these mediocrities have the same time as him? The boys were exhausted, Piggy said. Just a little more, Theo said. We won't have to go out on the run of shame. Bianca said that the shields block damage, which means that in a real fight they would have already died. And Sancho said that one day he will become stronger, and she will last a whole hour, like President Dolores. And Dolores herself was glad that they had excellent club members. The first stage is complete. The appearance of monsters for first years is suspended. The second stage begins. Suddenly, the first years were surrounded by monsters. The guys got scared and shouted why new monsters appeared. Isn't the test over? They have no idea what's going on, but they have to be careful. After all, the shields won't protect them anymore. They need to hold out until the examiners help. Meanwhile, in the magic control room, there was complete chaos. They were shouting what kind of mistake this was. The man said that the life indicators should have disappeared when there were no hit points left on the shields. But the control panel still shows full health. Dolores rushes in and shouts, "They have problems with the exam. We need to immediately rescue the group stuck in the arena." The men shuddered and said, "They control the waves. And it is not their responsibility to check the program's reaction. It seems the examiners themselves did not know what to do." Dolores watched in horror as the professors uselessly discussed the details. Instead of helping, Victor sat by their window and thought, so there was a mistake in the magical equipment. During his test, there was no reaction to life, which means the magic stones caught the lady's lump when she ate too much in the tray. Not sure if this fog was a mistake, Victor got nervous, but then he noticed the holes for air circulation in the dome. They are small, but Victor could crawl through them. Sina saw the chaos and asked what happened. Someone broke their record, when suddenly someone flew past her, and she fell from surprise. And Dolores reached despair and began to beat the diamond with a sword in order to somehow help the guys. Two men tried to stop her. They shouted, "This stone is rare and expensive." Dolores shouted, "What difference does it make? It is necessary to break the magical connection and save people." Then the capitalists shouted out who will pay compensation. But Dolores didn't care. All she wanted was to help the kids who were stuck in the trap. The arena was already filled with the poison of the monsters, Theo said. He is not a hero yet. Will he really die so ingloriously? The monsters attacked Theo and Sancho. They did not respond to Bianca's screams, then she thought. And here she will meet her end. She does not want to die like this. Finally, bright red eyes appeared behind her. Bianca asked what he was doing there, and Victor said not to worry. He wouldn't let the monsters touch them. Dolores continued to hit the stone, when suddenly the man shouted. Something else appeared in the arena. The professor was asked. One of the ants was killed. It looks like someone got into the arena. What is going on there? Victor's friends lay unconscious on the ground, having inhaled the monster's poison. So Victor was irritated, he told the little lump. Like, the motto of his family, those who disobey will die, and the little girl shuddered. He decided to punish Lump later, but for now, he ordered him to absorb all the poison and protect the others. Then the lump immediately began to absorb the poison. And Victor continued to kill monsters, Victor said. That's right. The arena tracks life energy. In theory, an 18-year-old should be a mid-level expert. There would be an uproar if it were revealed that he was a graduate. And these monsters were created in accordance with real monsters, if he uses his knowledge. To be able to pass for a high-level expert, Victor armed himself with all the weapons he could find. And he continued his hunt, Pestaol, which connects the head and abdomen is their weakness. This is the biological compass of killer ants. If it is damaged, the ants will lose their spatial orientation and start walking backwards. But there are other weaknesses. Their casing consists of two parts, and the joint between them is the size of a little finger. The exoskeleton there is not as strong as in the rest of the body. Victor chopped up monsters easily and simply. When the ant commander, Danger Level A, approached him, Victor grinned, and he asked, even she was saved for the test. He took out his sharp sword and began to fight with the boss. The students were perplexed. The third wave was almost over. Even third-year students wouldn't be able to cope with this round. The man watching the arena shouted, the ant commander was killed, and all the participants were alive. The professor thought that the students were not able to overcome her. She was only there to prevent the students from crossing the 1-hour barrier. Suddenly the door swung open and the man shouted, he found Professor Sadie, she has key B. Dolores shouted, stop chatting already. Let them remove the magic barrier quickly. The incident during the midterms was resolved when the magical barrier was disabled. The response took 40 minutes and 13 seconds. The professors and the saint ran into the arena. And they saw that all the ants had already been defeated, and Dolores had found Victor, who pretended to faint so as not to arouse even more suspicion. He understood that the situation would come back to haunt him, but he wanted to protect future heroes. Anna wrote an article. The hero saved his peers during the midterm exams at the Colosseum. The truth about Victor's heroism, until his last breath. Without the combined efforts of him and his friends, nothing would have happened. The act of a brave hero was showered with compliments. Victor, who became a hot topic due to his attractiveness, has redefined himself as a high-level expert. The head of the Monster Research Center doubts that a high-level expert can defeat the ant commander. Victor explained that he knew about the weak spot on the ants' heads, And as expected, Victor's explanation reduced the mortality rate of the Imperial soldiers. For this, the prince awarded Victor with a certificate, who is this year's hot star, Victor. Victor tore up the newspaper and took a deep breath, then asked who knew that his student years would be so problematic. The little lady jumped happily on his shoulder, but Victor said there was nothing to be happy about, but he was glad the others were okay. Suddenly, an owl flew to him and sat on Victor's hand. Apparently this was a report from Cindy. 10 agles, information received, time needed for analysis. 1 month, Hound. Imitators have appeared. One achieves fame. The goals of the others are unknown. Osiris of the Baskervilles has left the estate, presumably heading to the imperial capital, and one of the first years is hiding his royal roots. Victor said that she found a clue to the agles, since she asked to wait a month. Apparently she is acting cautiously. He defeated the past one by borrowing strength from the saint. This means that by next month, we need to make up the difference with our own efforts. Victor was worried about the Hound before, and now there are imitators too. We can't let them attract the attention of the palace or work against each other. We need to keep an eye on this. From the rest of the news, Osiris Le Baskerville has left the family estate, and someone is of royal blood at the academy. Why did she even tell about the last one? Okay, this knowledge won't make things worse. As soon as Victor burned the letter, he heard a voice he didn't expect to meet the hero of the academy here at such an hour. Well, what if it's not destiny? Sina asked. She came up and sat down next to Victor. Sina is said to be a gifted and diligent student, and with her outstanding scores, she deserves the 2nd place in the Fire Corps. What is she doing here so late? Sina lied that she didn't expect to meet him here. She said that when she is sad, she comes here to look at the stars. Victor answered briefly. Clearly, Sina looked at him and wondered shyly if she would meet him here next time, and Victor thought with displeasure that he needed to change the place for meetings with Cindy. Sina asked if he knew that everyone at the academy was talking about him now. Victor replied that he didn't care, but Sina said, "Don't be shy. Glory doesn't come to those who sit in the shadows." First place in the theoretical part wasn't enough for him. So he also wrote a couple of reports that shook up academic circles. He is a self-willed commoner and a high-level expert to boot. With his abilities, he tramples his peers into the dirt, Victor said. Praise is worth nothing. There is no need to make a fuss about it. Money, power, honor. They will soon lose their meaning when the world falls and all orders are violated. The era of destruction begins. Sina said he speaks as if he has lived his whole life. Sounds like an old man. Victor thought she was quite perceptive. Sina asked what he would do after midterms. Victor replied, with his back and legs. Sina asked, he's changing the subject like that. In fact, Sina is hiding no less than Victor. In his past life, she, a commoner, graduated from the academy with honors, and then cut off all ties with the world and disappeared. Is it possible that she is disguised as a commoner? Or maybe she is a member of the royal family? Theo said that for some reason the exams take so long. If they pass the attack test today, the midterms will be over. Sancho said that because of the incident, time was allocated for the recovery test. Theo said discontentedly that it was a pity that he and Jen played to a draw. Once he has decided on his opponent, he will say that he learned a lot from the exam. Thanks to Victor, they somehow survived. All this time he hid his skills. How could he hide something like that from his friends? Victor said, if they have already forgotten, he was not the only one who fought the monsters. Theo said, he is being modest again. Suddenly Piggy said they heard that the Hound had attacked again. He had attacked the students, apparently in the Varangian training hall. They spotted the Hound and tried to catch it but failed and were wounded. While the guys were heatedly discussing this news, Victor stood to the side and thought, that imitator again. He has 2 of them. One almost never appears, but the number of crimes of the second one increases noticeably. The problem is that security measures may become tighter, which will hinder his forays. We'll have to deal with the impersonators after the exams. The guys came for the attack test. Unlike the defense test, which requires a group of students to work together as a team, the attack test evaluates students' abilities individually. It is conducted in the format of sparring between a professor and a student, with points calculated depending on how many attacks are successful. And the student will make evasions in a fight with a golem, which is controlled by the professor. The essence of the exam is that the student, thanks to sparring with the golem, gained practical experience in a fight with an opponent stronger than him. But the exam is not perfect. One professor can only accept 50 people. In other words, the assessment of a student's strength will differ depending on the professor's fighting style. Theo continued to fight the professor. The vines were all just a trick. The professor sped up and was ready to use the boost. But this too turned out to be a trick. Although the professor swung his hand, he hit Theo with his foot. Then the professor asked. Theo decided that he would not use his legs and arms just because he was a magician. His goal is to defeat the enemy, no matter that he is a magician. To win, you have to use your arms, legs, even your teeth. Theo thanked for the lesson and sat down with the others. Theo scored 35 points in total. Bianca got 31, so she was unhappy that Theo surpassed her. She told Theo it was just because of the test rules. It was harder for an archer to fight one-on-one. Theo replied. She didn't say anything when she got the maximum score for individual contribution on the defense test. They heard laughter and turned around. It was genome, he said. It finally became clear that he was above Theodore. Theo asked what he was even talking about. They got the same score, Genome shouted, same on attack and defense tests. But on the theoretical test, he got a higher score. Theo's heart sank into his feet, and he said sadly, he still lost to Genome. Bianca, surprisingly, reassured him, saying that luck was still on their side. Professor Morg was evaluating them. The second group has a professor named Sadie. She is not a professor, but a pathetic drunkard, who was entrusted with the key B from the magical barrier. The elders say this about her, and she is also strange. And he behaves unprofessionally. In general, he is one of those teachers who should be avoided. Theo asked how she even became a professor. Bianca replied that she was capable. Before she got her position, she helped with catching criminals like the Night Hound. Then Theo got nervous and asked if the guys would be okay. They were cool and strong, Bianca answered. And it worries her. The professor is the last relative of the burnt-out Marquise. She is too envious of students from good families, all because of her envy. Rumor has it that she mercilessly knocks down talented students. The students in the arena were terrified and wanted to run away. The crazy woman crushed poor Piggy and also gave him 0 points. Cena and Sancho were in the same condition and they also had 0 points, Sadie said. This year they are all cowards. With the rest he would only waste time, but okay, let the next one come out. And Victor was ready to avenge his friends. 30 minutes ago, Sancho was shouting. Finally a test attack, Cena said. It seems he is confident in his abilities. Sancho replied, one-on-one fights are an honor for every warrior, Piggy said. Theo said. In the Ice Corps, Sancho is the strongest in one-on-one sparring without mana. Suddenly, a student shouted that the professor was allowing herself to do this. It was alcohol. Why was she drinking during the test? The professor said it wasn't alcohol, the student shouted. He could smell it. Then Sadie bit the bottle. And she said, 75% is not alcohol yet, Piggy asked. Was it really true that they had such a professor assigned to them? She's creepy. The rumors weren't lying. Sadie said it was time to start the test. It looks like this is going to be a good start. Then she called Sancho. Piggy shouted to him, be careful. There are rumors that because of her students dropped out of the academy. Sancho replied, there is no need to worry. His determination cannot be broken by anything. The test has begun. He attacked her, but she only smirked. The students froze in horror at what they saw. In just a couple of minutes, this woman broke Sancho, the future hero. Sancho was already unconscious. Then she said that it turns out he wasn't a warrior at all, since he broke down so quickly. Sancho's friends ran to help him. Cena asked what the professor was doing. Because of her beating, the student passed out in the middle of the test. Sadie said the point of the test is to give the students real combat experience. This is what the first rector of the academy said. And there is no need to tell her that he will also complain in a real battle. She's next to take the test, wants to see her. Second place ice case. Victor told Cena to refuse. Her behavior was too much. She needed to write a complaint and just retake the test. Cena thanked him for the experience, but said she was not going to run away from those who hurt her friends. Sadie asked. And if she could keep frowning on her cute little face, she could smooth out the wrinkles on her forehead. The test began. Cena began to cast spells. Sadie asked if she could already cast 3-level spells at that age. Well, definitely the second place of the Corps. And has she ever experienced a mana backflow due to a forced cancellation of a spell? It was very painful. As soon as Cena called for the spells, she was hit in the stomach, and the spell hit her. Cena fell down and started coughing up blood, her whole body shaking in pain. And Sadie asked if it hurt more than Cena expected. If it doesn't work out, he won't be able to use magic anymore. It will be funny if the Silver of the Ice Body can't use magic. The crazy woman kicked the already beaten child and told him to hope for some luck. It must be hard for a commoner to achieve such results. Next in the arena was Piggy. Sadie asked who this wimp was who didn't even know how to hold a sword properly. Piggy thought, he is not a coward. He will not back down. This is his chance to awaken his courage. Hidden under a weak shell, Sadie mercilessly struck Piggy in an instant. She said, trash will always be trash. Victor stood there and looked at his beaten friends and his anger reached its peak. Sadie asked who was next. Victor said him. Then Sadie said what an enthusiastic student. The students started talking. This is the same hero of the academy. A bow and arrow is probably the worst choice for one-on-one sparring. Sadie thought it was so much fun to break talented students. He was currently the highest-ranked student. How pleasant it will be for her after beating up her best student. She wants to enjoy his screams from a broken arm. The envious woman ran straight to Victor, but he instantly drew his arrow and fired. He shot her in the shoulder, and the arrow flew further forward. Suddenly, the golem froze in place. Just as the students were asking why the golem had stopped, Sadie screamed in pain and Victor shot her in the eye. Then he said in a mock voice that he wanted to shoot the golem. But why did the arrow fly there? And asked if the professor was okay. Sadie screamed so loudly that even the professor heard her screams in the other arena. He asked if she was beating up the students again. He burst into that arena and shouted why the hell she locked the door. They decided to make fun of the students once again. The professor immediately froze when he saw that she was wounded. The guys saw their beaten friends, and they ran to them. The professor told Victor to explain. Victor said that during the test he was caught off guard by the golem's attack, and he shot an arrow. But it bounced off the golem and hit Professor Sadie in the eye. The professor thought, He had seen many students injured by Professor Sadie. However, this was the first time he could remember her being hurt. Maybe karma would finally make itself known. Victor received 11 points, and St. Dolores healed her friends. Their condition is very serious. Sina suffered internal injuries from the backflow of mana. Sancho suffered bruises all over his body, and Piggy had a shattered jaw. Theo asked how they were. Dolores replied that thanks to the quick assistance, they should recover without consequences. Despite her dislike, Dolores approached Sadie and asked to see the wound. She will ask for disciplinary action to be taken on behalf of the student council for the mistreatment of students. When she fully recovers, Sadie asked, "She is a saint from the Quobadist family." The crazy woman pulled the arrow out of her eye and said she didn't need help, then ate the arrow. She stood up and said that if she was going to scold her, then so be it. I wish the last day of punishment would come sooner. Considering the imperial capital's nighttime rowdyism, there are many who have been entertaining her lately. She walked past Victor and said, "He's Victor." She remembered him. She'll wait for the next meeting. Meanwhile, the midterm exams finally came to an end. Sina took first place. Genome is second, Theo is third, then the eldest of the triplets. Bianca is the second of the triplets. Sancho is the third of the triplets. Victor is 21st, and Piggy is 199th. Students who took Professor Sadie's attack test and lost most of their points were able to retake the test thanks to the support of the department. And Sina, with new points, took first place among the first years. But it was not she who received all the attention of the students, but someone else. The only one who dealt a critical hit to Professor Sadie, he once again became a hero among the students. Victor said sadly, and this is what he got for his emotional outbursts. Such a daytime life allows him to work at night. He didn't expect to attract attention, but he rushed to protect the boys without a second thought. As soon as the girl handed Victor the love letter, the triplets snatched it with their teeth. The triplets asked how she dared to block their way. She decided to block their way just to suckle on this commoner. They hadn't been spanked for a long time, the triplets thought proudly. They had dispersed them. For the first time, Victor thought they were great. Victor entered the office, thinking that his daytime life should not affect anything. He saw Dolores, and he asked what she was reading with such a gloomy face. Dolores became embarrassed and asked when he arrived. Victor answered, "Just now," Dolores thought. She again did not participate at all in his presence, Victor asked. A new article about the Night Hound. Dolores responded by destroying the capital's landmark, the central chapel, and also damaging the royal memorial. Even though there is no solid evidence, they still blame everything on him. They have a strange idea about him. Victor thought that the fact that someone was standing up for him was unexpectedly very calming. The chapel symbolized peace and order. The residents of the imperial capital saw her at least once a day. This person had accumulated grievances against society. Royal Memorial. The data he got from Cindy said her sources had gone silent. Suspicious. We need to get rid of the imitators. Time to investigate. Royal Memorial. This is a common cemetery where the heroes of the Empire are buried, if you think about it. The ninth angel, Dante, was hiding in the shelter of indulgence. Whether it's a coincidence or not, we can say after checking, he will find out why Cindy's sources disappeared right now. The cemetery was roamed by zombies, danger level C, the usual undead that can be found all over the continent. Victor didn't know what they did in life to turn into zombies, but he knows that there are Cindy's informants among them. He hadn't used Anubis for a long time. Its advantage is that it's easy to carry. How did Ian even give it to him? Victor asked. Victor easily dealt with the zombies, and said that it was a completely different experience compared to the arrows they were given during the exam. People are being disingenuous when they say that masters are not picky in their choice of weapons. Victor froze. The smell of a demon, but it is much lighter compared to the others, as if their special horrific stench is diluted with something. He comes from the direction of the shelter. There is someone there. The demon created a seal and called someone. A familiar red-haired girl came out of the seal, the demon said. This dishonest thief. Danta dared to steal her from her. She is so sorry. She lost her rose again. She promises that no one will dare to take her loved ones away from her again. The eighth angel, sir. Sir's power to find whoever you want to find is quite useful. They are together again. No matter what she does, others are not suitable. Is it for the sake of controlling the power from the demonic contract? She will have to stay in the afterlife. She is only a half-breed. She needs to get used to her abilities as soon as possible. Victor approached. He ordered her not to move. The demon covered Rose with herself and thought that someone was eavesdropping, so experienced that they hid their presence. Victor ordered her to answer questions. If she moves, he will kill her. If she thinks about the answer for too long, he will kill her. She smells like both a human and a demon, as her true nature, Sir replied, is both. This girl, Dante's henchman, should be dead. Why is she still alive? Victor asked. Sir answered, she is not Dante's henchman. He stole her from her, Victor said. Last question. The angel she signed a contract with is called Sir. The girl asked what if so. And at that very second, an arrow flew at her. Victor told the girl that he would kill the demon. The demon screamed, no fluff. She instantly summoned a bunch of skeletons. She also resurrected the corpses of children, and it seems she did it unintentionally. Victor apologized and blew up the shelter. The demon ran out of the shelter with Rose, and Victor followed her and shouted, Even if he doesn't count on a quick death, the demon shouted to Rose, let him hold on tighter. She destroyed the rest of the shelter. Victor was able to dodge, and the demon asked if he was familiar with the Balac Tribe. Victor said he was their hunter. The girl got angry and said, that means it was him that night, she will kill him. The demon called Victor a barbarian and struck with her power. Victor managed to dodge. Here, nothing interferes with his feelings. She exudes the scent of a living person, Victor thought. Isn't the strength of the demonic 10 devils on par with the demon king? And they usually capture the bodies of the dead. Victor dodged every time, but the demon managed to catch him. It seems she has a grudge against Balakov. She called him a pathetic savage and said that he lied too much. Then Victor freed himself and began to regenerate. The demon thought he was not human. Victor said, now he finally understood everything. Half-breeds like her are much weaker than other Agles. He no longer needed to chat with her. The demon screamed, death will come only for the savage. She sounded just like Kami. She summoned a golem to serve as bait for her to burn with fire magic. But she clearly didn't expect that Victor would easily cut down the golem with one swing of his sword. The demon thought, the red mana of the Baskervilles, Victor used the 7th fang. Suddenly the demon shouted, wait! Victor still struck, and a big explosion occurred. Victor said that apparently, because of the human half, the countercurrent of mana affects her quite noticeably. Then Victor remembered how she shouted wait during the battle and said that she must have been distracted. Unexpectedly, the demon somehow too sadly asked Victor not to go anywhere. Victor said she must have had a reason to agree to the demonic contract. Every death has a reason. Just as Victor's sword approached the demon, Rose stood in front of the demon, protecting her. Undead are invariably possessed by a strong envy of that which they do not possess, which reduces their nature to a blind hunger for earthly life. However, this does not apply to the undead, who are completely subservient to a strong-willed master. If he loses his mind, the army of the dead will not move. It is different. Where is its will to fight, like other Agles? It seemed that Victor did not understand her identity, when suddenly the professor shouted, everyone here. Suddenly, the undead itself created a portal to escape from there. Victor ran towards them. Victor did not want to give her a chance to escape and tried to kill her. But Rose protected the demon again. And Sadie and her knights had already approached the site of the explosion and said, let the night hound show itself. But as soon as they got closer, there was no one there anymore. Sadie got angry, and she shouted, why the hell are they so slow? They were late, when suddenly she noticed something. It was a night hound mask, and Victor himself turned into a puppy and quickly ran away. Anna shouted, after the exams at the academy there is a big celebration, praise for the beginning of the holiday season. And Lucan's theme will be a haunted house. The kids were delighted. Sina said the festival would attract a lot of people, since exams were over. And Dolores couldn't wait for the haunted house. Bianca asked if the academic festival didn't have such a tradition. Piggy said it was an old tradition that even professors couldn't skip. Sancho said traditions had to be respected. Anna said great, and now they will draw lots and find out who will get which scarecrows. While the guys were happily chatting, Victor was completely immersed in his thoughts. The 8th Agle, the queen of the dead Sir. It was a great mistake not to kill her until she had mastered all her power. When he fought Andro, he had to enlist the help of the Baskerville hounds. The saint helped Dante in the fight. I'm not sure that he, a top-level graduate, will be able to defeat the 8th angel alone. Once she reaches her full potential, one way or another, in order to deal with demons alone, she must fully master the Baskerville's incomplete 7th technique. And to reach the level of Swordmaster in the Hidden Ambush, the Book of 10 Techniques, the 6th and 7th fangs are called the Cutting Trap of Double Wisdom Teeth. The user must understand the difference between the 6th and 7th techniques and have the mastery to use the ultimate killing skill. The theory of the 6th and 7th techniques is laid out in the Swordsman's Book. In order to overcome the barrier of the 6th technique, one must cast aside all human emotions. In order to then regain them to master the 7th technique, he still does not understand why it is necessary to return the emotions that have just been renounced. Compared to the training of entry-level graduates where they teach them to kill emotions and become hounds, here he needs to look at all the same things, but from a completely different angle. How then did Hugh become a master of the sword? Dolores pulled out a piece of paper on which was written, Night Hound. Anna apologized and said she didn't mean to. Dolores replied that it was okay, she could do it. In fact, Dolores was happy with this choice, Anna said. It's Victor's turn. Let him choose quickly, Victor thought. The others seemed to be having fun. They were still young. Victor read what was written on the piece of paper and froze. Victor thought sullenly, how could he pull this off? Victor forgot one small detail. As a tradition of the Academy Festival, on the day of the event, everyone in the Academy wears a costume. Theo, in a suit, asked if they would like to spend the evening with a beautiful lady over a book of poetry and a glass of strong drink at the Lucian bar. Sancho shouted that they should go to Lucian if they decided to get a free portion of hot bloody soup that would get the warrior blood flowing in their veins. Sina dressed up as a vampire and invited people to their bar. She said that she would wait for them there. Piggy, in the form of a fairy, was incredibly embarrassed. He held out the sheets of paper, inviting him to Lucian. The boys blushed and asked her name. Then Bianca, in the guise of Frankenstein's monster, said to hold their horses. You can't court their members, the guys apologized. And someone in heels approached Dolores. Dolores was in the form of a night hound. The professor called Dolores, and she greeted him. The professor told her to explain her people. A festival is a festival. But he wants to believe him. What she thought, how people would react to her costume. How could she dress up as a depraved, vile criminal? Dolores replied that she liked the suit, the professor said with displeasure. Okay, it's time to take responsibility for your own decisions. Even as a teacher, he shouldn't lecture her on how to behave and what to wear. So let her do what she wants. Theo asked if the professor was here. Piggy replied that while the festival was going on, the professors would dress up and go around their class stands to raise their profile. The professor thought that if it weren't for custom, he would never have set foot here. Dolores brought him chicken with potatoes, and the professor thought, the quality of the ingredients is terrible, and the cooking is done by ignoramuses in completely unsanitary conditions. Cooking skills are at a terrible level, and they oversalt it. As usual, most likely, now you will have to swallow garbage. But after trying it, the professor froze. The taste was excellent. An exquisite smoked aroma, and a piquant taste that is revealed only when bitten. Potatoes from the lands of Morg, releasing their colorful taste as they dissolve in the mouth. Then the professor jumped up and shouted, "Who cooked this? They think they can hire a cook," Dolores said. Of course not. One of the club members is preparing it, and the professor knows him well. It was Victor, in the beautiful guise of a witch, and he was just cooking for the club's guests. An old tradition of the academy. Women dress in men's clothing at the festival, and men in women's clothing. In short, the man standing in the kitchen in an alluring suit is none other than Victor. Victor was making a wonderful girl. Piggy would shout orders to Victor, and he would reply, "They'll be there soon," Theo shouted. As soon as someone mentioned their kitchen, the men immediately came running. Sina screamed. The influx of girls was no less. She asked to take orders from them. Victor stood there and thought. His memories, who would have thought that he would again have the chance to cook that? What he usually cooked during the war, when the era of decline came, finding normal food was not at all easy. And in order for soldiers on the front lines to survive, they had to be able to cook food from whatever came to hand. Turn inedible into nutritious, understand what needs to be cut off from poisonous fruits, knowing how to give a second life to a damaged soft drink, and so on. His comrades experimented a lot. Morg potatoes have a terrible taste and a strong earthy aroma, and the texture is like chewing sand. But if you cut it into thin slices, season it with salt and vinegar, and then fry it in a wok over high heat with mandrake leaves and sabika seed, the earthy aroma is completely gone, leaving behind a crisp texture and sweet flavor. The witch's costume was too provocative, Dolores and the professor thought. Bianca flew into the kitchen and asked what Victor was doing in the kitchen, to stop going on. "Let him invite people," Victor asked. "And how should he do this?" Theo shouted. "No, without Victor the kitchen will wither away. Victor should continue cooking. His cooking has already charmed a lot of people." Bianca said that if he goes outside, the crowd will double. There was a mysterious guy in the suit. It was none other than Osiris, he said. He kept wondering if it was just his imagination, but no. Osiris used his power. Victor immediately noticed his brother in the crowd and thought that Osiris had forgotten here. They went out, and Osiris said that he hadn't been here for a long time. He came in the suit that he once wore at the academy. However, he couldn't compare with Victor's suit. Victor asked why his brother came. Osiris asked, "Just a brother. Why not dear brother?" An older brother should always help the younger ones in times of need. And frankly, he missed it. Pomerian jumped out of Osiris's cloak and into her uncle's arms. She screamed, "Uncle!" "No, Auntie, she missed him so much. Why doesn't he come home?" Osiris said. Pomerian missed him a lot too. His father had given him a day off specifically to bring Pomerian to the academy. Victor said it looked like the deputy head was being used as an escort. Osiris replied, "No doubt. Pomerian is keeping the entire estate in fear. Last month she said she loved blood bean chocolate. So father immediately cleared the land of monsters on the western border. Now there is a cocoa farm there. Pomerian somehow organized a boycott out of longing for Victor. And at the end of her hunger strike, which consisted of 2 missed meals, her father allowed her to go to Victor." Osiris asked. Victor knew how sad she was after his departure. They hadn't seen a smile on their princess's face for so long. And Victor from the past could not believe that Osiris had such an emotion to become a master of the sword. You need to cast aside your emotions. Osiris probably doesn't know about this, but it's even better for him. All they did was look for him. Pomerian was already tired. Let him spend time with her while they were here. And the deal Victor made promises to pay off, thanks to their alliance with the Maysim merchants. Victor had heard about it before. The service for investigating past crimes was created before he joined the academy. Osiris is exclusively concerned with resolving such issues, and has already solved several crimes between the Baskerville and Maysim families. Eventually, the Baskerville family formally apologized to the Maysim family. Osiris himself begged for forgiveness on his knees before Cindy. Victor heard that a couple of old Baskervilles were beheaded for participating in a shady scheme. Thanks to this incident, Cindy was able to let off some steam and join forces with the Baskerville family. However, whether she forgave the Baskervilles or not is known only to her. Osiris said that he came not only for Pomerian. He handed over the letter and the ring, Osiris said. The ring was found near the place where Seth was, where the demon who had taken over Seth's body was killed. and he thinks that there is a special power in it. His father ordered to give it to Victor for the greatest contribution. The Ring of the Holy Immortal. It will allow him to use the barrier that Andro had. And one more thing, Osiris said. In this letter, the words of a father to his son. Victor froze in shock. Osiris said he understood his surprise. There was no need to worry, he got his too. Then Osiris said that it was time for them to go. Let him read it when he could. Victor waved goodbye to them. Victor opened the letter and began to read. Hugh wrote, "Son, by the time he reads this letter, he will probably be thinking about how to become a master of the sword like his brother Osiris." Hugh guessed that Victor was already a high-ranking graduate, although Victor tried to hide it. If Victor is now a high-ranking graduate, he lost on mastering the 7th Fang. In order to master the 7th technique, he needs to reach the level of a sword master, so he will describe the path he himself took to gain this power. Victor was furious. Meanwhile, Bianca was sadly walking outside, when suddenly the beauty walked past her. Bianca thought, even though her face was covered by a mask, she could see that this girl was beautiful. Rose was enjoying the food from the stalls. The girl asked if she liked it. Rose nodded. It's Halloween time now. If it hadn't happened, I wonder what would have happened if she hadn't made a contract with the demon. Maybe she would have entered the academy with him. Kami decided to verify the identity of the Night Hound. Since his appearance, he has become known as the most vile of villains, bringing destruction to the streets of the capital. And he knows about the Devil's 10. She doesn't know why, but he is interested in Sir inside her. She is sure that he will definitely visit such a crowded place. And his swordsmanship, his red mana, is just like that knight if her intuition doesn't fail her. She will be able to see for herself when she tears off his mask. And if he really is a hound, what should she do then? What will he say if he sees her? Has he changed much? She misses him so much, the demon ordered. Stop thinking. Her thoughts were giving her a headache. She would deal with everything for her. Sayer appeared in front of Kami. Kami asked if she was currently not breaking their contract. They had agreed that in exchange for her powers, she would give up her body only after death. And also lend it to her for 1 hour of her choice. Let her finish what she started and clean up. Let him stop thinking that she would give in to her manipulation. Then a nasty grin appeared on the demon's face, and she asked Kami if there was anything she could do. Everyone she loved was disappearing and she couldn't stop it. She stabbed her beloved uncle with a dagger. She can only destroy everything that surrounds her. She even found her sister only thanks to her. What a useful skill she has in finding the people she wants. Kami said, so what? She still couldn't find the person dearest to her. The first reason for their contract was to find his body, but even she didn't find it, even though they searched the entire forest around the Red Black Mountain. So let it not interfere. When she finally had a chance to meet him again, Kami signed a contract, giving up her bright future for some guy who just faked his own death. The demon thought, her mind doesn't give up. How is she still holding on? Suddenly, she felt something. The smell of demonic blood. She senses an ominous presence from that stall. She said she better leave. From there, the stench of the demon hunter's mana wafted. Kami, hearing this, jumped up to Victor. Kami thought, that means he is there. The demon was angry and screamed, what is the man doing? And Kami ran to Victor's stall, but she saw Dolores in a night hound costume. She thought the girl had simply dressed up as a hound, which made her angry. So strong that it covered all spaces with its power. Skeletons rose from the ground. The army of the undead, people started to run away, Bianca said. Black magic is forbidden and strictly controlled by the Empire. Dolores used her power to kill the skeletons. She shouted for all members of Lucian to help protect the clients, and she ordered Anna to find the professor. Anna asked what Dolores intended to do. Dolores said not to worry, she's perfect for fighting the undead. Kami shouted, let the fake get lost, she needed a real hound. Dolores asked why she was looking for Mr. Hound, Kami asked. She told him what her relationship with him was. After thinking for a moment, Dolores replied, they are partners. Kami imagined the picture and went crazy. She screamed, that's how it is. Then she will tear her to pieces and turn her into one of her soldiers. Dolores screamed that she wouldn't give up so easily, when suddenly Sina came and killed the skeletons. But Dolores told her it was dangerous here, but Sina said there was no need to worry. Her heart told her to fight. Everything around burst into flames, and Kami said that she just wanted to see the Night Hound. If they wanted to live, let them call him here. Sina shouted, calling the dead in such strong fire magic. How much mana does she have? Finally, the long-awaited guy came. The Night Hound grabbed Kami and dragged him deep into the forest. Victor left a huge mark behind him. People gathered and discussed what they saw. Dolores thought the Night Hound had taken the footcloth as far away as possible to protect the people. Kami was genuinely happy to meet Victor and greeted the Night Hound. Victor said he preferred a quick goodbye. Kami asked where he was rushing to. She wanted to talk. But Victor said he wouldn't let the demon get away like last time. Suddenly, a crowd of knights was approaching them. Kami said they should run away. Victor said no need, she had a gift from his relative. Victor used the ring, and they moved to another space. Statues of the young Osiris and Hugh. The place seems to have reflected the state of the possessed set. Kami saw Hugh and told Victor to take off his mask. She wanted to make sure of something. I would have taken mine off a long time ago, but my contract with Sir forbids it, and I can't even reveal my name to him. But instead, Victor decided to attack Kami. She continued to dodge the attacks. Kami herself did not attack Victor, but she could barely keep up with him. She thought how strong he was now. Victor wounded her hand. Kami asked Sir for strength. The demon asked how much she needed. Kami answered, "Half." The demon grinned and said, "Let him give her half a day." Kami agreed. Monsters emerged from the seal and grabbed Victor by the legs. Kami continued to summon monsters. Kami said that if he doesn't take off the mask himself, she'll have to rip it off by force. Why not just call him by name? However, Victor cut down all the summoned monsters in an instant and ran towards Kami. Kami wondered how much power it would take to stop him. She shouted at the demon that she needed more. The demon demanded another 16 hours. Kami gave in and gave them. She was no longer in control of herself. And Victor continued to easily kill the summoned monsters. Kami kept taking and taking the demon's power in exchange for watches. Victor wondered why he was hitting him with a backhand. He wanted to immobilize him, not attack him. Why? Kami has already crossed the line. She has started to turn into a demon. She finally grabbed Victor, but was already exhausted. She told Victor to be a good boy, and he will take off this mask. But the stubborn Victor only cut the net and freed himself. Kami wondered why he was so eager to kill her. There wouldn't be a single living spot left on him. How many circles of hell did he go through to have such hatred for demons boiling inside him? Kami asked that if he was the one she was looking for, let him recognize her, let him find her. Finally, Victor said he wanted to find out something. She was trying to catch him, not kill him. She wants to take off her mask, and her sad eyes scream about wanting to tell him something, but she can't. Kami created a wall like she did during their first battle, and Victor flicked her forehead like he did the first time. Kami's mask was broken, and Victor said that he was still thinking about what it would mean if he returned to her side. "Long time no see, Kami Morg," Victor said. Kami burst into tears when she saw Victor's face. About 3 years ago, at the Morg family estate, the maid said that the mistress would not touch food at all, and would cry all day long. Does he really blame himself for what happened? If only everything were so simple. A sortie to save the lady from the savages. She took enough lives, but that was the least of her tears because Mr. Victor died. There is nothing more painful than the death of a loved one. If only they could share her grief. Adolf got angry and dragged the maids into the water captivity, he said. They decided to gossip about their mistress in the middle of the estate. Worthy servants are stingy with words, but it seems more important for them to wag their tongues than to spend energy on consoling their mistress. He freed them and said that if he finds out that something like this happened again, he will rip out their tongues. Adolf told Kami he was coming in. Kami's room was gloomy, and Kami herself was sobbing on the bed. He sat down on the bed and said to Kami, "She is not eating at all, but the matriarch, that is, her mother, is very worried." Kami asked, offering food, so that she would live in torment further if his wicked niece had not been captured by the barbarians. Even if she had kept Victor from fighting that monster, he would have remained alive, Rose, and now Victor too. It was all her fault. Adolf hugged his niece and said, "You can't give up like that." They gave their precious lives for her, making her even more valuable. The living are doomed to bear the crosses of the dead. Suddenly Kami froze. She asked if she should live for them. Adolf said, "Of course." Rose and Victor would have been very upset by her condition, but Kami suddenly jumped out of bed. And she said, "Yes, that's right, it's possible too. If people have the same entropic properties, then it will work. Magic is based on calculating probabilities. If you change the order a little and change the formulas, you can get a completely different result. If they reach the plane of negative force, they will be able to draw energy from there, and then proportionally replace it with a dose of positive energy from the corresponding plane." Kami shouted, "Damn, the brain doesn't have enough energy." She ordered that food be brought to her. They sat down at the table, and Komifani's mother said that her daughter had not brought food to her mouth for many days. Of course she was worried. Kami said that if he listened to her, she wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Should Mom allow the Morg army to gather and search the forest? Adolf shouted, "No way!" She herself knows how dangerous it is there. But her mother allowed it, saying that it would be good if she promised not to skip meals. Adolf was unhappy, but Fanny said that she already knew what to do with herself, so she wouldn't back down so easily. I'll have to indulge her desires. As soon as Kami put food in her mouth, she threw up all over. She vomited, Adolf said. The poor thing had completely lost the habit of eating. He ordered food to be prepared for the sick, but Kami refused. She sat down at the table and said that she would finish everything herself. She was thinking about Victor. She apologized to Victor for being kidnapped by the barbarians, and for letting him go fight the giant spider alone. All this is karma originating from her. He did not deserve death, but she will restore justice. It seems that Victor only ruined Kami's life with his appearance. That day, the news spread throughout the entire Morg family. The heiress of the house awoke from despair and began to act, but people did not expect that she would act exactly like that. The Morg family's Hall of Darkness? Snake Morg asked what made the heiress of the Hall of Light come all this way. Kami said she didn't expect him to recognize her right away. She wants to renounce the Hall of Light and enter the Hall of Darkness. The Hall of Light is the face of the Morg family, while the Hall of Darkness serves as its shadow, conducting research into black magic away from human eyes. Snake asked if he assumed she was aware of the consequences of this decision. Kami replied that she was prepared to spend the rest of her life in the shadows. Leaving his mother, uncle, and his title as heir to the family, Snake said he had heard that she had gathered an army to search the forest. Kami wasn't going to resurrect that Victor with the help of black magic, Kami replied. That's right. She's going to use perfect resurrection. Snake said it's an ancient black magic that can completely resurrect the dead. He's going to use alien magic, which is strictly forbidden in the Morg family and the entire empire. Then he has even more reasons to refuse. He rejects her entry into the Hall of Darkness, so he asks her to leave the room, Kami said. There is nothing to be done. She will have to learn this spell on her own. Snake was horrified. She already controls the spirit. She learned black magic herself. Is this possible? In that case, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she has surpassed herself. Does this mean that she too is a genius born once in a century, like the matriarch? Snake said, okay, if she enters the Hall of Darkness, his words are absolute, she is ready for it. Kami replied that she didn't care if she lost everything she had, as long as it meant saving him. In the depths of the Morg family's Hall of Darkness, there is a place that is beyond the sight of the Empire, or the Morg family itself. A space that is only accessible to those members of the Hall of Darkness who know about it. And to reach it, one must descend more than 600 floors down. There Kami trained together with Snowball. Kami could already create monsters. Snake said, to think that she can already create an undead soldier, he is incredibly surprised. He thought she had already reached that level, even though she had only recently become acquainted with black magic. He is tormented by mixed feelings, pride, dependence, fear, sympathy, sadness. What is he looking for in her? So similar to her mother. Why did he allow this child to enter the Hall of Darkness? Kami said that so she still has a lot to achieve. With her current skills, she can't completely resurrect a corpse. Snake asked if she planned to perform a full resurrection. This skill is not only difficult to learn, the success rate is extremely low. Even if we assume that she can somehow miraculously resurrect him, there is a chance that he will either go berserk or rot, but later. Kami said she doesn't need to worry about what will happen after success. There is no stronger soul than the person she wants to resurrect. Adolf shouted if they should stop Kami. She left the Hall of Light and entered the Hall of Darkness. The matriarch replied that she had not yet made a decision. She told her daughter to choose the path with caution and gave her the right to enter both halls. Adolf said that lately Kami has been spending more and more time with that snake. The matriarch said that he won't harm Kami. On the contrary, he helps her. Then Adolf wanted to add something else, but the matriarch said that there was no point in raising this topic any further. Snake asked if the young lady was familiar with the origins of the Morg clan. Kami replied no. The name Morg comes from an ancient line that existed before the formation of human clans and the formation of the Empire. For the most part, they collected unidentified corpses and found their relatives, perhaps due to being around the dead for too long. But at some point, members of the Morg family gained the ability to communicate with the dead, and to this day, there are those who are capable of this. Just like a young mistress, Kami asked. So their family had been using black magic from the very beginning. Snake said that black magicians who accumulate knowledge know that the truth lies behind the doors of death, Kami asked. So she needs to get acquainted with death. But Snake said she would only be imitating the black magicians if she did so. First of all, she must be wary of death. Black magicians keep death at arm's length, before it understands and becomes familiar with death. It must understand and become familiar with life. A true black magician loves living beings most of all, and pities those who lose their lives. They have a deep understanding of death, Kami said. Unlike how the world views black magicians. In fact, they can be looked at as sages or elders. She asked if she could ask a question. Why did Teacher Snake enter the Hall of Darkness? Then Snake remembered the matriarch and Adolf, and he answered, where there is light, there is also shadow. If any of this disappears, the balance will be disturbed. A few days later, Dark Support Floor 666. Kami ran to the teacher and said let him look at this. She showed some kind of drawing. The magic circle for complete resurrection is the result of her research. Snake thought this circle was several times more advanced than the knowledge available to him. Even if you remove some parts, it still looks perfect. Black magic requires knowing the depths of the abyss. How deep did this child look to come to such a decision? Kami said she wanted him to help her with the spell. Snake asked if she really liked that boy, Victor, so much. He thought she was different from him, enchanted by black magic. From him, whose heart was as dark as the abyss itself. The abyss hasn't spoiled her at all, and she still openly shows emotions, Kami replied. She really likes it. Snake agreed. He thought she was much better than him. Snake asked if the person she wanted to save was harmless. What did she think? Kami responded. She received support from the Baskerville family and also collected some of his blood and hair. She also grabbed all the spirits of the dead in the forest that she could find. Snake asked if she was familiar with the paradox of Theseus's ship. He was worried. Will a person brought back to life be the same just because of the body, memories, and personality? Kami replied that it would not be too late to think about it after they succeeded. She finished drawing and said she was starting. Snake asked if it was too dangerous to rush things. Kami responded. She had waited long enough. Then Snake agreed, and they began to cast spells. The magic circle itself is perfect. Is there finally a breakthrough in black magic? A familiar silhouette began to appear on the circle. Kami began to scream, and Victor ran towards him. But then there was a big explosion and debris hit Kami, causing a mana backflow. She opened her eyes and saw a bright door. Kami thought she died too. Why didn't the magic work? She thought everything was perfect. It's all because the part of Victor's body is too old, or his soul was not in that forest. Perhaps he had already left without regrets, leaving the mortal world behind. Then what was the point of her suffering? It would be better to just die. It will be better this way. Then Snake appeared and said, "The truth is that he entered the Hall of Darkness. Not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't be with my sister. Since he could not live in the light, he could only remain in the shadows, however, seeing her sincerity. He thought of something. If only he were honest. If only he had the courage to challenge the impossible. Perhaps now everything would be different. Let him not lose hope. He hopes that she will be reunited with her lover." And so, instead of Kami, Teacher Snake went to the other world. Kami opened her eyes and saw her uncle. Kami thought about how much time had passed. Her offended body did not move at all. This is the price she had to pay for the forbidden magic of bringing the dead back to life. No one will come to this hidden place in the depths of the Hall of Darkness. Perhaps it would be better to die like this. Her teacher, who died in her place, would probably find this ridiculous. But she has already tried everything. She no longer has the will to live. But if there is anything that seems sad to her, it is that she never got to meet him. Maybe when she dies, she will meet him. Suddenly someone said, "Looks like he wants to live," Kami asked. "Hallucinations." The voice answered, "She is not a figment of her imagination. She came driven by her strong desire." Kami asked, "Is she a demon?" The demon replied, "She knows about demons. It makes everything easier, in exchange for saving her with her power. Why don't they make a deal?" Kami answered, "No, she doesn't want to live anymore." The demon asked, "Then, what does she want?" She wanted to resurrect someone. In fact, this is her specialty. She is Sarah, the demon of death and destruction. She will help you meet the one she wanted to resurrect if you make a deal with her. Kami thought about Snake's last words and said, "Okay." She thought she had done all she could. But if there is a way she hasn't tried yet, she can't give up. She returned to the Morg family castle. Adolf met Kami and asked if she knew how worried he was. What's wrong with her hair? What has she been doing for the last 10 days? There's no need to make him ask. But Kami simply walked past her uncle and dryly apologized, saying that she was tired. The demon asked how sad it was, how she could ignore her uncle when they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Kami told her to shut up. If she didn't prove her competence, she would break their contract. Thus began her contract with Sayer. From the demon, Kami received 2 powers: the ability to find whatever she wants, and the ability to bring the dead back to life. Kami went into the forest and resurrected her sister, despite the fact that she was able to find her cousin, who was killed by the barbarians. The demon said she is amazed. This is also the first time for her. She does not feel the soul of Victor, the man she is looking for. But Kami couldn't give up. During the daytime when she was looking for Rose, she justified her avoidance of her family by training in isolation. And at night she looked for Victor. Time passed, and she moved further and further away from her mother, uncle, and family. But she didn't have time to think about it. She had to see Victor. That was all her thoughts were focused on. Then the 9th demon came to her, and he said that he was not here to meet a human. He needed Sarah. After that day, Rose disappeared, the demon said. Her comrade said that he needed a servant, so he took that child. Once he hides his presence, it becomes difficult to find him, Kami screamed. How could she let him drag her away? The demon replied, "She's dead, she can just fix it again. No need to be angry." And on the day she went to look for Rose, a miracle finally happened. She met Victor. Victor said she had changed a lot since their last meeting, and Kami was barely able to keep from dumping all the questions swirling around in her head on him. Where did he get such restraint when they hadn't seen each other for so long? Why didn't he go looking for her if he was alive? Does he know how hard it was for her? Does he know how she suffered for the opportunity to see him again? But she must remain silent because she wants to look cool in his eyes until the very end, Victor asked. Apparently, she made contact with the demon. What happened? Without even asking, she feels how much he has matured. He has become so beautiful. And she, on the contrary, has destroyed herself. Her time will soon come to an end, and when it does, he will have to fight the demon. The last thing she could do for him was not to let him fight alone again. But once she was able to see him again, Kami said to Victor, "Thank you for recognizing and finding her. 100 points out of 100. He should be happy for both of them." She closed her eyes, preparing for death. When she felt Victor's hands, she asked why. Victor said he understood that she couldn't tell him anything because of her contract with the demon. She didn't land any serious blows when they fought. And if trying to end her life was a way to say it, that she can't talk about it, Kami asked why he was doing it. Victor said there was no need to worry. Let her trust him. He will never lose to the demon. The demon took over Kami's body and greeted Victor. "So he is Victor. I heard a lot about him from her neighbor," the demon said. Victor asked what happened to Kami. The demon asked what was going on. She was now sleeping deep inside her, since she had the right to take over her body for the day. But how much longer is he going to hug her? The demon asked. She called skeletons with spears. Then Victor jumped back, and the demon said that they were inside Andro's special trap. Apparently, he is the same demon hunter who killed her comrade. To think that the person Kami was looking for would turn out to be a demon hunter. But something is wrong here. How does the person know about the 10 elite corpses, and her demonic eye can't find her soul? He is definitely from this world. Victor did not answer. The demon said how distant he is. I wonder if a couple of sad stories about Kami will get him talking enough to meet someone. She tried to use the forbidden spell of full revival, and so begins the story of this sad girl. But of course, she couldn't cope. And as a result, she couldn't move a finger. And she lay on the floor in the destroyed room for several days. Having tried everything, she no longer has the will to live. And this is where something funny happens. She summoned the demon, her new hope. After making the contract, her soul was torn apart by her longing for him. Victor, she is so sorry. But if he is alive, why isn't he looking for her? She should have died. How could she have downloaded it? Then Victor couldn't hold back and attacked her. But he couldn't even touch her, the demon said. So he knows how contracts with demons work. If she dies, then Kami dies too. He can't kill the girl who waited for him for so long. Victor jumped back as the demon created a huge monster. Then the demon asked. He thought she would use magic that he could simply break through. An ordinary sword expert couldn't handle her true power. The monster was still able to attack Victor. Victor was badly wounded. The demon shouted at him to forget about saving Kami. He would die at her hands. And Victor wondered if Kami had made a contract with a demon to save him. Did that mean that was the reason for her future changing? From becoming a hero to the contract that he had hidden in the forest, in order to kill the demon, he had to kill the person who had made the contract with him. He's known this for a long time. But why did he say that he would never lose to a demon? To calm Kami down in her last moments. So he said something he couldn't do, the demon said. It seems he thinks a lot during the battle. The demon grabbed Victor by the leg and threw him onto a huge statue of Osiris. Despite his injuries, Victor continued to think. He knows, if he doesn't kill 10 elite corpses, humanity is experiencing the time of its fall. Kami and all other people are standing on the scales. It's obvious which option he should choose. But if there is even the slightest hope, he wants to grab hold of her. Victor finally made a decision. He opened his eyes. The demon was opposite, she said. Just think that the 9th and 10th corpses were defeated by a not-so-strong person. Victor Van Baskerville. Does he understand that it was because of him that the opening of the gates to the demon dimension was delayed? The demon pierced Victor with her hand and asked if he was still thinking about saving Kami. As a mere sword expert who is unable to defeat her, he is ultimately just a pitiful person who hopes for a miracle. Victor said, "Wonderful. He likes the sound of that," and he took her by the horns and hit her forehead with his. Then Victor asked if Kami could hear him. It was hard for him to cut this demon and save her alone. She must resist. The contract with the demon that binds her soul is not absolute. So, she will cope. Because she has excellent command of magic, her soul will burn from trying to go against the contract. But he will finish this demon before that happens. They will create a miracle together. The demon said, "Crazy idiot." She kicked Victor so hard that the statue of Osiris broke. And Victor flew far away, the demon said. Let him become her undead warrior. She will make him pay for the death of the 9th and 10th corpses. He will destroy humanity with his own hands. Victor stood up and said, "He is going to kill the demon." How strange that the part of the letter that seemed implausible to him turned out to be his last hope. Who would have thought that in this life Hugh would help him? He could not even imagine such a thing. The demon transformed and said that she would kill Victor Van Baskerville, but Victor also took out his Beelzebub. "I didn't expect her to become a swordmaster at all," Hugh wrote in a letter to Victor. As a high-ranking sword expert, his main weapon is the unfinished 7th technique. To perform this technique to perfection, one must become a master of the sword, so he wants to record the process by which he became one. He reached the level of a sword master, not long after Victor was born, he already told. But after losing Roxanne and Penelope, he fell into despair, and he spent his days in frantic training. At that time, he was a high-ranking sword expert. To become a master swordsman, he honed his skills every day, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not advance to the next level. Clutching at his last straw, he set out to search for an answer in the books of the Library of 10,000 Letters, and found a message from the previous swordmaster to his descendants. To become a sword expert, one must put aside one's emotions. However, to become a swordmaster, one must bring them back. He listened to these words, and worked hard to understand happiness, anger, sadness, and pleasure. He tried to be happy, angry, sad, and enjoyable in different ways, but creating emotions under pressure is fraught with serious consequences. From some point on, he began to laugh when he should have been angry, frowned when he should have been happy, and completely forgot how to express emotions correctly. Thus, his path to the swordmaster turned into a labyrinth. In order to satisfy his thirst that could not be quenched by the sword, he used his power to revive the family, and he acquired many sons to increase his power. According to the rules of the family, he sent his young offspring to go through the cradle of swords. Then the realization came in a place where he had not expected at all. For what reason a very young child who still did not understand anything was trying so desperately? Why did he endure the pain of water seeping into his body? Seeing this, something in his chest shuddered. The happiness of finding talent, the anger that he sent a young life to such a cruel place, the sadness of the wounds on his body and the baby, the pleasure of watching the future of this child, this tangled ocean of emotions. He came to a realization, and the next day, he found that he had become a swordmaster, Pomerian. And the level of swordmaster, it seemed his son gave him everything. The path to becoming a master of the sword lies in the way Victor experiences complex emotions. And this is Victor we are talking about. He is confident that his dear son will be able to become a master of the sword, Victor thought. Dear son, then. Just think that he became a completely different person, compared to his past life. In order to destroy Sarah's magic, he needs to become a master of the sword. He needs to come to his own epiphany, because he can't count on the powers of a saint right now. If we are to believe the words of Hugh Baskerville, there is anger and perhaps sadness in it, but finding happiness and pleasure in such a situation, the demon asked what kind of facial expression. Victor didn't answer. Then the demon got angry and hit him, and yet Victor used the 7th technique. But even with the 7th technique, Victor was unable to destroy the demon's barrier. The demon said that he was so stupid, he couldn't get through her armor. With such an attack, she doesn't know what he's trying to achieve. But does she really think so? That Kami would wake up and go against the concluded contract. Hot hands grabbed Victor. Then she'll see if Victor can handle it. She created incredibly huge hands, and she hit Victor. And yet he survived, the demon said. He did not die even after this attack. He is definitely a human. Victor had a hard time even getting up. The salamander skill no longer regenerates his body. But still, he needed to get up and go, no matter how many times it took. A voice said, "Idiot." This wasn't the expression she was expecting. Kami said as asked. She did it. The demon screamed if she went against the contract, her soul would be torn to pieces. But Kami ignored the demon. She said that she wouldn't be able to hold her for long, so let him pierce her quickly. If he fails, her neck will become a sheath for his sword, Victor said, joking at such a moment. What was to be expected from the hero, Kami Morg, 100 out of 100? Kami asked, only now realized, let him show her the man she fell in love with. The demon took over Kami's body again and screamed, "Crazy bastards!" What made them think they could break through her armor? But Victor easily cut through all her attacks. Victor was finally calm. This is what it means to have a heart that can feel so many emotions. Victor feels things he has never felt before. Victor was glad that she had not forgotten about him. Angry because the future hero had suffered. Sad because she is suffering, but feels satisfaction and anticipation of their reunion. This is what is going on inside Victor. He still managed to find Kami Morg. Smiling brightly, Victor walked up to the demon and with a light movement cut the demon's body. The demon didn't even have time to react in any way. An explosion occurred after cutting her body. All people wear colored glasses all their lives without noticing them, but those who take them off, they see what is inaccessible to the average person and easily gain superiority over them. These people who have reached the top are known as sword masters, the demon shouted. Impossible, her mission. It feels like Victor is wearing old clothes. He can feel his strength, vision, and thinking are far superior to the previous level. He didn't feel this when he received blessings from the saint. Kami, is she okay? Victor asked. Victor turned around and started walking towards her. He asked. He hoped that they would get their long-awaited reunion. But in the end, he fell next to Kami. The meeting did not happen. Andro's ring freed the guys. Victor and Kami were unconscious. Madame's little bundle was jumping on Victor, trying to wake him up. Then she saw Rose. The little bundle was scared, but Rose only took her sister. Victor barely got up and asked her to wait. He said that the fact that she could move meant that Kami was okay. What a relief, what a pity, that they were never reunited. But for both of them, it was much more important to leave this place as soon as possible. He has a request. Victor threw something to Rose and said, let her give it to Kami. If she wants to see him, let her go there. Rose and Kami left. The guy ran to the crowd and shouted, the villain who attacked the academy was a night hound. Bianca said that means that girl in the skeleton mask was a black mage. Theo said that she seemed to be fighting a night hound. It's embarrassing to admit, but he didn't even dare intervene, Piggy said. He was so scared that he thought he would pass out. Victor lied, as did he. It was hard to even breathe because of fear. The guys shouted where Victor was. They were worried. Dolores asked if they had seen him when they patrolled the streets where he was. Knowing him, he wouldn't have abandoned his friends to go off on his own. Victor didn't know what to answer. Then help came. The guy shouted. How dare a commoner defend himself alone? They were triplets, screaming about what would happen to them if he continued to act on his own. Sina said that's how Victor created his gang. Dolores thought she almost got it all wrong again. Victor looked at the sky and thought, she's fine. He's looking forward to seeing her again, Kami. Kami came out of the strange mirror. She said that her whole body ached because Sarah got mad and broke the contract. And because of this, she couldn't greet him again. And why did she assume that this idiot was dead? But the fact that he tried his best not to harm her, despite the fact that there was not a single living place on him, means that he, at the very least, values her. She was hopeless, Kami said. This time she fought him. And she didn't stand aside. She and Victor won because they didn't give up. What does Sarah think? Isn't Victor worthy of putting his life on the line? The demon screamed, how dare she go against their contract? This is fraud. Kami said that she had regained full control over her body. Did Victor really break their contract? But then why didn't Sarah die? Kami asked. The demon replied. It was because she broke their 12-hour contract. Because of the punishment, She can live a little longer, Kami said. Now she has the power to crush and kill her with her magic. The demon shouted, "She will do anything, just don't kill," Kami asked. "Anything. Then let him give her all his strength and authority." There is no longer a contract between them. They are now mistress and servant. The demon thought she was the devil incarnate, Kami said. But thanks to her, she was able to meet Victor. The demon asked what she would do. Kami said they should open the gate. Demon asked if she would really do it. Kami said no, of course she wasn't crazy. Right now, her only priority is recovery. She needs to return to the Morg estate. Now that she knows that Victor is alive and well, she needs to restore what she managed to destroy. She also has to announce the death of her teacher and honor his memory. Thanks to the teacher, she was able to meet her lover, Kami said. She took out the Colosseum Academy badge and said that if she entered the academy, she would be his junior comrade. And on the day of their meeting, Victor only her. Thus the eventful festival came to an end. However, the consequences reminded themselves like smoldering embers, the student said. The Night Hound appeared at the academy during the festival. It seems he staged an attack, but the professor stopped him anyway. Such a villain should be locked up in prison. The guy said he heard that there was another villain there, an unregistered black magician. They fought each other. The students, who knew nothing about what had happened, excitedly discussed the rumors that had reached them. If something had gone wrong, the Night Hound's visit could have turned into a real disaster. But it hadn't, so they couldn't just harp on about it like it was something ordinary. Dolores screamed, who wrote this article. The Night Hound did not cause any disturbances during the festival. All this destruction is the work of an unknown black magician. This article claims that a Night Hound arrived at the festival and began killing students. He is indeed a criminal of the Empire, but he did nothing like that. So we need to rely less on emotions and more on facts. Who wrote this, Victor again? Dolores asked. Victor answered. He wrote what the professor ordered. Dolores asked why this arrangement was made without her. Victor said she was busy with her student council duties during the festival season. Then Dolores said, but he shouldn't have written the article without checking the facts. Here is the official statement provided this morning by the capital's garrison, which says that the person responsible for the destruction of the capital's landmarks is not a Night Hound. He uses a sword, but it was revealed that there were no traces of its use at the destruction sites. The only thing that was found was traces that looked like a huge snake was crawling. The official name of that villain is Miss Ursula, a mysterious person, a long-term girl. The motives for the attack remain unknown, but there is also reason to believe that she is an expert. However, it is unknown what kind of weapon the man uses, since all witnesses to the events are dead. So don't just point the finger at the Night Hound and blame him for all the sins. They have 3 active villains now, so shouldn't they properly share their crimes? Victor thought that it didn't really matter. He was just thinking about creating a suspicious image of a Night Hound. Because one day he will be accused of a suspicious incident. Theo asked who Ursula was. Sancho said, the only thing that was revealed was the traces of a snake. Sina asked, but how could they know that the villain was a woman? Dolores said. Traces of lipstick were found on all the places. Apparently, she wanted to boast about her crimes. The guys were actively discussing the news, and Victor was immersed in his thoughts. He doesn't know what lies behind her actions, camaraderie or malice towards the Night Hound. But whatever the reason, if she interferes with his demon hunt, she will have to be eliminated. Anna burst into the office, and Dolores asked why she had so many documents. Anna replied that they had received quite a lot of information after the festival ended. She held out the letter and said, here is a letter addressed to Victor. He thanked her. Victor opened the letter and froze. It was a guide on how to pay for the first semester. Later, Victor came to his brother. Osiris said he could pay for his education. But what was on his mind? Victor replied that, as he had already said, he would like to hide the fact that he belonged to the Baskerville family while he was studying at the academy. In fact, Victor doesn't want to spend the Baskerville's money and then deal with exhausting matters. There's only a week left until the payment deadline. He doesn't want to do what others suggested. He couldn't get a full scholarship because of the points deducted for behavior. Osiris wondered why Victor was so desperate to hide his abilities, and suddenly, it dawned on him. Does Victor really want to be a loser who hides his powers? There was a time when Osiris shared his desire. He wanted to pretend to be weak, so that in case of trouble he could show himself at the most opportune time what an actor Osiris is. Osiris asked why Victor didn't take up monster hunting as a part-time job. He could find someone in the guide guild and go hunting. This way, the chances of Victor getting to the field, as he dreamed, will also increase, Victor thought. In fact, he has one guide in mind. During the time of the fall, there was a warrior who made a great contribution to the united forces of humanity. Most of the encyclopedias about monsters that he knows were written by him. And it was also thanks to his research that the science of monster ecogeography emerged in the future. However, he was a country bumpkin who didn't associate with anyone, and during the battle with the demons, he quickly met his end. Since he has no support, he knows a lot about him. If Victor can win his trust now, while he is still alive, for the good of the future. Victor thanked his brother and said that he would do so. Osiris beamed with happiness and said that he was glad to hear it, but he himself thought that he had been useful. Meanwhile, in the Sherpa Guides Guild, The head of the guild came from hunting. He was carrying a huge boar on his back. It was the Pincher, also known as Mini Pin, who Victor was about to meet. Pin said they'll have problems again this month. There's not enough money to cover his expenses for food and guild members' salaries. Because of the large trading guilds, he is limited in his actions. Is it normal to be so upset about the lack of savings? It's all his fault. If he hadn't been deceived in his youth when he was chasing his dream, there would have been no financial difficulties. He's an idiot. If he had the chance, he would try again. He still dreams of joining the Baskerville family. Perhaps his dream would soon come true. Victor asked Sherpa where he could find the man known as Mini Pin. The man said, "He looks young. How dare he pronounce the name of the guild leader so casually?" Victor said, "He is a client who wants to give an order." Then the man asked if he thought clients were allowed to show off so much. Victor walked past him and said, "It's annoying." Other men also tried to stop Victor and grab him, but he dodged them all. Victor jumped to the head and said, judging by his build, he can assume that he is Min Ping. Pin asked who he was. Victor answered, "A client who wants to give an order," Pin thought, fast. So much so that he didn't even have time to react. "A very skilled man," Pin said. "If Sir came here without making an official request." Victor said he wanted to hire him as a guide, Victor thought. He couldn't forget. A famous man who visited the Baskerville family countless times, wanting to become their vassal. Victor asked, "How about such an offer? Would like to work with him?" Pin asked in shock. Sir Victor van Baskerville. Pin, of course, accepted his offer. He continued to look at Victor with admiration. He thought it was the real Victor van Baskerville. He bowed and said, once again he wants to say that it is a great honor for him to meet him. Sir Victor van Baskerville, he was very eager to meet him, Victor whispered. Quieter. "And his name is not Victor now," Pin whispered, asking for forgiveness. To be honest, he would like to join the Baskerville family. Victor thought that if he was already talking about this now, then he was dreaming of joining the Baskerville clan long before his regression. Pin said that we were talking about the Iron-Blooded Sword clan, which is responsible for clearing the western borders of monsters. Those who joined them would be able to learn the Baskerville family's techniques, known as the Invincible Sword techniques, and would also receive a house and land, which made his wife happy. But of course, he was deceived by the brokers, and the goal became unattainable, Victor thought. Despite his appearance, Minipin is an expert sword. With this level, he can easily join any high-ranking mercenary guild. Victor said he could make his dream come true, but the outcome would depend on Pin's actions. Due to his secret mission at the academy, he hides his identity, and since his affiliation with the Baskerville family is also not voiced, he receives no support. That's why he went to look for Pin, the most competent guide, in order to earn money for his training. Pin thought he was being complimented by the most respected man in the Baskerville clan. Victor said from now on, let him not mention the name. Then Pin said, "He will keep that in mind," Victor said. Since he is now a student at the academy, he asked what type of monster he caught would not raise any unnecessary questions. Pin said that if they needed a monster that wasn't too strong but brought in good profit, they needed gnolls. Gnolls are bizarre creatures, with the head of a hyena and the body of a gnome. Usually traveling in packs, they live in the highlands within the borders of the Empire's capital. Although the danger level of an individual is C, in groups their danger rises to rank A. Gnolls are weak individually, so capturing a large number of these creatures is not difficult for a first-year student. The Imperial family considers them to be breeding grounds for infection, so they have set a good price for their capture. In addition to this, you can sell their skin, meat, and bones. Gnolls have a habit of collecting shiny things, so the most common way to hunt them is to lure them out with glass beads. Victor asked, "But this method is only applicable when dealing with a small group, right?" Pin replied. "Yes, that's right." Then Victor said, "In that case, he is not suitable." The snake that crawled towards the guys died immediately. Pin thought, "He doesn't even have a sword in his hands. How did he do it?" Victor asked if there was oil in the rum barrels in the carriage. Pin answered, "Yes." Victor said, "Okay, he can destroy the entire flock with minimal effort." Pin thought he was going to wipe out the entire pack of gnolls with barrels of oil. When even the Empire's squad couldn't handle this task, what the hell was he planning? Victor went to the monster cave. Pin wondered how he was going to deal with so many monsters. They may scatter and settle in neighboring villages if he acts recklessly. No, Sir Victor couldn't have foreseen this. He wants to know how Sir Victor is going to destroy the monsters. There are 3 entrances to the monster's lair in this mountain. This is the entrance to the lair of low-level gnolls, Victor thought. Victor crouched down and placed his hand on the ground. Swordmasters are not known as superhumans for nothing. After becoming a master, Victor feels the aura much better at the current level. Suddenly the earth shook, and the monsters ran out of their lair, but barrels immediately flew at them. Victor asked who would have thought that he would use the same strategy he used while living in the forest. And although it didn't work that time, now it's not the madam, but the gnolls, who can fight against him as much as they can. The reason it is dangerous to use fire in unfamiliar places is that the fire can spread, producing toxic smoke as it burns. Since Victor has blocked the upper exits, the smoke has nowhere to go, meaning it will affect the flock, Pin thought. Even though they were monsters, Sir Victor didn't even bat an eyelid at taking so many lives. Victor is much more cruel and meticulous than he imagined. That's what he is. a member of the Baskerville family. So cool, Pin said. As expected, the gnolls inside the cave were suffocated by the smoke, even though he had been hunting for a long time. But today, he learned something new from Sir, Victor said. No need for flattery. Some gnolls could have survived, so don't let your guard down. Pin thought Sir Victor was worried about him. How could he be so wonderful? Victor thought he reminded him of a chihuahua. They went deeper into the cave. When suddenly Pin noticed something and started hitting the wall, Victor asked what was wrong. Pin answered, asking to wait. He sees traces of people's presence here. Suddenly the wall collapsed, and behind it was a mountain of gold, Victor said. Apparently, someone used this place as a safe. Pin said not to jump to conclusions. Gnolls are fond of shiny things. So why not consider the option that they collected it? Victor threw him a coin, and he said that these moments could not have been issued by the bank, since they did not have a serial number. There was no way the gnolls could have gotten their hands on such coins, Pin asked. But who would have the guts to keep their money in a monster lair? Victor replied, one thing is clear, the man is using this cave as a storage facility. Strong enough to kill all the gnolls and take their gold, a girl approached the cave, and she said that it looked like some rats had gotten into her piggy bank. Pin asked if all this gold had come from a bank robbery. Victor replied, this is the only explanation. If you think about it, he received information about the robbery. I personally wrote an article about this, so I remember it well. An unknown criminal framing a night hound and copying his criminal activity. The man destroyed many of the surrounding buildings of the capital, and all the assets stored there disappeared. And he knows that one of the destroyed objects was a bank. All the witnesses were killed, and only traces of high heels could be found at the crime scene. And something similar to a giant snake, the girl entered the cave and unsuccessfully attacked Victor. Victor immediately realized that this was the same Miss Ursula about whom he had written the article. He said that the marks that looked like they were from a giant snake were actually marks from a whip. Ursula uses magic to change her voice, she said, to think that someone found her treasure. She doesn't even know if this is luck or bad luck for them. Suddenly she looked at Victor and thought, what is he doing here, Victor thought. She suddenly became wary, looking at him. Do they know each other, the girl said. But she knows for sure that she is lucky, since he himself got into her treasury. She has a very dense aura. In front of Victor there is at least a high-ranking expert. Min Ping, who had just become a sword expert, would definitely not be able to withstand it. So it turns out that Victor is the only one who can fight her. But if he loses to her, having demonstrated his skills, the risk is too great. What to do? Pin looked at Victor and thought, Sir Victor must have been deep in thought. Well, he was a genius, hailed as a hero. But it seems he is afraid to fight with Miss Ursula, who is a high-ranking expert. Then he stood in front of Victor, and he said that right now the Empire's garrison is patrolling the base in the mountains. He will do everything in his power to distract her from leaving. Therefore, let Sir take this chance to reach the garrison. And even though they didn't spend much time together, it was an honor to meet him. Pin rushed into battle with Miss Ursula. Victor did not expect this at all, and Ursula said, seemingly going completely mad, she swung her whip and hit Pin in the face. The blow knocked Pin unconscious for a moment, cutting his skin and breaking his bone. They are both sword exporters, but there is a huge gap between them. Pin was barely able to stand on his feet, although the battle had just begun. However, Pin was brave. He continued to fight despite the pain, he thought, for Sir Victor. Destined to one day become a swordmaster, if he dies here, it will be a great loss. He thinks it was his destiny to come here and die protecting Sir Victor. Pin gathered his strength and attacked Miss Ursula. Unexpectedly, Victor said, don't waste precious life. Madame threw her web at Ursula, thus depriving her of her sight, and Victor crept up from behind and struck. She flew to the side and hit the cave wall hard. The whole mountain shook, and Victor said to Kin, he is quite strong. Despite such a terrible blow, Miss Ursula survived. She asked why the hell he was so strong. Victor thought, and thought so, it won't knock her out. But he can't show Min Chin that he is a swordmaster. So Victor decided to take this chance to escape. He picked up Pin and went to the exit. But before he left, he turned around and said, they will return here with a garrison of the Empire. She should have prepared herself if she planned to take possession of his treasure trove. They would see each other again. Victor carried Pin and said how interesting it was. He thought he had lived long enough, but he was still learning so many new things. He remembered the moments when Chihuahua was ready to sacrifice himself for Victor, and how Pin was ready to protect him. And he said, perhaps the past he can rest easy. The hunt for gnolls ended with the arrival of the Imperial garrison. Shortly before this, Miss Ursula had disappeared. Leaving behind a huge pile of gold, the entire contents of the cave were confiscated by the arriving garrison. However, everything is not so bad, Victor told Pina. He got this money from the sale of the loot. Plus here is a reward for clearing the area of gnolls. Because of the fire and smoke, the leather became unusable. But he made enough money from selling bones, teeth, and nails. Victor asked how Pin felt. Pin answered, honestly, his whole body hurts. And yet, he was told that he would recover without consequences, Victor said. Apparently, it was not for nothing that Pin had reached the level of an expert. He threw him a bag and said, this is a gift. It is more than enough to pay for his escort and treatment. In his current state, it will be hard for him to work for a while, Pin asked. Now, Sir will return to the academy. Victor answered, Yes, Pin answered. I see. Even if it wasn't for long, he enjoyed spending time next to the hero of the Baskerville family. Then Victor asked if Pin was well versed in the ecology of monsters. Pin replied, yes. In his youth he traveled around the continent. He studied their habitats and habits. He can distinguish monsters by subspecies, variations. He can say which species is weaker and which is stronger. Victor stood up and said, I understand, then let him wait. He will need Pin again soon. Pin even shed tears of happiness, while the professor complained that he was doing all the work for the academy. Then Dolores knocked and said she had come to talk to him about her fellow students who needed scholarships. This petition was written by those who will not be able to attend classes next semester due to financial problems. The appeal was written by those who were unable to get high enough grades because they had to work part-time, and also by those who were unable to work because they tried to keep the assessment at the required level. There are still scholarship holders who need to undergo a reassessment. There is a fairly large number of students with very wealthy relatives. However, they pretend to come from low-income families, the professor said. The scholarships are awarded according to established rules, Dolores said. She just wants to convey that they should take a closer look at this problem. As the student council president, she must fulfill her duty as the voice of students in despair. The professor asked who would then take responsibility for his double workload, perhaps double his salary, Dolores asked. Just because he had to do double the usual amount of work? They were talking about the future of the students here. The door swung open and Victor entered the office. The professor asked. Now he enters the professor's office without knocking. His father didn't teach him anything, Victor thought. Family education. And remembered how Hugh said, you have to respect the strong. Weakness is a sin. And he answered, no. The professor sighed and asked, okay, why did he come? He also wants to file an appeal because of the scholarship that he could not receive. Victor put down a bag of gold and said he had come to pay his tuition fees. The professor asked where he got so much money from. And Victor responded, went hunting for gnolls, and when he took a short rest, the firewood he set on fire accidentally fell into the gnoll's lair, killing the entire pack. The professor shouted, this is nonsense, Victor replied. He can find out about everything himself from Min Ping, the guide he went with. Will this be enough to pay for the next semester? Victor asked. The professor replied, more than enough. In fact, it will be enough for all 4 years. Victor replied that he was giving all this money to pay for his studies. But the professor said that it was too much money for that. He is going to buy out the entire lecture hall as if he is going to become a professor, Victor replied. He is asking to use the remaining funds to pay for the education of those who could not afford it. The professor asked if he would donate all the money to scholarships. Victor answered yes, on one condition. To receive this money, the student must spend a certain amount of time volunteering at an orphanage. The professor asked if he was doing this because he wanted to name this scholarship after himself. Victor asked to leave his name anonymous. And he would like to name the foundation differently, Perry. He asks to name this award Perry. Victor still remembers his daughter. In the office, the students were talking about a sponsor who donated a huge amount of money. If you volunteer at the shelter, you will receive a full scholarship. Isn't it cool? And both nobility and commoners can participate. And who is this anonymous savior of needy students? Dolores kept thinking. Who is Victor? Got the best result in the theoretical exam and quite high marks in the practical one. In addition, he is a diligent and impeccable student who does not conflict with his peers. Despite the cold gaze hidden behind his glasses, seemingly cruel, she cannot understand what he is really thinking. Perry was an unfortunate child sacrificed in the battle against Dante, which means Victor still remembers her. If so, then he definitely has a good heart hidden behind a show of detachment. She wants to talk to Victor about something. Perhaps this feeling is a sense of responsibility or obligation, as the one who witnessed the girl's last moments during their joint battle with the Night Hound against Dante. Piggy asked what happened. Dolores asked where Victor was. Piggy replied that she had come to see him. He's always out somewhere at night, Dolores suddenly realized. And Piggy said, a bit empty. Yes, the bottom bunk is behind Victor, but there isn't much stuff, as if he could leave at any moment. Apparently Victor also has his secrets, but like his roommate. Unable to help, but worry that he would one day just disappear, Dolores thanked him and left. Empire Central Station, platform 999, Bianca said happily. How long it had been since she had gone on a trip. Theo said people would think they were going on vacation, but she knew they were going to battle. Bianca said that Colosseum Academy will still take first place in the Olympic survival competition. To signal the start of the survival competition, 4 educational institutions representing the Empire gather in one place. An elite academy that guarantees the best education in all fields, Colosseum Academy. Varangian Training Camp, a school for training northern warriors, specializing in cold climate combat using blades, spears, axes, and bows and arrows. Themyscira Women's University, with the same educational system as the Colosseum Academy, and the institute responsible for hosting this year's competition. The Eastern Magicians Training Camp, the Magic Tower. Theo asked if the Magic Tower was holding trials this year. Is that true? Bianca replied yes. The southern city of the Empire, Dort, is known as a tourist area and is home to a magical tower. The Continental train is approaching the station. The next station is the central station of the Empire. Piggy said, "It's amazing. It's the first time he's seen a magic train." Sancho said he rode on one once when he was on his way to the academy. Bianca said that she shouldn't see those enthusiastic faces on them again. There will be students from the Varangians and Themyscira on the train. You can't show weakness in front of your opponents. Beautiful girls and huge stern guys came out of the train. Piggy said they surprised him. Theo said they went out to go to the store. The atmosphere was tense. They would definitely lose their temper when they saw Sancho. Piggy asked why. Theo replied that he was first in the entrance exam to the Varangian boot camp, but ended up getting into the Colosseum Academy. Bianca said that Sina would have it even worse. She took first place in the entrance exams in both the Magic Tower and Themyscira. Theo said, "But don't worry. The real aces are the third-year students. 50% of the group are third years. 30% are repeaters, and 20 of the first years. I think they were told that if they made it into the top 10 in this competition, each of them will be able to choose a treasure from a treasury to which all 4 educational institutions contribute equally. So they all need to be in the top 10. It would be great if Victor went with them." "I can't believe it. He dumped them again and joined another team." Sancho said he had no choice. He said he made a promise. "And it's important for a man to restrain him, so it's nice to see his attitude." Bianca asked, "Is he in another carriage? Hopes he doesn't get into a fight with other schools?" Sina said that nothing bad will happen to him. Piggy said that he is more worried about his group members. Genome de Leviathan, third son of the deadly poison Leviathan family, one of the 7 great families of the Empire. After being named the most wasteful genius of the family, he never let anyone above him. More precisely, this was the case before he entered the Colosseum Academy. He took second place in the entrance exams. Moreover, the one who beat him was Sina, a commoner with no last name. His first loss was against a commoner. But why, as time went by, strange feelings awakened in him? No. They began to grow at the very moment when he first saw her. Her mesmerizing platinum hair, smooth skin, large doe-like eyes, and neat nose and mouth. Genome realized that he had supported her, and even trying to deny it, telling himself that it was impossible, he still couldn't change the truth. He tried little by little to get closer to her, all the while reproaching himself for being able to call her only by the derogatory word commoner. With a tremor in his heart, Genome approached Sina and said that she could join them. However, his love was unrequited. Sina, beaming with happiness, ran to Victor. So, the atmosphere in the carriage was terribly tense. Genome falling in love with Sina, a commoner. Victor stealing Sina's heart and the triplets. Genome put his feet on Victor's lap and wondered what Sina had seen in this low-born commoner. Is it really because they are from the same social class that he will take advantage of this opportunity and crush Victor? So he joined his group, Genome said, so he will be the leader of this group. There are objections, Victor replied. He doesn't care as long as he performs his duties as expected. But how should he understand this scene? Genome replied. His legs need support so that they can rest. Isn't he happy with being a nobleman's footstool? Being a commoner? Genome asked. Let him not try to behave insolently with him. Otherwise, he might plant a poisonous bug in his body. Victor stood up abruptly and said, "Okay, he's going to the toilet." Because of this, Genome fell to the floor. Genome shouted, "Crazy idiot," what he was doing. But Victor closed the door behind him, and Genome was left alone with the triplets. Sounds started coming from the carriage. Victor apologized and said that he could not forgive him if he got in his way. He needs to get good scores in this Olympic survival competition. To get the right to take an artifact from the treasury, he needs to get into the top 10. He is obliged to destroy one of the artifacts stored there. A demon in inanimate form, the 7th elite corpse, Deka. A demon that had the form of an inanimate object before his regression. Deka was one of the few demons that could not be detected. It existed as an artifact stored in the treasury. It was awakened by other demons and provided them with an extremely great support during the time of the fall. I never thought that he would have the chance to deal with the source of future problems at the very beginning. He is lucky. Once he gets into the top 10, he will destroy Dek in the treasury. Victor returned to the carriage and looked at Genome, who was already in a drunken state. The guys finally arrived in the southeastern region of the Empire, the city of Dorda. So this is what the Magic Tower looks like. The magic of space has been applied to this narrow and tall tower, which even modern magicians are unable to interpret. It is known that no one can accurately name the height and width of the tower. Does this look like Andro's barrier? The guy came out to meet Dolores, he said. Long time no see. To think that they would meet this year as representatives of their schools. Dolores was the representative of Colosseum Academy. Jared was the representative of the Variag training camp, Jared Bakira. He also greeted the other representatives. And Lovegood, representative of the Women's University Themyscira, Lovegood Melon. Dolores asked how they were doing. Love replied that they hadn't changed at all. Jared said that they should have. It had been less than a year since they last saw each other. The guy replied, 11 months, 3 days to be exact. Jared interrupted him and said, Know-it-all, his name is still funny. The representative of the Magic Tower, the pompous Know-it-all, answered, Yes, his name is difficult to comprehend for those with muscles instead of brains, Bianca asked. His name is really pompous Know-it-all, Sina replied. In the Magic Tower there is a tradition where the elders give names to the younger ones. They wanted to name her Soft Cotton Candy. His real name is Hohenheim. Bianca said. Better yet, be a pompous know-it-all, Piggy said. Let them forget about names. All the representatives are incredibly strong. The Varangian representative, Jared, suppressed all fourth-year students while still in his first year. And he became the main one in his school. There is even a rumor that his ancestors were barbarians living in the Red-Black Mountains. As for Hohenheim, their great president Dolores was never able to beat him during the competition. With talent that already guarantees him a position as a professor at the Magic Tower after graduation, he aims to become the youngest master of the Magic Tower. Lovegood, a representative of the Women's University Themyscira, not only has abilities, but also has charisma that influences others, which is why she is called the Zenith of Themyscira. The pompous know-it-all said, since they had all come a long way to the Magic Tower, he would lead them to their rooms. The boys were brought to houses in the form of mushrooms. They stopped there. Everyone changed clothes and went to dinner. Theo said they have a whole buffet here. The food is much better than he expected. Piggy asked if anyone had seen Victor. He was a little worried about him. Bianca replied that he was at the table diagonally from them. Theo said, he already said, that there is no need to worry about Victor. It is better to let him think about them. Each school has 20 first-year students, 30 second-year students, and 50 third-year students, a total of 100. And among 400 participants, they must break into the top 10 to get the opportunity to master the artifact. Bianca said, by the way, who would have thought that they would share housing with the Varangians? She doesn't like their behavior. The Varangians burst into the food table without waiting in line and shouted, quantity is more important than quality, pushing everyone out of the way. Sancho helped the girl. She thanked him, and Sancho called the boys and asked what the rest of them should eat. If they take all the food for themselves and also cut in line, it's too rude. The guy said they were cutting in line. There was no such thing at the buffet. They were already furious about being next to the Colosseum students. He wanted to let it all slide, because anger causes loss of muscle mass. But he changed his mind. What's wrong? He's Sancho Barda, right? I didn't recognize him in the nerdy Colosseum uniform. A coward who fled after completing the entrance exams, Sancho answered, the reason why he did not enter the Varangian. Despite his first place in the entrance exam, this 5th place he took in the Colosseum, he thought he could learn more here. Then the devilish duo came running, and said that Sancho did not remember him. And he also said that he would gain more knowledge in the Colosseum, although he was the first in the entrance exams to the Varangian training camp. The boy shouted, he, Bully Bolson, the first among the first-year students, challenges the first years of the Colosseum to a duel. Let them bring here their strongest warrior, the guys asked. The strongest. Then everyone turned around at the same time and looked at Victor, who was calmly eating his dinner. Then Ball walked up to Victor's table and crushed Victor's food with his hands, then asked, he is the strongest among the first years. Victor looked at his dinner and wondered if he should just raze this place to the ground. Ball sat down across from Victor and asked how about arm wrestling, without using mana. Victor remained silent and Ball asked what. He was scared, let him say so, but who can call him the strongest? Amazed by the standards of the Colosseum Academy. Then Dolores came up and said that creating conflict situations between schools before the tournament is prohibited. It's better to stop here. Such skirmishes are prohibited before the tournament. Suddenly someone came up. Jared said it was just a little conflict between the hot-blooded first years. Doesn't that sound fun? Ball put his name and honor on the line by proposing this duel. And what will the strongest first year of the Colosseum do about it? Dolores said she understood, but no meant no. Jared said his youngest was determined to prove he was strong. And it seems that the students of the Colosseum were not far behind. The guys were angry because they insulted their friend Victor. Dolores wondered if she could use her position to force them to retreat. The first year's morale may be low before the tournament even begins, but the students' safety comes first. Jared said he was worried he would get hurt, but not to worry. The guy is in no danger. In Victor's past, Jared was one of the great heroes of the United Forces of Humanity. While studying at Variag, he fought with fourth-year students because they bullied him because his parents were born in the forest. Thus, he won his place in the school. This clash led to an increase in solidarity among all the students with Bakir. From that moment on, no one dared to bully him, and he was recognized. Victor replied, okay, I agree, Jared shouted. Great solution, Dolores asked. Can he handle it? This will draw attention to it. But if you focus on the details, you risk missing the big picture. Victor said he doesn't want to compete with him. He chooses Jared Bakir. Ball shouted, no, he was his opponent. How dare a nerd laugh at them? But Jared stopped him. Jared said, judging by the expression on his face. The guy was clearly not joking. He was accepting the challenge. Dolores said the winner will be determined either by a rule violation or a clean win. And if there is a risk of injury, the match will be stopped immediately. They started, and Jared immediately realized that Victor was not as simple as he seemed. The guy said he thought the guy would lose the moment the match started. Maybe the president was playing along with him. Theo said he had long suspected that Victor was on a completely different level, but he never imagined that he was so strong. If Jared is serious, then Victor has a chance to win. Jared was very tense. He thought he was going to end the match after giving in a little, but as soon as they locked hands, he changed his mind. The guy shifts the weight to his triceps and shoulders, and positions his hand in a position that maximizes forearm power. Despite his superior muscle mass, his technique is on a completely different level. Even without taking this into account, he is like, "He's doing something stupid by trying to move a huge boulder," he said. "The guy is like a seasoned veteran of many battles. He has as much greatness as his father. How is this possible? Who is he?" Victor answered in the Balac language, "Hunter Balac." Jared shuddered. It seemed the rumors were not lying. Then Victor knocked Jared down. The impact created a huge smoke and the guys couldn't see anything. The smoke cleared and the boys saw that the table was broken. They asked who won. Jared was just about to say that he lost, when Victor interrupted him and said that he lost. The guys started shouting, "It was a great match. Victor did well, even though he lost." Jared said in the language of the Balacs, "He is the pride of the forest. Let him not forget about it. He helped Victor to get up." And he shouted, "It was a great match." Surprised he lasted so long against him. The guys said it was a real man's match. "This Jared is so cool, it makes your heart pound." Despite the men's blazing passion, the night before the competition began passed calmly. And finally, the day of the official start of the games arrived. The control room of the Magic Tower. The master of the Magic Tower, the white-bearded whale, said what an honor it is to host this year's competition in their Magic Tower. Also, there were the headmistress of Themyscira Happy, the head of the Varangians Leos, and the deputy director of the Colosseum Academy. Dumbledore said he wanted to thank them all for the journey they had made. The headmistress said that no matter how many times she saw the spherical eyes of the Magic Tower, she never ceased to be amazed. The head of the Varangians said that with its help they can see every student. Dumbledore said that's right. They can observe what each of the 400 students is doing. The map of this year's survival competition is Red and Black Mountains. Interesting. How will the students survive in this hellishly difficult location? Dumbledore asked. The day of the beginning of the survival competition, the Magic Tower, the interior of the Magic Tower, includes countless spaces, differing in height and width. Map of the Olympic Games for the survival of the harvested year. Red and Black Mountain. Each student, transported to a random location with their team, must adapt to the harsh forest environment, and also to survive without letting the health indicator drop to the helmet. That was the most important rule of the competition. A huge monster appeared in front of the guys. You can survive either by running away from most of the monsters, or defeat the monsters, earning points, which was another rule. The guys armed themselves. Piggy shouted. He and Theo will distract the monster until the next attack. Sancho, as soon as his shield falls, will protect Bianca and Sina. Sina and Bianca must aim for vital points while they and Theo distract the monster. Having come up with a plan, the boys began to follow it. Piggy and Theo distracted the monster, and the girls prepared to attack. Theo shouted to Bianca now, and she shot the monster right in the head, cutting it in two. Piggy said, "They barely made it," Theo asked. "She wasn't late with the shot on purpose, right?" Bianca said that she saved them. Maybe she shouldn't have rushed. Suddenly Sina and Sancho screamed, "Run!" A huge fireball was flying straight at the guys. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to react. The pompous turkey attacked the boys and said that it was hard to believe that their rating was higher than that of the Magic Tower. "You can also earn points by hunting people." The pompous turkey laughed madly. But Genome was in no mood for laughing. His stamina was depleted just by walking around the forest. Is it possible that such a dense forest exists in nature? And where did the boys go? They fearlessly went straight into the forest. Maybe they were eliminated and teleported into the lobby. Useless idiots. I would have scolded them if I hadn't let my guard down. Suddenly Genome smelled food and was happy, he thought. Spread the smell of food in the huge forest. It's like yelling, "Come here and get me." Paralyze them with your magical poison and steal their food. The fool did not understand the obvious bait, and as soon as he ran closer to the fire, he was caught. He shouted who set the trap. It turned out that Genome fell into his own team's trap. They let him go and Genome asked, "So they have shelter and food. Who did all this?" The triplets said that a commoner arranged everything, Genome asked. "But don't lie. How could this lowborn person build such a thing?" The guys got angry and Genome got nervous. He said no, he just asked. Genome wondered why he, one of the 7 great families, should grovel before a commoner. And why are those Baskerville bastards protecting him? Genome's stomach growled and the boys laughed. Then Victor handed him the food and said that they had prepared monsters as bait. But he can eat without embarrassment. They have already eaten, Genome asked. He gives it to him. Why? Victor answered because Genome is their leader. But in reality, Victor needed Genome's poison. But Genome didn't know this. He burst into tears and thought, even though he looked down on this commoner, he was still kind to him. And after dinner, the guys started fighting together. Victor shot at the monster. Genome poisoned the arrow. Then the triplets finished off the monster with their fangs. This was already the 30th monster. Victor said that to be on the safe side and to be sure to be in the top 10, you need to kill even more monsters. Genome wondered why they were hunting monsters if the students gave more points. What was this commoner up to? And Victor thought, what a familiar feeling. Points for survival, and points for hunting monsters. You can get points by defeating others. He became the first by avoiding fights with others and hunting monsters instead. The venue of this competition gives the feeling of returning home, but as soon as he entered the Red and Black Mountains, inside the Magic Tower, for some reason he can't shake off his anxiety, as if the Sword Master's intuition was warning him. Something is approaching. The guys immediately prepared for an attack, but they put down their weapons when they saw who ran out from behind the bushes. It was Sina, and she was all beaten up. The leader said that despite the fact that the Colosseum was already down to its smallest number of members, Hohenheim continued to eliminate newcomers from the Colosseum. Dumbledore said, "The pompous know-it-all showed his nature. It seems the collision today was unlucky." The professor remained silent. Dumbledore asked what the deputy headmaster was thinking about. Then the professor said he apologizes for what he said, but as those responsible for the venue of the competition, they actually think this map is safe. Dumbledore became wary and asked what he was hinting at. The professor replied that the magic tower had generated an unusual forest for the survival competition, and the forbidden territory, the area deepest in the forest, will change over time, not only in topography and types of monsters. More dangerous creatures will begin to appear that will be difficult for the students to deal with, according to data obtained by the Morg family several years ago. A powerful monster, presumably C rank, had appeared in the restricted area, causing a huge number of accidents. Dumbledore replied he had heard about it too. However, no one has seen the supposed monster, and this information was voiced by the Morg family, who opposed the magical tower. Therefore, he cannot trust their words. Besides, all the monsters in the generated area are adapted to the level of the competition participants. Currently, the level ranges from low-ranking advanced swordsmen and fourth circle mages to low-ranking sword experts. However, if there is a 7th circle mage or swordmaster among the students, the system will begin to summon monsters that the students will be unable to handle. Purely theoretically, this is unlikely. No, even rather impossible. Even if this happens, the competition will be suspended. Is he really complaining because there are so few Colosseum students left? The professor shouted. "This is nonsense," Dumbledore said. "The best wizards of the Empire have gathered here. Their class is different from the respected Morg family in the Colosseum Academy. He thinks the professor is wasting his time." The professor was irritated by the stubborn old man's delusions that could not be justified. Victor asked if Theo, Piggy, Bianca, and Sancho were eliminated. Sina replied yes. Theo and Piggy were attacked by Hohenheim while they were unarmed. Hohenheim was also one of the heroes who achieved much during the time of decline. Even though all the heroes lived in the same era, their skills may differ. Sina asked how it was that Victor's HP was still the same. She gets it down just from running through the forest. Victor is amazing. She is glad that she met him. Genome watched the conversation between the lady of his heart and Victor, and thought he knew it. It infuriated him how they got along. He hid in the depths of the forest and hunted monsters. Of course, his HP did not change at all. He can do that too. Genome was so carried away by jealousy that he did not notice the monster sneaking up on him. Victor saved Genome. The girl asked, "Good intuition?" She muffled the noise of their approach with the help of silence magic. How did he notice them? "It seems like the kids from the Colosseum thought they wouldn't be found if they hid here." What impudence. Love noticed Sina and asked if she was Sina. Her partners asked if she knew her. She is known as a traitor who decided to enter the Colosseum despite getting the highest score on the entrance exam. The girl asked how she could say such a thing in front of the President. Love's ego was obviously hurt by the second place. She asked how the blonde dared to brazenly choose the Colosseum instead of the best place for women in the Empire. Did she really go there for such base things as dates? There aren't even any pretty ones in the Colosseum. As soon as she said this, she noticed a handsome guy and blushed. Victor, unaware of his beauty, wondered why she was staring at him, and Love thought, his face, how it can look geeky, cute, sexy, and handsome all at the same time. He was her type. But then Sina covered Victor's face and asked the ma'am not to stare at him. Of course, this enraged Love. She used her magic. The vines quickly approached the guys. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the pompous one had completely gone off the rails. He continued to use fire magic. He was fighting Dolores. The know-it-all was shouting, "Stop running. What can a healer do without support?" She is all alone. The pompous one surrounded Dolores, setting a fire trap for her, and said there is nowhere to run. If he defeats her, he will deal with the rest of the Colosseum in no time, and the Magic Tower will win this year's competition. Dolores thought she couldn't let herself be eliminated. Suddenly, Jared jumped out of the fire. He attacked the pompous know-it-all and shouted, "Don't be arrogant," the pompous one asked. "This is the level of mana concentration. He is an expert." Jared shouted, "And Hohenheim is a 4th circle mage. He will never lose to him." The boys fought too, the triplets chopping down vines while Victor and Sina attacked from behind. The same skill that the Morg triplets use, but in this case, 3 different types of magic are used. This requires a lot of concentration. Victor can't believe that she can do it even when she's emotional. But then Victor froze, because he felt a familiar, ominous energy. The ground shook and began to fall apart. The students froze in horror, seeing an incredible monster. Apparently, the program sensed Victor's power and created Madame Octopus. Although Dumbledore ran away from the professor, the system would not create complex monsters.